So Daniel has woken up. He is starting the simulcast. Hello, everyone. Hello out there. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I can only imagine in California. It's 8:58 a.m. here in Arkansas, which is Central Time. And let's see, that would make it 6:58. No, 8:58, 7:58. Yeah, 6:58 a.m. Okay, I'm going to play the bumper at about 1 minute till, so in about 30 seconds. And then I'm going to release the stream as soon as it's done. And then we should have greetings from nowhere. Just need to play the bumper. But I don't want to play it too soon because, it's only about 45 seconds long or something like that. I didn't actually check to see how long it is, so I may release the stream just a moment early. So you guys may get a confusing whatever show was playing last. So here we go. It's bumper time.
Hello, lovies. I'm your Auntie Vera Charles, sometimes known as Auntie Scott, and I hope you're ready for the final 11 podcast for this year's June live streaming event. Pride 48 is a vibrant community offering free resources and podcast advocacy to the LGBTQ community, and we can't do it without you, the listeners. So support your favorite shows or check out a new one this afternoon. And away we go!
To stay in touch across the miles to talk about such things like their lives and the news. We sometimes give a movie review. Nicole, TJ, and Christina live in different cities, but that don't mean a thing to their friendship. They're always together, and from there they send you their greetings from nowhere.
Welcome to Greetings from Nowhere. I'm Zombie Girl TJ.
I'm Nicole.
And I'm Christy. Ah, shit, I hit it twice.
Ruined!
And I'm Christina, and I just fucked it all up. Hello, everyone.
It's time to go back to bed. We just fucked it up.
Ruined.
It is so early, you guys. It's early for me to be doing anything, and I'm usually awake at this time. So,
And I'm not. I'm not usually awake at this time.
Good morning, chat room, and thank you for letting us know you can hear us.
yes, thank you, everyone. Damn it. I was so excited that it was gone off without a hitch. Fuckity fuck.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. At least we're not listening to the live stream and having it feed back in like I did.
Oh my gosh. That's so funny.
That's awesome.
Damn it. All right.
Christina Daniel says, nice to meet you. Oh shit, I hit it twice. Is that a French name?
It is. It's French Canadian. We don't, Anyways, oh my God. And of
Hi,
course,
ladies.
hello. Good morning.
Things.
It's 7 a.m. Pacific time. So
Yes.
This is what that looks like. This is
Yeah.
pretty.
It's like, wow, it's like actually not hot outside yet.
Here's the deal. Ready for this? I get up at 5 a.m. every
I
single
know.
day. And on the
so
weekends,
cute.
I try to let myself sleep in, but I wake up by 5:45 or 6 o'clock
Anyway,
automatically
yeah.
anyway. So this morning, I wake up from nightmares that I overslept at 4:30 in the morning.
No.
And I couldn't go back to bed. So I got up, I fed the cats, I made coffee. I was like,
Oh my
okay.
gosh.
Oh.
I'm not going to miss my alarm.
No. No, in fact, I forgot my phone upstairs, and I forgot that I never turned the alarm off, so it went off and woke Bob up. Hey,
Oops.
I'm so nice. Anyways,
Oh, well.
we only have an hour, and we know how easily we can fill that. So where
Yes.
would you ladies like to start first?
Oh my gosh.
I want,
Anywhere.
if it was my druthers, everything that's on the agenda here. Oh, did we write down?
Well, we could just real quick as a follow-up on our last show.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about that. We talked about us all kind of discovering, well, not Christina, but I fairly recently came to the understanding that I was on the ACE spectrum of the rainbow. And we talked about that in our last podcast, and we got
Yes.
quite a lot of feedback in our email of encouragement and just folks really appreciating that we shared that.
Yes.
And
So we just wanted to say thank
just-
you.
Yeah,
Yes,
say
yes.
thank you to the folks who responded, and that it meant a lot to us.
Very supportive email. Thank you.
Yeah, we wanted to thank everyone for the really lovely, positive, and accepting feedback because, while Nick only recently, I've known since I was like in my early 30s that I'm Ace. And so, well, Demi, I'm Demi. So it was one of those things where it was like, do we want to talk about it? It's kind of like, you know, it's not really talked about much in Pride 48. So like, do we want to share? So thank you to everyone for your lovely and wonderful emails.
Yes.
Okay. There's another thing that has come up in the chat room, and I think we should hit it now because it is something that's important, and we didn't write it on the list to the side, but in the past year, well, I would say year and a half, actually, we've had a lot of tragedy in the Pride 48 community, and we've lost a lot of really important people. My memory kind of goes back to when we lost Matt as the start of
Yeah.
it. Like, we started losing... and we've lost people in the community before, but that was the first one where it was like, wait a minute, what? What happened?
Yeah.
But not too long ago, we lost Christian.
Yeah.
And that was a big deal. And I know the anniversary of it has recently.
No,
It's
we just
coming
lost
up.
him in March. We just lost him in March. Was it March?
Some-
March 1st?
Oh, no, it was his birthday that came by.
Yeah, it was.
And it kind of brought it all
can't-
back again.
I'm thinking. Oh God, now I'm gonna have to go back and look. But it was March 1st or April 1st. It was the first of a month. I
yeah.
remember that,
Yeah.
and it's all kind of a blur to me because of everything else that's been going on. But it was just this year,
Yeah.
so
Yeah. But I know that not too long ago,
we just passed
it was
his
his
birthday in
birthday.
July. Yeah.
and it kind of brought it all back. And I just wanted to say that, you know, we always are very good as a community for remembering those who we've lost. And it's the last almost 2 years has just sucked ass. Let's just throw it out there. It's sucked ass. There's been bright spots here and there for everybody personally, but we've all been dealing with just mass trauma and tragedy and just awfulness. And it's been compounded by the loss of dear, dear friends who...
Yeah. So we miss you guys, and we're thinking about you. And it's, Pride 48 feels just a little bit smaller right now, just because it's been so recent.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially
And-
without Christian. Yeah.
Yeah.
What a precious soul.
Oh, Christian would have been here for everything.
He really would
Yeah.
have.
Logged in as long
God,
as
he
could
would have been
stay
all
awake,
over the
so,
chat room.
Yeah. We love you, Christian.
And now I don't know how to transition from there because now
Okay,
I'm
no.
sad. Somebody please tell me about your week, your month, the last time we talked. Tell me something good.
I'll jump in with a quick blah story because
Sure.
it's shaking it off with the mundane. So I live in a condo. There's only 11 units in our condo. So it's like one big 2-story building has all 11 units in it. And we're going to get the outside painted this summer, probably in the next month or maybe 2, which means somebody has to make sure there's no vegetation that's so close and touching the building that the painters can't get in. And that somebody, unfortunately, now seems to be me. So I went out with my clippers yesterday to see what I could do, because
It's
if there's
just
any
like community theater. You always have to.
How did you end up
step
becoming
in.
the?
You step in, man,
Yeah.
when nobody else does.
Well, a lot of the people who live in these, there's 2 kinds of people who live in these buildings: young, struggling people, like young couples. I think they're mostly couples. I don't think
This
there's
is
anyone
their
who's
like
just-
their first time home.
or retirees. And so the retirees are two of our retirees are our president and vice president. I'm the treasurer because apparently nobody else knows how to add and subtract and therefore can't keep track of a checkbook. And that part doesn't bother me because it's so easy. I mean, we write 1, maybe 2 checks a month.
The bane of an accountant. Oh, you know financial stuff.
Right. So, but I told the president and vice president, I said, I do the financial, I keep the books, I pay the bills, I make sure we're current with everybody. I do the financial statements and I do the forms that are needed for taxes. We don't actually have like a tax form return, but we do have this little 1-page thing we have to send in every year saying we don't have to pay taxes. So I'll take care of all that. You guys need to deal with contractors. I don't want to be talking to the lawn people if you're not happy with how they've edged the lawn. I don't want to be talking to the snow shovelers if you're not happy that they're not coming out early enough. I don't, and when we get into things like doing little repairs or maybe painting the place, I don't want to haggle because you guys are like gray-haired older guys and they will treat you better than they will treat me. Plus, I still work a full-time job.
Yes.
So I can't just be here to make sure they're doing it right. You guys can. They're like, okay, well, when it came time to painting, they're both like, we don't know anything about painting.
Research.
So I called. I just asked people for paint quotes, and I called, and I brought 3 of them in, and they were so widely ranged. We ended up bringing a 4th one in just to see what the hell was going on, and we picked one. And so now it's like, okay, well, we probably need to move some shit out of the way so they can do a good job. And that's where I haven't done yard work in over 8 years, and my upper back hurts. Anyway, that's it. That's my little blah mundanity.
Ugh. I remember getting my house painted. That was a pain in the butt.
Yeah, but you picked cute colors.
You did. And everybody wants, like, especially the guy who lives downstairs from me, who's the president. He's all like, well, are they going to take the gutters off and paint behind him? No, they're not. Well, are we going to do that? No.
You didn't ask them.
You didn't
ask them to add it to the quote.
They didn't want to do
I know. It's like, I understand why you want that. I also have a perfectionist problem that if I'm going to do something, I need to do it completely and perfectly. Like, I'm not going to clean the kitchen because I'm not going to clean the kitchen until I can give it a good old fashioned cleaning, scrub it from top to bottom. It's like, well, you know what that means? I'm going to have a dirty kitchen. Because I'm never going to get started on
also,
that.
my response would be, if you wanted all of this added to the quote, you should have done this.
Yeah,
and
this could have been your job.
We all need to understand that it is not going to happen the way it would if this was our personal home.
Right.
And we had all the time in the world to figure out exactly what we wanted to do. And maybe we were doing it ourselves. But no, we're calling in professionals. So shut up.
Nobody's going to be looking at your friggin' at the line.
Well, I mean, it makes sense. You want paint on all the exposed surfaces, but I'm like, maybe next year we can replace the gutters and we can paint it then. So there. Anyway.
Somehow you end up
somebody talk about something much more interesting and fun. The chat room is saying good morning to each other, so we're not being interesting.
Oh my gosh. Well, Christina, you have something. You're getting something new.
I bought a new bed.
Yay!
Oh my God.
To me, that's fun.
Well, and what was funny was Sater last night talked about the fact that he had to buy a new bed too. And it was so funny, but we started noticing, this is so stupid. Bob and I started noticing we weren't sleeping well because our mattress over the years had developed 2 divots where our bodies, and here's the thing. We're supposed to turn, it's a hybrid mattress, so it doesn't have a 2 sides, so you don't flip it over, but you're supposed to turn it at least once a month, which Bob and I do. We're very good about that. On the first of every month, every weekend we change the sheets on the bed. On the first weekend of every month, before I put the new sheets on, I turn the mattress, right? So we do it. But it doesn't change the direction of the mattress. You're still laying along the mattress along the same way. So
you're just swapping grooves.
Right, we're just swapping grooves. And so it was one of those things where we noticed it had developed these dips, but it was higher in the center. So if someone was gone and you had the bed to yourself, you could just stretch across the whole thing and it was like, this is great. But when we were all together, it was like you fell into your divot and there was no getting out of it. And so it became really, really uncomfortable. And I've lost a significant amount of weight in the last year. And so I started noticing I was getting swallowed by my divot because my divot was created when I was bigger. And so like I'm half the size now. And so it's like I would fall into that divot and it was like I was in a canyon. I couldn't turn. I couldn't do anything. And it was so annoying. Trying to sleep.
You were trapped in your little space.
I would wake up and it was like, I was like, why do I feel like this? And it's like, oh yeah, I was literally trapped in this canyon. And then the cats would, I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know what's being said in the chat. I'm not looking.
I see Greg just posted a picture of a bed with 2 distinct butt prints in it from where 2 people have slept.
That is, you know what? That's not that far from the truth, Greg. That's
funny.
not that far. So anyways, Bob and I were talking about needing a new bed. No, it's fine. Bob and I were talking about needing a new bed.
I have to say what Taylor said, because in the chat room it says,
Okay.
Taylor wrote, "Swallowed by my divot" is the name of Tank's sex tape.
Yes. Yes. Okay. So I was telling Bob we need a new bed. And so, but he has never picked out a bed. When I bought this bed like 10, 12 years ago, he wasn't available. He was at a swim meet. And I just was tired of waiting for when his schedule allowed him to be available. So I just went and picked the bed myself and went, I hope he likes this. So I have no idea. Did he like firm? Does he like plush? Like what kind of bed is he? So I dragged him to a mattress store last weekend and told him, I need you to lay on these and tell me what you like. Turns out, like me, he's a firm mattress guy. So that works. We didn't have to like figure out a compromise on firm mattress. But he fell in love with the brand new top of the line Tempur-Pedic cooling gel foam mattress where they quoted it like at over $8,000. And I was just staring at this woman like, are you insane?
You have lost your mind.
And I took the quote and I said, thank you so much. We're not buying today, but we will be coming back. And then we walked out the door and I went, no fucking way.
Yeah.
Are you crazy?
And Bob was like, $8,500. I said, close, $8,100. Why the hell are you so goddamn expensive?
I didn't even know they made mattresses that expensive.
They are.
Wow.
Well, when the mattress store quotes you, they quote you with the base and the delivery and the takeaway of your old and blah, 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 blah.
Wow.
But even so, the mattresses can get very expensive.
So here's the deal. Our box springs are in perfect condition. It's just the top mattress we need, right?
Right.
So, and we're buying a California King, which is why it's so expensive, because Bob is tall and his feet hang off the end if we have any other size bed.
Gotcha.
So I'm buying the biggest, most expensive size. We found a mattress. It is not Tempur-Pedic, but it is a cooling gel memory foam mattress, and it is made by a competitor, and they had fairly good reviews. The one thing that was said was don't buy anything less than a 12-inch thickness one, because if you get in the lower thicknesses, they don't last as long. But this company is really great if you go higher thicknesses. We got a 14-inch thick cooling gel memory foam mattress. It's on its way. It's supposed to show up sometime next week. I'm waiting for the confirmation of the actual day. We got it for $820.
Nice.
I was just like, yes, boom. I was like,
For that price, you can buy a new one every couple of years and still not pay $8,000.
so the one thing I was nervous about was it was a name brand that it was not a name brand you hear a lot, but I had researched it quite a bit, and I said, well, the reviews are actually pretty good. I'm just still nervous. And Bob goes, for $820, if it dies in 5 years, fuck it, we'll buy we'll go buy an expensive bed. He
Yeah.
goes, but this is fine. And
This
so
will get us through for a while.
I'm
Yeah.
very excited because I will not. Right now, we have our bed turned sideways in order to avoid the divot. But the thing with the California King is, so we're literally laying across our bed crossways. The thing with the California King is it's longer, not wider.
Yeah.
So his feet are hanging off the end right now.
Doesn't laying crossways on it, don't you feel like every lump and bump in there?
Weirdly, no. It's
Okay.
actually been very nice, but we know it's not a permanent solution.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Cool.
yeah. So I have a
Yay,
new
new
bed
bed.
coming and I can't wait.
Nice.
Yes.
Very fun.
Yes.
Yeah, new beds are great.
Yeah.
Love
So
it so
I'm
much.
very excited when it shows up. I'm just gonna, the problem is Bob leaves. Swim meet season has started because swim meets are happening again because gathering in
wow.
public and in controlled crowds with masks are now allowed again. So Bob's first big travel meet starts next week. He leaves for Clovis on Tuesday, and he doesn't come back till Sunday night. So the bed is going to arrive while Bob is in Clovis at a swim meet. So I get to handle it all by myself.
You're gonna wallow in it when you get it all set up.
But I'm the one who has to haul it up the stairs to our room by myself, and that's some heavy shit.
Don't the delivery guys do that?
No, we're not getting home delivery because that's not included in the price. I have to go pick it up from the store. So I have the truck, so that's not going to be a problem because they'll load it into the truck. It comes in a big box.
Do you have some friends to come help you? Because that sucker's going to weigh a ton.
I have a father. He lives here.
Okay.
That's what I've got.
Okay.
Because the cats aren't going to help me haul it up the stairs. I have determination.
You positive, not falling down the stairs vibes, and no hurt back vibes.
Yeah.
I remember when we got our king mattress delivered at the old house, Mike and I, and we didn't have the upstairs bedroom finished enough to put the bed in there. So for a few weeks we had the bed in like the rec room basically, and we slept there. And when we were having our wedding in that rec room during that time, and so one of the first jobs on the morning of the wedding was a couple of strapping young men had to get that king size mattress up that king size bed up the stairs and into one of the bedrooms temporarily, so we could have our wedding in that room.
Yeah.
But
no, anyway. I have determination, and you know how I am when something needs to get done. I will do it. I don't care if I bust a shoulder.
Ed RT says, and the cats will watch from the top of the stairs.
That is, to be honest, they're going to be asked to let out in the backyard, and they're going to all line up sitting on the enclosed sun porch, staring at me in judgment. They're going to just watch me.
They need to be out of the house or locked in another bedroom.
They're literally going to watch me like
no tripping on the stairs.
You don't want them under feet.
I can only imagine the conversation that's going to happen from the sun porch. They're literally going to be like, "What is that crazy woman doing? Look at her. She's going to hurt herself. Why expend all this energy? Look, she's not even getting treats. This isn't even worth it.
She's not even getting treats."
And then you'll get the bed all made up and you'll let them back in and they'll jump in there and go, "Oh God, she got us a new bed, you guys."
That's exactly what's going to happen. As soon as I make it, Lilu will jump up and be like, "Here's my spot." And then Dude will go to the foot of the bed because that's where he likes to be. And then Inara will sit on the cat tree near the bed and just stare at us all from a high perch. That's
funny.
That's what will happen. So so I'm very excited to have a new bed, but I'm going to skip the gym on the day it's delivered because I'm going to get plenty of workout getting it into my house.
Oh my God, yes. Oh Lord.
Yes. But that's fine because we save so much money. I don't care that I have to pick it up myself and haul it up the stairs.
Lord.
So I'm excited. Yay.
Cool.
And we're getting the bed delivered before we leave on vacation. So I get to check something off the list before I leave for travel.
And then when you get home from vacation, you'll be like, "I love my new bed.
I have a new bed." Exactly.
Oh man.
I guess
ready for vacation, yeah?
Yeah, so Bob and I are driving to Yellowstone National Park.
How far is that?
It's 2 states away in Wyoming.
Oh gosh.
So it's going to take us 2 days to get there. The first night we're spending in the middle of Nevada. And then the second night we're actually spending in Idaho, in Twin Falls, Idaho, just outside, like 2 hours outside the entrance. Because Twin Falls is close to the border between Wyoming and Idaho. And it's like a 2-hour drive from Twin Falls to the entrance to Yellowstone, near our campground. And we have 2 nights, one in Nevada and one in Idaho before we actually get there. And then we're camping at Yellowstone, tent camping for almost a week, like 6 days.
Oh my gosh.
And then on the drive home, we're going through Salt Lake City. And we're going to spend a night in Salt Lake City because we've never been there and we've never been to Utah. And we thought, let's check out Utah on the way home. So yeah, we're going to be gone from like the 8th to like the 16th. And then the day after we get back, August 17th, is my first day of fall semester.
Wow.
So it's literally, I get 10 days of relaxation before 7 days, however many days it is of relaxation before I start school again.
So the non-camper in my brain is going, so you got a nice new cushy bed to sleep on and then said, "Let's go sleep on the ground"?
Yes. No, let's go sleep on army cots. We have a double army cot. So we have a nice tent that fits us, and then we have a framework that keeps us about 2 inches off the ground. So we have a full camping setup. Like I could live without a house. I have a whole kitchen. I have everything I need to live outside. Literally, the only thing I don't have is a shower. I don't have an outdoor shower. but I've got everything else.
The non-camper is like, so you bought a comfy new cooling gel mattress bed so you could sleep on an army cot? Okay.
Yep, pretty much. Well, we planned this trip back in December before we even knew about bed. But yeah, I'm very excited. I've never been to Yellowstone. We tried to go 2 years ago and it had to be canceled. And then last year, what we did is we moved our reservation to last summer. And then, of course, due to COVID, everything was closed. So we had to move our reservation again. Yellowstone was very nice, though, because we didn't outright cancel our reservation. We just kept pushing it out and pushing it out. They gave us a discount. They were like, we're going to give you 20% off because you've been so nice to hang with us through all this time. And we were like, thank you.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That beats trying to sign up in the rush when they finally reopen.
Oh, gosh. It was my understanding people were trying to sign up like a month or so ago when it was announced things were reopening. In June, when it was announced, everything's open, you can go, no mask, blah. And everything's been booked solid.
Well, you're getting 2 thumbs up in the chat room for going to Utah, and the mention of go to Snowbird just outside Salt Lake. It's very,
yes.
go up to Snowbird. Yeah, so,
nice. Yeah, so I'm very excited. Although, of course, one of the things the news has been full of since February is all the bear maulings that have been happening in that area. So, of course, I have my parents and my friends sending me stories of people being mauled by bears, and I'm just
people are dum-dums.
You guys are mean.
Wow.
People are
going to be
stupid
fine.
dum-dums.
Yeah, I read all the stories, and it's like, oh, these hikers were mauled by a bear because they wandered off the set paths to do some backcountry hiking. And I'm like, why? Don't.
Yeah.
And then one woman the woman from Chico who got dragged out of her tent and mauled in the middle of the night, she had fucking granola bars and snacks in her tent. And I'm not blaming them. It's a tragedy. I am sad that they are gone. But everybody knows you use the bear boxes. If you are camping where there's bears, you use the bear boxes. End of story. You don't even do that thing where you hang it from the tree because they climb the fucking tree. You're still drawing them to your campsite. Mm-hmm. Use the bear boxes.
Yeah.
And so we're going to do that.
And don't pet the bison. Don't try to pet the bison.
I ain't trying to pet anything.
Man, I bet the one time we drove through the Yellowstone, we saw a bison sort of sunning himself, I don't know, maybe 30 feet off the road. And I'm just looking at it and I'm like, that can't be a bison. That's got to be just like a gigantic rock. That's not possible that animal could be that big. It was laying down and it looked like this gigantic outcrop of rock. Yep. It was like, it was a shaggy, tawny brown color. And I'm like, how do people even think it's like remotely okay to go up and try to pet that?
I am smart enough.
Look, it's like an elephant. I mean, it's huge.
I am an idiot who wants to pet all the things. I readily admit that. But I am smart enough to know the difference between a domesticated animal and a wild one. And I know to keep my distance from the wild ones. A domesticated
cow can trample you, so don't go after the wild one, okay?
As someone who spent her dairy farm, her summers as a child on a dairy farm, yes, I have been charged by cows. And it happens.
Mm-hmm. That's the problem, is that a lot of people who've only lived in urban areas. I mean, I'm a townie. I've never lived on a farm. I've never been around animals except for like the zoo, I mean, but even I have been told, I've learned, people have told me wild animals are wild. You don't go near them. You don't pet, you respect nature, but a lot of folks have never been taught that. And if they've only been to zoos and seen animals behind bars, I know you're looking at the chat room.
So sorry. I'll fill you in a minute.
And they get out in the wild and there's no bars between them and the cute furry animals. And they think I can go up to the creature.
No,
a teddy bear is a teddy bear.
No.
They literally have no concept of wild animals.
Yeah.
And they literally just think it's safe because there's no bars between it and me.
That makes it worse.
They think.
And I know. Yeah. And just to answer RT Cruiser, yes, I will take pictures of every squirrel-like creature I can see, and I will text them to you. I will email them to you. I will post them on my Facebook page. You will get, if it even remotely looks like a squirrel, I will send it for you. And no, I'm talking about real bears, not the bears you see at gay campgrounds. Those bears,
not the bears you want in your bed.
Those bears, if you know them well enough, are okay to hug. They're okay, but not the ones that I'm used to dealing with. And then apparently the words bear box came across very differently before they saw the visual of what
You
an
gotta
actual
remember your
metal
audience.
bear box.
Yeah.
It's too early in the morning, you guys. We're not that kind of show.
Remember,
Yeah,
this is the ACES hour.
And,
But
Yeah.
yeah, so Yellowstone I'm looking forward to. It's the first vacation we've had in a long
That's
time.
going to be awesome.
that'll be so nice.
Yeah, and it's for our anniversary. It was supposed to be our 15th wedding anniversary trip 2 years ago. Now it's going to be our 17th wedding anniversary trip. So,
That's okay.
Nice.
we do what
Yeah.
we must. So I'm excited. So yeah, those are mostly my stuff. So
Yeah.
tell us some
Cool.
good things, Nick.
Oh,
Yes.
me. Just to add on to that, my first trip in Clover is coming up at the end of August. I'm going to go
That's
to
right.
Wenatchee. Yeah, so I'm looking forward
Clover
to that.
looks so good.
Her
Oh my
trailer
gosh.
looks great, you guys.
Oh, the pictures of her trailer are so pretty. So pretty.
But gosh, what about? I don't have a lot of uber personal stuff going on. I started a TikTok hobby
And it's hilarious.
that blew up. That blew up for me. Didn't blow up. It's not viral or anything like that. At first, it was a while ago that I told Christina I hate TikTok. Do you remember that? I just barely kind of logged onto it and was looking at it because I was curious.
Yeah,
And I was like, God, everything goes by so fast.
you're
and
all
it
over it now.
plays, and I hate it so much. And now, and then I started watching it and figuring it out, and I'm like, oh, this is fun.
I
this is
remember
funny, but
I
I'm
had
not
to
going
tell
to
you
post
to
videos.
tap the screen to pause it.
Yeah,
Because you were like, how do I read the comments without it keep playing over and over and over in loops? And I was like,
Yes.
tap the screen, it'll pause. It took me forever to learn that. But you're
Yeah.
way more up on this than I am now.
Well, and then I'm like, I'm not posting videos. This too, I don't want to,
Yes.
and then now I'm like posting videos and like being super ham. It's like making like little movies of your own. So you get to be like the director
You're
and
doing
the
a whole
actor and
storyline
the
thing.
writer.
and
What's
the
that?
editor.
You're doing
And
a
the
whole
editor.
storyline thing. You're doing this character thing.
A couple of them, yeah. Like
Yeah.
it's just, well, that's the dumb thing. The dumb thing that happened was there's this filter
Mhm.
called the Glow Look that puts this makeup on your face and
Mhm.
changes your eye color.
Mm-hmm.
And like the first time I used it, I was like, I look like an evil villain person
Yeah.
with this on. Like
Yeah.
it made my eyes look creepy.
Mm-hmm.
And I just labeled it. I posted it to my TikTok and I said, this is my evil twin.
Yeah.
And so now anytime I'm doing like a lip sync to some evil character voice, I put that filter on. So that's like this character now called Sadie. And it's like, I just have fun with it.
Nice.
So yeah.
I like the one you sent me the other night where you had the beard and mustache on.
Oh my God.
Oh,
Yeah,
that was so perfect.
yeah, I look pretty good as a dude.
Yeah, you did look good as a dude.
Yeah. So it's just fun. So if anybody wants to, check out
Follow
Nicole
Nick
Nowhere on
on-
TikTok.
Yeah. Follow Nick on TikTok.
I'm being silly. And I just posted one as an angel. It's not an angel, it's just me, but as
You
for
did an
somebody
angel character.
else's- Yeah,
Yeah.
Angel Gabriel. So that's being fun. So yeah, I'm having fun on the TikTok lands.
Yay.
Kind of what
That
I've
is
been
cool.
doing.
I was watching.
Yeah.
I was on TikTok for a long time, just scrolling through and watching videos, and I have a bunch of people I follow. And now I've been so crazy busy that if
Yeah.
I log in more than once a week, it's an accomplishment.
Yeah.
That means I've had free time more than once a week.
You're so busy with school and everything.
Right now I'm on a break from school, but I'm taking that certification class. So
Right.
it's like I'm not on a break from school. It's very weird. It's going to be interesting once fall semester starts to see. Of course, once work slows down, that would be lovely.
Yeah.
Is that
would
going
be
to happen?
Yeah, summers are always the worst time, which is one of the reasons why I'm just going to get all my stuff out now so that you guys can do the last half hour and I'll watch the chat room.
No, it's okay.
Because my last two things are work and school, and I can knock them out right now in like a minute.
come out.
So summer is, as weird as it sounds, because I work for a school, summer is the busiest time for the district office. The school sites are closed, so you'd think it would be slower, but it's not. Summer is the busiest time because it's when anybody who left has to get cycled out, and anyone who's being hired in gets cycled in, and we're setting up all the new staffing and the new budget and everything for the new year. And then so then it's just go from about June 1st till somewhere around mid-September. It's go. There is no pause. There is no stop. In fact, my work gripe today is when I'm done recording with you guys, when I'm done doing this live show, I go into work today.
No.
Oh.
No.
Yes.
I was so afraid you were going to say that.
Oh, fuck. Our call ends in 5 minutes.
Oh, no.
What?
Oh, shit.
Fuck you.
Oh, our Zoom call, you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
That's
I'm-
never happened before.
Nope.
Oh,
this
that's
is a brand new
because-
thing.
That's because Zoom has been enforced. It started.
This
enforcing
isn't
the
Zoom,
40
you
minute
guys.
thing.
This isn't
Oh, it isn't
Zoom.
Oh, it isn't Zoom.
Okay, keep talking.
Talk,
Okay,
because
we'll
I got
keep
nope.
talking.
I have to get a credit card. Go talk.
Okay,
Okay.
talk. Okay, so,
So tell
I
your-
will talk about the D&D story. How about that?
Yay!
We're gonna make this work, people. Nobody panic. So oh my god, in the middle of Pride 48.
You know,
Of course it would
normally
happen in the
we
middle
go
of Pride
2-3
48.
hours on these calls and nothing
Yeah,
ever
this
stops
is
us.
the
so.
first time this has ever happened.
That
How
is weird.
fun is that? That's like your collect call in the middle of a payphone.
Please deposit
Please
40 cents for the next
add
5
40
minutes.
cents. So yeah, so in the middle of Christina's, we'll switch over to D&D.
Yeah.
So this is the worst segue ever. So we play Dungeons and Dragons, don't we, TJ?
We do. We completely online. Larry and I each on our own computers in our house, and you in Olympia, and Delana is now she's in Vegas, right?
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
she's in Utah.
Oh,
actually.
Utah. Okay.
Yeah, and so we've talked about our game before.
Yeah.
And what we currently, I know a few of our listeners enjoy it. Not everybody likes listening to D&D stories, but
We're fine.
we're just we're fine.
Yeah,
Do
go
we want to
finish.
go back to
nope.
what you were
Finish,
talking
finish,
about?
finish.
Well, I haven't actually started yet.
I can't believe that fucking happened. I'm so sorry, you guys.
Fastest
it's
credit card in
okay.
the West.
Oh, so annoying. I hate this bullshit. No warning.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. I didn't know that apparently Google Meet had changed to where now you have to be a paid subscription if you want to talk for more than an hour. So,
Oh my gosh.
no, I have to
that
go into
wasn't
work
known.
today because month-end payroll deadline was Friday, and the payroll department didn't make it.
Oh.
They didn't make
Oh
it.
my god.
And so they were supposed to lock at 5 p.m. Friday night, and they're not done. And so, in their
Are they
defense,
working this weekend?
yes, I have to. I'm going in because I'm the one with the key and the alarm code.
Wow.
But
Do you have to actually work, or do you just let people in and then go home?
I'm not allowed to leave. I have to be the one to reset the alarm when they're done and lock up the building. So I'm going to work on some of my stuff while I'm there. I'm actually there to help them. That's the problem.
Okay.
They're freaking out because they're like, "What do we do?" And I'm like, "You finish it. That's what you.
Right.
That's what you do."
Finish it.
Well, and they were freaking out Friday, and I told them, I said, "Here's the deal. The county doesn't actually start processing until 10 a.m. the day following lock, which means you were supposed to lock today at 5, but they're not going to start working on it till 10 a.m. Monday, which means
Right.
we have the weekend. So long as you don't try to lock anything, because once we lock, only the county can unlock us." I said, "We can work on it over the weekend." I said, "I can't do Saturday, but I can do Sunday." And they were
Gotcha.
like, "Okay." But in their defense, my school district agreed to a salary schedule increase in mid-June, which is way too late in the school year for that stuff. And they agreed to a retro lump sum payment as a thank you for the staff for staying with them through COVID. So it's a good reason, but
Even the ones who moved out of state.
well, no, the rule is you had to be employed with us. You could not have turned in a resignation or retirement notice prior to the agreement. So as long as you hadn't retired or resigned yet and you were still an employee, then you qualified.
Nice.
But they agreed to it in mid-June. Our last payroll of the year is at the end of June.
Gotcha. So
So basically what they, and when you're doing a retro, the way it works in the state of California, when you're doing a retro payment, you have to report 1 month of the new salary base, the increased salary base, before you can pay the retro lump sum amount. So we had one payroll, the June month-end payroll, to report the new salary base. So in June, we scrambled to get everybody updated to the new salary basis so that we could report it then. And then in July, you can pay the retro because our fiscal year starts July 1st. So on July 1st, people move to their new step.
Wow.
right, on the salary schedule. So we would have lost our time frame to report that one increased salary base. That's only that's, because they only had that salary for June. Now in July, they have a totally different one if they've moved a step. And so now we're trying to pay retro on that one salary base we reported, right? It's a whole process. They really need to give at least 3 months availability if there's going to be a retro. If it was just a salary schedule increase, it would be nothing. But because it came with a retro, it became much more complicated and much more of a problem. And so they're trying to get all the retros in.
Wow.
And it's just a mess. So that's what we're doing. So I work today.
Okay.
Anyways, work thing.
I'm sorry.
And then,
So kind of,
Good thing we're doing this early.
right.
I
And
was
then
going to say, so it worked out actually that we're.
this does work out. And then it's one of those things where for school's going to start soon. School is the one thing I'm not worried about because not only did I win that scholarship I mentioned on our last show,
Yes.
but I found out last week I also qualified for a federal grant. So
Nice.
all of my
So
tuition
nice.
and books are paid for the
That is
next
so
year.
Wonderful. You
My
so
fall
deserve
and spring
that.
semesters are completely covered. And I'm even going to have a little money left over to cover the following fall.
All right.
So
Wow.
the one thing I have kind of taken off my shoulders is how am I going to pay for school in the next year? It's all
Golf
handled.
clap.
So I want to say thank you to Joe Biden and the new Department of Education for expanding the access to federal working student grants because my college got awarded much more than they normally did. So they were able to expand those grants to students who normally do not qualify. And I am one of them. So I was
so
very
wonderful.
excited to
Daniel's
not have to worry about
hoping
those
that you'll
things.
have enough left over to buy a camp shower.
Most
So
of
if
them-
you do in
camp
fact become,
shower.
if you do in fact become homeless, you'll have it all.
I'm a YMCA member. I always have access to a shower.
Oh, very good.
I love it.
And
I love it.
Larry is doing great. I'm surprised he hasn't popped out here and stuck his head in the camera. So
I know you guys saw Bob in the background
We did see Bob.
because he came in here to grab his bag. He's leaving. He works today too.
I missed Bob. I was looking at something else, looking
I'm
at the
sorry.
chat room or something.
Aw.
But I see Dude.
Yes, there's dude is walking in right now.
So
keeps
Nicole,
walking
please
in and
do
out.
your
So please
D&D
do the
story.
D&D.
Okay, so our intrepid adventurers are between major quests right now. They just finished a major quest they successfully succeeded at, and right now they're just in town trying to gather supplies for their next major quest.
Fapping
And,
about.
yeah, and however in town there's a fugitive loose that the town guard are trying to find. They think it's a slaver that has come off of a boat, and everybody's trying to catch this slaver. And TJ's character conscripted some children.
On several occasions.
Yeah, on several occasions she's conscripted children in town to help her. Her
Because
character,
I like give them I buy them treats at the bakery and then bring it out and it's like, do you guys want to hear a story? Because my character's a storyteller. And so they sit there and stuff themselves with sugar, and I tell them a little story because my character's a half orc, so there's lots of lore that I just make up on the spot. And so I have kind of a little following in a couple
Yeah.
parts of town.
the children of town like her character, and they kind of follow her and ask for stories and stuff. And so she gave these kids like some silver and said, hey, if you see a suspicious looking character who matches X description, hey, just let me know. And so as the adventurers are kind of going through town, they happen to see these particular kids darting through town like they're chasing someone. So they follow the kids, and the kids have like cornered at this waterfall in town, this park that has a waterfall, and you can get behind the waterfall, but there's like nowhere to go if you go back there, and they've cornered someone back there. And kind of long story short, as the adventurers get the kids away, they do discover this is the fugitive back there. And as they try to capture this person, they almost got by them, but TJ's character rolled high enough to catch this slippery character, and they are able to question them and discover that this person, who was a stowaway on a ship of slavers, that's why everybody thinks this person is a slaver, is actually stowed away because she was escaping from the country where it's a country that has slavery. And it turns out this person is actually high-level abolitionist in the country who had to get away from the country because there had been kind of a crackdown on that movement. And if they can't help this person get out of the city, because the city is just on super high alert that this person is a slaver, and the country that they're in has a zero tolerance policy towards slavery. Like when they realized this was a slaver ship that had snuck into their harbor, they literally executed all of the slavers on the ship with like no trial, nothing. And so the adventurers are now like helping this person.
Shit. Yeah.
They're hiding this person, and they're going to have to try and figure out a way to get her out of town because they believe her. So yeah, that turned out to be a switch they weren't expecting.
And along the way, so the kids who cornered this person, who recognized from the description and cornered the right person, and then we saw them running after, so that's why we followed them. But we had to basically kind of tell them, "Good job! Yeah, this person looks exactly like the person I told you to find. Keep looking. That was awesome. But this person's actually just a visitor here for the festival," and and kind of pawn them off with some money to go get sweets. But the first time my character Jacques employed children was because she was chasing after somebody, and she was pretty sure she had seen them go through a door into a building, and the building turned out to be a bakery. And she thought, if I go around, I can't get in this door, it's locked. If I go around the front and go through the front doors, this person could just escape right out the door I think they just went into. So she called the kids over and said, "Sit down here on the stairs, right all around this door. I got a surprise for you." And she goes into the bakery and she buys a whole bunch of like cupcakes and stuff and comes back out. So the kids have been watching the door the whole time. And she gives them the cupcakes and she's like, "Dig in, enjoy yourselves. I'll be back in a little bit." Because figuring if this person now runs out of the bakery, they're going to like run into a bunch of kids and slip and fall, frosting everywhere. It's a fairly good slow down situation method. So she goes in the bakery and it turns out the person left through another door anyway, and the baker knew them and told me who it was. So it was like, "Oh, you're kidding me, that's who it was?" So but then she comes out and she's talking to the kids, and it's been a 2 or 3 times now that there's been like serious bribery with treats from the bakery to make sure these kids will do something and help me out and let me know if they find something. So they are now my bakery street irregulars.
It's so perfect
for any Sherlock Holmes.
I like it.
That's a terrible pun.
Yeah, that's what makes D&D so fun, is just how things roll out so unexpectedly and so tailored to the players. I really enjoy it.
Yes. No, it's good. It's good. We've got about 15 minutes left. So what else do we want to talk?
Let's see.
You have a work gripe, or was that
already
the work
did
gripe?
all of that.
That was
that's all having to go in. Okay.
But you're competing for something at work, Tej.
So, there's tons.
I'm curious about this.
Well, there's tons of industry associations that people belong to at work. So, we're members of the Large Public Power Council. We're members of American Public Power Association. There's a gazillion, and then there, individual departments might be like, I'm also a member of the American Institute for CPAs because I still hold my CPA certificate. I just never worked at a CPA firm long enough to get the license, which also means I don't have to do a whole bunch of continuing professional education. Yay. But, it's a funny name, especially this is going to probably generate some comments in the chat room. There is a professional organization for risk and insurance management. It's the Risk and Insurance Management Society, and yes, their acronym is RIMS. And I'm what they call an associate member because I work in risk management. So essentially I gave them my email address and no money, and I get a very, very, very limited access to the stuff on their website, but I get a gazillion emails from them. And their classes are expensive. I mean, so many places offer free or low cost classes to people who are members, but RIMS is like, our class is $3,500, $3,000 if you're a member. I'm like, damn. So
I feel your pain. The certification class I'm taking through CASBO has cost me $5,200.
Mm-hmm.
And it's paid for by me, not by my employer.
And yes, I
That's
see, Greg, the
intense.
National Office of RIMS has open RIMS jobs. You better believe it. So the other day I got this email from RIMS, and it's something like, so I work for Enterprise Risk Management, ERM. Is your ERM program noteworthy, or something like that in the title? I'm like, yeah, you damn right, my ERM program that I devised all by myself with a little bit of help from my 2 different bosses I've had is pretty noteworthy. We're people, other PUDs are coming to us to ask us how we do risk management. And then a couple of years ago, my boss and I went down to Arizona for a large public power council conference, and both of us presented on 2 completely different risk topics about here's how we do it, and everybody was like, ooh, because we think we think that we do it pretty well, and apparently some other people do too. And the bond rate, we sell bonds to pay for our big capital projects. So I mean, we might issue 150, 200 million dollars in bonds in a year, not every year, but some years. And so the rating agencies like Moody's and Standard & Poor's and Fitch come in, and they look at everything we're doing. They're like, okay, yeah, we think you have enough revenue and assets and stuff that you're a pretty safe bet to issue bonds. You won't default on them. So, we'll give you a AA+ rating or whatever. And we have really high bond ratings, really high. I mean, we get to pay really low interest on our bonds because this is so boring. Because we are so
boring,
solid.
but we do have questions in the chat room. So when you're done with your story,
okay.
we have questions for you.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't.
No.
see that.
Finish your story.
No.
But Gary wants to know when you're doing more theater. But finish your story.
I am not doing any theater anytime soon, but I have bought 2 tickets to go to live theater at the end of this summer. So we're coming back. And I see Greg has found that there are RIMS jobs available. So for those of you who are interested,
But
anyway,
not just the ratings. What are you doing?
Okay, so
For the context.
I just finished up with the ratings. The rating agencies have specifically mentioned in their documents that come with our ratings that we do a bang up job at risk management. Okay, so this is big. So I get this thing, and it's like, we're holding this contest to see, we want to recognize enterprise risk management programs that are, good and notable. And I'm like, I could win that.
Nice.
Yes, you
So
can.
I go out to that, because we've been doing this for 10 years. We're a 10-year overnight sensation. Okay, we've been
Yeah.
working
That's
our
how it
butts off
always works.
for 10 years, and just in the last couple of years, people have been like, shit, fuck, damn, you guys do risk management really good.
Yeah.
So I go out to their website and I start filling out the application form, and that's when I realized they want a frickin' essay for every one of these questions. It's like, they ask a question and there's like 4 bullet points. Be specifically mentioned, and there's like 4 or 5 bullet points. I'm like, oh crap, that's gonna take forever.
That's going to take time. Yeah.
So I copy all the questions off the website, and then I start working on it in a Word document, because when I write, I change my mind every 30 seconds. So
yeah.
on and off over about 3 days, I wrote 12 pages.
Wow.
Let's say 10, because some of it was, the questions took up some room. But I get it all done, and I'm like, holy crap, that is some good shit. I'm glad I did this, because even if my boss says we cannot apply for this, or somebody says don't do it, this is my what do you call it? Your CV. Yeah. This is what I've been doing for 10 years.
Magnum opus.
This is my magnum opus. And so on Friday, I basically, surprise, boss, I want to apply for this prize because I want an award for the work that I've done for the last 10 years. Let me know if you see anything in here that I shouldn't have said. Let me know by the end of next week, because I want to send this in. So, and if I forgot something, let me know. So, yeah. So I'm trying to get a prize at work.
Why not?
That's so cool.
It's a lot of work. You've done a lot of work.
I've been thinking all the time about retirement, but I'm like, man, if I could win this award from RIMS and go out on a high note, that would be so awesome.
Nice.
It would be. And I mean, you have been doing that for so long and working so hard at it. And the fact that people are noticing, I think that's so cool.
And what's funny is all the stuff that I regularly bitch about. I hate that we have to do this every year. I hate that we have to do this every other year. I'm so tired of revising policies. All of that's in there. It's like, oh, I get to brag about the fact that we do this every year. I get to brag about the fact that we do this every other year. It's like, okay. I guess I kind of see the point of what I do now.
Nice.
Well, yeah, I mean, what you do is necessary. It may not seem like How many times have we all been like, oh God, I got to do this and it's nothing. And then it's like, when you look at it from the big picture, it's necessary.
A lot of what I do, I joke about that. It's so somebody can check a box and say, yeah, we do that.
But
So-
it's still necessary.
It's, it makes things a lot easier in other realms. The fact that I manage this risk management program means that the treasurer, when she goes and talks to bond rating agencies, is like, and if you have any questions, go talk to that gal over there because she is our risk guru.
Exactly.
And then our insurance guy comes back and he says, everybody else is getting a big old increase in their insurance rates, their premiums, and they're finding it hard to get liability insurance. But because we're so good at what we do here, we actually got a very modest increase, and we got all the insurance we wanted. So
Right.
it's,
You make other people's work days easier.
we're the mortar between the bricks sometimes.
Yeah.
It's like it doesn't show up right away. So anyway,
Yeah.
that's my trying for a prize story.
I'm super proud of you.
I'm so stoked. I'm like, I don't know how many people. RIMS is more than nationwide. I think they go into
International,
Canada, maybe.
possibly.
I don't know how international they are, but I think they're definitely active in Canada and some other places. So
Got it.
I don't know if they're going to get 10 submittals, because this was a fairly chewy submittal form, or 1,000. I have no idea what caliber of talent I'm up against, but I'm like, I have a
All
good
you
story
can do
to
is
tell.
try. At least you'd rather say, well, I tried, than wonder
Yeah.
if you could have and you didn't.
Yeah.
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 We've got 7 minutes left. I do
Okay.
want to say that the next show on the schedule is Swanner and Judd Reviews.
Yes.
So
Nice.
stick around in the chat if you can. I'm going to be listening at work for the rest of the day, so I won't be in the chat
Poor
room.
baby.
But I am
Yeah.
gonna have the channel playing in my ears, so I will be listening to everything that goes on the rest of the day. I just can't be in the chat while I'm at work.
And I'll be listening on and off, but I'll also probably be outside doing a little more.
But I
training.
definitely want to tell people to stick around for Swanner and Judd and for the rest of the day, because Pride 48 live streaming weekend is important. It's a
Yay.
big deal.
I'll be listening to while I work on my D&D campaign, because Tuesday's coming up.
Oh, it's going to be Swanner and Burlingame today.
Oh, there's been a change.
There has been a
It's
surprise.
Swanner and Matt. Yay!
The part
Fun.
of Judd will be played by Matthew Burlingame today.
Yes. And okay, is there anything else? Is there things we're looking forward to coming up?
I might be getting all my, I am, I just don't know when, getting all the carpet, the old icky carpet torn out of my condo, and
Oh, wow.
I want to say hardwood floor, but I don't have the right underlayment for it, so I'm getting luxury vinyl engineered hardwood
Some
floor.
of that stuff is super nice. You can't even tell the difference. So
Yeah.
hey,
No,
it's gonna look good.
for
very
sure.
It's going to be
cool.
so much easier to clean up the cat puke.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna have bats relocated out of my carport.
You have,
Gary, you
you
definitely
have
need to come-
bats.
you need to come.
Wait. You have
Wait, what?
bats in your carport?
I do.
Ew.
Halloween has come early to Nicole's house.
Yeah, they've been there for a while, and there's more of them now because the wee little droppings are starting to show up a little more aggressively. So I'm like, yeah, it's been
Okay.
tolerable for a while, but now I'm like, nope.
Is there like a group that'll come and safely relocate them, or are they being
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah, they'll come in. It's pest control, but they're a protected species, so
Oh,
they'll
fantastic.
come and relocate them, and they'll do an abatement so they can't re-enter the carport.
Very
So,
cool. Very cool.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm just looking
So-
forward to not having to. I'm looking forward to the stupid payroll being locked so that I can
Yeah.
go back to doing
Yeah.
my job.
That's like so frustrating.
And your
on a
vacation.
freaking
You're looking forward to
Sunday.
your vacation.
I am, but it's coming up faster than I would like, because here's the thing: we lost a lot of people. We didn't lose them to COVID, but we lost them because of COVID. A lot of people, anyone who could afford to retire did. A lot of
Right.
people relocated out of the area. So we don't, and now that we're going back to in person, the teachers are like, can't come back. So we're hiring 70 new teachers this year.
Oh my
70.
God.
Wow.
I have to have all of them input into our budget system and into the payroll department before I leave on August 8th. And HR hasn't even started doing their part.
Twitch.
So I am literally cobbling together by
Wow.
stealing the forms from the background of our software department as the employees are filling them out, because we have an online application system. So as they're filling out their tax forms and stuff, I'm stealing them from the background instead of waiting for them to make their way to me in the approval process, because HR's fucking sitting on them. So it's the only way I can get everything to payroll before I leave on the 8th, because when I come back, payroll's getting ready to lock again. So I have to have everything to her before I leave.
I
So-
approve of this ninja stealing of everything.
the only reason I can do this is because I figured out how to get all the stuff out of the background from the workflow process before it goes through the management approval.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm ninjaing it all, and I'm going to piss off the HR director, but I really don't care. So so that's part of
Understood.
what I'm working on today. That's part of what I'll be doing while payroll's doing their thing.
Incredible.
There's a funny gif in the chat room right now.
Yeah.
HR Tech Talk. May HR be with you.
Look, HR is awesome, and she's frazzled too. So I don't want to. I even told the HR technician, I said, I'm doing this to save you from getting emails from me at the last minute going, where is all of this? And she was like, I'm fine. And I was like, and then I was like, don't tell so-and-so, the HR director. I said, don't tell them I'm doing this. I'm just letting you know so that when you're emailing me in a panic, because I'll be like, I got it. I got it. You know? And so her and I are in cahoots.
Cahoots.
In the last 2 minutes, I guess I should tell everyone to email us at nowherestaff@gmail.com. And then you can call us at 669-500-5629. And our email or our website is just a blog site. It's nowherepod.com. And there's really not much up there yet. I still haven't figured it out. I am doofus.
And I'm supposed to jump on there and
Because
look
you
back
know
too,
how to
and
work
I've-
Blogger, and I don't.
I've been bad, so
Yeah.
I need to do that.
It's, it is what it is. We're all doing so many other things that, but I can't. I do not have the bandwidth to figure it out. I created it and it's sitting there. So
Yeah.
that's it. I just wanted a
figure it out.
repository for shows. Anyways, we have a minute. Do you guys want to say bye?
Just thanks to everybody in the chat room. We've had a good and active chat room, and we love that. Thanks for the questions. I'm sorry if I missed anything I was supposed to see.
Sorry
love
for
you
being
guys.
frazzled. Love you guys.
We love you guys.
Love
and
you so much.
appreciate your cheering us on in the background there.
Greetings from nowhere. Greetings from nowhere.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Early 2000s and 80s, like just what made sense. And a lot of today's jokes have a lot of reference to back days and those times. So if you really want to feel like, if you don't want to feel lost anymore, have a movie
watch
night.
those.
I'm
What was that
telling you.
one with Eddie Murphy and Robin Givens where
And a lot of today's
So
jokes
I
have a lot
think
of reference
we
to back
should
days.
be connected. Now I do have the stream going on in the background, so we can hear ourselves as long as we take over. It will take a moment or two, and they'll let us know if they can hear us or not. Okay, so I can hear us, so I'll turn that down. Everybody please confirm if you have a moment in the chat room to let us know that we are live. Daniel is typing. Oh god, that kind of still gives me a little thrill.
I'm gonna hit you if you don't shut up.
Oh, I'm okay. Anyway, all right. You ready?
Are we?
Yeah, we're good. We're good. Here we go.
Hello and welcome back to Swanner and Judd Review. I'm Tom Swanner.
And I'm Brian Judd. Well,
Wait, no, you're not.
Oh,
No.
Oh.
No, Brian couldn't be here because he's not going to get his ass up at fucking 6 o'clock in the morning so he can be here so Matt can just do it. That's pretty much the word from Judd.
well, it's a good thing I watched a few movies this week then.
Oh, that's different.
You
okay.
said it.
Well, anyway, it has been just, as usual, it's been like a full week for me because, as Brian would put it, I got nothing else to do. So, and this is, because I've had some people ask how you feel, how I get to all my different shows. And one of the things that I do is that I have my filler shows.
You steal it.
Well, no, you steal it.
What?
I have filler shows like Cougar Town,
Mm-hmm.
Big Mouth, And thankfully now I have Working Moms, Mr. Mercedes, which is on Peacock, which is really fun. It's just, it's a Stephen King, but it's one of Stephen King's where he was doing, the monsters were humans, just evil human beings. And this one is he's a cop who's, or Brendan Gleeson's a cop who's still trying to find out who the killer was who drove a Mercedes into a group of people waiting to get a job. One of those early morning where people are hanging out at like 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to be first in line to get that job.
Right.
Well, this guy in a Mercedes just tears through this group of like probably 100 people, kills 16 of them, and now he's taunting Brendan Gleeson, and Brendan Gleeson wants to know who this killer is. Anyway, it's really good. I'm really enjoying the show, but it's one of my regular throw in there. It's like it's funny because at 10 o'clock at night, because Sean, if he's working in the morning, we'll do like a Big Mouth, then we'll do a Cougar Town, and then we'll throw in a Working Mom if we have time. So it's this continue. I can't have any slow time.
Right.
I can't turn on an album and listen to music. No, there's got to be a visual, and it can't be a video. So that's kind of my life.
Okay.
So moving on to the important stuff, which is High School Musical, the musical, the series, season 2, episode 9.
Okay.
Production. Okay, so what's happened is so far this season they've been producing Beauty and the Beast. So this is Beauty and the Beast is going up into it's like an Alan Menken who wrote the music to Beauty and the Beast.
Right.
It's like a special scholarship awards thing. So they're entering themselves into this by doing Beauty and the Beast, and a rival school also did Beauty and the Beast. So the whole season has been back and forth of, they're stealing from us. No, they're stealing from, like, one of those things. While romance, flourishes and also fades.
And gay romance, right?
Yes, they have. Well, it's Disney. They always have gay romance anymore, even though they don't want to.
Yeah,
they do, because they moved, Love Victor to Hulu because it was, I think, too gay.
Right.
But if you watch High School Musical, the series, season 2, this is so gay too. They've got kissing.
Well, it seems like their entire cast comes out like every other week.
That's the other thing. Well, it was weird because one of the lead girls, it's Olivia somebody. I never.
Dan Haviland?
No.
Oh.
But I never knew what their who they were outside of the show. Well, all of a sudden she shows up at the White House to help promote kids to go out and get the over 12 to get their shot.
Right.
And I'm like, who's that? And, it's like, this is the lead from High School Musical, the series, season 2. And I'm like, oh my God, that's her. So I was very excited because I just thought these people were, as a lot of young people in the business are, Disney kids.
Yeah.
And they usually stay Disney kids. Very few break out like the Justin Timberlakes and the Britney Spears, but they're doing it now.
Still trying to break out, apparently.
But you're right. There's like half the male cast is now gay.
Yeah.
And then on 13 Reasons Why, one of the boys just went trans.
Yes.
Or not went trans, but is calling himself
transitioning.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's just like it's a part of me is like amazed by it, but also, God, if we had less shit to deal with when we were in high school because we could be who we wanted to be, how amazing would that have been?
Oh, I know. We would have been like megastars right now.
Well, or just happy and not scared of being exposed, or because if you believe me, and you probably. Did you try to kiss a boy or something, or had a crush that people knew about?
No, but I wrote a letter, and it made it into the vice principal's office. He sat me down and told me that if I was that way, it's not okay, and I better hide it.
Okay, yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And imagine, I had a friend whose nephew, kept kissing boys until his father beat it out of him. And now he's heterosexual. It's an ugly story. Not that he's heterosexual, just that they beat the gay out of him. Literally beat the gay out of him. So seeing stuff like this makes me so happy that kids have somebody their age that they can at least see on television.
Yeah.
And they're seeing it on the Disney Channel.
Right.
even
Now, do you
better.
think the Disney is making them gay?
No, I don't think it's Disney. I think that's probably HBO Max.
Okay.
Have you seen their lineup?
Oh my God.
They've got an actual like Pose, but this is a real show where they're following people doing the drag
Wow.
balls and stuff.
That's great.
So and then it doesn't stop there. I finally had to stop adding to my wish list of the gay shows because I can't keep up with them.
That's
it-
awesome.
Which is great, but
Yeah.
it's and remember we were saying during Chubb's Gone Wild a few months ago. I said, well, my big concern is that with all these new black limited series and black shows that are coming out, that I'm worried that they're going to overdo it. And you said, but can we see too much of that? And I'm like, I think we can. And the reason why is because I don't watch the gay shows, and I should. We had a documentary, Pride, during Hulu, and during June on Hulu, that I kept saying, oh, people, you need to watch these shows and learn about the past and blah, blah,
Right.
blah. But, I've already seen all these shows, and I know about the past, so I'm finding I'm not watching them because there's so many of them. And they do cross a lot of the same information.
Now, was
over
that
and
the
over
one
again.
about HIV? The early
No.
days of HIV? It's a sin. I still can't get myself
that's
to
HBO
watch
Max
that
again.
one.
So,
yeah.
so that's what I'm saying. Because we had just gone from them to Underground Railroad, and I remember I had said, I don't know that I can watch black people being tortured again. I need to take a break.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying
get
about
that.
too many shows on the same, and it is the same subject, but it's not. It's really hard after a while
Right.
to watch miserable kids coming out or not being able to come out, or black people being oppressed, and
Or older gay guys dying of AIDS.
yeah.
And it's just like, okay, can we see these people, our people, whatever people, different people, in a positive scenario now?
Well, back when I wrote my plays back in the early 2000s, late 1990s, I specifically wanted to write plays that didn't deal with. They might have some coming out issues, but we're always coming out,
Right.
as gay men. But I didn't want this to be all about who's died in our past.
Right.
And because that's what all the plays were. It was always HIV issues, and it was people
Coming
dying
out
and just
and struggling for our rights.
Yes.
Those are the only things gay shows
and
were
so
about.
I just want to do something light and lovely, and so we're finally getting to that place now. Speaking of, did you watch all of Why Women Kill?
I
season?
made it through 3 episodes of season 1.
Okay, because you're going to find one of those issues comes up at the end of season 1.
Oh.
And it's like, okay, I guess I should have seen it coming.
Okay.
But you'll see. But I'll tell you, Why Women Kill. First of all,
Oh, right, because that storyline's the 80s.
right.
Got it.
Okay, I don't even have to tell you.
Right.
Okay.
I didn't see that coming, though.
But what I did love about Why Women Kill, I like the fact that they have these great female characters.
Yes.
Strong, independent female characters that actually, some of them go from being almost faunish to being like this powerhouse, and I really like that part. But you have to wait a long time for anyone to kill.
I know. I'm on episode 3, and I'm like,
Girl,
okay.
they don't kill until the last episode.
Oh my gosh.
I
Okay,
know.
Well,
and I'm like, but it's the buildup is worth it, because I stopped watching it for who are they going to kill or how are they going to kill. But I got sucked into the story because Mark Cherry, who is the producer, he has a great way of camping storylines that are fun to watch.
Right. Because I'll tell you, the first storyline, the kind of 50s, 60s-ish one, I was kind of like, okay. And now I'm like, no, can we get back to that one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm finding that was my favorite of the three as well. And it wasn't just because of the clothes and the cars.
Right.
Although they were spectacular. But
Yes.
the last episode of that one, you're going to want to kill.
Oh.
Just let you know.
Okay.
You're going to want to kill. I didn't watch Kevin Can Fuck Himself this week because I've got one sitting there waiting for me. Now, this is the one with Annie Murphy from Schitt's Creek. She's caught in a sitcom. She's a drama caught in a sitcom, which is a clever concept. Except I hate the sitcom. And it's an hour-long show, and it's usually half the show. So you're watching half a show to get to the other half that's more interesting and more likable, and you just hate this. And I love sitcoms, but then it really makes me hate sitcoms. Have you seen any of the episodes?
No.
If you watch the first one, you're just gonna want to shoot yourself because it's like, where is this gonna go?
Okay.
Oh my god! And then it takes you about 4 episodes before you start really getting the feel for it. And by then, I'm like, do I really want the feel?
Right.
I'm not sure I do.
Oh, by the way, real quick, let's welcome everybody. Thank you for everybody that's in the chat room, including Jaina.
Oh,
has
she
joined
got
us.
through.
Yay.
Thank God. Last night she was, matting out about how to get on. So,
well, she figured it out.
Yay.
Awesome.
Okay. This week on Evil, which is it's my favorite show to watch. I look forward to it now. And today's Sunday, there's a new episode today, so I'll probably go home, and in between my next gig, I'll probably make breakfast and watch it because I like to eat breakfast and watch, or lunch and watch it. I don't know why.
And new Evil drops on Sunday, so that just fits right in.
So last week though was kind of a weird episode because right now what we've been dealing with is there's this evil guy Leland who wants to get an exorcism, but he's like the devil's right-hand man. We know this from season 1, and he's hilarious. He's a hilarious character. Oh my god, he's one of those that anyone would want to play. I mean, he's evil, but he's also high camp, and
nice.
It's just, I can't explain it. But when you see him, he's one of those that's going, "Oh my god, the holy water is burning me," and then he'll look over at the guy he's fucking with, going, "Are you believing me? Do you believe what I'm saying?" And he's like, "What?" And the other priest doesn't hear it, and it's like, "Oh my god." Oh, so you're like, okay, I love this guy. But and so the main character is this woman who's part of a 3-person group of devil finders, I guess. Demon hunters.
Yeah.
They're working for the church. One is one's a guy who's going to become a priest. The woman is kind of, she's in between,
like an apostate or something,
little agnostic, and then you've got a guy who's totally different religion, but doesn't believe that anything is real. And of course, when shit starts happening to him, he's freaking out, and that's really fun. But this week there were zombies, and it was a group of like a place like Amazon where they were actually making them zombies so they'd work long hours, not complain about it, and they would just they're shuffling along, but they're they get home from work, they sleep, they get up and go back to work, and no complaining. And so one of her daughters, the main character's daughters, and her father works for this company, so they figured out. They went to a voodoo place, found out how to stop it, and it was weird because I don't want to see kids in this.
Yeah, I get you.
The kids are supposed to be the victims at this point. I hate saying it that way, but you want to keep the evil away from the children is kind of where the show goes, and the overall storyline is that there is a fertilization company, a reproduction fertilization thing.
Yes.
Basically what they're doing is they're
test tube baby type thing.
Right. They're impregnating women with devil babies. I know, which is even and the thing is, all this is done with like a wink and a nod. So it's not. It's some of it's there's some really scary parts, but mostly it's really fun.
Okay.
So those of you that really had a good time with things like X-Files, that type of show, where it's like there were scary parts, but you were still really caught up in the storylines, and it usually was pretty funny. There was usually a sense of humor running through X-Files. Same thing here.
Okay.
And that's on Paramount Plus.
Nice.
Okay, RuPaul this week. Do we have any questions? Do we have anything? Nothing? You keep looking.
No,
okay.
no, I just checked, but yeah, no, we're good.
And I didn't even have the caffeine pill.
I know, right?
Okay, so RuPaul this week. This is season 6, All Stars. They did. Okay, Romerica Horror Story.
Yes, actually, they talked
Coven
a little
Girls.
bit about that.
Yes,
Yeah.
and the girl that went home was Akira. But they're actually, it's one of those situations where we're dealing with a all-stars and nobody really leaves. There's a game within the game. So they're going to bring all the girls back who have already left at one point, most likely to give one of them a second chance. That's usually how it
works. Is Shangela in there?
No.
Yeah.
No. Wrong season. But what I loved about this was it was all based on American Horror Story, and they all showed up at this one location, all the remaining queens, because they were trying out to be the supreme supermodel, which is Jessica Lange was the supreme witch,
right?
And so based on that, and what they did ahead of time, they had once they told them what the thing was going to be, they had a little video interview with Angela Bassett,
who, by the way, is the running mascot of Pride 48 this weekend.
No,
we decided on Friday.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, what I loved about and even if you can't see the whole show, if you can only see that part, which is, by the way, is also on Paramount Plus, if you can only see the part with Angela Bassett, she talks to the girls about how to act in these kind of shows. What you're supposed to, how you're supposed to be. She started using Jessica Lange as a for instance, and and I'm not even going to try.
Okay.
But she's doing. She's saying, so when Jessica would come in and she does a scene, she's telling you her lines, but she's got like a twitch going on, and she's always got something different, a little something she's playing with, and it was the way she was telling it. I was laughing so hard I can't even tell you.
No.
And it's well worth saying. And it was actually, she was very kind with her words, but she said this is how Jessica Lange acts in these shows, and so and the girl who ended up playing her in the show ended up doing a spectacular job.
That's awesome,
Really
because one of the things that you and I both know as having directed live theater is that there is as much important as what's not in the script and you bring to it as what is in the script.
Right.
Right. But also, Coven is the only American Horror Story season that I've seen.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen them all, and they are, some are good, some are not as good, but they're really fun, and that's why leading into my next subject, which is American Horror Stories, which just started on Hulu, by the way, biggest debut on Hulu.
Wow.
Which is Ryan Murphy's, let's say his group, as taking short stories from American Horror Story that would never make a 7 to 12 episode work.
Right.
Because there's not enough to it. And they're taking 1 or 2 episodes to give us a really tight, really action-filled show. So the first 2 episodes were, they went back to the house from the original American Horror Story, which the Connie Britton was living in. It's Dylan McDermott. No, it's McDermott. One of those guys. One of the two of them.
Right. Okay.
It's either Dylan McDermott or Dermot McDermott. It's Dylan McDermott. And so but they're not there anymore because, of course, they got killed.
Right.
And now it's this gay couple that moves in with their lesbian daughter, and they're going to flip the house. Of course, that's not going to happen.
Right.
So there's all these different ghosts. That some of them we have seen before, some we haven't, and so the first episode was kind of scary. Actually, it was really scary. There's some really scary parts, but the second episode was very high camp and funny. So it's like, oh, pretty much everyone's dead, so let's have a good time with this.
Nice.
It's all about the ghosts and fun. The third episode, but you know, the storyline is familiar. I've heard this before, but the storyline is there's going to be at the drive-in tonight. There's going to be a showing of a movie that only ever played once, and when it did, people in the audience went crazy and started killing each other. I heard 6 people died during that screening of that movie. You know, that's kind of, and we've heard this before.
Jeez.
I mean, we've seen this in movies, but it's an hour long, and what they do is they take us to the drive-in, and they show the movie, and people it turns into like this killing fest. But it was totally fun, and still keeping it kind of campy. Adrienne Barbeau is the owner of the drive-in movie theater. Always got a cigarette in her mouth, because she's my age probably, or a little older, and she's here she is, the old lady running the drive-in, and here's these cool kids that are coming, and of course the only kids that weren't watching the screen are the ones that are possessed now. So if you were getting laid, you probably are okay.
Yeah, well, that's the old trope. I mean, if you're a teenager and you have sex, you're going to die.
Right.
Yeah.
And so it was just a really fun show, and I love scary shows, but I do not want to watch a scary show that stops being scary. Mm-hmm. So if it takes 55 minutes to give me a scary show instead of an hour and 40 that isn't that scary.
Right.
So I'm really enjoying these. So that's on Hulu. I think
we have
yes.
The Good Humor Penguin says Jessica Lange is one of my favorite actresses.
Well, and God bless Ryan Murphy for taking these amazing actresses and giving them work at a time period where, it's not this time period. Hollywood never has loved the older actress. Right. They really don't. Occasionally, they'll, Meryl Streep or, one of the queens that have been able to survive.
Right.
Will get a really good movie, and all of a sudden Julianne Moore gets an Oscar. Finally gets the Oscar.
Yeah.
That type of thing. And so, because Angela Bassett's another perfect example. This woman's starring in a TV series at her age.
Yeah.
And when I say her age, it's not.
It's a Hollywood age.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's fabulous. It's fabulous to see talented people working. I don't care how old you are. If you're talented, great. Make it work.
And it's the same thing as we say about Latino shows and all the other diversity shows. If you're talented, you give us a good story. We want to see it. Stop buying into this white, young, boring. We've seen it. Move on.
Well, and with the transgender characters that we're seeing in everything.
Yes.
With gay and lesbian, transgender, multi-diverse casts.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost, I swear, now I'm watching shows going, okay, there's no transgender character. Where's the gay? Oh, okay.
Right.
Now, there they are.
Yeah.
Okay.
It took them a little bit. We got there.
But you usually will find them.
Yeah.
You'll find them somewhere in the show. Shugamadoon.
I know. I can't. I'm not ready to pronounce it either.
Shugamadoon. Yes. Okay. Which is Apple
Megadoon
TV
or something.
It's Keegan Michael Key and which I finally got that right, and Cecily Strong. They, as I've told you last week, they are traveling through the forest, trying to reconnect as a couple, and they cross this bridge to Shugamadoon, which is this like Brigadoon kind of. It's this lovely little village in the middle of nowhere, but it's got like a 40s mentality. You know, you got Kristen Chenoweth, who's the stern wife of the priest, and the priest who's obviously gay. Both it's Father Layton, so that type of stuff, and so it's fun. But the music numbers are what I love about it, because they break into musical numbers over ridiculous things. And last week it was Cecily Strong's going. She's at the restaurant and she goes, "Corn pudding? What's corn pudding?" And they go, "What's corn pudding?" And then there's a whole musical number with dancing and over corn pudding. And also I've really been enjoying seeing the different actors and actresses in the show that I've seen on other shows that I didn't know that they were singers.
Sweet.
And so it's just nice. But I think it's either 5 or 6 episodes. And just stupid, funny musical comedy. I would love. This is one of those things you just love to be a part of.
Yes.
So, and that's on Apple TV, and worth having Apple TV at least for a month to watch that and some of the other really fun stuff, which is like Home Before Dark, and then another show called Physical. I have some on Friday. I get my Apple TV notifications. Oh, we have a new episode of. We have a new and it's like boom, 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 because I've got 4 that I'm like into. Yeah. So it was a new Physical this week, a new Home Before Dark, a new Sugar that one.
Yeah.
and then Ted Lasso started it this week too.
Oh, okay.
So it was like I had just like walked out of a grocery store with something that still had the tag on because it was ringing so hard.
Nice.
Which means that I've got a full evening of fun stuff.
Cool.
Let's see. We talked about that. Oh, White Lotus. This is a new show on HBO, done by I think his name is Mike White, who did a lot of independent shows, and it's kind of how can I put it? It's like a fantasy island without the fantasies and without anything really happening.
Right.
We got a lot of comedians, which I do like when they do drama type things with comedians. I think that's always kind of fun. But otherwise, it's like I don't care. I don't like these people. I don't even want to know more about these. Why does this exist?
Right.
I don't get it. I'm not sure. And maybe other people like this, but I haven't heard of anybody talking about it.
Maybe he blew somebody to get.
But this is HBO. HBO doesn't, half-ass anything.
That's true.
So I'm really, I don't understand. I'm just going to say I don't understand. There's a new show called Surreal Estate, and this and I mentioned last week. I thought it was actually one of my paranormal shows. That it was about people trying to sell haunted houses, which it is, but it's a scripted show about people trying to sell haunted houses, and so there's lots of ghosts. That's the good part, and it does have its scary moments. Like this week, there was he's trying to sell this house, but there's this little girl who's haunting the house, and immediately, and of course she looks kind of like the Wendy from Wendy's, right? Pigtails,
of course,
and the red, white checkered or blue and white checkered dress,
the gingham,
yes,
yeah.
And so she, and of course, if you watch enough horror stuff like I do, if it's a little girl, it's never a little girl.
No,
it's always
going to be something real scary.
Yeah, a real awful demon type thing. So, and it does not let down. But it's a fun show, and they've got. It's funny because this episode. There's the team he has, the realtor, and then he's got one guy that deals with all the digital stuff. He's got one guy that deals with kind of the religious stuff. And the girl, I'm not sure who she is. And then he brought in a new girl who's basically more of the realtor who has nothing to do with the paranormal. Okay. So she's dealing with, why is this weird shit happening? Which I'm kind of digging. And she's actually Dan Levy's sister, who played. She was also in Schitt's Creek. So
Okay.
so it's a fun show. But what happened was she's talking to one of the main characters, and she says, "So how about this guy? He's kind of funny. It was the guy who was fixing the computer and he goes, I know. He's so shy. How in the hell did I marry him?" And it's like, what? Oh, there's the character. Okay. Whew. I was wondering where the gay character was.
Yeah.
So that was, but it's fun.
Okay.
Give me a paranormal show and I'm usually going to enjoy it.
Right.
Speaking of that, this is the time period where we have a lot of paranormal shows going on. I think it's the summer. They know they can get more viewership if they're not watching CSI, I guess. So right now I'm watching Destination Fear, just started back up, which is about 4 young people traveling around in an RV going to scary places to try to terrify each other, but also searching for ghosts while they're at it.
Scooby-Doo.
And these, right, basically. Then there's Ghost Adventures, which I've been watching for years. Paranormal Caught on Camera, which is so much fun. Ghost Nation, Ghost Brothers. I was looking at Travel Channel, and everything is paranormal. They're either looking for Bigfoot, or there's the monster in the mountain, or I couldn't believe because I did a little scan across the thing. I could not believe how much shit there was. But I love it. I love it because that's also good filler. But pisses me off. It's on most of it. The new stuff is on Discovery Plus. So now I'm gonna have to get Discovery Plus. I know it's pissing me off. Let's see.
We have in the chat room. Good Humor Penguin says, "I cannot wait until October 31st. Only Murders in the Building on Hulu." Steve Martin Short, and Selena Gomez. I love Dan Levy. And then Starch Rex says, "I'm sort of looking forward to Progeny."
Well, I'm looking for Steve Martin and Martin Short together. You don't have to sell me on that.
Really?
Yeah.
I kind of got turned off to Martin Short after some of his characters. He just kind of went off the rail for me.
Why? Because
I don't know. Because I used to love him, and him and Martin and Steve Martin loved them, and then all of a sudden, I don't know what it was, but
so he was so talented that he made a character that you didn't like.
Sometimes things happen.
I know on the morning show, which it's on Apple TV with Reese Witherspoon and Jennifer.
Yeah,
Aniston.
I really want to watch that.
Oh my god, he plays a director who got Me Too'd, and so Steve Carell, who has also gotten Me Too'd, he's like going, you know what we need to do is we need to make a movie or like a documentary where we show that these people who have been Me Too'd, this is bullshit. And Martin Short's going, oh yeah, we'll really make the women look like they're bitches. And he's going on, but what was happening was he was trying to defend himself for the horrible person he is, and it just poured out when he was doing it to the point of where it was like, wow, this is really kind of scary. How well he's doing this. Yeah. But then it's just because he's a talented actor.
Right.
And, sometimes it's really nice to take on the bad role to get to do something different.
Right.
Because right now, Martin Short is the leprechaun in Shigmadoon.
Oh.
Shigmadoon? Yeah, whatever it's called. You just never know. What were you going to say? You're going to say something?
No, actually, I'm looking forward to it. Sometimes actors need a little break and they reinvent themselves, and then you love them again even more. But and then RT Cruiser says, I can't suspend my disbelief to get into paranormal stuff.
What do you mean disbelief?
I know. What's the matter with him?
Sorry, I just oh my god, you could feed me that an IV and I'd be happy all day. I know it's terrible. Let's see. We're going down here. Okay. No, we're not going down here, actually.
Oh.
I'm going down my list.
Okay.
Oh, now you watched Making the Cut this week?
I did. I watched season 2. I haven't seen season 1, but I did watch season 2.
Okay.
All 4 episodes.
Right. And how'd you feel? First of all, Gary, he's the one that likes the old repurposing fabrics.
Yes.
The gay one of the gay guys.
Yeah.
One of the fabrics he was looking at in the first episode were my parents' drapes had the same
Really?
pattern. Color and pattern.
It's funny because I think of all the stuff that I've seen, except for maybe some stuff that Angela did. I think her name's Angela. The one who does the bridal stuff.
Yes.
I think that actual design with the drapes was my favorite of anything that I've seen on the show so far.
Yeah, it's this last episode, the last 2, because it was a 2-parter.
Right.
Some of the clothes that they were trying to pawn off, especially in the challenge, what ugly ass shit was that?
I know.
I mean, the
awful.
The one girl who was named Olivia, and she was the little kind of bitchy girl.
Yes, the one who had something to prove. And everybody has always she's never had a bad critique in her life until she got on this show.
Right.
And I'm like, have you seen your own work, girl?
God, it was just terrible. Just terrible stuff. It was for her challenge to save herself. She used denim, and oh God, some of it was so ugly.
It was horrible, and those flaps on those pants.
I know. What do you want that for anyway? I mean, was that supposed to be attractive?
I mean, my notes on especially the last 2 episodes were it looked like somebody took curtains and bed sheets and pinned them together. And these bitches are designing 6X jackets and throwing them on -3 models.
Yeah.
And the wedding challenge was awful, awful, awful. I hated everything except, I think, one dress that Angela did.
Yeah, there were a few that I liked.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say I fell on the ground for any of them.
No, but I wouldn't get married in that. What the hell are you thinking?
Well, I know they're trying to take fashion to a new level.
Oh, well, yeah, I get that, and I want to see that. I want to see that from them, but all I'm seeing is the swimsuit or the beach wear that the French woman did, and it's just layers of stuff stuck on, and
yeah. Doesn't even look. Some of it doesn't even look finished.
I was gonna say it looks like you got so, and the Olivia with the damn cords hanging off of.
Yeah, I know.
I'm like, what?
So it was an ugly end of episode 4. So the other thing, let's see, Big Brother this week. We got rid of Frenchie, and Frenchie was the guy on episode 1 who became head of household and said, "I want to get rid of a white guy. I'm tired of seeing the black people and the gay people and the people of color and the old people going home. I want to send home one of the the beef heads, one of the goons." And he ended up doing it, but he pissed everybody off doing it. He's one of those guys who, okay, we're in a secret alliance together, and then he tells somebody we're in a secret alliance together, and it's like, you can't do that. Right. You can. I mean, haven't you watched the show?
Right.
He was playing like a fan and not like a competitor. So he ended up getting taken off this week because he's just a loose cannon. You can't trust him. Everything he would lie to your face and then tell everybody that, well, I lied to their face. It's like, you got to stop saying things. Everything you're thinking you can't say. And so he went. Well, the new head of household is I want to say Xavier, who's another black man on the show. So this ultimately means that the first 3 weeks of Big Brother, unless something goes crazy, no people of color, no people, no gay person, no old person, or should go home. So it's like, well, ultimately Frankie set the ground that's still working, because let's face it, the past few years on Big Brother, and they've heard about this, not just from me, but from a lot of people, is they're tired of the lack of diversity.
Yeah.
They're tired of it being the first half of the season is get rid of anybody who's not white. Mm-hmm. And then we'll get rid of the girls after that.
Right, and then you're left with some meathead white guy who you can't fucking stand. The best season that I ever saw was the one where Dan won. Remember Dan?
Yeah.
I tell you, I have never seen anyone that was better at playing that game than him, and that's all I'm going to say. So, but I'm looking forward to seeing this season, but I want to let them get into a little bit more so that I can binge it.
Yeah. On Disney Plus, they just added Turner and Hooch.
Oh, yeah.
As a series. Now, these are they were like 40 minutes long, so this is like an hour-long series. And I think they're supposed to be doing 13 episodes. From what I'm picking up is that the lead character is the son of Tom Hanks.
Oh, really?
Who Tom Hanks has died, and now he's left him his new hooch.
Gotcha.
So, and the first episode it worked. They cut way back on the drooling.
Good.
Because the drooling was the movie.
Distracting.
I was nauseated from the drooling. I can deal with them chewing up everything, but the drooling, and it just looks like it's like being in an adult film. It's just too much.
Too much spitting.
Well, I was thinking something else, but okay. And this is something that's been weird. That's on Netflix right now. They're doing a lot of exotic homes, world's best vacation rentals, tiny homes. So we watched the vacation rentals. I think it was 6 episodes. Really fun, quick pace. They're under a half hour each. They would go to 3 locations and look at these great vacation homes. Really quick editing, really nice. Well, then there's another one called World's Most Extraordinary Homes, which is this couple from Britain, and even though they go to one more home and it's a little longer, it is so long. It's just they say some funny stuff, but mostly they're, oh, look at the architecture, let's talk about that, and it's like, no, move on to the next house, I'm done with this one. And we won't be going back to that one.
Okay.
On tiny homes, they had this couple that were moving from Los Angeles to Nashville, but they wanted a tiny home. They have two little kids, so they bought this builder, a build up of a tiny home, but they wanted to put a baby grand piano in it, and it's like, no, come on, you don't have any room in there as it is. And they've got 2 little kids. Okay, in 4 years, those kids are going to be like, I'm moving out of the house. I'm going to go live with grandma. It's just this tiny home thing. I don't know how people can raise families in them. It's like raising a family in a camper.
Right.
It's
so we have a couple questions. Let's see. Starch asks, does the main character or the woman character have the hooch?
The main character is a man.
Oh, the man character.
Yeah.
That's what he said, man character. And then Dean asks Chet Hanks. So it's not actually...
It's not him, no.
No, it's just the character that's the son.
That kind of looks like a young Tom Hanks.
Sweet. I used to think Tom Hanks was pretty hot.
What you see, he starts off in the shower, so he's pretty hairy, too.
Oh!
So I wasn't minding that.
Nice.
Yeah, and this is kind of interesting. If I could find it, I wrote it down. It was interesting when I did. I guess I didn't write it down. Netflix. I don't know if you've noticed this. Excuse me. COVID cough.
Oh, lovely. Thank you.
So they have a top 10 that they say every day. This is what the top 10 shows that are on Netflix are.
Oh, yes.
And they have 6 of them are Twilight shows, Twilight movies.
Oh, I saw that. I was like, what the fuck?
Who wants to see these things? Well, obviously, a lot of people do.
Apparently.
It's been in the top 10 all last week.
They wanted to be reminded how bad they were.
Oh, I guess. I don't get it.
I watched 20 minutes of one, and I felt like I watched 6 hours.
Oh, And the terrible part is, it's Catherine Stewart, right?
I think so.
She's not a bad actress.
No,
But
Kristen Stewart.
Kristen Stewart, you're
Yeah.
right. Yes, but it's just she's not a bad actress. Just don't give her bad roles.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And so, I will not be watching that.
Okay.
But this week, Snake Eyes and Old opened up at the theaters.
Okay.
And Old, which is the M. Night Shyamalan Lama.
Yeah.
It's his new movie. Ended up winning the weekend, which surprised me because Snake Eyes was a prequel to the G.I. Joe show. And I thought they were more popular than they were, but I guess not.
Right. Hey, Gary is asking in the chat room, have you watched Young Royals on Netflix? I have not yet, but I am going to.
Oh, I'm going to as well. And it looks like it's dubbed, right? I'm pretty sure it's dubbed, but I've gotten to this point now where Norway and Denmark, after the Thor show, and then I've watched a couple other shows, and I'm like, I'm really liking these shows from Scandinavian countries.
Yes, yeah, they're really good,
and they dub really well, and so I'm really looking forward to it, especially knowing what the story.
There was one call a while back called The Rain that was, I think it was called The Rain, and it was really good, and it was the same type of thing. It was dubbed over.
Right. So what did you watch?
So apparently, RT Cruiser is saying the Harry Potter movies are trending on Netflix, and that is, I think, Australian Netflix, sir, because here
they're on HBO Max.
Yeah.
Now.
So, all right. Well, let's see. I watched starting off. I watched The Craft Legacy. The two came out this last 2020. And basically, for anybody that doesn't know, this was the sequel to the original Craft in 1996. Four Girls Pursue Witchcraft. Stars David Duchovny and I can never pronounce her name. Fairuza Balk.
Wait, David Duchovny's in the new one?
Yes.
Oh.
And thankfully in a supporting role. And girl, it was not good.
What was that on?
That is actually it's on Amazon.
Okay.
But it's pay.
Okay.
So anyway, it won a 2021 GLAAD Media Award for Outstanding Film, and the reason why you haven't seen it, right?
And for a while.
Don't bother. No, wait until it's free, and you just have a down weekend. But the main characters, there's a transgender female character who's part of the coven, and one character I swear is gay. But then they have a very strong gay character in there as well that is revealed later. For anyone who hasn't seen it, I'm not going to give a bunch of spoilers.
Is this a movie?
The what?
It's a movie, right?
Yeah. It has, except for David Duchovny and a couple of the adult characters, an awesome cast. It has awesome cinematography. They had the potential for a really, really good film, and it turned into something that you put your 16-year-old in front of and say, "Here, watch this," because I got other shit to do. The plot just got halfway through the movie, and the plot just bottomed out. So, like I said, wait till it's...
bottoming is a bad thing.
No, but it is in this case.
Okay.
But I'll tell you, elements are just wonderful, but wait till it's free and you're just bored and you want to watch something light.
Fair.
I also watched Wrath of Man, which was released just in the last week or so. That is a Guy Ritchie film, and it was based on a 2004 French film, so you already know, gonna be weird there. And this is Jason Statham, and I'm telling you, I don't know why Guy Ritchie can't direct a film that I like, and I want him to.
Yeah.
This was not even cookie cutter action film. I mean, it was. You have Jason Statham, who's sexy as hell. You have like a really decent plot. There's no twists. It's just gunfight to gunfight, but it's not even a gunfight. It's literally this guy is like he just shoots everything, and then the mob involved, and
Yeah, I don't.
I was just like, and the plot just sucked, and everything just fell apart.
Yeah, Guy Ritchie, for some reason, even when he's trying not to be Guy Ritchie, the only thing that's interesting about Guy Ritchie is Guy Ritchie.
Yeah.
And his style. So you may hate the movie, but it's very stylistic. It's very different from other films, but that doesn't mean it's good.
Right, and here's a plot that is basically, the father's son gets killed, and so he goes on undercover into this thing to find out who did it, and blah blah blah, and it should be at least formulaic, and it was just not. It's just like an excuse to shoot people. Then I watched Nobody, which is, again, just came out in the last little bit, and it was directed by Ilya Nashler. But anyway, it stars Bob Odenkirk and Christopher Lloyd, and the plot is very simplistic on here, but basically it turns out that his family gets robbed. And he doesn't do anything, so they all think he's a big wuss. And it turns out that he and his father used to be like cleaners, like for agencies, and go in and like kill everybody and clean up the mess, basically. And so he's like super killer and simplistic. Great movie. I mean, it was Bob Odenkirk sold the character. The fun, he's pretty to look at. Christopher Lloyd's character, brilliant. I mean, yes, there is a somewhat formulaic, plot to this, but I'm telling you, it's worth the watch. Okay. It was really good, really fun. Then I watched Mortal Kombat just because I've been meaning to for a while. This is the new one that came out a few months ago, based on kind of the old 2 that came out years ago. I saw one in the theater. Just gross. And I mean, I'm kind of okay. I knew it was a video game, originally. I actually won the video game originally, back when I was young and prettier.
What century was that? Go ahead.
Please don't channel Brian right now.
Okay, sorry.
No, anyway, but it was just like, I wanted to like it, but it just fell flat. There's no fucking plot. I don't know who the hell these characters are. The lead actor's pretty, but other than that, and the only character that I felt that they really developed was Sonya, the blonde chick. Other than that,
I've already flushed it out of my mind.
Yeah, I was just like, this is just gross and a waste of time.
See, the gross didn't bother me. The lack of what I'm watching did.
Yeah.
Just the no plot. I don't care. Really? I kept going, is this how boring the game is? And Sean's like, shut up.
And I have to say that I actually liked the first 2 movies from years ago better than this one, and that's sad because this one had like way better effects.
Oh yeah, it was yeah. As far as it was well made.
Yeah.
But Sean did get tired of me going, finish him, and it's like he's going, you can't say that all the time, and I'm like, oh, that's all I know about the game.
Oh, that and get over here, and when he said that gave me a little tingle, but
Dirty.
The rest of it, And then Dean in the chat room says, I don't like Guy Ritchie's style. Okay.
Yeah, that's who does? I mean, Brian does. That should tell you something right there.
Oh, that tells me a lot. Actually, Brian being so mean tells me a lot. Anyway, and then I watched Black Widow last night. Another movie I've been wanting to see. Fucking phenomenal. I mean, really, it holds up with any other Marvel movie, and you don't have necessarily a bunch of superpowers, and shit like. Well, I mean, there's superpower stuff in it, obviously, but she doesn't have, the great big. I love being able to say that a movie was so good that I actually don't have enough great words for it. This is actually it.
And this is like you're Gone with the Wind.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but I would say I fucking love strong women movies. You give me a good female lead, and you make them not you be able to kick ass, and not be stereotypical.
Like the Goodbye Girl.
Yeah.
No, that's true.
Not at all. I was going to say, but like the first Wonder Woman movie. You know, you have a strong woman who can still be, you know, as feminine as she wants to be or not. And kick ass, you've got a great plot. I mean, this is a great movie.
Okay.
So awesome. And then the only other thing that I watched, I finished up Downton Abbey.
Movie? Did you do the movie?
I have not done the movie. I'm saving it. I need a little space, but I was very happy with the ending of the series. And so I'm looking forward to seeing the movie, but I thought the series was great. I put it off for years. I don't know why. But yay. So good for that. Let's see if we got anything else in the chat room. Starch says, such deceit. She is neither black nor a widow.
Okay. Talk amongst yourselves. I did want to remind listeners that coming up next is Chubb's Gone Wild with probably two of the best looking people in Pride 48.
Damn right.
And
big and
that's,
beautiful.
That's coming up next with the big Swiss roll and ho-ho challenge.
Yes.
That's going to be going on. We'll find out in the next hour exactly which is better, the ho-ho or the Swiss roll. So Little Debbie versus Hostess. That's where we're going with that. Also, let's see. What else is going on here? And then we've got the following hour is going to be the Big Gay Sex Show. So
that is true.
People might want to plan their day around at least the next 2 hours because it's just going to be non-stop fun.
Yes. My nipples are hard. Oh, wait. We need to say that for the other show.
Well, it's the fan.
Yes.
Anyway, so
yes. I have lots of fans.
There she is, your favorite.
I know, it's Maggie Smith. You know what is a horrible thought is, I thought the other day, oh no. Dame Judy, Dame, the amazing one. I mean, she's amazing too, but Judy Smith? No, that's
Dench?
Judy Smith. Yes, Dench. All these phenomenal actresses Penelope Keith, that I have followed since I was so young, are at a certain age, and it just makes me
I
cringe.
remember watching the Harry Potter movies, begging to not let Maggie Smith die before they finished the show.
Especially after Dumbledore went, but yeah.
I mean, I knew her character didn't get killed in the books.
Right.
Almost. But didn't get killed. But I always fear this with these great older actors and actresses that is this going to be their last role?
I know.
And I don't know what I'm going to do when Maggie Smith's gone because we don't have another Maggie Smith right now.
No.
Nobody can
Nobody can do
that. Yeah. So I think we're at our time.
We are. Real quick, though, we do have 50 seconds. SwannerandJudd.com if you want to hear more about the podcast or the written word or anything like that to do with movies. Go over there. And you can always... is there anything else? Listen to them on iTunes, iHeartRadio?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. And then since we don't have to release the stream as soon as the number kicks over, we're into some Chubb's Gone Wild. Oh, Jaina says, I thought I heard she was ill back during Harry Potter. Shut
Okay,
your
we don't
mouth.
need that kind of talk. Okay, what? She had a cold? Don't worry me.
We just
started.
Oh, okay. Hey, welcome to Chubb's Gone Wild.
Woo-hoo!
Yes. Oh, whip them titties out. Anyway, hello, it's Chubb's Gone Wild, episode 404, live on Pride48.com. Welcome to the chat room, everybody. Thank you, Gary, and we've got some great people in the chat room who are cheering us on. It is July 25th, 2021, and it is currently, well, I was going to say 65 and partly cloudy out, but I think it's a little warmer than that at this point.
But it is still partly cloudy.
I know. And
it's the monsoon, and that's why it feels a little sticky. The monsoon is whipping around from the coast and coming from... because they're having these huge floods over in Arizona from the monsoon that has pushed up, and it comes up the mountain ranges and sometimes shifts into the valley here, which gives us stickiness, which we don't know and we don't like.
No, we don't, Nessa. Just saying. Let's see. It is currently 98 days till Halloween, 54 till Christmas, 71 until Thanksgiving in Canada. I wonder what they eat there.
I don't know, because if you think about it, are they turkey people?
I would imagine.
Well, why?
Because they're north. I don't know.
I mean, I don't know. That's actually good. Is anybody here from Canada? Tell us if there's like a traditional Canadian Thanksgiving dinner. Because I love how people go, well, what do people have for Thanksgiving in like Australia or in Poland? And it's like, well, they don't have Thanksgiving. They may have something called harvest.
They really
or
don't.
Solstice.
Especially in Australia, there's just nothing to be thankful for.
Oh my God! I saw a thing that had these things. It looked like a giant crab, and they said, "No, that's a spider." And I'm like, I'm not going.
No.
Sean keeps going, let's go to Australia.
No.
Take 3 weeks. And I'm like,
3 weeks?
Hell no. What, are we going to travel across the outback like Priscilla? No.
No thanks.
It's there's too many weird things that are going to kill me. Sorry, RT.
RT Cruiser says we have prawns on Australia Day. Oh, is that when you throw another shrimp on the Barbie?
Yeah.
Which apparently is not even something that they really say, I guess.
We Americans love to emulate far better countries.
True. And TV says 85% humidity in his area of Arizona right now. No, thank you.
Yeah. And how hot, though? That's the other thing. Are they have the big heats that we're having?
I'm sorry. Are they having the big heat? I was just thrown because of Downton Abbey 2, the motion picture.
Yeah, it's coming out this Christmas. You better watch the movie first.
I better, yeah. I have a couple months. I think I can do it.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, anyway, it's also 162 days until season 2 of Call Me Kat premieres on Fox.
And I won't be watching.
Oh, why? It's so good. You know what? I have my season 1 on Amazon if you'd like to peruse that. You have access, so...
peruse, like poop on?
Like watch and something past the first few
I
crappy
watched the
episodes.
first 6 episodes and it sucked.
It got so much better. It's the best show ever. Anyway, it's also 6 days until Lunasa, which is August 1st, and so we celebrate that by eating seasonal fruit and vegetables such as melons and berries, and baking our favorite bread and enjoying the sun. So here's a little thing that was interesting, though. Some Wiccans mark the holiday by baking a figure of the corn god in bread, then symbolically sacrificing and eating it. I'm not doing that. I'm sorry. It's just no.
Really?
No. Just a little over the top. I don't like sacrificing even bread.
It's bread.
I know, but this. Oh no.
Well, how does the bread taste?
Is corny, probably, if it's the corn god.
So yeah, that sounds like maybe some warm honey butter along with that.
Oh.
Now all of a sudden, sacrificing the god is okay.
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
Yeah.
That actually sounds kind of interesting there. Hey, let's see. Some feeds are very delayed. TB says it's only 66 there with a high of 78. And Tim in Alaska says it's 54 there with a high of 62. You know what? He needs to be smacked. Anyway, TB also says 90 later this week with the humidity. Fuck that. No, thank you.
Well, we're going to get 100 today. 99 today.
Okay.
And it's overcast.
Ugh, I'm staying inside.
What's new?
With every fan and every air conditioner going. Okay, check day. Let's see what holidays we have we celebrate today, including Auntie's Day. So Auntie Scott, we celebrate Auntie Scott. Okay. Also, I'm not saying that. Foodies Day. Let's put it that way. Also, the Feast of St. James, whatever that is. Health and Happiness with Hypnosis Day. Also, International Red Shoe Day. National Carousel Day. Hire a Veteran. That's a good day. Hot Fudge Sundae Day. We should have done Hot Fudge Sundays. I wish I had known.
You mean right now?
Yes.
Yeah, would have liked that.
Oh, Wine and Cheese Day. Fuck the wine. and I'm lactose
Fuck the
intolerant.
cheese.
Yeah, it's not our day anymore. Also, Parents' Day. That's every fucking day in my life. And also Reek Sunday and Thread the Needle Day. So if you have a needle, you have to thread it and celebrate threading the needle and then sacrificing it to the corn god, apparently.
Yum.
Yeah. Also, today's affirmation: I am creating lots of room in my life for love.
I mean, granted, I already have that. But...
Yes, you do. I have lots of love. It's called the dog when she wants to be scratched.
Oh.
That's about it, yes.
No, Jax likes to jump on you.
Yes, he does.
That's love.
He's a sweet boy, and he's not.
I can't believe he's nearly 2 years old.
No, he's almost 3.
What?
Yeah, both of them actually are about the same age, so they're almost 3.
This is another thing about goddamn
COVID. Yeah,
I've lost another year.
I know. It really does feel like another year gone.
But it's like anything that was 10 years is now 12 years because we lost that one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, there's posting pictures of Sundays in there. Jana doesn't have any red shoes. Well,
look, I never.
We're live. So
look, I never saw the red shoes. I don't want to see the red shoes. I don't give a fuck about red shoes. Jana will know the
okay,
reference.
I was gonna say it's nice. I just remember the diaries about them.
No, it's from a chorus line. It's because all the girls go, I saw the red shoes and I knew I had to dance. And the one character goes up and goes, I never saw the red shoes. I don't give a fuck about the red shoes.
That would be me.
Yeah.
She says thank you. All right, hey, we do have, before we get into that, Patreon. Patreon offers folks a way to support creators and receive rewards not open to the general public, like special podcasts, videos, books, and more. And we want to thank our current patrons, Clint, Nephi, Nick, DJ, Starsage from the universe. Also, Timothy, Eric, Brother Sinatus, Phoenix, Dave, Moose P, and our newest patron, Tim T.
It's just so hard.
It is, actually.
No, from being, it's Tim T, it used to be little Timmy Sims.
I know. I'm so used to saying Timmy Sims that.
But, But, it's okay because he's...
Tim Timmy.
I love watching him share his outdoor life.
Yes.
Because he's got that beautiful little house.
You like outdoors.
But he's thin enough he can get onto a hammock. And
okay. That works,
and then he's got like a little fire pit, and he's got those
beautiful little puppies.
Lovely pups.
Yeah.
So
He's
good to have
blessed.
Good to have him on board.
Yeah. And also, what was I going to say about Patreon? Oh, there is a new My Life in Fragments for our Patreon people over there. By the way, Chubb's listeners, there's no video right now, but Tom has taken off his shirt.
It's hot.
Yeah,
he turned off.
I know it's hot now that you've taken off your shirt.
No, he took. There's no air in here.
I know.
He's got the hottest room as a studio
in California,
and
pretty much.
It is warm in here. And I'm just thinking, at home when I left, the whole house was like 67 degrees. And it was lovely. And I'm going to go back.
And if you open the studio room door, it's going to be like 50. But in here, it's about 80.
I swear to God, something has died up inside your
okay, it's not. I can't smell anything, so it's fine. But I think it is blocked somehow because this is ridiculous.
It must have collapsed or something.
Something.
Or there's something dead up there.
Oh, hey, Star Trek's put some nice hot naked bear in there. That's delicious. All right, next up we've got birthdays. Let's see whose birthdays we have coming up. Maybe anyone. Okay, so today's birthday, we actually have Sebastian. And then we've got upcoming birthdays, that actor Ben C., who did some shows with us. What did he do? He did so many.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. He actually played the character that was based loosely on one of your partners in my show,
Queens Are Wild.
Yes, thank you. I was Just Us Girls. No, that's not mine. All right. We also have Chase, Jam and Joe, Josh, my Uncle Mark, Eric, that Eric West. Oh my goodness. We got Bradley, Ralph, author Nicola Cameron. We've got Melanie from Don't Quit Your Day Job. Also, Rodar, that Tom, oh, we love Tom. We met him at Pride 48. Also, author J.C. James, Neil, Max, Shelley, author L.D. Blakely. We got Penny, Lee, that Farrell from the from the Pleased to Meet Ya podcast, who actually used to be podcasting partners with Christian, who passed recently this year. Yeah. They were talking about him on the last show. Yeah. Also, we got Mark and, that actress Bethany that we used to just...
That's right. I forgot she... And also both Harry Potter and he's the 31st and also is...
Neville?
Neville.
Yes.
I always just want to call him the hot one.
Oh my gosh, he grew up to be hot.
How did that... What?
I know.
Okay.
I know. He just grew up beautiful. What a beautiful man. All right. Hey, we got nothing in our feedback, but we do have some chub hugs to send out. But over to you first.
No. You first.
Okay. So I want to send love out to all the Pride 48ers and Pride 48ers who have lost loved ones and their fur babies in the past few years, as well as the Pride 48ers who we have lost since Pride 48 began. And I was reminded, listening to Greetings from Nowhere before this, that there are a number of them. And wow. So anyway, that is my chub hugs to all of you. How about you?
Well, this week, chub hugs wise, I want to send out a chub hug to a very sad person.
Don't say that. She's in the chat room.
No, I mean Brian.
Well,
and I know he's not in the chat room. For not understanding how enjoyable life can be if you stop being such a poopy head.
Wow, you chose a nice word.
I did.
I would have just said bitch, but
Yeah, that's more than that. It's major poopy head.
Yeah, I think he played the part until he became the part. Like some of those older actresses. Like...
No, I asked his mother, and she said he's always been this way.
Oh,
even as a very young child.
12 years old, and he's got a cigarette hanging out of his mouth, and he's like, "Why?"
No, this was like 3 and 4. He was this way.
Oh
no,
my
I'm serious.
gosh.
That's what she said.
Wow.
Yeah, she just said that. No, he's always been Brian.
Yeah.
Even when he was, like pre-kindergarten.
Wow. That's early to start that young.
Yeah.
Basically Selma Diamond.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, so we got some current topics here, including the Biden administration orders insurance companies to cover all costs associated with PrEP. Guidance issued by the Department of Labor will ensure that PrEP is provided without cost to insured people that may be at higher risk for HIV under Obamacare.
Yeah, I hope my stock
amazing.
goes up.
In PrEP?
Yeah.
I hope so. That's good. That is actually one of the most important tools right now.
Oh, it is. But it's just, this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
PrEP is exactly like getting the vaccine. Mm-hmm. Guess what? You're not going to die.
Yeah.
Fucking take it.
Yeah.
If you're sexually active, gay man,
especially engaging in risky behavior.
Well, you should still be using condoms, so we don't want to go there. But yes, no. If you're sexually active and you're running around having sex with a lot of different people,
right?
There's no reason why you're not taking.
Or
this.
even just one skanky person.
Yeah.
Jaina says, "Hey." I think that was to my remark.
Okay.
Anyway, but and so that is a wonderful thing. Also, you mentioned this on our last show, but
did I?
Yes, 13 Reasons Why star Tommy Dorfman comes out as a transgender woman. Today is about clarity. I am a trans woman. My pronouns are she and her. My name is Tommy. Yay. Oh, we got a message from Ms. Bacon who says, I'm listening on TuneIn.
Okay.
And also a message from Lawrence, that Lurie Dean for most of our listeners, who says he's on his way home from his trip.
Oh.
Hey, awesome.
Should we tell Jax?
I think Jax probably senses it. You know how dogs are.
Daddy's coming home.
Yeah. He's walking around outside the door being like, there's someone here, I must love on them.
I hate that you make him out to sound so stupid.
Oh, well, he's not stupid. He's just a big dog and he's misunderstood.
By you, obviously.
I don't know what his pronouns are, though. So,
keep
Wolf
going.
and Gur. Okay, so, hey, anyway, congratulations to Tommy. And Tommy is keeping her name.
Right.
As Tommy, so... next up, we have the Senate confirms 2 out vets who survived Don't Ask, Don't Tell to top are going to be the top Pentagon positions. Sean Skelly is the second trans person ever confirmed by the Senate to a position, and Gina Ortiz Jones is the first woman of color to become the second in command of the Air Force.
Wow.
That is awesome.
Oh, wait. New picture.
Oh, there we is. Neville Longbottom. And, he's so beautiful. What happened? Okay, so Starch, I will say this. So Starch just put in the chat room a picture of 2 really hot, sexy guys. And one says, I'm an American, and the other person says, you must feel very vulnerable without your gun. They really do. Other countries really do think that we are like the wild.
Well,
you
know what really bothers me about other countries is that other countries are looking at our country going,
what the?
Yeah. They're not taking the vaccine. I mean, I know that they've got this going on in Germany and France as well, but I mean, I'm sure they're looking at those things. Places in Africa, places in East Asia that are going, we'll take it.
Yeah.
Send it to me.
Yeah.
Throw it in a box. Here's my address.
Right.
I'll give it to myself. It's just, it just drives me crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And so here we are once again, going back to masking because people don't want to get the vaccine.
And all it's going to take is the D variant to get enough resistance to the vaccine and swap, and mutate to variant E, and now we're all fucked again because there's assholes out there that,
Well, I'm worried about the Lambda variant. I figured that would come after us because we worked for Lambda.
Oh, I just thought that's a gay thing.
Yeah.
So turn everybody gay. That's what, if you catch COVID, it'll turn you gay. I swear, all the southern states will be all on it. All right. Well, do you have anything to talk about during your week?
Yeah, I did want to mention, for those of you who have me as on Facebook, I did post this week's latest tomato haul.
Yes.
And oh my God, it was like twice what the first one was. I mean, it's been a week, but it's just, oh my God, it's so much. We ended up making a caprese salad, which is also, I put up there, and it's going to be on our What's for Lunch. But it was so good. And what we did more of I want to call it more of a chopped one, where it was more of the mozzarella, instead of being thick slices of mozzarella, thick slices of tomato. This is more of like cut up tomato, thin slices of the mozzarella with some fresh basil right out of the garden, and then a reduced balsamic, and it was amazing. Yeah. It was just amazing. It really was. Also, this I'm having a bit of a problem with the girls, because I've got the 3 girls. I've got the 2 girls that have been pretty much going at the right pace. They went on the ground May 1st, so technically by the end of July I should be, killing them and hanging them up and making them dry. But my second one, my third one, which was the one that was kind of tiny, and we thought it was not going to make it, and then all of a sudden it started growing, and now it's almost as tall as the tallest one. But it's like easily 30 days behind the other ones, which is weird. It's just weird that they're that out of whack.
Yeah.
But so I'll just I'll I'll remove the 2 when it's time, which is probably sometime this week. I hate it. I hate when this happens, but you got to get it. You
Yeah.
got to do it to get that sweet bud. And then I just hope the girl sitting there by herself isn't going to be like traumatized when she can see from her sitting spot the other 2 hanging in the closet.
Oh, it's gonna be just like one of those. What was that horrible John Goodman thing?
Roseanne.
Well, no, that's a good
okay.
good one.
John Goodman thing.
The one where it was based off the monster movie that
Drive-In.
that had the wonky camera.
Wonky cam.
Remember the
Yeah, was he in that?
Well, this was a sequel.
Cloverfield?
This was Cloverfield sequel.
Yeah,
the one where
yeah.
he had like some woman in the basement,
And he
or
was
something.
keeping her safe. But
Yeah.
she thought he was crazy.
Right.
He was keeping her safe.
I don't know. I didn't watch it. The whole thing. I'm just like, no, thank you. No, I'm done with that. Cloverfield, Michael Sage says, thank you. And Tim in Alaska says, we will be killing and hanging the girls. I guess this shows how important context is. Yes, it certainly does. Also, RT Cruiser says the Delta variant is ripping through Sydney at the moment.
Yeah.
Very sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's ripping through everywhere. And what I feel bad is for the countries who don't have any vaccine right now. I mean, I think it was a couple weeks ago, Japan only had 3%. Now they're at about 30%, which is helpful, but it's still, they're in the middle of this upsurge. And the sad part is that the doctors are going, we get people in here and we're getting ready to put them on a ventilator, and they're going, please give me the vaccine. And we have to tell them, you can't get it now. It's not going to do you any good.
Right. Yeah.
So that's got to be really tough. And it's all, I mean, it's some people who have gotten fully vaccinated are getting the
D, yeah.
But they're not getting, I mean, actually, I have heard that
There
some
are a
people
few
are
that are getting really
getting,
sick.
it's getting a little more serious, where some people are in the hospital, maybe getting a little oxygen, but no one from this has died.
Right.
The fully vaccinated, unless it was for some other reason as well.
Right.
Because a lot of people go, I hear that people with fully vaccinated are dying now, and it's like, yeah, but it's not because of the strictly because of the
because of
thing.
other stuff. And also there are people, there's a lot of studies now about people that got it early on that are still dealing with repercussions after a year later.
It's called COVID lung.
Yeah.
Well, in some cases,
and not just
there's
lung,
brain.
but, yeah.
It's the whole
fatigue
blood system
and everything else.
Yeah, and some people are actually finding that they can't get an erection anymore.
And yeah, see, that alone should have gotten.
You would have thought it would have gotten
in
some
there to
people.
get
Well,
vaccinated.
I don't want to risk that.
No. Tim in Alaska says, my friends in Cambodia are getting vaccinated like crazy lately. It is the vaccine from China, though. They all wish they had U.S. vaccines, but also a spike in cases here lately as well. Most of my friends are in the tourist industry, which has been devastated.
Yeah.
And Icy Greg says persistent hallucinations, erectile dysfunction, breathing issues, etc. And RT Cruiser says nationally they're 15% vaccinated because they don't have a vaccine.
I thought they were more. Wow.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
All right. Hey. So was that pretty much your week?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. If just think about it. Just one last thing.
Mm-hmm.
Think about this. If you're not vaccinated, then send it to somebody who needs it.
Right.
Are you really willing to risk giving your cure away? If you are, then give it away. But
Yeah.
I'm tired of hearing your bullshit about why you're not getting it done.
Right, exactly. And it really is bullshit. And let's see. TB, real quick, says, could anyone point to the data showing worse COVID symptoms in fully vaccinated people due to the Delta variant? It is out there. I kind of work a little bit in that field,
But
so
just make sure you're getting the correct.
yes,
Because
there's
plenty,
a lot of
there's plenty
misinformation out
of
there.
wrong information out there.
All right, hey, moving into my week. Well, it turns out that my mother is going to be having her other hip replaced within the next couple months here. Yes, so it has had enough wear and tear that they said yes. you will need a hip replacement. So they are working on scheduling that within the next couple months. So she will have 2 bionic hips at that point. The other one did extremely well, so we're hoping that this one will go off without a hitch as well. And so we'll be dealing with that fun. Ricky from the Foul Monkeys, I think that is Ricky, joins us. Hello. We have also my dear daddy. I swear I feel like I'd never get a break from, parents, the kids you never wanted. He has been off the fucking rails with his health and not taking care of himself. He's got little nurses and physical therapists and everything, and he gets up in the morning and he does so well, and he's just so ready to get. And then it takes me an hour to get him into the house because he just flatlines. I don't know what the fuck it is,
like a bunch of broccoli.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, but he's getting so bad now. I don't know. Something's got to give at some point, and he's got to get something, go somewhere, do something to have the care that he needs, because he will not take care of himself, and he refuses to. It's awful. It's absolutely awful. But at least he hasn't answered the door naked recently. Yeah, that was a plus. So, anyway, other than that, I watched a bunch of movies and TV shows for another show that I was on. That's pretty good. And really, except for work, I haven't really been doing much of anything except just work.
Dodging the heat.
Yeah, that for damn sure. Oh my gosh, it's been so damn warm lately. Alright, hey, Fat Marker Clothing wants to remind you to be loud, be proud, be too much, and to be you. Fat Marker Clothing wants those of us who have been told that we are too much of something, like most of these bitches in the chat room, to turn those negatives into positives. And you can do that by using the code FMWildChub to get 20% off anything while ordering over at fatmarkerclothing.com. Whew. Alright. Shall we have some advice?
Oh, please.
Okay.
Why'd you get a long one?
Well, I knew that we'd need, to fill a little time. So
a little time.
I got a long question, okay, but it has a shorter answer. So we're good. Here we go. My parents gave me a really terrible name that half rhymes and contains a racial slur. Think Gypsy Pixie. Anyway, and it's also misspelled, and we are a white family. I have hated it my whole life, and I was bullied mercilessly for it in school. My friends and teachers called me an initial-based nickname at my request, although when my parents found out the teachers used my nickname, they called the school and complained, to my absolute mortification. I changed my name legally as soon as I could upon adulthood. Everyone knows me as Anne, and my friends who knew me before that made the change smoothly. My parents are furious. They refused point blank to use my name, although they have had a full year now. They always used to tell me I would grow to love my beautiful and unique name when I cried about it as a child, and are obviously angry that they have been proven wrong on that. I get that it must be painful for a parent to feel like their child has rejected the name they chose, but come on. They have always known how much I hated it, always ignored my pleading to be called nicknames, and on top of this, their names are completely normal, like Bob and Liz. So, they have no idea what this has been like for me. I know this seems petty, but my relationship with them is deeply strained because of this. I gave them an adjustment period where I said I wouldn't mind them occasionally using my old name, but they ignored that completely. When I said I would be cutting short calls or meetups if they called me by my old name, they went ahead and called me anyway, in front of others. Then acted stunned and hurt when I left the exchange as promised. I am increasingly pulling away from them because I don't want to be called the wrong name multiple times per conversation, and it hurts that they're willing to die on this hill rather than just respect my right to have a name I don't hate, and doesn't get me laughed at on the regular. They called me Gypsy Pixie for 20 years. Am I wrong in thinking that they should be able to adjust to Anne now that I'm an adult? Can you recommend a way for me to handle this better? Or am I being immature for dying on this hill with them? What's your thoughts?
It's just the parents, right?
Yeah.
You know, what are you going to do? It's like my sister's name her real name is Mary Lee. She goes by Lee. And my dad called her Mary Lee until he died. So, you know, it's like, what are you going to do? I was Tommy. My brother was Richard. He's now Rich. I'm Tom. She's Lee. None of the, but every time we went to the house, we got called by whatever name we grew up with. It just, and I think that if it's not a transgender situation,
it doesn't seem to be.
Which it's not. I'd say just fucking get over it.
Yeah.
And the only time it really comes into play is when, you're with other family members, where the parents would be there. So I'd say they'll die soon.
Well, not if they're my family.
Yeah.
So anyway, okay, well, let's see what the chat room has to say, because I'm kind of the same thing. It's like they're just gonna do it. If you want a relationship with them, just fucking get over it.
Yeah.
Anyway, so the chat room says Adam Burns can help her with that name change. Oh. RT Cruiser says parents suck at naming kids. Dean Blarney says tell parents to do one. Okay. And then we have...
See, that was Prince's sign.
I know.
He changed his name to the
symbol. Yeah. Tim in Alaska says, oh, come on, two dogs fucking. It is tradition to name the baby the first thing that one sees after conception. I remember that joke. Do you remember that? Yeah. Let's see. And then Starch says the bond that links your true family is not one of blood, but respect and joy in each other's life. Rarely do members of one family grow up under the same roof. Alrighty. Anyway, and of course Michael Sage says, if it contains a racial slur, come on, fuck those parents. That's my question. Like, what the...
Was it really Gypsy?
No, that was just an example.
Yeah, what do you think it was?
I don't know, but if it's that bad and it's a racial slur, like...
Well, Gypsy wasn't a racial slur for years, and then all of a sudden it was.
Yeah.
So... I'm really that's the one thing I'd like to find out is what that.
Yeah, they're actually talking about changing the name of the musical because of that. I'm kidding.
I know.
Okay. Anyway, let's see what Dear Prudie had to say. By the way, Dear Prudie Slate.com. Go check them out, support them, all that good stuff. I see Greg says go forward with your name, knowing you can't control everyone else from using your other name. Okay. Here we go. Dean, you're naughty. Here's what Prudy said. You were on the right track when you cut short meetings and calls when they said your old name, but you have to stick with the plan and keep doing it until they get the message. It's they who are choosing to die on a ridiculous hill. Let's hope they realize this error before they take your relationship down with them. I don't know. Seems I don't know. I disagree. So there. Anyway, we've got Hey Chubs, real whipped cream or whip in a can?
That's whipped cream as well.
Oh, stop it! It's horrible. Like
no, it's
I think it's like whip. Like, do you make it at home?
Okay.
Do you prefer making real whipped cream at home? Or just having it from a can?
Well, the can or the real whipped cream at home. It's the tub of Cool Whip
Oh yeah.
That's just whipped oil.
Yeah.
That I'm not as much a fan of. But it makes me have less diarrhea than the real stuff does.
That's true.
The real whipped cream will send me to the can so fast.
Are you sure you're not lactose?
I am.
You are. Okay.
But, I don't take pills for it. I just deal
I have
with it.
some if you want some, yeah. Okay. You sure?
And the thing is, I don't really have that much milk products anyway.
Right.
I haven't drank milk since a kid. And I didn't even like it back then. I mean, I used to have cereal with water. Because
I was,
have
what?
you tried skim milk? It's the same thing.
When growing up poor, as I did, like dirt poor.
Really, you were poor?
I know.
Oh,
I
never
had.
heard that.
I did have cereal with water, but I also had cereal with that dry milk mix.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, that is a taste that you don't forget.
Although I do like the nut milks that they
have
now. The almond, the oat,
can't stand any of it.
Oh.
I think it's all. And I've tried it. I mean, I really tried to stick with the almond milk stuff. I just hate it so much.
Yeah.
But lactose-free milk is actually almost better tasting than real milk.
Okay.
I mean, really good. If you just want milk for some reason,
I don't.
I know, but if you ever decide that you do, even if you want to add it to your recipes, it's so much better.
For instance, I really like processed cheese more than I like cheese.
Yeah,
and so the Cool Whip, like I said, would probably be better for me. But if I'm going to have whipped cream twice a year,
right.
I'll deal with the farts and the diarrhea.
I had tried some sugar-free Cool Whip, and it was fine. It was just So if you need things that don't have sugar in them, which some of the people that I know do, then it's actually a pretty good alternative. And Dean likes it thick, creamy, and sweet. RT Cruiser says he loves his milk. Jaina says, I understand almond milk is really bad for the environment.
Because it takes so much water. But in the same sense,
okay.
So what? Now you're going to get rid of all those almond fields. California produces like 85% of all the almonds.
Yes, in fact, Sacramento Blue Diamond has Blue Diamond, which is one of the biggest nut factories there.
And the problem is that's it. That's the only real problem with it is it takes a lot of water to produce milk. I mean, to produce almonds.
Okay.
So, and you're taking those almonds and smashing them down and mixing it with water, basically. So, I don't know. I mean, sure. Thanks, Jaina.
Leave it to Jaina to talk about the environment. She's one of those people.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Next question.
Okay, so next question is, if Diet Coke went off the market, what would be your next soda choice?
Shut your mouth.
I know, right? That's a scary thought.
I don't want another soda.
Well, nothing?
Pepsi's gross.
Oh, yeah. Same. I agree.
I mean, if they brought back Tab, can they bring back Tab?
Now, Tab was really good, and a lot of people I heard recently didn't even know it was Diet.
Yeah.
Well,
that was the reason they called it Tab.
I liked it. I remember actually when I was in college, I had a English teacher who had just like this can of unopened Tab sitting in her little office window for years. But it loses its after a while. It loses its sweetness. Yeah. So it's just a can of cola water, caramel colored water. It's not even cola water anymore. No, I think I would probably end up going to the sugar-free 7-Up. Not the Diet, but the sugar-free 7-Up and the sugar-free Sunkist. Both of those are actually decent tasting if you're just not in the mood for a cola. In the chat room, we have Diet Dr. Pepper, King Cola. I don't really remember
maybe
that.
water. I like water.
Well, what about that cola from Shasta? I mean, it had a horrible aftertaste to it.
Everything from Shasta had a horrible aftertaste.
Icy Greg, growing up, Diet Shasta Cola just tasted like chemicals. Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. Anyway. All right. Well, that leads us to Time for the challenge. So, on a few shows, do you want to take this? Do you want to do the intro a few shows ago?
Well, it wasn't a few shows ago. It was like a couple months ago.
Oh.
A certain Miss Bacon declared that Swiss rolls were better than ho-hos. Well, maybe she didn't declare that, but she said Swiss rolls were great. And I'm like, no, Swiss rolls are terrible. They're dry. They're awful. Ho-hos are the better alternative. And then we decided, well, coming up, we would just do it on the show.
Right.
Did you post that?
No, I did not. But
Okay.
thank you, Icy Greg. So here in front of us, we have a package of Swiss rolls and 2 individual little Hostess ho-hos. Now, which would you like to try first?
Well, first of all, when did they get so small?
I know.
I used to get those, the green mints that were always so good. They were flat. They were like just a wafer thin.
Yeah.
That's about the size of these things.
Yeah, these are they shrunk.
My thumb, it's the same size as my thumb. And they used to be the size of my dick. Well, they were smaller
That's
than my dick,
big.
but
Wow.
but they were much larger.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
tiny.
one of the problems.
Tiny. They're
Well,
tiny.
not
I'm
only
gonna
that,
try.
but that's one of the problems that
The Swiss rolls got 2 of them.
is when you used to open the packages and the chocolate would stick to it.
Oh yeah, the good old days.
And then you didn't lick. You're sitting there licking cellophane, and your dogs are like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" So we're opening the Swiss rolls at the moment.
Here's your Swiss roll.
Okay. Oh my gosh, it's stuck to the bottom. There, we lost half of it. Okay. It's got a decent aroma, a little chemically, but not bad. Are we just digging in?
We are. Oh, okay.
Well,
It's a nice cheap chocolate, which I like. I
don't mind that,
Yeah.
but it's kind of dry.
They're always dry.
Like, seriously, I need a drink kind of dry. Wow. There's a decent amount of cream in there, though.
Yeah.
But it's not a like little soft cream. It's more of an oil.
Well, that's what they are. That's how they can last that long.
Here, I have paper towels. Or you can just lick your fingers. So, there you go. Ricky says you have to place Swiss rolls in the fridge. That's when they are the best. TB, Little Debbie is better than Hostess. I'm
What?
willing to fight over this.
See, this is the problem.
In my opinion, it's the correct one. We got Michael Sage who says ho-hos. Love me a hoe. Yes.
God, they are so small.
Oh, Dean says you have to have a cup of tea with it. And Janet says I could not find Little Debbie's at any of the stores near me when I used to donate blood. I always had access to Little Debbie's. Carrageenan is not a cream, Starch says. And actually, I have a really close friend who is allergic to carrageenan. You can't have anything that has that in it. All right, so we're on to the ho-hos. Wow, I'm not choking. That's good.
Honestly, it's a little bit better, but
Not much.
I'm not going to finish
Actually,
either of them.
Yeah, I'm not.
There we go. Those are just excess calories I don't want.
I'm actually. I hate to say this, but I think I like the Swiss roll a little better.
Well, fuck it. Marry it, why don't you?
All right.
I will say that the Swiss roll is not as awful as I remembered it.
Yeah, but the ho-ho isn't as good as I remembered it.
Well, it's because it's 4 times as small.
Oh yeah, definitely that. I need something to drink. Do you need? I have a Diet Coke here.
No, I'm fine.
Okay,
You go
just
ahead.
checking.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, wow. Ooh, we got to rush now. Okay, now we're talking.
Yeah,
So,
I think I might have to poop.
oh God. Well, it's a good thing that
We're almost done.
we don't have too much longer to go.
Yeah.
2 treats in 1. All right, hey, next up we got What's in Your Lunchbox. We're going to drop a couple photos in the chat room. And if you, at home, listeners, want to check out the What's in Your Lunchbox, just go over to facebook.com/chubsgonewild. And don't forget that you can also email us at biggaysexshow@gmail.com and let us know what's in your lunchbox. First off, we have the picture of the caprese salad that Tom had, which is just amazing.
It was so good. It was so very good. And the tomatoes had been pulled right out of the garden that day. So they were, when I brought them in the house, they were warm.
Yeah.
So I had to let them cool down a little while. So they were maybe, after being picked, maybe 3-4 hours. So they were fresh out of the garden. It was funny because I told Sean to go pick some basil out of the garden, but there's a tomato plant right next to it. Don't cut that. And so he brought back like a little bit of basil and the tomato plant. And he goes, "No, that's basil." And I go, "Smell it." He goes, "Okay, that's tomato."
Wow.
Yeah.
So that yikes, can't follow a simple direction.
Well, it was dark, and there's the flashlight batteries were dead. It's all
that was late then.
Yeah, well,
because it's still like 8 o'clock before it's starting to get dark again here.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have that caprese salad. Thank you for sending that in. And next up from Phoenix Dave, we have crawfish macaroni and cheese. This is a wonderful dish, but the restaurant that serves it only offers it as an appetizer.
Really?
Huh. That's odd. Of course, those are shell macaronis. Yeah. Okay.
Well, which is kind of fun though, because you've got the seafood and you got the shells, so it's kind of clever.
Yeah.
Clever marketing.
Kind of cool. All right. Hey, another sponsor we would like to talk about real quick. Currently, LGBTQ people of color in America have a disproportionately high rate of new HIV infections. Golden Rule Services of Sacramento, along with the HIV Community Planning Council, want you to know about an important tool in preventing you from contracting HIV. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, aka PrEP, is a medication proven to be 99% effective in preventing HIV infection. So to learn more about PrEP, call your local sexual health clinic. And in Sacramento County, California, contact Golden Rule Services at sacgrs.org to get started on protecting your sexual health. Tim in Alaska says, "You're making me so hungry. I'll have to go make breakfast now." All right. Okay, well, we do have a few minutes left, so if there is anything else we want to talk about before we do our how to contact us.
Yeah, I'm thinking right now. Well, I mean, we earlier this month we did have our big 400.
That is true.
And we had all these wonderful people sending all those great messages to us.
I know. Nice. I was so happy that because poor Tim and James, they just did shows 300, 301, 302, and live they did 304. They are from Taste Like Burning, tastelikeburning.com, one of my favorite shows. Toppy Smelly was the only one that called them and left a message. I couldn't believe it. I mean, they are one of the most popular shows that there is. No one.
Well, once you get down to those big numbers, or get up to those big numbers, people take you for granted.
I know.
Sorry. That means, oh my God, that means we've been doing this for like 8 years?
At least, because I think we
took the summer off. I remember early.
Yeah, because were we doing this before the radio show in 2014?
I don't know. We probably.
Yeah.
Probably, because we did do some extra episodes during the pandemic, but
the first part of COVID last year.
But it was only a few months. Yeah. And then we went back to our regular schedule because we were coming out of the pandemic.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. So,
let's see. Icy Greg says pasta with a side salad. Interesting. What else?
And I did want to mention those of you that are going to continue on. The next show coming up is the Big Gay Sex Show, and so that'll be going on for an hour from the 10 o'clock 1 o'clock if you're on the East Coast, 10 a.m. if you're on the West Coast. You will be hearing that, so make sure you plan your day around that. So you can already start that breakfast and be ready for the next show.
Right. And the great thing about Big Gay Sex Show is if you need some cream.
I've never heard it out loud.
Oh, I know, it's so weird. If you need some cream for your coffee, Ouija will be here.
Ew.
We were talking about having some naughty things happen, but it's early on a Sunday morning, and we know that most of our people that are listening are actually in church, just listening through little earphone things. And we don't want to upset them.
No, they're probably in bed sleeping. You mean the people?
Well, in bed. Well, they're getting ready to be in bed, touching themselves when we get some. Yeah.
Although the Big Gay Sex Show does have the finest Twitter account.
It does.
It just amazes me. But
how many whores there are out there?
Well, yeah, but I was surprised we've seen so few transgenders, as we were seeing quite a few for a while, and now it's been a lot less. Now it's just stupid guys flexing and sticking their tongues out.
Yes, yes. Actually, there has been the trans guys that are on Twitter right now, which I like to put out there in the feed and promote and stuff, are getting much younger.
Okay.
And so they're not as I don't know what you want to say. I don't want to say that they're not as masculine, but they're just not, I guess I promoted them all maybe, but anyway, where are we at? Oh, so Mr. Ouija has walked into the studio. Thank you very much.
Hello!
For my drink. We are just wrapping up this big, beautiful, Tom put his shirt back on. Never mind. Anyway.
Wait, did you have one on there?
Masturbation is bad for your eye. How horrible. And also, and RT Cruiser says it's nearly 3 a.m, and he is staying up just so that he can listen to all of us. That is so sweet. Aww.
Yeah, we forget about that there's people listening from... we thought we got up early.
Yeah, well, Dean is in the Britland,
right?
So they're like 8 hours ahead, though. So it's he wasn't doing anything anyway. Anyway, well, hey, let's go ahead and do our little closing segments just so that we can be ready for the next show. Send us an email at chubsgonewild@gmail.com. Leave us a comment on chubsgonewild.com. Like us on Facebook, facebook.com/chubsgonewild. Please become a patron of the show over at patreon.com/MattBurlingame. Find Tom's movie and TV reviews at swannerandburlingame.com. Oh, wait, no. swannerandjudd.com. And find their podcast in iTunes or on iHeartRadio. And find out more about my books over at justkisstheguy.com. And check out my other podcast at which is coming up next. Also, give us a call at
408-69-CHUBS.
Yes, and don't forget that you can watch videos of the show over at youtube.com, although you will not be, obviously,
for
watching this one. But, hey, you're here. You're queer, and we love you. All right. Well, let's see. What else we got? We got 6 minutes. Do we have anything that we want to talk about? Usually we ramble on for at least another half an hour, so there's got to be something.
I know. Sater right now is going, what the fuck is wrong with these people?
I know, he might actually make it through the whole show.
They're usually just cut at, somewhere in their conversation.
Oh, last night I was listening to, what was I listening to last night? I was listening to Donna Sugar's Reading Naughty Stories.
Yeah, I remember you.
Which we'll talk a little bit about one of them on Big Gay Sex Show, but... Yeah, so girl needs to read the whole story, because I'll tell you, some of them getting along, going real well, they're fucking in a bathroom, whatever, and then all of a sudden it's like, and he was my brother. It's like whoa, everything takes, and then there was lesbianism out of nowhere. It was really kind of bizarre, but anyway. So that was a fun thing, but the best part of it was that we had Mike from the Gayish podcast come on and read a story. It's a dirty story. And I'll tell you, I was ready to take up a collection for him to be the narrator for Last Romance, which, by the way, is my new book. And it is out on Amazon. Just look up Last Romance by Matt Burlingame. And Archie Cruiser says, Auntie Scott is going to sue because his bumpers aren't being played. And probably, and I'm sorry about that, but I didn't really get any bumpers. Yeah.
What are you looking at me for?
I don't know. I thought maybe they sent them to you.
No, nothing gets sent to me.
Because I'll tell you, Auntie Scott is just like the most amazing voiceover actor there ever was. Makes me all horny and everything. Hey, we still got 4 minutes.
We do?
Yes, we're becoming one of those shows. One of those, we don't have enough to talk about. We could talk fucking 2 hours when we're not live, but hey, we run out of material because we didn't go into our weeks in depth like we normally do.
Yeah, because we talked about all the movies back during the Swanner and Burlingame.
Yes, Swanner and Burlingame
portion.
It's a thing. Get into it. Yeah.
And so, let's see. Oh, how about this? With there's dirty stuff?
No, actually, Icy Greg posted a link to Last Romance, and Gayish Mike says that he works for beer. I'm into that. I will buy as much beer as it takes to get into it. I mean, to get into. Never mind.
On Top Chef, remember I told you back a few weeks ago that the guy who won Top Chef this time. Well, I found out the situation.
Okay.
What happened was when he went back to his job, he was having an affair with a woman on staff, which is always the bad thing to do. Woman on staff. And then when they broke up, he cut her hours and she cut his throat, basically.
Oh, yeah. Metaphorically.
Yes.
Of course.
And so as soon as she complained to management or the owners go, well, that's not how we handle things around here. So they let him go, and he just didn't inform anybody at Top Chef before they played the show. Because they don't, why would they check up on these things if they didn't need to?
Yeah.
Until the show was announced, and once he was made Top Chef, they all went, oh, hey, don't you know he doesn't work there anymore? And it's like, no, we didn't.
Wow.
Thanks for letting us know.
Yeah.
But then again, if they knew, what were they going to do? Cut the
like cancel entire season like that one
the
show
British
did?
Bake Off did.
Yeah.
Which I still want to see it. I love it. It was the American Bake Off, but
right.
Still, I wanted to see it.
Yeah. I don't know. I just it's a horrible situation.
Well, yeah, but then we're seeing less of it. Although Harvey Weinstein did get sent to L.A. so he could go through trials there, because he's already got 20 years in New York, so they're bringing him out there. I'm thinking he's not going to last 20 years. He's old and fat. Come on.
Hey now.
Sorry.
I'm feeling very attacked. No.
Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah. Okay, well, we are actually less than a minute away from the big gay sex show.
Yeah, so
it's kind of hot. Are you getting excited? Are you
kidding? I'm going to be in the car so fast you won't even know I'm gone.
So you can go home and do your poopies?
No, I'm going to go home and watch Evil and eat pork chops.
Fine. Be fun. What do I care?
Yeah. Somebody has to.
I know. All right. Well, thank you very much, Tom. It was a wonderful morning. I'm glad to see you in person. This is the first time we've really been in person for more than a couple minutes.
Because you're not going to see it again.
Oh, he likes the Zoom too much. I'm telling you.
So nice. Crawl out of bed.
Well, you don't have to drive. You don't have to. You just show up, take your shirt off.
Oh, look what time it is.
It's time to go. Well, thank you very much, and we will catch you next week. Bye.
Bye. Oh, God.
All right, it's time to sit right down on it.
Ew.
Oh. All right. Hey, Ouija, how are you? I'm on hour 3. How are you doing?
I'm on hour 1.
Yeah, you're on minute 1.
Yes, but I'm ready to tongue punch these bitches in their fart box.
I know people that are into that.
I'm not really. Not the fart box. Just call it your butthole.
Wow, we got Gayish Mike being a horny little devil. Oh my god, I gotta tell you before we start. Okay, we'll start our official, but I gotta tell you, and you heard a little bit I was talking to Tom about. So last night, Donna Sugars gets on the stream and she's doing these dirty stories. A couple of them went a little dark real quick, but she's doing her dirty stories. Get into it. Gayish Mike, who has the hottest fucking voice, once it stopped echoing and reverberating, a whole different story, gets on there and he does his story, right? Now, this is a story that was both, it was hot, but it was both like size shaming, like penis size shaming, and yet at the same time, a little supportive. I didn't know how to go for it. So here's the thing. Apparently, those of us with giant penises can let people with little penises borrow our penis for the day so they can figure out, so they can experience what it's like to have a gigantic one. Ours are actually detachable to be borrowed by people with little penises when we want them to, so that they can fuck and suck and experience being a tripod.
But isn't that kind of fucked up, though? I mean, okay, who wrote this story?
Somebody on the Nifty org thing.
So, like, isn't that kind of fucked up, though? I mean, because, like, you're sitting here totally, like, thinking, like, your penis is too small to function, so here, borrow my big, giant penis.
So that you can feel what it's like to have a big penis for a day and then go back to being even more fucked up in the head because that you feel that you have a small one.
What? But there's the same amount of nerve endings no matter what size your penis. So even if you have a gigantic, like, freaking, Mr. Snuffleupagus, you're like, you have the same nerve endings as, Mr. Nubbin.
Right. Nubbin Lemon. Yeah, but I think that's not the point. I think the point is the psychological, like, what it's like to have a great big dong and to be a hole pleaser, etc., etc., etc.
No, I get that, because I often thought about, like, God, if I had kids, what would I pray for, Would I pray that they had, like, this giant genius brain, or would I pray that they have, like, either big tits, pretty face, or big dick? You know what I mean? And so there's, like, those weird things that, like, come through your mind. And society, it definitely, like, if you ask yourself, people, if you have a child, what would you prefer them to have? You know what I mean? And that sounds horrible, and it sounds dark, and a lot of people are going to be like, oh my God, you're a horrible person. And maybe I am, but I just got my coffee. So, forgive me. But
I'm so beside myself.
Are you triggered?
I never thought about, gee, I really hope my kids have big penises so that they
big breasts, so that,
No, that would never have crossed my mind.
And, okay.
Oh, I really hope little Susie gets double D's when she grows up so that somebody will love the bitch. Oh my God.
But I'm saying that plays into the same thing that is your detachable penis stuff.
Oh, okay. We'll go there. I'll give you I'll let you go with this.
Yes, I would not let me go any further because guess what? I don't know what the hell I'm saying right now. So
I'm going to say, okay, so we're going to start back with...
reel it back.
So Dean Blarney says this is really hot. RT Cruiser says affairs with married men at work are interesting. They are. Just don't do it. And RT says he has his cock ring on because he's ready for BGSF.
Oh, I do too. I got my blue travel.
Do you?
Yes, I got it's Gear Essentials Maverick blue because it looks great against my beautiful.
And it's so good that we came in to do a non-video audio recording, and you needed to make sure that your penis looked really good and plump.
Okay, so after I'm wearing this because it's tribute to the Big Gay Sex Show.
You know what? Gayish Mike says,
and thank you, RT.
I literally prayed for a bigger dick as a kid. You know what? I understand that.
I think we all did, because even I growing up, I had cousins who, when I hit puberty, they're like, "Damn," because we'd run around up in Truckee.
Oh.
Up in Truckee, we'd be in thermal underwear running around, playing pool and stuff like that. And they'd always sit there and, come up and, like, poke my package. Pokemon package. And of course, we were all underage, so this is probably actually illegal for me to actually relate the story. But
it's a story movie.
They were always like, "Oh my God, you look so big." And I didn't realize. I never thought I was. You know what I mean?
Oh no, I totally get that.
When you do see the adult penis, and if you're standing at a trough, like growing up, they didn't have urinals. They had just like big trough that you walked up to. So here I was, a little kid, about the height of somebody's penis, and I'm like looking to my right, and there's a penis right in my face. I'm like, damn, that's huge. And so growing up, you're always kind of stuck with that perception that you're still a little kid, and here's this ginormous penis next to you.
Well, and it doesn't help that the porn that we watch, and I'm not knocking porn, mind you, but it has these guys that look like they're like, gigantic fucking penises, and then we see ourselves, because I didn't think that I had, a substantial until I was with guys that basically said, yes, you do. And it made me really have to look at it and re-examine my own view of myself. Mm-hmm. All right, let's see. RT Cruiser says he's happy with mine, full staff. I'm average but soft, and you're lean innie. Awesome. Gary says same problem. Dean, I worry about the impact on porn of the younger generation in terms of large penises being the norm. Well, not just the younger generation, but our generation as well. We were seeing that type of thing, because when we were watching porn, when we were able to actually get it on VHS, we had more normal looking guys, more normal looking penises. But then when DVD stuff started coming out, the lean was the bigger your dick is, the more you're going to be featured.
But I'm looking back on because I do have a soft spot for 60s and 70s porn. Only because they're play with light and shadow. I mean, they nowadays they got to have everything lit up like it's like
Mr. Mike points out, Chad Douglas. That was
Chad Douglas is a freak.
Scary fucking cog.
That cog is horrifyingly large.
Yeah, same with
Rick Donovan.
Who couldn't keep it hard.
Well, he couldn't keep it hard, but
in.
Yep, that marshmallow though. Yep. Every time I think about his penis, I think I want s'mores.
Well,
marshmallow that bitch in.
Squirting. Let's go over and actually officially start the show.
For the love of Christmas.
Welcome to the Big Gay Sex Show, the Daddy Ears, the twice-a-month podcast that tells you everything you ever wanted to know about gay sex.
And everything you still don't.
I'm Matt.
And I'm Ouija, Matthew changes this up every damn time. The Spunkmeister of all spunky spunk holes in Spunkland.
Woo!
That's me, people. That's me.
A quick reminder that Patreon offers listeners a way to support creators like us.
And receive rewards not open to the general public. Could you twist that monitor just a little bit this way? I tell you, people, I'm talking to my manager. Like dirty audio clips, Patreon-only videos, vintage podcast archive access, naughty photos of Ouija. What? How do you get these photos of me and Matt and more? If you want to become a patron of the show for as little as $1 a month, just go over to patreon.com/BGSS. And we want to thank our current patrons and our newest patron, Samuel.
And also, we want to welcome our new Twitter followers, which there has been quite a number of lately. We are glad to see you. We talked about Donna Sugars and that sexy Mr. Gayish Mike, who told some dirty stories last night.
Well, now I'm dying to hear it. Where do I find these stories?
Well, I think that she'll probably release the audio, but I'll keep you informed. Although there was one that went a little dark, and I loved. The funniest thing, though, for me, was after all the stuff that we talk about. So we're a little bit more like, hey, balls in your face. And Donna was reading the stories, and then she got to this one, and she's all like, okay, I have to warn you all. This one has some incest in it. And I'm like, oh, really? Oh, do tell. What are we going to hear? Is it going to be twincest? And she's like, they're cousins. And I'm like, oh, please. Cousins shouldn't even register as incest.
Well, you know, it's kind of funny because I remember growing up, nobody would have ever thought about like talking about your dad or your son in the way that we do now. You know, and that's like we got porn like up the ass, you know, about everybody's dad and everybody's, you know, son and everything else. But growing up, it was, you know, cousin sex was the taboo.
Yeah, that
Uncle
was
sex,
that was
taboo.
about as far as they were going to go.
Exactly.
Except in the straight films, then they went all the way in because they had Taboo 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the American series and all that. But in the gay stuff, it's like cousins. Okay, maybe brothers, but they're stepbrothers.
Yeah. So yeah, everything was one off.
Yeah.
But nowadays, no, it's like your dad's gonna fuck you in the asshole. The same penis that actually created you, it's gonna now be putting squirt up your butt.
And in real life, that's horrifying. But in a movie, it's like, really?
FamilyDick.com.
Tell me more.
Yep.
Okay, little things. Little things. Sorry, we got
you and your little thing. I walk in here and Matthew's all about little things.
Well, you know, I can't get Mike's story out of my head. Let's see. So we
and then now I'll have Kylie Minogue. Can't. Anyway.
Okay, TV says, I don't think big penis problem will be a big thing with the younger generations now, especially with the whole amateur movement. Not safe for work, social media, and OnlyFans-esque sites.
Yeah, you know, actually, so I'll tell you, I follow a lot of guys on Twitter that are not largely endowed. They're just beautiful men. So, I mean, I think, you know, the penis thing might not be such a giant issue much longer.
Which is also one of the reasons that I make sure that on our Twitter that we promote trans guys as well, because we really need to get over
as long as they're
the
gay
last...
Dudes. Don't you be putting a bunch of trans guys on there that are straight dudes. Because I will beat your butt.
Whatever.
Because we're gay. Big gay sex.
Are you done?
No.
So, anyway, but we need to get over the whole... vagina phobia that when we grew up was rampant in the gay community. It was like if you had a vagina, it was a big scary horrible monster, and now it's all like, oh, look at this trans guy, 2 holes, interesting. So anyway, we just need to get over it. Gary says, I will never forget the first big gay sex show in Vegas when you got some of the guys naked. Yes, I think we got the satyr naked, and we got
Turnip
Head naked. That was just amazing. Big Fatty showed us the balls.
Yep.
The pendulous balls. And there was someone else. I don't think it was Adam. I don't know. Anyway, moving on. Let's see. The pre-Viagra movies, the big dick, they usually had a death grip around the base to keep it hard.
Yep.
Marshmallowing it in, RT.
That's right. And there's something to be said about that, because sometimes sex is like that. You're marshmallowing it in.
Dean says, it's true, we are seeing real amateur stuff now with the expected normal range of penile shapes and sizes, yes. And of course, Gayish Mike reminds us that those stories that Donna read came from nifty.org.
But Gayish Mike, I want to hear it from you, baby.
Yes, well, maybe.
Everybody's like pumping this, you know, Gayish Mike stories. I need some Gayish Mike stories. Give me some Gayish Mike stories.
Mike.
What?
Nothing, I didn't say anything. Woo, moving on. Okay. Oh, what was that? Or maybe he was wearing a kilt. That first Vegas thing was a long time ago. Yeah.
Oh, it was, wasn't it? Good gravy.
RT says, do they pick guys with big dicks because they think that's what people want, or because it makes it easier for them to film the dick in the hole? I would say the first, but and Gayish Mike says sex with trans guys is amazing. 100% recommend.
Well, Gayish Mike, good lord,
videos,
he's great at, yeah, exactly. And then ship him this way.
I know. Yes, I asked for videos. I didn't say, make sure there's a video, but don't send it to me.
Well, no, I meant,
I'll watch your videos.
Send us some hot trans dudes. Those two.
Absolutely. All right, let's see here what we got. Anything coming up? We got the Twitters, we got the Donna, we got that. Okay, I have a question that came in from Dear Prudy, but it's a little long. But you know what? We're got to fill an hour, so I figured I'd just go for it. All right. So my husband.
Oh, for the love of Christmas! Is it this long?
Yes. This is the question. Now, there is going to come a point where I'm going to skip a little information. So just
all right.
Let's go with this. Okay, so my husband and I are at a crossroads of how to confront our sons about a discovery made while visiting their shared flat. They are stepbrothers, technically. Note the word technically. My husband and I are both widowers who met and bonded at a support group for single parents surviving after cancer. My son was 10 when I met my husband, 12 when we married. My stepson is 9 months younger. They're very close in age. After a somewhat rocky start, both boys were grieving and trying to adjust. They became best of friends, inseparable from the age of 13. They even took the same classes together in high school so they could spend more time together, and they made sure to go to the same university. Well, my husband and I went on to have 4 more kids. So our lives got pretty hectic, and our older sons were teenagers, so we pretty much just left them to fend for themselves most of the time. They are now both adults, 26, 25 and 26, live a state over, and rent a flat together. So we hadn't seen them for a year because of COVID. Then we went over, and my husband accidentally walked in the second bedroom, and it turns out it was actually an office. My husband's curiosity got the best of him, and he snuck around, discovering 1 king-size bed and the only other bedroom that contained both their stuff. My husband didn't say anything for a while, but then told me he decided it was best, blah, 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 blah. My husband is convinced they're sleeping together, and we are very distraught over it. It makes me sick. Yes, they are stepbrothers, but they have been raised together since they were 9 and 10. My husband's mind went straight to them sleeping together, but maybe it's non-sexual codependency? Because we're so busy, so they handled their grief by becoming so wonderful friends that they had to sleep in the same bed together. My husband argues that they never brought home girlfriends. We should have seen the signs earlier, but what if my husband is right? How do we handle this? Did it start when they were underage? Did it start when they were adults at university? Honestly, I don't know what to do. It makes me feel so sick. I'm such a bad mother. So should we confront the boys about it or act like we have no idea what's going on? Is it a friendship? Will they change and meet women when they get older? Please give us some insight on how to handle this. I feel so lost. We have 4 kids. How would we tell them that they're older when they're sleeping together? Oh my god. Anyway.
Okay, so.
Yeah.
I will take this one.
Please do. Take it deep.
Dear Prudy, I'm going to take this balls deep. And guess what? It's none of your fucking business. Boom. So, you know what? Stay the hell out of it. Love them or leave them. And there we are.
It's such... Maybe it's non-sexual dependency? Like, are you fucking serious? They're cornholing every chance they fucking get.
And you know what? And you know, they're not related. So don't even fool yourself, woman.
Well, and that's the thing. Okay, they're not related.
Mm-hmm.
They've been together since they were teenagers. You know, just because you looked at them as brothers doesn't mean they ever looked at themselves as brothers.
Mm-hmm. Or
you know?
maybe they did, and that's, you know, I mean, given the circumstances they came up in.
The circumcisions they came up
I
with.
mean, as long as they're not out, you know, hurting anybody else and, you know, committing crime and...
Yeah, I mean, seriously, they're not related. Mm-hmm. You know... Fuck it. You know, shit happens.
Lady, one word. Nanya. Nanya business.
Second word, business.
So.
Anyway, but I thought that was kind of an interesting thing. Now, some of the readers thought that was a fake letter.
Yeah. And now you have pictures of the 2 sons? My 2 sons.
My 2 sons, stepsons, lovers. I don't know. I'm a bad mother. But it always comes back to her.
That's this period's version. My 2 sons, maybe lovers, maybe brothers. I don't know. So.
I'm just sick. I'm just sick. Wow. I can totally. If they want to go on and bone other guys, that's fine, but not each other. Anyway,
I'm done with that one.
Yeah.
Move along.
You. Moving on. All right, so, we've got a few different things that we could talk about. Here's one that we should actually bring up. Do you want to read this one?
Sure.
Because, you know, I've been talking for almost 3 hours.
I know you talk too much. Let's go.
Talk to me, Daddy.
Okay, so which one? Main topics?
Main
topics.
This one. I'll make it a little bigger for you.
Because Grandpa No, I don't need it bigger. I just need it functional. Don't marshmallow it into me.
Well, Gish Mike is going to loan us one, so it's all good.
Gish Mike.
All right, go for it.
All right, so scientists compared the lives of 300 students and found that those taking loads may be less depressed. The study on semen was conducted by the Department of Psychology. Is this real? Where did you get this shit? You better cite a source. You better cite a source. The study on semen was conducted by the Department of Psychology and the State University of New York, Albany. Okay, now I'm going to say this.
Okay, please do.
And are any of our listeners from New York? I don't know. When we get weird shit, it's usually from freaking New York. So, anyways,
or Florida.
That's true. The whole East Coast. I've got to travel this East Coast. It sounds crazy. So the study only focused on women having condomless sex, while studying the post-sex chemicals in the body. Is this about women?
Well, kind of. But
okay,
you know,
we're getting there. Okay.
Raw loads. Keep going.
Raw loads. Raw is law. The study only focused on women having condomless sex. While studying the post-sex chemicals in the body of the participants, they noted that those not using condoms were generally happier. The seminal fluids, in fact, contained at least 3 antidepressants and aided in sleep. These data... It's got to be like I'm sure this is coming from like a Russian doctor or something. These data are consistent with the possibility that semen may antagonize depressive symptoms and evidence, which shows that the vagina
or hole
absorbs a number of components of semen that can be detected in the bloodstream within a few hours of administration.
So if you're depressed, all you need is a good injection.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yep. Raw is apparently an antidepressant.
Yeah.
Take some loads. Cream pie your ass. Maybe your mouth. I mean, actually,
if you're feeling down, go to the bathhouse.
You know, actually, I guess wouldn't it work the same for your mouth though? I mean, your mouth is like absorbing stuff, and the membranes in your throat and then ultimately your stomach.
Well, apparently these people just wanted to get closer to heterosexual couples having sex. I wonder if they monitored them.
Well, somebody needs to do that on... Okay, you know what? I'm going to put in a thing to get a grant so that I can, study, raw loads and buttholes. What?
I think we'll take up a collection.
All right.
Anyone?
GoFundMe.
We do have a PayPal link.
I want to know if my loads are going to make you happy.
I have a coffee page.
You have a what?
It's ko-fi.com or something like that. It's a coffee page where people can give you money.
Oh God, isn't that Venmo? Jesus.
I can't keep them all fucking straight.
Every time I turn around, somebody's trying to pay me on some new app, and I'm like, good Lord, can you just Venmo me?
Just leave the money on the dresser like any damn whore.
like
you
the 80s.
Whore bitch.
Well, 90s, because 80s I wasn't quite legal. But,
didn't stop you though, did it?
In the 90s, you just threw, my cab fare at me. I'm kidding. I always drove. Anyway.
All right. Hey, Star Trek says incest is only a biological problem between brothers and sisters. It's not a problem between brothers.
See?
I don't know. There's a couple of mothers that might disagree.
No, I agree with that too. Because originally that was the problem with incest. That's why they were so illegal.
Yeah. Well, there's no four-headed babies.
But apparently, I don't know. But if you took a load from your brother, would it make you less depressed?
Well, as RT Cruiser says, isn't identical twins boning each other just masturbation?
Essentially, isn't it kind of like a deviance of solosexual?
I don't know, but it is deviant. Hey, that's actually a good thing. We should talk to Zane about that. Yeah. Tim in Alaska says, "Dear Prudy, my dad several years ago, after his wife died in an incident, married her daughter. Is that somewhat odd, calling young stepsister as mom?"
Mumsy.
Shit happens. Let's see what else we got here. TB says, "Are those having sex are raw sex are less stressed, worried about things, shocked." Anyway, if Starch says, "If I could time travel, I would definitely have sex with myself. It would be the ultimate safe sex." Would it? You don't know where you've been. Oh wait. Let's see. Anything else here? Tim says to be TV sent. Oh, he's asking for nudes.
All right.
TV actually is like I think.
Well, TV.
Did he
aside
show his
from
butt? Somebody showed their butt last night in the chat. It was really nice.
showed their ass.
Yeah.
Showed their ass.
Dean says, if you can't love yourself, then how the hell are you going to love somebody else? Can I get an amen? Well,
Amen,
if you're a twin, I guess that works for you, right?
Hey, that's all about solosexual. Most of us are solosexual most of the time, right?
Well, you know what? There's so many things out there now that you can be on this.
What is this list of questions? Matthew keeps
Okay,
popping
so
up these list of
basically,
questions.
I just pulled the. Okay, so this is a little thing that I
Uh-oh.
pulled. These are
You're always-
questions, but the thing
You know
is
what?
with the questions, they're kind of boring questions. Go ahead. say
Apparently,
what
the
you're gonna say.
episode naming today would be called "Little Thing" because you keep pulling on little things.
You know what? I'm just thinking of people from our past.
All right.
So, anyway, the thing is about these questions, though, is you have to answer them, and they're not that hard. But honestly, completely, truthfully, bluntly, with no like sugarcoating or anything like that. So, the first one, if you're ready, I'll throw it down at you.
We're throwing down now.
I will throw this shit in your face like I'm jeffing you with my cum. All right.
As long as it's not
Does
shit.
bottoming hurt?
Yes.
How do you know? No.
Once in a while, I do take a good penis in my butthole.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, no, it hurts. I mean, the first couple pumps, yeah, but I mean, you got to yelp and take it, baby. You got to commit to this shit. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Okay, so the first couple times that I tried it hurt so bad that I couldn't go through with it, and I have never
see?
bottomed.
No, you know what? This is where I'm going to say failure because you have to commit. If you're going to let somebody penetrate you into your temple, then you have to be fully committed to guess what? To get them off.
I did. I pushed them off very quickly. And I said, no. Total top here. Registered. No. So, yeah. No, that didn't happen. All right. Next up. Question 2. How much lube should I use?
A lot. You know what? And you'll come across people, and I come across guys that are like, oh, just use spit. I'm like, even for a top, just using spit, it's hot in theory, but eventually it's just a lot of like, I don't want to say it's pulling taffy because you're hard, but guess what? You're like
taffy. I don't want to pull taffy. Taylor would get so mad at me.
But I mean, literally, you're like, not getting the amount of friction that you really want for your penis because you pretty much get it in, and then you're kind of just like it's like using a fleshlight with no lubricants.
Ouch.
It's not really going to hurt as much as it's just not going to go anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of like you're jostling their butt
and it
muscles.
gets stuck, and then they push you off.
Exactly. Ouch. Question 3.
Okay, question 3. Do you suggest barebacking or using protection?
Oh, that one is, and this is without hesitation. But I am HIV positive, but I am undetectable, and I play with guys that are in the same scenario, so I bareback. Yes, raw as law for myself.
Use Ben Gay.
There you go.
It also depends on the TB says it also depends on the viscosity. No, I'm saying that wrong. Of the spit.
No, I think viscosity is right.
Safe, yeah.
That's true. Some people, I've met some people that, oh my God, their spit, I don't know how in the hell, what kind of enzymes, what kind of proteins are in their goddamn spit, but, they...
It's called snot.
But some people have very dry, very wet, very H2O, and then some people have like almost
snot.
Gun oil quality to their... Anyway, yes.
Ati says know your risks. Okay, so here's where I differ. I will say that I am a somebody that pushes safe sex for myself. I'm just say be safe because you don't want to take the risk. Of course, we do say prep yourself. That would be good, especially if you're with partners that you don't know. Mm-hmm. But I'm also not judgy with the bareback stuff. As long as you're protecting yourself, you know the risks, you're educated, you're making your own decisions, you're going to do what you're going to do. I ain't going to judge you for it.
And as far as know your risks, I'm honestly, I know a lot of people who end up getting.
I went to gay pride and all I got was this sore asshole.
No, I know a lot of people who practice safe sex, but when they go down on somebody else and they come out with throat drippies, STDs in the throat.
Yeah, because you can get STDs in your throat,
in your mouth.
Yeah.
So
I actually had a guy who wanted me to blow him with a condom on, and I was just like,
I don't care how flavored they make those things, unless Starbucks makes them. I ain't putting that goddamn thing in my mouth.
Especially remember the ones with like the powdered mint.
Oh,
like what the fuck is that? I don't want powdered mint up my ass.
I remember my mom has this really great story. So yes, I'm about to do a parent sex joke.
Here we go.
So they got one of those novelty condoms because my mom wasn't fully snipped yet. She wasn't neutered. What is it? Spayed. What do women get snipped? But anyways,
your fallopian tubes get cauterized.
There you go. That one. So they had bought one of those novelty condoms that was like, it was purple. And apparently my dad, after they were done, had a purple dick for like the next week because it was
so tight.
It was the 70s, 80s, and
And he showed it off to all his friends. Look at my purple dick.
Everybody's like, "Oh my god, you should get that looked at."
I did. That's why it's purple. Okay, so hey, number 5, is foreplay important?
Oh, it depends on. It depends on what you're going for, though. But I would say I would say no, but not all the time. It depends on what is your ultimate goal. So the question is missing: is this to get off, or is this to make love?
Well,
foreplay
that's
is
true
important
because
when you're making love.
The guys that I'm with usually want foreplay, and I am totally down with that if that's what they're there for. But if we're just getting off, just take it out.
Hey.
I don't need your backstory.
Exactly.
There's no exposition needed in this story. Mm-hmm. You're just going to come and go. RT Cruiser says STIs in Sydney and Melbourne have increased in line with the take-up of PrEP. Well, that's because Australians don't know how to go and take care of themselves properly. No, I'm kidding. But I do. One of my main clients is an agency that deals with PrEP and STIs and stuff like that. And here, when you are prescribed PrEP, at least locally, from what I know, I can't talk about the whole U.S. I'm not sure. Mm-hmm. But when you get on PrEP, you have to have regular check-ins with your doctor and get STI tests because yes, it doesn't solve everything. It just means you're not going to get that one thing.
And I totally am from the mindset that if our medical professional and systems, don't really look at the fact that sex happens and the fact that so many men are actually embarrassed to talk to their doctors about sex. Yes, there's going to be STIs. There's always going to be STIs, no matter what. Whether you're not having sex, there's still going to be STIs out there. So sex is a part of living.
You can not have sex
STIs
and get yeast
happen.
infections.
And it's like right now. Like I was going to give a shout out to our Dory Alley weekend here in San Francisco, and most of my friends will come back and guess what? They'll need antibiotics. So and if you're taking raw dick in your mouth, while you're hanging out at some bar, guess what? You're going to probably get an STI. So guess what? I want two things going on. So I want to go ahead and tell all gay men to stop having sex for 2 weeks, and all the sexually active gay men go to your doctor, ask for antibiotics, and I don't know. This is just a theory. Do like a no sex November, or something, and we all go to, our doctors and say, hey, look, we're all participating in this, no sex November, and we're all going to promise to just jack off for the month of November, but take antibiotics to make sure that we're free and clear, and just do a regular purge. It's kind of like The Purge, the movie The Purge, but we're just going to purge STIs, So
and that's the thing, and that's the thing that a lot of people don't understand. They don't understand our collective power. Is that literally if everybody in the world, and I know that's a big thing, but let's just go with this that everybody's November. Like normal or whatever.
I love you, Starch.
That everybody in the world stops, like you said, stop having sex for 2 weeks, get on antibiotic regime. You wipe out syphilis, you wipe out gonorrhea, as long as you're not having sex with sheep. You know, I'm not judging. Well, I'm kind of judging, but never mind. You know, these things can be wiped out. It's like even HIV. If everybody just took their responsibility, everybody that had it was undetectable, we could stop the spread, period.
Everybody goes and get tested, yeah.
We have this power. It's kind of like COVID. Hey, we could stop this within like a month or so.
But there'll always be that handful of gays who are like, you're not going to tell me how to live.
Right. I'm not going to wear a mask on my penis. Alright.
Anyway.
Do I ask if he's tested, or is that a buzzkill?
No, I think you should. I think being forewarned is forearmed.
Some people like it to the forearm. Just saying. TB says voluntarily stop having sex. The pandemic didn't even stop sex.
Oh, you know
No,
what?
it did not.
And that's fucking hilarious. And it's not hilarious in like a funny way, but it's true. I don't know how many of my how many guys were like, "Hey, come fuck me, come fuck me,
In
come
your
fuck
circle
me."
of whores.
And I'm like, do you know that there's something going on? Oh no, but I'm fine. I'm not feeling funny at all. I'm like, I'd have the first cough on my dick. I'd be like, oh my god.
COVID penis.
Yeah, so I mean, so I know that a lot of guys stayed within their little pods, and that was cool. But there's a lot of guys out there just still begging for dick, and I know for a fact an ex of mine.
Oh, he went.
Was still he clocked himself at over 100 during that 12. I don't even know how. I don't even know how it's even possible.
Oh yes, you do.
Well, he's slut.
You had yours. I remember.
I
remember. You'd call up and say, "Okay, mark this one down." No.
Mark this one down.
No. Hey, I have a whole calendar. The days with no blanks is the ones that I was like, "Are you okay?"
You're dumb.
Yeah. No. Absolutely fucking ask if they're tested, but also know they can lie. So, number 7. What's your best oral advice? Oh, there's a map of Australia right there. All right. What is your best advice for oral? Oh wait, Casey. Oh, hi Casey. Casey Denver
Casey.
says the pandemic may have made it worse. Guys had sex but didn't go or couldn't get a doctor's appointment. Yeah. Okay. You will smell like eucalyptus for weeks if you have sex with a koala. Anyway,
there's worse things you can smell.
All right. Hey, what's your best advice for oral sex?
Best advice for oral sex. The top likes it when they hear you gag. It's a good thing.
Okay.
Gag on it.
I'll say 2 things. 1, watch your teeth.
Oh, shit.
I'm sorry, but
kind of like the Beastie Boys song. There's a lyric in one of their songs. I can't remember which song it is, but the bitch gave head like tinfoil. Don't be that bitch.
But the other thing is, it's called sucking for a reason. Get some suction on that cock. I can't tell you how many blowjobs I have had that are just somebody rubbing their lips up and down, not using their tongue. I'm sorry, but it's not a lip job.
Lip job.
It's a suck job. So anyway, yeah. All right, next up. Number 8, enema, fact or fiction?
Now, I believe that a proper clean out is good, but I did also talk to this doctor who believed that if you had the best proper diet, that you would never have to wash out.
I have heard that. I think they're nuts.
And their thing is that you have a biome in your butthole.
A
biome.
Okay. Please explain.
Maybe that's the. I think that's the word.
Okay.
So you have a biome in your butthole. That's like a flora fauna kind of thing. It's like flora. It's beautiful. It's like all of these microbes live together and they're all happy and whatnot. And you shouldn't wreck that. And you do wreck it when you wash it out. But here's my other thing though. On that same token, if you're like taking a penis up your butt and you're taking lube and you're taking ejaculates or not ejaculates for some of you that are safe people.
Mint dust.
Right. So I mean, but you're taking all these other things up your butt. I don't know. Wouldn't that screw with the biome too? I don't know. Oh my god, my brain is bended. I tell you.
Well, you got biome in the brain. Anyway, yeah, I don't. if I'm gonna fuck you, you better have cleaned yourself out. That's all I'm gonna say, because I'm sorry. I had one guy. We talked about this on a show a couple shows ago. I had one guy. My very first time topping a guy who didn't do anything, and let me tell you, the cleanup and the smell. I was so horrified. So horrified.
Right now, you're horrifying
I had a
me.
Silkwood shower like you would not believe.
Nah.
All right.
I know all there is to
It's
know
coming out.
about
Stuck to your penis. All right. All right. Hey, after that, top, bottom, versatile. What's with that? So, is there such thing as a true versatile?
I don't know. I think there should be. I don't know. I think there should be, like, since we have all these other millions of sexuals now, there should be like a versasexual. That they only have sex with other versatiles.
Okay.
I'm just saying that if everybody's going to have their own flag now,
Wouldn't that be called flipping?
and their own
it's
title.
It's a flag that flips colors in the middle.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So, anyways, I think honestly, you know what? I don't know that I've ever met a strict top or a strict bottom. I don't know that I've ever met.
Really?
Well, wait. Oh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
See, and then the ones that meet you and are like, I want to fuck you, man. I want to fuck you so hard. I can't wait to get on top of you. And then you take off your clothes, you turn around, and they're ass up.
Mm-hmm. That happens a lot. But people just need to be honest about it.
Yeah,
I think most
there's
of them are
nothing
very
wrong
versatile.
with it. I am personally very thankful for bottoms. I love you. I love you all. Gayish says, I don't want to flip every time. Hey.
No, and you
that's
shouldn't.
cool.
Most people don't. And I wouldn't either. I mean, no. If I know I'm going somewhere to fuck somebody in the ass, guess what? I'm going there to fuck them in the ass.
Right.
You know, boom. I don't want to think about, like, oh gosh, do I have to watch out too? No, fuck that. I'm going to the gym. I'm going to come over, fuck you, and then I'm going to go. Get in, get out, get ahead. That's what this world's about.
Love, exciting and new. All right, let's see. Number 10, rim jobs, yuck or yum.
Oh, that so it depends on the person. Honest to God, because
Oh,
there's
yeah.
some guys I'm just like, oh hell yeah, and then there's some guys I'm like, oh my God, is that a squid?
Oh my God, look at the biome.
Exactly. You can see the biome leaking out.
Yeah.
And you're like, no.
No,
that's a no-go.
I've had a few guys that like had asses that I could just, you know, I mean, I have actually one guy that had an ass so nice that I just would jack off eating his ass, and that was good for me.
So nice. Yeah. You gotta spank it twice.
But so yeah, but you're right. It definitely depends, because especially when I'm watching some of the TIM videos or you know, something like that, and they spread, and I'm like, somebody's going down to lick it. I'm like, don't do it.
That is so true. And there are so many times I'm like, I think that part's supposed to be on their insides.
Oh God. And hey, if you're into that, that's okay. It's all good.
Yeah. Rosebuds are rosebuds. That's on you.
Get in, get off, get out. It's the new phrase.
Womp womp.
Copyright BGSS, the daddy years. All right. Hey, if you could only do top or bottom for the rest of your life, which would you choose?
Top.
Yeah, I'm good with that, because it's pretty much, I made my choice.
But
You
I
made
mean,
your choice.
But I
Live
do
with
love a
it.
good, you know, I do love a good topping, you know.
Yeah.
Once in a while, you just need to, like, have your butthole just, like... and you know what? It's good for
You
your
need
prostate.
an anal massage. Yeah, you need a prostate massage. It loosens
you
you
need a
up.
banging. You need a good banging.
Makes you nice again, bitch.
And besides, I mean, and you know, you really can't get the full perspective of what a bottom, you know, really gets out of it until you try it yourself.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
all right. Let's see. What is your number one kink?
ooh, number one kink.
Yeah.
I'll
wait.
I don't. God, I've lived kink so long that I what is a kink anymore?
Well,
Is it my Cochrane collection?
Actually, oh, okay. You know what? Let's go with that. I will tell you a short story while you're thinking.
Uh-oh. Short.
So, I was messaging with this guy who his fantasy was for me to be 600 pounds and bedbound so that he could always take advantage of me whenever he wanted. Oh, that's a fantasy. But he was like, you know, are you okay with kink? And I'm like, well, tell me what you got. some kinks I'm fine with. He's like, well, this is really super kinky. And he made this whole thing about, that I was going to reject him over this. And he's like, I kind of like drinking pee. And I'm like, are you serious? That's what you're... Bitch, I know, guys. It's like, I was just like, that is so, like, I would have thought that was a crazy kink like 20 years ago. Mm-hmm. So, yeah. And then, what is this? What's going on here? Definitely sprinkles nipple play. Okay, so Gayish Mike says nipple play. Yes. Get into it. Actually, there's been some guys that I have loved playing with their nipples before. Dean says my ass is my most sensitive erogenous zone. That's hot. Oh, and he also TV says sometimes you need to get your guts rearranged.
That's true.
Ouija will
That's my service.
Yes.
I will provide you with gut rearrangement service.
So anyway, yeah, kink just seems kind of different to me now. When you're talking about, hey, I have kinks, I'm all like, oh my goodness, are you going to draw blood or something? It's very different the more kind of exposed and experienced you are, and also how times have changed. Like, to me, when somebody talks about water sports now, I'm like, well, fuck the president. We had a president that was all into it. So like, who cares, Anyway.
Yeah, no, I mean, I guess it depends on the person, but kink, I love my cock rings. I've been wearing cock rings since I was 19.
Yeah.
I guess that's a kink to some. And then, pissing up your ass is another kink. I don't know. You know what I mean? So it depends on the level of kink.
Yeah, because, Brain Murderer here says impreg. Okay, that is a definite kink. I have gotten off to say, you know what, as somebody writing in the romance field, it is full of impreg and werewolf omega breeding, and I mean, you cannot go through any of the forums without impreg and werewolf breeding just nonstop. So it is a big thing. But I remember the first time I brought that up on the original show, and it wasn't even called impreg then, and you just thought I was crazy.
Well, and I'm still dying to know: does the baby come out your penis or your butthole?
I have skimmed, not read really, but skimmed stories and books of both, and then also some werewolves where they have an extra little opening that forms. So, hey, there are things for everyone.
Dean, I gotta ask. Okay, so like when you say dirty talk, what are you talking about? Like, what is your level of dirty talk? I love to hear what different guys consider dirty talk. Like, if I'm balls deep in some guy and I'm like, you dirty faggot, dirty whore, all of that stuff.
Yeah, he is British, so it'd be something like, you naughty bastard. Oh, you stick your big crumpets in me. Oh, those bangers and mash are so naughty. That's his level of, whereas mine is like, you fucking faggot. I'm gonna slam ass your... Anyway. So, yeah. Anyway, and then Dean says the supermarket always throws me out.
For his ear nibbling.
Yes. All right, just checking the time because I know we got another show coming up here in about 12 minutes. Let's throw out another one here. Who do you think has to put out the most effort in sex, the top or the bottom?
I think that goes two ways. So I think the bottom to prepare, and the top during the actual, during sex. Because, the top's typically, well, it depends on what position you are. Are you cowgirling? Are you sitting on it? But...
Gayish Mike says I'll record something and send it in. I hope he's talking to us because let me tell you, oh my gosh, I need something to stroke too. Anyway,
yes, please.
I think that really for me, I would say probably the bottom has to put more effort into it, especially if they're good at cleaning out and everything, because they've got to relax enough, hopefully. To take it in, and they've got to use the lemons to keep it tight, and everything. But the top, they just have to kind of, like walrus on and, slap the wave and ride it in. So anyway, and then the last question in this is, do you like dirty talk during sex?
That would be a yes.
Yeah, when I was younger, no. I didn't really know how to handle it, I guess. But then as I got older, I learned that it and keywords are definite, like, will make me pop. Backdoor guests are best.
They are.
Use those arse muscles to chew on a top. I like that. Yeah, it takes effort. Dean says, seriously, I love vocal, noisy, aggressive insults, all in a loving way.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course you have to have it in a loving way. Oh, you beautiful faggot. Take my cock. I'm going to rape you, you naughty boy.
But see, dirty talk goes both ways, too. Because I do love a good bottom that's, like, begging for it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yep. Especially when they call you daddy or master.
Well, I don't need daddy.
No, I'm kidding.
Sir is cool.
Sir?
Yeah, if your ball's deep in a guy and he's like, yeah, sir. Yeah, I like it, sir. Please give it to me, sir. Yeah.
You like that cock, you dirty faggot? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I've seen things like that. I've heard things like that. All right, what we got here? An older gay guy. He says, no, the top does most of the work. Many bottoms literally just lay there. I can't wait for realistic dolls because it will be the same.
I love you.
Now, I have to say, I kind of agree that I have been with tops that just kind of like, you could be fucking a watermelon. No, sorry, brought up a triggering thing for someone. Anyway, and then Dean says, stop making fun of my country.
Oh.
Don't make fun of your country, just the people that run it.
Matthew loves BritBox, and he loves Acorn.
Oh yeah,
and he would be happy to taste your acorns.
You know who? Have you watched Women That Kill?
No.
Or Why Women Kill? Okay,
no,
so
but
it's
I've
a show
seen
on
some
Amazon.
kind of weird ass.
There's the 50s version on there, and I hate the fact that the horrible husband on there turns me on so much. Oh my god, he is like the epitome of the white heterosexual clean
privileged
cut. Yeah, and he's wearing a suit, and I'm just like, oh, just fuck me. Anyway, where are we at? Okay, we still got about 8 minutes, so we talked about some dirty talk. We talked about some of that fun stuff.
Okay, well, let's get to some of my stuff.
Oh, please. Now that I've wasted all your time. Go ahead.
Exactly, what you usually do.
I know.
Hi. So anyways, shout out to the Dory Alley bunch that's still in San Francisco, getting your STIs. Hello, and I hope you guys are having a great time. I'm sure most of them are nursing that hangover at this point, so, hydrate, breathe. It's going to hurt for a while. And what's dripping out your butthole is going to be hurting too. Holla! But anyways, hopefully Dory Alley was awesome, given, the fact that there wasn't one last year. And we are moving on to Marry Fuck Kill.
Okay. I'm ready.
Let's see.
Fuck George and Atlanta. Oh, no. Sorry.
Okay, so actually, at this point, you actually have 5.
5? How do I
choices.
marry, fuck, kill?
So, okay,
5?
You're going to marry 2. Because we are in a new world.
I love this. Let's do it.
Okay, so you have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
3 and 4.
Okay. So, Okay.
Okay,
and you're going to fuck. 1, 2, or 5.
1, 2, or 5. 1, 2, or 5. 2.
Okay.
Let's do this.
And then, so essentially, 1 and 5 will be who you kill.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
By default.
So you marry Austin Wolf.
Oh, fuck yeah.
But let's be real. He will never
He'll
have sex
cheat on
with
me.
you because you're not 4 foot nothing, and you're
That's
young.
so true. Oh my gosh. And he does it like, I swear, he's got 365 at least, Like
Daily.
his OnlyFans is just like ping, ping, ping.
And it's some adorably cute little guy that you're like, is he out of high school?
I think that his penis is going to break him. No, he took it. Okay, so
and then your other husband is Marcus Cage.
I could work with that. He looks like a good breadwinner.
Yeah, he used to be an underwear model for Jockstrap Central.
Okay.
And then went on to do a lot of stuff for Raw Fuck Club.
Okay.
Okay, and then your...
That was Mary. So
Yes.
Fuck is next.
And then Fuck was...
2.
So you're going to be fucking Skeletor.
Been there, done that.
And then you're a horrible person because you kill Snagglepuss.
No big loss.
And Romeo Davis, which is also a big superstar in the world of raw sex.
I was gonna say he looks familiar. You have Cade Maddox up above, and I'm just like, oh, he looks very familiar. Do we know him?
We do.
Okay.
He's your new father.
Oh, that works. And then eventually, I'll marry him when call him Daddy.
And let's see. So, in the other last little piece, are
Yes.
we at a point where
we have,
what do we have?
4 minutes left, so you go for it.
I don't know. Let's keep this for a regular show.
Okay.
I gotta bookmark this bitch. Bookmark it.
Love that. Look at us. We're planning ahead.
Oh
So
my
great.
goodness. It's
All
fabulous.
right. So, but we do have a few minutes ahead. Like 4 minutes here. Then we. You know what? Actually,
What?
let's make sure that we include our sponsor.
Our sponsor.
So, would you like to do it, or would you like me to do
sure.
it?
Since it's near and dear to my heart.
Okay. You're what?
Let's see. Currently, LGBTQ people of color in America have a disproportionately high rate of new HIV infections. Golden Rule Services of Sacramento, along with the HIV Community Planning Council, want you to know about an important tool in preventing you from contracting HIV. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, or PrEP, is a medication that has proven to be 99% effective in preventing HIV infection. If you think PrEP may be right for you, visit your local sexual health clinic. If you reside in Sacramento County, California, contact Golden Rule Services at sacgrs.org to get started on protecting your sexual health.
Awesome.
Okay.
All right. Well, we got a few minutes, but just to let you know how to contact us, go over to biggaysexshow.com if you'd like to leave a comment.
Send us your feedback to show@biggaysexshow.com. Give us a call at 408-692-4827.
Once again,
408-692-4827. And actually call us.
yes,
Please.
Dean, call us. And Dean says, thanks for the fun hour, boys.
Aw,
Hey, join
anytime,
us
anytime,
Join us
Dean.
on Patreon at patreon.com/BGSS.
Follow us on Twitter, and that's not safe for work. That one really is not safe for work. Matthew was used to put on Instagram, but is there anything on
Oh, our
Instagram that's like
Instagram.
really not safe for work?
No.
Anyways, follow us at Twitter, not safe for work.
Maybe some
at Matt
Reddit.
Ouija.
Yeah. Follow us on Instagram at biggaysexshow.com and read us on Reddit at reddit/biggaysexshow. We are everywhere. And TV says, great show. Y'all have a new listener and Twitter follower. Yes! That's
Queen.
the whole reason we do
but
this.
TV, tell me
wanna-
that you don't actually go by TV, right? 'Cause I mean, it just sounds rough,
I'm fine.
Tuberculosis.
Oh, bone me, TV. Bone me.
Tuberculosis.
Yeah, don't cheat on me. Oh.
Uh-oh.
I would cheat
It's going
on
down.
Gayish Mike. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do you both. Come on, Gayish.
Ugh.
Come on, TV.
That and it tastes like
Let's
Burning
get it going
Boys.
on.
This shit is hot.
It's definitely a hot mess.
Right? And we want to thank everybody that joined us in our chat room, all of our listeners, and the listeners who couldn't be here with us. I'm glad you have something to listen to. And next year, you have to be part of Pride 48 because it is such a fun experience. Thank you to the hosts and to everybody who just put this together. It is a lot more work than anybody realizes. And,
Oh, it is.
Doesn't
get half the appreciation it should, or even the third, even 10th.
Right. Oh, Gayish Mike says he's never been spit roasted. Oh.
Oh, it's
well,
on,
now we
bitch.
have a goal.
Where is Gayish Mike at? Where are you at?
On the feed here.
No, where does he live?
I don't know, but we'll
Get in the
stalk him
truck.
later.
We're heading your way, Gayish Mike. It's happening.
All right. Thanks for everybody for the great show. We're going to go ahead and release the stream for the next folks, and thank you very
I'm releasing
much.
my stream at the toilet.
Last night listening to Pride 48.
Oh, that's nice. I've been doing family stuff. I can't wait to get away from it for this hour.
Oh, wonderful.
I was listening. Oh, we're starting. I was listening to Mix Minus till 1 o'clock.
Tonight!
Are we only missing Chris?
No, Moose.
Oh, and Moose P.
Tonight, we discuss the oily veto competition. Who can apply their lotion the quickest? Will the veto be used? We also discuss elimination night. Will Frenchie be fried, or will we be counting sheep in the BB house for one more week? We pick our teams and stream live on Pride 48. But first, please welcome your hosts, Adam and Fatty. Well, hello everyone.
I think Frenchie was freedom fried.
Welcome to But First. This is a show.
That's with wait.
What?
That's with one T.
Yeah, one T, not but first, not like an ass.
No, that was the show before us. They always put their butts. They always put their butts first. Bada.
And are the hosts going to guess whether that was a pre-record or if I was saying it?
We saw you.
Daniel already said it in the chat room.
Oh, but Fatty, what's your guess? Is it a pre-record or was it live?
No, it's pre-recorded, and you just moved your mouth because you weren't.
Well, that's not what you were going to
synced
say.
up.
That you cheated.
You weren't synced up.
Well, I'm not anyway. My mic's slightly off from my camera. Anyway, welcome everyone.
As was everything. Okay, anyway.
So we are here for Pride 48 live streaming weekend. And so we have to fit this all into an hour. Oh my goodness. How are we going to do that? So let's introduce everybody. I'm joined by Fatty. You already heard him. Hi, Fatty.
By the way, Tim in Alaska says that you and I sound like Adam and Maddie.
Oh, really? Okay.
I got nothing.
I think you need to be a little drunker and more belligerent. Actually, if we were going to sound
by the end of this episode, you'll probably have a restraining order on me.
Also joined by Moose P. Hello,
hey Moose.
Moose is still
Moose hasn't figured out his audio yet, so let's move on. We're also joined by Archer. Hello, Archer.
Hello, Adam and Adam and Maddie. Adam and Fatty.
How are you? Everything going well?
I'm doing great. I was listening to Pride 48 until like 1 o'clock in the morning last night.
I was listening till 2, I think, and then I had to go to bed. We're also joined by Sam in the Hinterlands. Hello, Sam.
Hello, everybody.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you, and I'm glad to see all of you.
We have a horrible picture of me superimposed over someone with a suit in the chat room.
That's superimposed over Leonardo DiCaprio, I believe.
Oh.
Leonardo never looked as bad.
How dare you? We're also joined to actually the first one to join the call this evening.
I'm very punctual.
Yeah, very punctual. Faye Driver. Hello, Faye.
Hello, everybody. I just want to say the Pride 48 streaming weekend is going great, and congratulations to all those podcasters who've been participating. It's been really interesting. Thank you.
To include the Pink Wing Nut. Oh.
Yeah. I got my reasons. If you listen to my show, you'll figure out what they are.
All right.
This is not a diss against Pride 48, by the way.
No, you joined this one. So, Moose, have you got your audio fixed?
I do.
Oh, good. Hello,
hey,
Moose.
everyone.
Hi, Moose.
Howdy doody.
So, Chris could not be bothered to be with us this afternoon, and, it's normal. So we're used to it. Now, I want to say, I want to explain for anyone listening new, this is a Big Brother recap show, and we get together and we natter about all the episodes that have happened since we recorded last. And if you're a Big Brother watcher and you're not caught up, there will be spoilers, so just mute at the appropriate times. We try to tell you when there's an actual spoiler.
The spoilers are for episodes that haven't happened yet.
Right. Yeah, sorry. If you haven't watched, if you're not caught up, turn us off now.
Or be spoiled.
But at the end, or be spoiled. But at the end, we will actually have a spoiler section where people are diligently watching the feeds, and Fatty's watching people sleep to find out what's happening next.
I do not pay for Paramount Plus.
Oh, that's the thing that he's offended by. How dare you think that I'm spending my good money? Anyway, so what we're going to do, we normally go on for an hour and a half or more.
Because we always talk about our personal stories, which we haven't done this year.
Yeah, let's have a personal story.
Well, I just want to thank Faye for talking about my tires on his latest show. I appreciate that, and it made me feel good about the choice I made.
Yeah. Oh, thanks. Speaking of tires, Big Fatty said he was going to tell us about his tire purchase.
He did say he was going to tell us.
Yes. But I've been told that we're on a very tight time schedule.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I'm going to have to keep times. Whatever you guys talk about.
Listen to my show. That'd be Big Fatty Online Monday morning.
And we'll hear about your tires.
And you'll hear about my tires.
All right.
Excellent.
I can't wait.
My only personal story is I mowed the lawn this morning. It was way too wet, and the grass kept sticking under the mower, getting caked under the mower. So I kept having to take my hand and pull grass out from the mower because I had to mow today.
Was the blade still going?
No. I turn it off.
Well, Adam, you've had prior training in this when you move poop from one toilet to another one.
Well, I had to pick up poop before I started mowing because my parents' dog is visiting, and we have a doggy door now, and he has diarrhea consistently. So trying to pick up his poop out of the yard, you basically are scooping it up. You need a spoon. Basically,
it's probably that CBD oil he's eating.
I don't know. It's something. So
in South Carolina, we have something called the Charleston rice spoon, which is an oversized spoon. You could probably pick it up with that. Maybe somebody will send you one of those.
And how come there's no cooking shows on Pride 48?
Maybe. All right. Well, any other personal stories? We can have 3 more minutes if you guys want personal.
Sam has a personal story. She has a green thumb now.
Oh yes, I do. My garden is actually bearing vegetables finally. I had a harvest of 5 green beans today. They were very tasty. And I have 3 ears of corn ripening, and there's a whole bunch of little cherry tomatoes on the vine. But yes.
Now, do you have multiple rows of corn? Because the thing about corn is if you don't have more than one row, it can't cross-pollinate very well, and then you don't get any corn.
I have 4 containers, each with a plant, and they're in a box shape.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
By the way,
you have to. Corn's a fucking bitch, man.
Oh,
hey, but it's
there's
nature.
The title.
Yes,
there's the title of today's episode. Corn's a fucking bitch. By the way, your Boyfie Crooked Hat says that you've locked him out of the studio because he wanted to come and look at the 85-inch TV. So I'm just saying.
Oh,
when you finally go downstairs, prepare.
No,
for the wrath.
I offer. So often, I'm like, let's come upstairs and watch the big TV and use our media setup. And he hates the chairs up here that I bought. I love the way they look. They're so nice looking. They're sleek and modern looking. And
but how do they feel when you sit in them?
Uncomfortable.
And he thinks they're uncomfortable. And so he wants to sit on the couch downstairs. And I'm like, well, okay, but that's the smaller TV. We bought the big TV to go upstairs. Too bad, so sad. So that's... It has nothing to do with
y'all don't even watch TV. So y'all don't watch TV together then?
We do.
All right, this is about as much personal stories as I can take.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
We really need to move on.
Yeah. Let's go.
Floor pillows will fix your problem, or beanbag chairs.
Okay, we're going to start on episode number 6, July 21st, Wednesday. It is post-nomination where Frenchie and Brittany have been nominated.
Yes.
Brittany has a little meltdown.
Yes.
Big Derek is not happy because his best bud Frenchie has been nominated.
It's Big D.
Can we just talk about? Look, Brittany. I just have to say that is a little over the top. As much as she was crying, it was like she lost a pet or something. She was bawling so bad just for being nominated. I can only imagine what the rest of the season is going to be like while she's on. She is so dramatic.
Well, now I have a question about
that.
that. I have a question about that. Isn't Brittany the one who said that she's got Asperger's or autism or something? Remember when in the interview thing?
Yes.
Then because I believe the people who have these are on the spectrum react strongly to emotional things like this. They either are very emotional about it or they're not emotional at all. And I agree. She was way over emotional about being nominated.
That's right. I didn't think about that because I have an autistic niece and she's just completely she's not emotional at all. And I didn't even think about the fact that it could go the other way. So maybe that is the reason. I don't know.
Well, and I agree. It was over the top. I was surprised also. And yes, I considered the spectrum part of it. But it's a very stressful situation. And I thought perhaps it was just once the pressure valve blew, it was going to blow big. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she did.
Because she pull
blew
it back
her load
and
early.
She said she had been rehearsing her rap since Sunday. So she didn't
we'll get
stay
to
a
that.
mess.
Yeah.
But speaking of crying, Kyland is a crier too, because Frenchie goes up and starts pitching Kyland, saying, "I will save Brittany." I don't know. There was some conversation. I don't think we got the whole conversation, but Kyland is like weeping little tears too. Like,
Yeah, and he cried when his letter was read with his HOH room. Right. So yeah.
By the way, in the chat room, Dean Barney is saying that Brittany is on the rocks, shaken and stirred.
one thing I also noted, Brittany does have a lot of testosterone, it seems. So
she does.
Thank you.
Sam, do you want to pick it up here?
Oh, I thought you were going to say, Sam, do you have a lot of testosterone?
I was worried, yes. No, I am full on crone, however. I had the hormonal tests. I'm menopausal, so, there's that.
Well,
full on crone. And I want to point out that the announcer told us this line at the beginning of the show that we just can't skip over. Kai the guy was riding high.
That's again back to Brittany with her rapping.
There have been a lot of rhyming.
Of course, I have the feeling. We noticed that Brent has a chest tattoo in this episode. Big D you mentioned the Big D is pissed that the two teammates are on the block. Kai was mad that Frenchie didn't tell him about it. Frenchie does all of this talk about how if he wins the veto, it's going around Brittany's neck, which, talk's cheap. Allison is very happy that Alyssa rather, is very happy that the Kings are not any of the nominees. Tiffany and Claire and Kylan said, "Oh yes, you did a very hard thing, but it was the best thing." And Tiff and Claire seem to be the ones behind the very sensible and logical, but kind of emotionally hurtful nominations. I mean, frankly, if you're being really cold-blooded about it and you want Frenchie out, the only other person apart from Brittany that you could put up on the block in that case would be Big D. Because the other people would, you already know you've got their votes, and those are the only two people you think might have vote for them. So it makes sense that if you want Frenchie out, you'd put her or Big D on the block.
Against him, yeah.
So they were pumping him up that he did that, even though it felt like crap because Brittany's nice and because she was so upset and everybody knew it. And so the big bad guy.
Was this around the time that Frenchie decided that the Slaughterhouse alliance was broken and no more?
Yep.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, but it was kind of the writing was on the wall because in the last episode is when Frenchie actually went around and said, "I'm out."
Yeah.
But
then, other people were admitting it that the alliance was over with too.
Yeah, but this time he went around and named the members of the team. So.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Frenchie.
So then there was this bit of there was this editing twist that is now the time to leave Frenchie in the house or to take him out and take out a different, bigger threat and leave Frenchie there to be a target for the next round.
Well, that's what he was trying to sell when he was going around talking to people. But I think that's always, anytime someone who's, they're going to be leaving, that's really the only argument they have is, well, I'm a big target. You should leave me, protect yourself.
But no one was taking his bait. No one was latching on
Nobody
to that.
wants him in there.
No,
Yeah,
they
so
all
I mean,
wanted him out.
He was grasping at straws for nothing.
They did insert a little levity into the show with Brent giving speech lessons to Hannah. I enjoyed that.
I remember that too.
Oh, was he teaching her how to do a Jewish accent?
No,
New Jersey. Not a New York Jewish accent, Adam.
Jersey.
Yeah, a New Jersey Italian accent.
Oh, okay.
The South Philly accent where you say water ice, and I can't do it at all.
Well, and like she was doing it a little bit too much like Boston.
Yeah.
Put the coffee in the coffee
we
maker.
Harvard Yard.
We got to keep it moving here because.
Oh yes, keep it moving like we've just taken a dose of Metamucil. All right.
Yes, Alyssa gets a birthday toilet paper.
That was so fucking weird.
That was stupid.
I didn't know what the purpose of that was. Okay, we're
Well,
going.
we never saw what they did with her after they wrapped up in toilet paper.
I mean,
Well,
what's
they
his
had a
name?
conference.
What's his name? Got a strip tease or whatever, and she got wrapped in toilet paper. I mean, she certainly got the short end of the stick. I would have much rather had a strip tease than being wrapped in toilet.
Well, yeah, I mean, Travis's stick was not on the short end. I mean,
Not at all.
What a loss. Okay, we go to the veto picks. I'm just going to go through them quickly, and then we'll get into the veto competition.
yes.
HOH Kyland chose Alyssa. Brittany chose Little Derek. And Frenchie chose Claire. Claire, the person, the most edited, we don't see any, she's like the invisible person.
I think this is the first time she's been featured on the show.
Right.
I think we're going to see more of
Who?
her, though.
Who? Claire.
I think we're going to see more of the wholesome hometown Amazon queen there.
But she seems like I think she's pretty savvy. Like
I'm jumping ahead, but I do want to point out. So Mark and I were watching this last night, and it was actually the live show. But that's why I say I'm jumping ahead. And what's her name? The host. What's her name? I can't remember her name. Anyway,
Oh my God.
Julie. Yeah, she was saying that Claire strategically was laying low, and Mark said, in past seasons, haven't we just called that a floater?
Right.
Now we're saying it's strategically laying low. Anyway, Claire.
But
was
I think she is
strategically
being
laying
strategic
lower.
with that.
Maybe.
All right. So the competition, the POV, Power of Veto competition, is called Fun Tanned Lotion, and there's a bunch of lotion, gigantic
Suntan
lotion
lotion.
bottles scattered around the backyard, and they all squirt out a certain amount of suntan lotion, and you have to fill your bucket up with lotion as it squirts out of the bottle, and then take it back and fill up this tube to get the keys. Keys are floating on like one of those little floaty boat key rings.
And this is an interesting twist on a competition they do a lot. So a lot of times they will have slip and slide looking things all lined up in a row, and you'll have some vat with some liquid in it on one side and some other thing on the other side that you're filling up to get the key, but they're racing. And this one, it's the same competition, but you have to strategically figure out like where you're going to get your lotion from that's going to be faster, and they do it one at a time, which is different than normal.
You only have a small bucket to have to keep filling up.
And some of them figured out that the SPF that was printed on the different bottles, the higher the SPF, the more that came out, or the longer it came out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Sam, do you want to take over and give us the rundown?
The results, well, we had to have Frenchie saying that it was more slippery than a greased hog at the state fair.
Frenchie also said "dadgum" in this episode.
Oh, dadgum.
Yes, yes.
Now that is a common thing. That other stuff may be written by the producers, but dadgum it, that is something that a farmer from the South would say. So.
Oh yeah. I didn't even notice dadgum. I should also point out that earlier we also had my cheeks were redder than a turkey on Thanksgiving about to get his head chopped off.
God.
We didn't miss that one either. So Brittany went first. She memorized the pattern, and that's how she got her time. Kai went second, and he decided to use his body as a backsplash, which was very nice to watch. Derek went third, and he memorized the pattern in which they went. Claire went fourth, and she was not particularly good at it, but her attitude was that she just wanted a good enough time not to be accused of throwing it, which I thought was very clever, actually. And I thought, so she has been thinking all of this time. Alyssa went fifth. And
Patty, are we keeping you awake?
No, I'm
okay.
Please, it's not you, Sam. It's me.
All right. Alyssa blew it. She was really out of it. And Frenchie went last. And he was the only one of the group that figured out the SPF numbers on the bottles mattered right at the very end. And so we had the times, and we started with Claire, who had 5:33, and followed by Kai, who immediately came in first place with 4 minutes, 54 seconds. Brittany had 5 minutes, 8 seconds, which was not bad at all. Derek X came in at 4:41, so he was the new Rainier unless Alyssa or Frenchie beat him, and Alyssa and Frenchie did not beat them because Frenchie had just over 5 minutes and Alyssa had almost 7 minutes. So for the second week in a row, Derek X has the power of veto, and Frenchie got all tearful in the diary room. Back to you, Faye.
All right. Does anyone have any other comments about the game?
Not really. It was I thought it was funny that Frenchie is getting teary because he said he was going to pull Brittany off anyway if he got it. So it sounded like he was resigned to going home pretty much, this entire time. But
well, I hope he was.
What was this the time when he revealed that he actually does have a wife, and there was a picture of her and him on his bed frame? Did you guys see that?
One of the diary room, he mentioned a wife, but I don't remember whether it was the live show or this show. I can't remember.
Yeah, can't remember either.
Well, we saw them all in the beginning too. He's got kids and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, I am kind of surprised it was mentioned too. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, speaking of Frenchie, after the veto, we get the drama queen, Frenchie, the drama queen, where he's in with his team. What is his? Are they the ace? What are the queens?
They're the Jokers.
The Jokers.
Jokers. Thank you. He's in with his team, and I think maybe Aja was in there, but I'm not sure.
Well, she's on his team.
Yeah, she is.
Well, there you go then.
He and Brittany and Aja.
Bless his heart.
There's too many damn people on this game show. Like, let's do a triple now.
But now remember, these teams are going to be done in another week. It's only going for the first 4 weeks.
Right. Anyway, so he's playing the drama queen. I'm just gonna go home. Wah wah wah. And then he gets the big speech. Don't you ever give up. You keep fighting. And
from Big D.
Yeah, Big D gave him a great speech. Actually, really pumped him up.
Right.
So I just put in the chat room, just so they know, I put the Big Brother fandom site. It has all of their photos and shows what teams they're in as well. So that's one that I use to keep track.
Hint, hint, Faye, he says. Okay. So Frenchie goes to the HOH and Little Derek and does another pitch. You would never be my target. Like, anything the guy says is just... Well, I don't think anybody should take anything that Frenchie says for truth. But anyway, he's pitching to Derek, the veto holder, and to the HOH guy. And they're like, yeah, okay, whatever. Anyway,
but the way
in the end-
I was just gonna say the way Frenchie talks about Big D, it's like they have a little showmance just between the two of them.
Yeah. Which was evident when he. Oh, we'll not talk about that. Derek does not use the veto at the end of this episode.
Yeah, that was obvious. Everyone in the house wants Frenchie. There is not a single person other than Derek, Big D, that wants Frenchie to stay. Maybe his other two team members. So maybe his whole team wants him to stay. But other than that, no one else wanted him to stay. It was,
and at some point he asked Frenchie, "Do you want it to be you?" Because Frenchie wanted it to be in a unanimous vote, and he asked Big D asked him, do you really want that, or do you want, not a sympathy vote, or a
no, but to
wanky
throw a vote,
Yes.
throw a vote for the other, for Brittany.
I was a little nervous when Derek got that veto because Derek has won 2 vetoes now, little Derek. And I was like, I don't know, he kind of screwed up the last one. I was nervous that he might screw this one up and take Frenchie down, but he did not.
Ugh. He would have been the next one out.
Yeah.
Okay, so shall we move on?
Yes.
To the next episode, episode number 6, the eviction day, Thursday, July 22.
And let's turn it over to Moose P, who is our fashion expert.
Yes, please.
Y'all, if you've not listened to But First, Moose P is the Tim Gunn, the fashionista, if you will, the Heidi Klum of But First. And he reviews Julie Chen Moonvez's attire every single week. He never misses a week.
Such responsibility. This was a basic black outfit. I mean, it looked like she was wearing a leotard almost with a sheer skirt over it with black high heel shoes, because you could see through the skirt a little bit to the leggings. It was an interesting choice. I didn't think it was the greatest outfit I've ever seen, but not horrible. So anyway,
well, she had shoes that were matching that dress, because the shoes kind of had like that see-through look to them.
They did. It was very matchy.
Yeah.
What about the jewelry selection this week?
I did not notice the jewelry this week. It was very downplayed.
I did not see the cross.
Oh no, the cross. There was a cross there. Yeah, there was a cross there.
Okay.
Yes.
I feel like you can't go wrong with black.
No, you can't.
So
But
it looks good to
see-through?
me. Yeah, I mean, I'm
I
a
thought she
fan of
looked like
see-through.
a Teen Witch.
Okay. So anyway, going back to Faye.
Okay, so here we are. Derek has not used the veto, so Brittany is laying low. Frenchie is going around saying, "I'm your shield. I'm gonna play possum, and then I'm gonna get him." Rawr. And then we learn about this Brittany and her skills as a rapper. So she does a couple of raps.
Okay, would you rap this part for us?
No, I'm a white boy, and I know.
No, I wasn't going to ask you. I was going to ask Sam to do it.
Oh,
no, I can't either.
Oh, well, Sam can't do it, and neither can Faye. So let's just
Move on with the day.
There
move
you
on
go.
with the day. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
I liked what Xavier said in his diary room. She should stop.
Well, first he said, "Oh, it's cute. I didn't realize she could do that or whatever." And he's being all nice. And then, yeah, she should stop though. And he rolled his eyes. Okay.
Anyway, so Frenchie is going around pitching everybody. So we come back from commercial. Any other comments before we go into the bit about where we start to see the little showmance between?
Well, we did have the workout video proposal.
Yes.
With Brittany and Whitney, the two most unfit people in the house.
Yeah, but maybe that's why they're on the bikes. They were on the bikes.
I suspect
feel like
production may have told Whitney to do some biking.
Oh, you think so?
I don't know that, there's only so much to do in that house, and you're so concerned, I'm sure, with looking good that you think, well, I'm going to work out as much as possible. At the very least, people are going to see me working out, and I'm bored anyway, so I'm going to go do this.
Y'all, let me just say this. Can you imagine Adam Burns in this house and having to look good for the cameras 24 hours a day?
Oh my God, no way!
And be a people pleaser for the live feeds 24.
Well,
hours
they'd have to fly in his hairdresser once a month.
That's true.
Right.
Also, he would never go without a shirt.
I'd have to find the cameras and the angles that worked the best, and then I would only be in those specific. I'd find a spot on the couch, that was my perfect angle, and then always be sitting there. People would just have to come to me.
Much like every night in your house with Mittens. Okay.
One thing we know that he would at least be able to unclog the toilet with his hand.
Well, that's a skill. Maybe they would keep me around just for that. Right. Poop transference and unclogging, skill set.
People don't even know that story, I bet.
This people doesn't, but I'm a pathologist, so I can roll with it, man. I've run bowel. Nothing phases me.
All right. So we get a little sneak peek. There may be a little showmance happening between Kyland, our HOH, and Sarah Beth.
Yeah.
Currently has a lady girlfriend. But we know she's bisexual, I believe. They talk about her dad dying a year ago.
Of COVID.
Was it COVID?
Yeah.
That's what she said.
It was COVID, yeah.
I found that shocking. I don't know why, but I just did. I'm like, oh my God.
That's too bad.
Well, they said he died. She said he died, and I sat there waiting. Because I was like, yeah, I bet it was, because she's young to have a dead parent.
Yeah.
But anyway, thoughts on this relationship?
Well, I don't know. I thought that too, but she seems so in love with her girlfriend, and maybe it's just a friendly thing.
I think he was just comforting her because it was a year to the day since her dad died, and I think he was just being, nice to her, and trying to make her feel comfortable.
Also, I don't know what it is about this Big Brother house, but these people in the Big Brother house are so touchy-feely. Gay,
Yes, they
straight,
are.
whatever. I don't know if they tell them, hug on each other or something, but every year, it doesn't matter, gay, straight, bi, whatever, they're all hugging on each other, braiding each other's hair, painting each other's nails, giving massages, so you never can tell. But I thought, no, she seems to really love her girlfriend. I doubt there's any showmance there.
Well, I noticed that after every competition, everybody hugs everybody, whether they, won the competition or not. And speaking of the fingernails, did anybody see Brent's fingernails?
Blue and
Had like blue and red, I think it was.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
yeah,
there was
I did notice that.
in the feeds. The girls painted Brent and somebody else's toenails. But I didn't know they had done the fingernails, and then I saw that and I went, oh, they must have done the fingernails too. So be on the lookout for painted nails.
All right. Well, we got about 7
upcoming
minutes to finish this episode, so we
Oh,
should
dear God.
move on.
All right. Well, Kylan goes around and asks each of the 3 teams that aren't the Jokers what they want to do. He's trying to get safety for himself, and some have a very lukewarm response, and some are like, "Yeah, we're in it with you. We'll protect you," and stuff like that. There's talk of kind of another alliance. I think they might be calling themselves the Royal Flush, but I'm not sure. There was reference to a Royal Flush. Anyway, Brent wants the 5 girls out. He's talking about we got to get these girls out because 2 guys have left, and now.
Oh, yeah. He was saying that the next 2 need to be girls to even it out.
Yeah.
But you know, the funny thing is, he was telling it to, wasn't it Whitney, one of the ones that he was telling that to?
That's
And
what
I'm
I thought so too. Why is he telling this
she's
to
a
the girls?
Like, what? Why are you telling a girl that? You need to get all the bros together because, you know, she could be part of a girl alliance and you just don't know it. She is a girl. That was weird.
But they're together now, right? Like they're a team, not a romance, but Whitney
Correct.
and Brent are
Brent and Whitney are on the same team, the Aces.
With Derek X.
Hannah.
And Hannah.
And Hannah.
But I think Brent and Whitney are scheming outside.
Yeah, I
of
think
their
so.
team.
I think so.
Oh, like their own little alliance, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
At the very least, the house thinks they're together because that's all we hear now is, Brent and Whitney. So, yeah.
Any other comments before I go on to the vote, Sam?
No, just that Derek thought that the best move of not playing the veto was that it kept more blood off of Kai, and I tend to agree. It made sense that Derek didn't use the veto. Otherwise, the other thing is that when Kylan went around asking, "Will you promise me safety?" the team that has Whitney, Brittany, Derek X, and Hannah, Derek was like, "Yeah, man, I'm fine with that. Sure, why not? Yeah, I'm cool with that. But you got to talk to the teammates," and the teammates did not go for that.
They did not do the promising. You're right.
They
Only-
did
only
not do the
Derek.
promising, and Kylan was like, "Oh, 3/4 of them, his team said no." So I just wanted to point that out before the vote.
I did not understand that at all from Kylan's part. Why the hell are you? I feel like that almost puts more of a target on your back for next week, going to people and point blank saying, "Okay, will you keep me safe?" And he had no leverage at all because the block is already set. Neither person on the block were part of their team, so he had no leverage at all. It's not like, well, if you keep me safe next week, I'll make sure that so-and-so doesn't go home. No, it's already all set. And I feel like it makes him more of a target the next week. So I thought that was
odd too, because you're right. He had nothing to offer them. No. So why would he just be saying that?
It's like, well, I just don't want to go home next week. Will you guys promise me I won't? It was just, there was nothing. So
yeah, but I don't think he's been using the verbal question and answer game very well, because he's also the one that last week said something about part of being HOH is I don't have to answer your questions. I can't remember who asked something, but he declined to answer. So I think that this is not necessarily, I think might be a certain level of just plain old ineptitude here. He thought he was doing well and wanted to see how the land lay and didn't realize that would be a bad plan.
Yeah. Maybe he doesn't get the subtleties of what you should and shouldn't say to people. I don't know. It was just weird.
Well, I sure wouldn't.
On the spectrum.
Who knows?
Anyway, not wanting to paint anyone with any brushes. All right, let's go to the vote or the speeches. All right, Brittany gets up and does a speech. It's a rap. And everybody
white girl rap.
It was cute though. I mean, it was cute.
Well done.
It was very well done.
Yeah.
Well, she had been practicing it. They showed her practicing it.
Yes, she said she had been practicing since Sunday, and it was done on Thursday night. So, yeah, it was very well done. Everything rhymed. She said it took her about 15 minutes to write it, but a lot longer to memorize it. So there you go.
But it wasn't short. It went on much longer than I expected it to.
I was waiting for Julie to jump in and say, "Okay, wrap it up."
I know, me too. That's what
wrap it up.
Yeah, that was the funny part.
Okay.
And then Frenchie gets up and does a little speech in his overalls, which I just worry about what those overalls smell like if you just came off the farm. But anyway,
they have washing machines on farms.
Yeah. Yeah, you think he's actually using the washing machine? I don't know.
No.
He had to. He's wearing those same overalls over and over and over again.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, his speech is basically, come and chase some sheep on my farm.
And something about parents, bonding over parenthood.
Yeah, bonding over. You
Yeah.
know, basically he's like, I made some good friends. I played really hard. I hope you guys come visit me on the farm. That was basically the summary, you know.
But it's just he and Tiffany are the ones who have kids, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I think maybe someone else did. No, I think Whitney
but he has a
somebody else has
father-son
kids.
He has a father-son relationship with Brent, right? He feels like Brent is his.
He said that at one point, yeah.
Anyway,
I think Xavier has kids also.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Okay, so we go to the vote. Everybody votes Frenchie out except for one, Big Derek, who votes to keep Brittany.
And you know, he's been a flip vote the last 2 weeks. And I'm wondering,
But he did have a final two.
He did have a final two, but I'm just wondering, you know, because that always is ammo to get someone out if they're going against the House. And we haven't heard much talk about it, but I feel like it's a consistent thing now. He's done it 2 weeks in a row. I'm wondering if that's going to bite him in the butt.
Well, at this point, there isn't. There's still so many people voting that it doesn't. I don't think it stands out as like you have to find out now who was the one person who voted. You know, that didn't come out at all. So I think that's.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Moose.
No, I'm done. Go ahead.
Oh, Moose, I'm done. Although I would like to say that everything gets talked about in that house. Every little thing gets talked about in that house. So
Well, they ain't got nothing else to do.
So
yeah.
I'm sure it's been a topic on some people's lips.
By the way, has anyone found any naked pictures on the from the live feed yet?
I haven't.
Archer, that's something that you should really be in charge of.
Well, I have to say, this week I didn't look at the feeds as much as I did the first week or the last week.
We'll get on that.
Busy
I'll try.
podcasting, left, right, and center.
Yeah.
Put out 3 episodes this week, didn't you?
Well, if you count twice on Pride 48, yeah.
Okay, so Frenchie gets the boot. He goes out and he talks to Julie. And the most memorable thing that I heard him say was, I created change by not being the old guy voted out.
I know. That was his whole thing, was like, but it only worked the first week. He's out the second week.
He wasn't voted out first, so there's something. He achieved that.
He wanted to create change and not have the old guy voted out the first week and the big person voted out the second week or something like that. So he made the women. He made the women's alike. He talked about how he wanted to be a force for change for good, and how
But like
his
for-
family
for-
told him
for-
he needed to do that. And
For Big Brother history, like for continuing forward with every season, he wants this to happen.
Oh, he made Big Brother history, but it's not the way he thinks.
Right.
well, no, but
I also thought it was funny that when he first came out, Julie was like, air hugs for safety. You know, she
Yeah,
didn't want to
that
get
was
close
good.
to him.
Air hugs to stay away from those overalls. Okay. Stinky Mac stink.
So we have the HOH competition. We got to get through this here, and we get this Tom Green nonsense in Canada.
He was horrible.
Yeah, Tom Green is not one of Canada's favorite sons. Just let me tell you right now. Like we,
And he looks like shit.
Yeah,
What did he do to his hair? I mean,
Nothing.
What
And
didn't he do to his hair?
They made a cartoon characterization of him, and they couldn't even like make him look better as a cartoon.
Exactly.
Awful.
Anyway, so there's this confusing set of videos where
Wait a minute. Should we go to our fashion correspondent, Moose P, to give us a Tom Green opinion here?
Oh, I've got nothing. He was just horrible.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
So, the series of videos, he's Tom Green. For those who don't know, is a air quotes famous Canadian comedian, and
which is really sad.
Who was out in the street interviewing people about, do you watch Big Brother? And everyone's like, no.
I know.
I love that part.
Well, he was in Ottawa, so don't they have a Canadian version of Big Brother?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
we do. Yes. there were a couple people who were familiar with it anyway. So then the HOH competition was all about the questions about what happened in these videos. And I don't think we have time to go in through everyone, Sam. No. I'm sorry.
No, we don't. But I did want to point at, and basically it was very much like other Big Brother competitions. You have to answer true or false when they read a question about what happened in the video or what color something was in the video, or you know how it is, little trivia. And I did want to point out that we got down to like maybe a handful of players, and Xavier went one way and all of the others went another.
Yes.
I think maybe 3 or 4. There were others, and I thought, oh, well, this is going to be interesting because either they're all right and he's wrong, or he just won it. And so it was a rather thrilling finish because he did in fact win it, and he won it on the difference between nude and naked.
Yeah.
Right.
Mark and I had a whole discussion on that because I said, what was the first word? Can we rewind it? Because I'm like, I thought it was naked. What was the first word? And I thought
it was naked. He didn't say nude.
He said nude, but in the question they said naked. Anyway, it was a whole thing. I had to rewind it. It was yeah.
All right, so Xavier is our new winner, and then that's the end of that episode. So just one thing now. I have a couple of questions. Now that Frenchie's gone, who are we going to hate?
Now, according to the feeds, because I have been watching my gossip stuff on, I don't know if you want to talk about this, but it seems like Brent is now is taking over the lead of the person that everyone wants to kick out.
I mean, I would say Brent and Whitney are going to be on the house's lips because they're the ones that everybody's like, oh, we got to get that, they're working together, yada, 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 like all this kind of stuff. So probably so. I'll just mention that Xavier is on the Kings. So that means Christian, Alyssa, Sarah Beth, and he will all be safe this week.
And also the Queens and the Jokers are down one person, and the Aces still have 4. So I think that's
yeah. That'll be another thing. The house will want to prune the other team.
And I believe
either that or just go ahead and annihilate another team.
They haven't talked about it very much, but the Queens this week are have-nots.
Oh, okay.
Oh, was that a spoiler?
And the other thing is that Julie mentioned something about there will be a risky decision that will create dissension among the teams.
Oh, for the wild card, she said.
Yeah. Yes, so I'm thinking maybe that, instead of making it very obvious that the aces, that we need to pare down the team with the extra player, they're going to do something game-wise that will change the dynamic, like, shuffle the teams or similar.
Well, in the spoiler section, I have just a little word to go with that, but I won't say it now.
Well, speaking of that, we need to pick our teams. So we're gonna do that now because we were gonna do it last week and we ran out of time. So, for those who are new, we have a competition on But First where we select who we think is going to win the most competitions. We call them the Comp Beast. We select who we think is going to win the game. We call them most likely to succeed, and we select who we think will be the fan favorite. And we can pick the same people. We don't have it doesn't have to be unique, and we get points at the end of the season if we were correct, and then we have a winner. So I'm going to go to Archer first. Archer, who did you pick to be your Comp Beast?
Well, I started out with Xavier, but then I noticed that Derek X won the last 2 power vetoes, so I'm going to go with Derek X.
Okay, who did you pick for your most likely to succeed?
I chose Tiffany because I think ultimately she's got what it's going to take to get to the end.
All right, and who is your fan favorite pick?
Well, she's not necessarily my favorite, but I think Sarah will become the United States favorite. The people who vote for that. So Sarah Beth.
Sarah Beth. Okay. So we'll go to Big Fatty next. Big Fatty, who did you pick to be your Comp Beast?
Well, I think Kyland is going to be my comp beast.
Okay. What about Succeed?
To win it all, I am going to also say Kylan.
Okay. And fan favorite?
I think the fan favorite I don't think it's going to be Sarah Beth. I just, I got nothing. I'm going to say Aza.
Okay, Aja. All right. Let's go to Faye. Who is your comp beast selection?
I'm going to say Christian.
Christian. Oh, okay. And most likely to succeed?
Little Derek X.
All right. And fan favorite?
I'm going to say Aja as well.
All right. And Moose, who is your comp beast selection?
Kyland.
And who do you think's going to win the game?
Derek. Little Derek.
Derek X. All right. And who's your fan favorite?
Christian.
Christian. All right. And Sam in the Hinterlands, your comp beast selection.
Go with Claire for comp beast.
Okay. Succeed.
Derek X to succeed, win it all. I'm gonna make my personal favorite my vote for fan favorite, and that's Tiffany all the way because she is both old and a laboratorian.
All right,
Although I really, really think Aza also has a shot at fan favorite. But yes, my fan favorite is Tiffany.
So I'll just say Chris emailed in his selections, even though he could not be here. And
he could be bothered to do that?
Well, I asked him to email it, so I would have it for my records. He is selecting comp beast Derek X, most likely to succeed Kyland, and fan favorite Big D. So so there we go.
Now let's see. We get you to have one change during the season, right?
I don't even remember, but we can.
Well, y'all, by the way, if you've never heard the contest on Butt First or Survivor's Ready, the rules today are not
flexible.
the rules at the end of the season.
They're flexible. So let me go. Sure, if the team wants to do that, we can. We also are going to have something, at least one thing, where there's going to be a risk or reward. I don't know what it's going to be yet, but we are going to have a risk or
What
reward.
are your picks?
Okay, mine are for Comp Beast. I am going to select Derek X. For Succeed, I am also going to select Derek X. And I'm going to go with Derek Big D as my fan favorite. So I'm going with the Dereks all the way.
You like the big D's and the little D's.
The big D's and the little D's. That's how I'm going to go.
Good D's.
I will point out that Chris from Tennessee probably has the best track record between Big Brother and Survivor of picking winners and such. I believe. I that's only based on what I remember.
Well,
I don't based.
It's based on him being a shut-in, also. But I mean,
all right. So we have about 7 minutes left. Or do we want to go into spoilers?
Sure. Can I just ask a question just related to the series so far? Have we had an endurance competition yet?
No.
Yeah, we haven't. Okay.
And before we go into the spoilers, I want to ask if we can discuss what Julie Chen said at the end of the live thing.
That's the other thing that Moose is gives us the Julie wisdom.
I had to listen to it like 3 times. I'm not sure. What did she say?
Be the good.
Okay, I thought so. But what the hell does that mean? That's like Melania Trump. Be best.
There's that Brooklyn accent.
Actually, it's nothing like that.
I mean, I know you guys love to make fun of that, but I think she's trying to do
she's
something
definitely
good.
trying.
I mean, she's trying.
I find her very trying.
But what does that mean? What does she want? Be the good in what?
As
I'm
a
not
person,
saying they make
evil
sense.
As opposed to
generally be a
bad.
good person, I think.
All right, why don't you just take a few minutes and think about that, and then
I'll get back to you.
embrace that and get back to us next week.
Let that be your mantra for this week.
Yeah,
Yes.
be good.
Okay.
Be the good. Archer.
Be the good. All right.
You only have to
spoilers.
be the good for another 4 days because we'll have another one after Wednesday.
That's right.
Thursday.
Right. Are you picking your nose, Faye?
Yeah, sorry, I just had to get something out there.
Okay.
So, spoilers.
Go ahead, Archer.
All right. So we know that Xavier's the head of household, and he has nominated Brent and Brittany. So that's Brittany 2 weeks in a row, and I don't know why. I didn't find out why he
I
chose
didn't
them.
understand that either. Mm-hmm.
And now the wild card, Tiffany won the wild card, but she decided not to use it. And I don't know what the the challenge or whatever she would have to choose to do or not to do, but she chose not to do it. And the power of veto has been won by Christian, but we don't know if he uses it yet because the ceremony isn't until tomorrow.
Yeah.
And who did
Brent
you select
doesn't
for your
think
most
he
likely
will.
to succeed, Archer?
I'm sorry?
Who were my notes went to another window. Who did you select for your most likely to succeed?
Tiffany.
Oh, okay. Or no, to Comp Beast, sorry.
Derek X.
Okay. I was going to say, did you base your selection off the spoilers? But no.
No.
And what was the other spoiler that came up when Sam was mentioning something?
Oh, that was the wild card, that Tiffany won the wild card, but that she
Oh,
didn't
okay.
use it.
Oh, okay.
And again, the wild
Changing
card
up the
too,
game.
and the wild card is only for the first 4 weeks too, and that's going to go away after next week.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So I wonder
Yeah,
what they're going to do. Does that mean there's no teams at all? When or are they going to rejigger it and it's going to be, something else? Or
Well, I'm getting this information off the Wikipedia page for Big Brother 23, and it says that the wild card competition and the teams both are only going to last the first 4 weeks, and then it doesn't have what's happening after that, because I guess the people who are writing this don't know.
because I will say this, I think I really like so far I'm really liking the teams, because even though we have had a few alliances, the teams are keeping smaller groups rather than having one big huge the winners alliance, where they pick off the other stragglers for the first 2/3 of the season or whatever. And I feel
but
like,
don't you think once these teams are over, they're not going to stick together on their teams, do you think?
no, they're not, but that's what I'm saying. I kind of like having the smaller groups, rather, because what I'm afraid of is as soon as the teams go away, we'll have, 8 people all in one big huge alliance and 3 people that are the the have-nots, air quotes, and they're the ones that get picked off, and that gets boring because they're like, okay, well, which one are we going to vote off next week, and then it's just,
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah.
By the way, Steve the Tater in the chat room says that I was tactful as always. I don't know what that's in reference to, but anyway, evidently I've been very tactful.
No,
think
probably
that's
from
called
the picking
sarcasm.
the boogers. Probably from you calling out the picking of the boogers. When this is audio and you don't have to call that out, that's
Well,
probably
he was
what
picking
it's-
his nose. I'm sorry.
I was not. I
But
had
we
my
see it.
finger rested on my.
All right, Faye, where can
no,
we
no.
find you?
You can find me.
I'm just resting my fingers.
You can find.
In his nose.
You can find me begging people to write in stories about tires at the Pink Wheel Nuts podcast, pinkwheelnuts.com.
All right, Archer, where can people find you if they want to hear more of your work?
ARCHERR.com. You can find everything there, like the link to my YouTube channel where you can go and subscribe and watch my latest video.
All right, and Sam I believe it was a Mac something or other.
M1 MacBook
Yeah.
Air. Here, I'll stick the link in the chat
please do
room.
that. Sam, where can you be reached?
I am Sam in the H on Twitter.
All right, and Moose P?
I'm also Moose P on Twitter. However, I rarely get on there.
Okay, and last but not least, Big Fatty, where can we find you?
You can find me. I think I'm done this weekend.
30 seconds. Come
All
on.
right, you're out. BigFattyOnline.com. And
Thank
you.
you.
can find us at ButFirstPodcast.com. And stay tuned on Pride 48 for North and South of Things that are coming up after us. And if you go to ButFirstPodcast.com from a mobile device, you can see our lovely mobile web app and see all the information about the contest. So you can go there. All right. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, and we will see you guys next week.
No, you
Boomerang. Yes, and Strong J. Yes.
But now they have the TV show, so I wonder if they would even do that. They're like, okay, we got the TV show. We're good.
How was
you
the TV
know?
show?
I haven't watched it.
Yeah.
I haven't watched that. I don't watch a lot of
neither.
BET anymore, so
I don't
know.
either.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't watch like a
Sisters
lot
on
of
there.
network TV as a. You watch Sisters?
Because my
Is
mom
it
and my
good?
sister.
Is
I
it
like
good?
you. I like
Okay.
you.
Welcome to another episode of the North and South of Things. I'm one of 20 dozen of your co-hosts. Please join me in welcoming your other co-host, Mark, aka the Laughing Buddha. Mark, how are you?
I am well. It's steamy up here, George. We're about 1/3 of the way through. I think this is our third or fourth heat wave so far yet this summer, and there's no end in sight. It seems like.
Well, got a quick question for you. What's going on with Scooter Diaries?
Well, George, I'm trying to overcome inertia because all this heat is making me feel really lazy. The problem I've been having with the consistency with the Scooter Diaries is like I think of things that I want to talk about and then I write them down, and then when I have time, I don't want to record.
See, yeah, I've
know?
had, for the last 3 weeks, I've been meaning to send a question to Faye Driver about my tires, but every time I think about it, when I get back to from the walk, I forget about it. Let's welcome our next co-host of the North and South of Things, Romo, also of the Pod Cubs podcast. Romo, how are you?
I'm doing great, despite everything, but good. I am no complaints at all.
Well, give it time.
So, George, a quick question. When you call the Faye Driver about your tires, do you also check on the tread of your shoes?
I do not. That's a really good point. But
how many miles does it take for the tread on your shoes to wear out?
It's crazy. Romo, what's going on with the Pod Cubs podcast?
Pod Cubs is currently under a hiatus right now until I decide I'm revamping everything to decide which route I'm going. So until then, we're on hiatus until I figure everything out. So, and also one of my co-hosts is out for the count right now. So if y'all have the thoughts and the prayers to send out, Blue is currently out of commission. He's in a hospital recovering from a heart attack he had a couple of days ago. So and that's all I'm going to say. And, please, if you have his cell phone number, please don't call him, because he needs to rest. And if you have any questions, feel free to email me, but I'll try to relay information as I get it. But, right now, it's done. We're trying to move on from it, and we're trying to make sure he's better. So that's where we are mostly.
We won't go into it, but have you been in touch with him?
Not him personally, but his partner has been in constant contact. Every time there's a change or anything. Right now, he should be in surgery still. They're installing a stent right now.
Got it.
So
we will keep him in our thoughts, and for those who are of the praying type, we'll remember him in our prayers as well.
Hold
we'll
on.
send him vibes.
It's yours.
We should also say that Romo is going to be chat master today, chat room master. Romo, I think the first comment is actually for you. A salty one too.
I know. Of all the flavors he could have been that are in his cupboard, he had to choose salty.
Daniel never chooses sweet.
No.
Oh.
Well, I mean, we've been on hiatus since I left Atlanta. So, and honestly, because life changed so much. So, and since I left Columbia, it's changed again. So, it's just finding time to niche, trying to find time again. Because I still love it. I still do enjoy what we do in podcasting. So it's just, trying to find that new angle. I've done the same thing I won't say the same thing for the past 8-9 years that we've been doing podcasts, but it's time for a change. It's time for a new angle. So
you know what?
I'm looking for.
You know what? You do you. You do
not
you.
That I owe you anything, Daniel Burns. I'm sorry, that's Burr.
Did you just call him Daniel Burns?
Wow, that's the love child between Daniel and Adam.
But nothing but
Daniel
love for you, sir. I
Burns.
did nothing but a love for you, sir.
I would like to also just let the audience know that the Adam drink game is still in play. When Adam's name is mentioned, you should take a drink. And so that's one. Just go ahead and drink. Wait, hold on. Thank you. Speaking of drink, anybody drinking?
Yes.
What are you drinking, Romo?
White Russians.
Girl, it is the middle of summer. What are you doing with White Russians in the middle of summer?
It's like a milkshake.
Okay, gotcha. Mark, what you drinking?
I have a little bit of lime sparkling water because I am also doing Dry July.
Oh.
And we're on the 25th of July, and I only have 6 days left.
Not that you're counting. You know what?
Yes, I am.
Yes, he is. I think we have actually another voice to add to this conversation. Mark, who do we have?
That's right. We have another special guest, and we haven't had a special guest on the North and South of Things since we had Big Fatty on talking about Easter Sunday. And joining us today is Wes, the gay country boy. And welcome, Wes. We're very happy to have you on the show today.
Hi, Wes.
Hello. How's everyone?
Oh, well, we're having a Sunday here. And
Can't you just hear that smile in his voice?
I know.
That's right.
It's almost fake.
And we can see his dimples, which is
I know,
also...
that is great.
That's right.
Also a lovely thing. So how are things with the Gay Country Boy podcast going along? Why don't you bring us up to speed there?
See, now these questions were intended nicely, but now they're shots fired.
I know. I think it still exists. I'm definitely paying for the web hosting services, so I mean it's still there.
I was enjoying your blog posts that you were doing quite frequently
earlier in the year,
but those seem to have dribbled.
Yeah. I've been doing some thinking and working on some other things. So I've got a new hobby in my life, and that is amateur radio. For people who know amateur radio and what you can find, I will not be telling everyone what my my FCC issued call sign is, because that can lead you to my front door. Yeah.
Hold on, Wes. Curious thing about the FCC is that Dubious Intent Plus was also taken down by the FCC.
Yeah. So I went to a 3-week class, and on the last Saturday at the American Legion Hall in Hiram, Georgia, we took our test, and I made a perfect score to get my technician license, and I just barely missed getting my general license. And I'm going to retake that test again so that I can get on the higher bands where I can talk more easily with people around the world.
Okay, I just need you to know your audio is fine, but you suddenly sounded like Charlie Brown's school teacher. So so you lost me at license. Just kidding.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. So is this ham radio? Is that the same thing?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Ham radio.
It's ham
Got
radio.
it.
Yeah.
Got it. So guys, we've got a couple meaty topics to talk about, but before we get into that, I do want to ask a question. I know there's absolutely nothing positive associated with the COVID pandemic. But I do want to ask, have any of you had a habit to develop during the pandemic that you're actually happy about or proud of or excited about?
Yes, actually, I can start us off. I actually really started some hardcore, deep drill down budgeting.
I so thought you were going to say bondage.
No. With my cat Hagrid, that would be a little awkward. So, no, actually, I've been really doing a deep dive into my finances because, I had to pivot early on because I had to take a fairly significant pay cut. Fortunately, I'm still employed. That money was reinstalled, and actually all of my missed wages, about 95%, were returned to me, which is great. But in the meantime, that has allowed me to be a bit more intentional with my finances and actually directing some of my resources to other things, a little bit more philanthropy and charity, which I think is really important. It's going to take us a while to dig our way out. So that's what I've been up to.
Awesome. Romo, how about you?
I'm also in the same boat as Mark. Trying to I recently just got a raise, so when I realized that it threw me in a different tax bracket, so I've been losing money take home pay. So it's like, oh, this is the perfect time for me to invest in my 401k. so I started being an adult and invested in my 401k, and I also have developed a love for saying Pierre.
Wait, what?
So if anybody's ever seen the movie Chris Kattan, Corky Romano.
Yes.
They're in the opening sequence where they're at the Whisker Pussy and Paws, or whatever the name of their there's the lady with the fat cat who eats the old lady's bird named Pierre. And so the fat cat is running through the lobby with Pierre in his mouth. And so the old lady that's Pierre's owner shouts out, Pierre! So it's this old woman sitting, and she's like old. She's got like purple hair. And she reminds me of one of my residents who's constantly gets on my nerves for walking her dogs without a leash. So every time I see her, or anytime somebody talks about this person, we all yell out, Pierre.
So I did not have on my North and South of Things Pride 48 Live bingo card a throwback to Corky Romano.
That's the free space.
The free space. Got it. While he's gulping a big drink of water, Wes, tell us any habits or trends developing for you during COVID that you're okay with or happy about.
Learning to cook more things. We started getting HelloFresh. We started getting that, and since we were not going to the store and didn't want to go to the store, we signed up for HelloFresh, and we did 5 meals a week, just for the dinners. And we figured we could, figure out something for lunch. I mean, lunch doesn't have to be this big. It's more of a snack than it is a full meal anyway. So I learned to cook a lot more, thanks HelloFresh. And I've gotten a couple more cookbooks, and
And please note, we were not getting paid for that endorsement.
That's right. Today's episode is sponsored today by Fresh.
For me, it's been sleep, for Christ's sake. I'm in bed by 9:30 and up at 5:30. This work from home is cool because you can get like the first 2 hours of the day, just knock out a bunch of projects without people calling or emailing you. So although it did prove challenging for this event this weekend, because I really wanted to hear Scott Sater's show last night, to hear Scott and Cindy again, but 1 o'clock, not when I think I lasted till 10 or 10:30. That was as much as I could do. But anyway, very good.
Sater, sorry to say that sleep was more important than your show at this moment. But we love you anyway.
Yes,
drop
yes,
us a
we
note
do.
in the chat room, folks. Let us know what habit you've started during the pandemic that you're happy with. Yes, Scary. I have been walking quite a bit. I don't think I've shared this publicly, but I got diagnosed with the beaties, the diabetes, as they say in the South, the beaties. So yeah, a lot of walk, that sort of stuff. But actually, Gary, I was walking before the pandemic. Not that it was doing a whole lot of good, but yeah. Romo, tell us who's in the chat room, which I find kind of hard to know sometimes with this Discord thing.
I know, right? Because there is so much dead space, and I'm like, okay, so I'm gonna scroll down the list.
I actually like Discord though. Like I really like its compactness. It's all the attributes. You can post a GIF in there real easily, and the reactions and things. I actually like it, but like it is kind of hard to know sometimes.
Yes. So right off the top, everybody take your drink. Adam Burns. Is that
drink.
So we have next a Jita, an older gay guy show. We have Archer, Big Fatty, BS Pod, Phoenix, Cody, Deckhead.
I'm sorry. What? What'd you call me?
So we have Dean Barney just popped back up in the list. So if I'm reading, if you pop back in the list, I'm gonna miss you. So don't do it. So we have Den Dog, ESSDC, Faye Driver, fucking producer Dan, Gary and PDX, Geek Country Boy, George in Atlanta, Giga Tiga, Grace. We have Grayson. I see Greg. I'd see Greg. Isaac M. Izzy, which he's playing Final Fantasy 14. Bastard. Jay Darling, John Paul, Kirk Will. What will he do? What? Laughing Buddha, LIS, Luke Stamen, Mac Zooks, Madge Weinstein, Michael Sage, Montand, Mr. Mike 72. I can be here forever. The Pride 48 bot, the Pride 48 simulcast, me, Ricky B, Rodan, miss you, Rodan, love you. RT Cruiser, Rhythm.
Nope, say it right.
Rhythm. RT
Cruiser.
Cruiser. Rhythm, Sam KD, Satyr 69, Spanking B Arthur, Spiral Queen, Starch Rex. Whew, okay, Bell 20 and Tenor Power 82, Tim and AK, TLB Tim, Tom Law V, JV Net, and Who Am I 35630.
And go all the way back up to the top and get your mods.
Oh, they are here, aren't they? PMIC Taylor and Daniel.
Daniel, you forgot Daniel. Mark,
I did not forget him. That was intentional. No, just joking.
Mark, while Romo catches his breath, we seem to have some responses to the questions of habits that people started during COVID. What do you see there?
Let's see. I see Greg has been doing some more and better cooking. Grayson started running during the pandemic. I told my friends, if I start jogging, that it's time for an intervention. Gary in Albuquerque, now in Phoenix of Portland, is now finally totally retired.
Yay!
So I see Greg has also watched far more TV than he ever would have. But that does include good things like Schitt's Creek, Stranger Things, and I'm sure I would have missed all of that if he wasn't.
Good Humor Penguin said diabetes too. I don't know if that means he's just remarking on my situation
Probably.
or if that's something he started during COVID.
Oh my God, Tim!
But bless
in
your heart if you're
Alaska
dealing with that too. It's not fun. Not fun.
Is sharing photos in the chat room. Tim.
Hello, Tim in Alaska. Well, folks, let's get to our topic. So let me ask you guys, on a scale of 1 to 10, how important were gay bars in your sort of coming out story, sort of your growth as a member of the LGBT community, or your social lives and entertainment, like all that combined? How would you assign on a scale of 1 to 10? What would you assign on a scale of 1 to 10 how important those environments have been. Romo.
I grew up in, I won't say a small town, but it's bigger than Wes's hometown. But we were from the same state. So for me, it was when we're in a town about the size of less than 500,000, 800,000 people, gay spaces are very few and far in between. But we did have that outlet for me, and they were, stepping points for the coming out process and learning who you are, and and meeting your first gay friends, but also I had the luxury of having Biloxi next door, New Orleans a couple hours away. So when I started coming out more and going out more, my window expanded quite a bit. So and it's just been in my topography of my growth. Even from town to town is where you get to meet most of the people who create the current version of you. And I couldn't be more grateful for who I am now versus what was 25 years ago when I came out.
Give that a score.
Score, I would say about 85.
Oh, 85 on a scale of 1 to 10.
Good Lord Jesus!
It's out there.
Okay, so let's say 8.5.
Hey, there you go, 8.5. Okay. I was told there would be no math on this show. Sorry. Wes.
I would say for me, like Romo said, I came from like the boondocks, and for me, going to college was a way. We all find out who we are when we go to college. I mean, we all know that. And when you meet that really beautiful young twink from Orlando, and he helps you out finding out who you are, but then you dig into the whole heterosexual world, and it's like, no, ma'am. You kind of find out who you are really quickly. And so the gay bar that I went to was the one in Meridian, Crossroads. And it helps when you're screwing the bar owner to get free drinks.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
And hey, I was 20 years old. I was happy. I was gay. And, he was there to fill in all the empty spaces.
Hold on.
I don't have my rim shot sound.
I think I missed a critical part of that, because I was getting free drinks when I was 21, but I never had to sleep with anybody. And I love my bartender that was feeding me free drinks, so I feel robbed.
Whore. Sorry. Oh, frog in the throat. Sorry. So, Wes, what's your score?
Finding out who I was, I would say that's probably going to be a 9.
9. All right, we got an 8.5 and a 9. Top that, Mark.
Well, there won't be any topping here. And bump it on. I'm actually going to be like a 6 or a 7. I had found out about myself way back in high school. Actually, I knew I was different by the age of 5. I think I knew that I was not the same as my other little, playmates and friends. So I knew who I was back in high school. And I actually have a friend of mine who's still a friend to this day, who was the first person that I ever came out to. And I think I was 16 at the time. So I think the bars for me at that time, we're talking now, fast forward, I've been able to drink since the age of 19. I was grandfathered in before the national 21 went cross country. So going to the gay bars in Minneapolis was that was really exciting, but it was really scary too. But I was glad that I had my friend Scott there along with me. And actually, we were 18 at the time, I believe. So we kind of were illegal at that point. We shouldn't actually have been in the bars, but like a lot of things back in the 80s, things were a little bit more relaxed. So then, you know, come college, I started assembling my family of choice and started coming out to more and more friends. And that's when I kind of ran into a problem where I was compartmentalizing my life in a way that wasn't healthy, I don't think. So then the bars became a way for me to be myself everywhere. So, yeah, I was thinking 6 or 7.
Yeah.
They haven't been a central part of my coming out process, but it was a part of.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, it's I'd probably put it at a solid 8 or 9, but it more on the front end in terms of sort of that coming out, getting to know the community. Less important later in life because I became a hermit, which could only be extracted by Wes or Romo. And by extracted, I mean me texting them last minute, hey, I want to go to the Eagle, let's go. They've gotten a few of those texts, haven't you, boys?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. And we still get them, and we hate that we cannot be there for you.
Yes,
well,
it
I do,
sucks.
because I cannot be there for both of you.
Yeah, yeah. So it's pretty important. So, Romo, anybody in the chat room have fond recollections of the bar scene?
We have... Who was that? That was the bartender in Nashville. Tim and AK. He worked at a gay bar at 19 in Nashville in '76. He was feeding the drinks.
Feed the drinks or the drunks?
I asked, so I'm still waiting for an answer. So Gary was never a drinker, so gay bars he felt really out of place, and some people do. I guess Wes will skip over you playing with your friend's dick at 5.
Well, guys, the
but before Gary did that in the bookstores, though. I will say that for most people, especially around our ages, we have to give props to our very first virtual gay bar. The AOL chat rooms.
The AOL chat rooms. They were Zoom before Zoom was Zoom. Sater69 said he was a bouncer at a lesbian bar in his mid-20s. That, I don't know.
That is interesting.
That is very interesting. I'm trying to picture that in my head. I've seen that young picture of him way back in his early days. I'm trying to transfer that now in those gold lame shorts to a bouncer at a lesbian bar.
So Max said his boyfriend owned a gay bar and called numbers in Pensacola. How long ago was that? Because I've gone to a couple bars and we had Emerald City, but I just never knew of numbers.
So here's the issue, guys. According to some research done by what's this guy's name? Gregor Matson of he's a associate professor of sociology at Oberlin College in Ohio. He did a little research on the title of his. It's a very short research paper, but the title is called "Are Gay Bars Closing? Using Business Listings to Infer Rates of Gay Bar Closure in the United States, 1977 to 2019." So it's an interesting little research. And I think I understood his primary source of information was the Dameron's Guide. Did you all ever have a Dameron's Guide? That thick book of all gay bars across the United States?
I've never had a physical copy, but I've seen them. There is a great collection here in Minnesota at the University of Minnesota called the Treader Collection. And it has a lot of local gay history stuff. And I believe I've seen some Dameron's guides in there. I know of them because I've cataloged them for also, there used to be a gay library here in St. Paul, which has since moved. I'm not exactly sure if they're active right now. It's been a couple of years since I've been involved with them. But I know they had Dameron's guides in their collection as well.
Sater has just posted a picture of him either as a bouncer at that lesbian bar that he mentioned, or he is on some crime series that I haven't seen yet. I would vote for the latter.
I am going to hold all comments because I don't want to be made to say that right now.
And he's got handcuffs on his shoulder too. It's serious.
But Tim and AK said they had Dameron's. He had a traveling job, so different cities all the time. So he was pretty much where they were.
It was a good. It was. I mean, it was what the Zagat's guide for the queers. Zagat's for
What
the
did you call me?
Right? Fagats. No. So in this little research, stop it, Wes. In this little research, I say little, it's like 2 pages. Like it literally is a 2-page research document. I don't know if there's a larger version of it, but this was, it didn't call it an executive summary, so I'm assuming it's the full study. But since 2007 to 2019, we've lost 37% of our gay bars, as indicated by sort of the decreased number of listings in the guide. You know, I think we've all seen that, right? And we've seen closures happen in our neck of the woods. Does that bother you?
It does. I mean, for me personally, everything that we have, I will call it the old guard, because these were those defining spaces when, if it wasn't for a gay bar, a Stonewall may have never happened. Mm-hmm. And to see these spaces just
that's really an excellent point. Yeah, I mean, it started it all, right? I mean,
yeah. So, and to see our quote safe spaces start dwindling, and the youth of tomorrow will never know. Dating is already different because of the apps. So, not just meeting somebody at the bar is totally different than you just picking up your phone. And also, it's part of who we are. So, and they may not ever get to see that because the spaces are dwindling and dwindling.
But devil's advocate, Mark, Wes, the world's changing. You don't need to gather in a place. It's certainly healthier to not develop an alcohol abuse situation or to sort of get sucked into a drug scene. Not that either of those two things are automatically going to happen if you go to a bar, right? But like, it's a different world. Like, so devil's advocate, is it really a bad thing?
Well, for me personally, there are times when I need, not just want, but need a safe queer space where I can kind of let my hair down, relax, be myself, and know that the people around me identify as one of me. I think this tribal sort of idea that I know for me personally, having a gay tribe probably saved my life, really. Because I know in the beginning I felt extreme isolation until I was able to kind of accept who I was, work on some of the pitfalls of that and my upbringing and the religion in my life as a child, overcoming some of that and that shame and internalized homophobia. Mm-hmm. There are times when I do need that, and to see that dwindling is a little sad for me. And yes, I do know that the world changes, and yes, it is different. But on the flip side, to be critical of the queer youth of today, they honestly don't know our history like I would like them to.
Wes is snapping his fingers, and Romo is about to say, "Get off my lawn." No, just kidding.
No. To piggyback on that one, Star Trek has mentioned that gay youth won't know the experience of working up the courage to go into the gay bar for the first time, because and it's the courage that it takes to break through, coming out of your shell, and people you may know, may not know, seeing you coming out for the first time.
Yeah, that's a really good point. That's a really good point. Yeah.
To me, that word gay, fitting that word gay with myself took so much, because you're just hammered it all through your life of, oh, well, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad. And especially growing up in the boonies and with, like, you know, a Baptist church on every corner, you know, that's just supposed to be like the worst thing in the world. Well, then you're outside that gay bar for the first time, and you have got butterflies in your stomach, and go ahead.
But also, the time that we came out versus now is totally different. Yeah, we fought to be accepted, and now it's pretty much widely accepted. So I mean, you'll still have that slight bigotry from other generations. I mean, but I mean, for us, you know, we held on to that for as long as we could until we were comfortable. And you know, you still, I mean, it's not until me recently, and I'm okay with, you know, being gay in anything that I do. Back then, as you know, when, you know, in the early 90s, late 2000s, early 2000s, yeah, no, that was still real scary for us at that time. But now it's more, I mean, people coming out younger and younger these days, and that's a great thing, that the youth will also never know what is I'm not saying all, the fear of being kicked out of your own house or anything.
I think place and time always matters.
Yes.
So we can say that, and we can say that to the 16, 17-year-old that lives in Atlanta or Chicago or New York or whatever, but that 16-year-old that's living in, like, Dothan, Alabama, or you know, Hell's Half Acre, Alabama, or you know, Tumsuba, Mississippi, when you try to say that to them, they think you're crazy, because they just don't see that bright light on the other side of the gay rainbow that a lot of kids now don't.
Let's explore that a little bit. Mark, did you want to add something?
Yeah. You know, I think right now we have an organization here in St. Paul that works specifically with LGBT and trans youth and homeless youth. And these are youth that have decided to come out and have found themselves homeless. And so there is still always going to be that element. I am very happy that we have a very robust nonprofit organization that has services for these kids, so they can find it, rather than like when we were growing up, you know, in the 80s, finding themselves on the street, having to become sex workers, exposing themselves to HIV and AIDS and all kinds of other things. I think we have systems in place that we can have a bit of a safety net for that youth that find themselves in that position.
Let's explore this a little bit deeper. So Wes was hitting on something about the sort of the small market, and the 37% of the gay bars that have closed, or the fact that we've lost 37% of our gay bars, which I think peaked. Sorry, guys, those of you who know anything about George and Atlanta, you know there are always sirens. So I'm tired of turning my mic off. You just deal with it, right? So the not all bars are equal, right? Because in Atlanta, I think I counted at one point we had 48 or 50 bars, right? Go to Dothan, Alabama. Go to, you know, Smallville, USA, and that one bar, Johnson City, Tennessee, as an example, for a long period of time, had one bar that served 5 states. I mean, you went to Johnson City, you went to Asheville, you went to Knoxville. And so when you had to drive an hour and a half to be with your people, with your tribe, you know, that matters, right? And this research bears that out a little bit. Let me do some dramatic reading for you. Not all gay bars face equal risk of closures. Bars serving women and people of color, along with those that cater to men interested in fetishes, kink, and BDSM, they faced closure rates of close to 50% or over 50% between 2007 and 2019. So lesbian bar listings decreased by 51.6%. Cruisy bars and Gary asked when we were going to show the results of our survey. Thank you to all those who took that survey. We're going to show that in a minute. But we intentionally used the word cruisy because it lined up with this research. Cruisy men's bars, the listings declined by 59.3%, and listings for bars serving people of color declined by 59.3%. So I'm guessing, especially if they're scattered out in medium and small markets, you lose one bar that serves primarily people of color, primary lesbian, or primary cruisy men's bars that want to be part of the kink or fetish community. You lose that. That's harder to absorb than Atlanta losing 3 of its 49 bars. Just go around the other corner, right? There's someone somewhere else there. Would you all agree? I mean, like it's there's not enough diversity in I think sort of mainstream gay America, still lacks diversity, right? We still deal with that. Whether it's the black community, Hispanic, Latinx, whether it's Asian, whether it's the trans community, like there's still diversity issues. You're going to see that in our survey results in a minute, right? Thoughts, Mark?
Well, for me, I think, this is the data that we're looking at from 2019. And as we know, the global pandemic didn't start until 2020. So I think this is going to be dramatically affected going forward. And we may not know for several years. I know we have some of the local perspective. I know from my own personal cities here, in the last several years, we've had a couple of gay bars just kind of go away. And one of them recently, which happened, there was a big brouhaha with a Lush bar in Minneapolis that was pretty much a great place for drag. And there was a lot of a very vibrant drag community. They were doing drag brunches, but then they also had kind of a lot of drama around people of color, and it's basically imploded. And rather than working through that, the owner, who was a cis white gay man, basically decided to shutter it because, that's when the closure started happening. And I don't know if that community is ever going to recover.
Yeah, what's interesting about this research is that it's also pre-pandemic, right? So you layer on top of that what the pandemic has meant to bars, clubs, gathering spots around the area. We did a survey, and our thanks to I think we had 38 people who responded, the majority of which Pride 48 folks, because we sort of spammed the chat room a few times while other shows were on and asked folks to take the link, posted it on Facebook. But we also had some folks who shared it. Wes's partner John shared it to some folks. Urban Guide T.O. shared it on Twitter. So we got about 38 responses. So, not a scientifically valid sample, if you will, but interesting, worth noting. Mark, we asked folks how they identified gender-wise. What did we hear from the 38 folks?
Basically, out of those 38 respondents, 13% identified as female. The other 87% identified as males. So we did not have any gender nonconforming. Is that correct?
That is correct, and also a smaller portion of females, much smaller, not consistent with what we know to be the actual numbers in society. Mm-hmm. Romo, we asked folks where they lived. The 38 folks who took the survey. What did we find out?
we found out that the largest of the 38 lived in the Southeast U.S. We had about 13 outside of the U.S. and the remaining being elsewhere. So it seems like we have a lot of Southerners represented here.
Yeah, good disbursement from in the South. I think if you look at Southwest and Southeast, that's what I told there was not going to be any math on the show. That's 45%, but then a good spread in the Northwest, Midwest, and even 13% outside. Yeah, very good. Wes, so we asked folks if you were to attend a bar, which type are you likely to attend? What did we learn?
So we learned that a large majority of the people that filled it out, 58% of those mainly went to a bar that was catering to gay men. It's not very surprising. If we had 13% women, answering the survey, that seems to be a little parallel with that. Next, we had 29% who went to a mixed bar catering to male and female patrons. 11% went to what was labeled as a cruisy bar, a cruisy men's bar. I don't know if I've never blatantly heard of a cruisy lesbian bar. 3% of those went to a catering to lesbians, and sadly, but we had a 0% of those people went to a bar that was catering to people of color.
Go ahead,
Roma.
You say sadly, but I don't think when you think of, I won't say I'll speak for all persons of color when it came to, because I've also taken that survey, and if you're just trying to find a space and trying to, it's not always about color. And for me, in most places, so I want to be where I'm going to be most comfortable. And sometimes I feel out of place in all spaces when it comes to, because, y'all have probably ever known that I've never asked y'all to go to Bulldogs with me because I'm just not comfortable there. So even though that's primarily for persons of color, sometimes it's not on my radar of where I want to be or who I'm going to meet or where my friend circles are going to be at that time, because I also want to think of where my friends are going to be most comfortable.
So, interesting story. So I live, most folks know I live on Peachtree and 7th in Midtown Atlanta. And much like Sarah Palin can see Russia from her backyard, I can see Bulldogs from my balcony. And, I live in a condo building of 393 condos. Midtown Atlanta is not as gay as it used to be. At one point, this place would probably have been 90% gay folk. Still lots of gay folks live in the building, but there's clearly a gentrification happening, if you will. And in our Facebook group for the building, anytime an incident happens at Bulldogs, there's this sort of uproar and outcry to, we need to sort of sign a petition and get this place closed. And I've had to, on more than one occasion, remind folks that Bulldogs was here before you were here. Bulldogs was here before Spire, the building I live in, was here. So, in light of this research, I had no idea that high of a percentage of bars serving people of color, 59.3% have closed. So I will probably be even more vocal, because everybody deserves to be, we just said that, didn't we? We deserve to be in a place that we're happy, that we're comfortable, that we feel safe. And people of color want a place of their own to feel safe. And Roma, we've talked about this before. The black church doesn't make it easy on black gay men.
Never.
Right?
Nope.
So I'm especially sensitive, coming from the South and having that sort of religious Pentecostal evangelical upbringing that I experienced. So I'm sensitive to it. Yeah. So we also asked, Mark, folks, when did they last visit a gay bar? Very interesting results. What did we learn?
Well, only 13% was in the last week. 18% was in the last 6 months. 32% were more than a year ago, 26% more than 5 years ago, and 11% never, which is really kind of that surprises me, really. I know
which one surprises you the most.
The 11% have never been in a gay bar.
Wow. Yeah, that is significant.
Dean said he's never been into a gay bar, and I won't say I feel sorry for you, but I totally understand, and I would love to know a little bit about your background, or is it from area, or is it just never been the spot for you?
Well, he also just said a little bit earlier in the chat that he hasn't been out that long.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, you don't know what you're missing. My first trip to a gay bar, ball of nerves, absolute ball of nerves. Walked in, and the deep throbbing disco mix of something just ended as I walked in the door, and Sinead O'Connor's "Nothing Compares to You" was playing. I was like, that is not how I want to enter my first gay bar.
Funny story. Third time in a gay bar, I walk in and I find somebody that I knew that didn't know that I was out, and it was like, yeah, that was an awkward feeling.
I love it. We also asked if folks had noticed fewer queer gathering spaces, like in your neck of the woods. Have you noticed? And 68% said absolutely. 11% had not noticed, and 21% not sure. That probably is those who hadn't been in more than 5 years, or had never been. They just simply don't pay attention to it. But interesting nonetheless. The other question is connected to our next topic. Have you noticed local queer media, print or web, in my community has declined in the number of outlets? 47% of the respondents said that they had seen a decline in queer media. 29% feel like it's about the same. That's encouraging. 24% not sure. We'll talk about that in just a second. But interesting. I think we can't overstate the importance to those who have a strong need to be near people and who need that community, who need that connection. That's not for everybody, though, right? But I do hate I do hate that they're disappearing. This came from a story online. We'll post a link shortly. But there was the last line in the study I thought was interesting. It said, on the other hand, there are still over 800 bars across 46 states, with new ones appearing each year. Gay bars may be in trouble, but they're not disappearing. Interesting. Guys, we got 8 minutes, so let's zoop into the queer media. We all shared this article about the future of queer media. I don't know if Matt Burlingame's still in the chat room. Hope he is, because I know Matt writes for at least one outlet, and I think has history in several other outlets, if I'm not mistaken. Queer media is facing what mainstream media is having to deal with too, right? I don't know about your markets, but print journalism is on the ropes, right? Absolutely on the ropes. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution, the Pulitzer Prize-winning Atlanta Journal-Constitution now has a donate button on their page, right? And this happened. I just know a little bit about it. It happened because a couple of other civic journalism sites popped up, right, from some fairly prominent Atlantans. And so then all of a sudden, not only is the Atlanta Journal-Constitution asking for donations, they're also considering starting their own civic journalism thing. So newspapers are on the ropes. That's not a big story, right? We've known that for a while. Can you imagine how, when you drill down to LGBT media, how more challenging, that niche media is? That's very challenging. They got issues of, we all get our news differently, right? Are any of you subscribers, paid subscriber to Out or Advocate or anything else? Any other print?
No.
I am a subscriber of my local Minneapolis Star Tribune newspaper and also the Washington Post. But those are the only two. I am not currently a subscriber to any specifically gay or queer
LGBT.
outlets.
Yeah. So the way we consume our news has changed dramatically, right? This article that we read said that there were only 20 or fewer local LGBT publications still in existence, and that's stunning, right? They've got issues of ad revenue, keeping revenue up to keep staffing up. We're having to zip through this topic a little bit, folks. Sorry. And they still are dealing with issues of diversity. You know, the story pointed out how one person left a major outlet because, you know, the management, the editorial office didn't look like, and the stories that they were writing didn't look like or represent people who looked like him. It was very interesting. We wanted to talk about this a little bit more, but we are running out of time. And I want to get to this last topic because it's kind of interesting. 5 minutes. Queer baiting. Queer baiting.
So,
Mark, what is queer baiting?
Definition from dictionary.com. The term queer baiting refers to the practice of implying non-heterosexual relationships or attraction in a TV show, for example, to engage or attract an LGBTQ audience or otherwise generate interest without ever actually depicting such relationships or sexual interactions. And there's some and
there's multiple definitions. Mark's going to give you another one in, but this definition is when the show basically sort of puts chemistry together but never realizes action, if you will.
Right. And there are some examples here. I'll just give a few. Eve and Villeneuve in Killing Eve. Laverne and Shirley from Laverne and Shirley, the old television show. Xena and Gabriella from Xena, Princess Warrior. And we all know there's a lot of fanfic that goes along with that. And then another, current example was Grace and Frankie from Grace and Frankie.
Okay, I have a problem with that one. I honestly do, because I understand if it was gay baiting for the main two characters, but it does focus around their lives of dealing with their husbands who happen to be a gay couple.
Yeah. So, but you have to admit there's some crazy energy there.
A lot of it.
because sensible people would have split up, right? Jane Fonda's character, being the supposedly sensible person she is, should have left a long time ago, right? But they're still together.
Yeah.
Right. And the second definition is when a celebrity or a public figure capitalizes on the suspicion that they may be romantically involved with another same-sex person for the sake of publicity, promotion, or a capitalistic gain. And that's from filmmaker and writer and activist Leo Herrera.
So Sater69 Romo has has stolen our examples on this one, right? Nick Jonas, right, back in 2016 was promoting an album and toured a lot of gay bars. Toyed with the question. People would ask him if he'd been sexually with other men, and his answer was, "Can't say I have or haven't."
And I call bullshit on that one.
Okay.
I honestly do, because this day and age, with more and more people walking out of the closet, and yes, I agree that you have a hot girlfriend and Priya Chopra, whatever. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce her name, but. Is it because you don't want to tell her that you may have played with a man once before in your life? Or is it because, you're trying to still perpetuate this male persona that you have? I don't care. If you did, you did. If you don't, you don't. There's no need to be ambiguous about it. Just say it.
Yeah. All right, folks, let's leave it there. It's we got about a minute and a half, I think. So Wes, tell us where folks could find you. quickly.
Gaycountryboy.com. And I'm Twitter. I think I changed that to GCB West. And if you go to any other places like Instagram and all that, it'll be GCB West.
Excellent. Mark?
TheScooterDiaries.net. And you can also find me on Twitter as Laughing Buddha. That's LAFFINGBUDDHA.
Excellent. Romo?
Podcubs.net and Podcubs on Twitter.
Excellent. You can't find me. I don't want to be found right now. Our thanks to the Pride 48. Our thanks to the Pride 48 organizers. We love you guys. Thank you for keep doing this. Thank you to everybody in the chat room and those who turned out this weekend. And folks, we will see you on the flip side.
All right. Take care,
Bye.
everyone.
You know, it's still kind of predictable, but I love there being a platform for Black women. I think that's the number one thing I love about it. That is just, it's something that's just black women, you know, specifically. So
we need a comedy like Black, like LGBTQIA show or something, you know? We don't have like that just comedic.
Well, I would
because
love
there's a lot of shit that's funny in our community.
Yeah. I would love to see a reprisal of Noah's Ark, you know, like a Black ensemble cast.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if you guys ever watch it. It was from back in the day, but that was you know, it was like the Black version of
Sex in the City.
Sex in the City.
Yeah, Sex in the City. And what's that other one?
Queer
as Folk. Yeah.
Right.
It was like the Black version of that. And that was just so, it's so campy, but it's so damn good. And I would love to see
I would love
like that.
Todrick Hall to get his shit together and stop selling his blackness to make white coins and actually step into that. I'm just saying.
What? I'll support that. I support that.
I'm just saying because I honestly like I want to root for the brothers so much.
Yeah.
I really do. I want to root for him so much. And I was happy when he did his thing with Brandy when Cinderella.
The Cinderella,
yeah. You know, but I'm just like, but where is that Black v Black 24/7? It's only relevant when you want it to be. And then you sell it to the white people to be, no, girl.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because like I always struggle just because it's just like, if that's you, you know, and I don't have to surround myself one way or the other if I don't care for it. But it's just like, I agree. It just does feel like sometimes he's kind of stuck in that position where he's still trying to prove himself to that community when you don't have to, you know, like you have, and I mean, like, if those are your friends, it's cool. But you also have people like us, you know, here that would support you nonetheless, that you don't have to prove anything.
I feel like Tyra,
you know?
we were rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How dare you? That's how I feel. Yeah.
And I got my teaser. Thank you.
That's how I feel.
Oh, man. Well, anyway, community, hopefully you're still staying safe. They just got the new vaccine, so there's another vaccine choice for you as well.
I now qualify for the vaccine.
Do you?
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but I just gotta find one now.
Yeah,
because the governor here in Washington, he opened up the vaccine qualifications to teachers and people that work at high schools because, like Coach, I now qualify for the vaccine.
I'll send you a link. I just found a link yesterday where I think it's called like vaccinehunters.com or something like that.
Or Finder. Yeah.
Or something like that. And you could click on your state and it literally every pharmacy that like has openings, it lists it. And you could just kind of click on that there. Obviously, it might still be like miles outside the city and shit like that. But
she got a car now.
I started. That is true.
A car and we'll take a ferry, okay?
I know that's right. Shit. A ferry on a ferry.
Impossible.
Community, wash your hands, wash your legs, and wash your ass.
All of it.
And we will see all get in there.
Cheeks. Right on.
Soap it up, bitch.
Not one finger, girl. You need at least 3 fingers, girl. You know. I mean, unless I mean, unless your cheeks are big enough, then yes, you want 3.
Whatever you gotta do, get it clean, girl. And we'll see you next week.
All right, bye, y'all.
I think, are we on? Can you hear me now?
I mean, unless your cheeks are big enough, then yes, you want 3.
Can testing. Can you hear me?
Get it clean, girl. And we'll see you next week.
All right, bye, y'all.
I think, are we on? Can you hear me now? Hello.
I mean, unless your cheeks are big enough.
This is Cody. Can you hear me? Can testing. Can you hear me? Testing. Can you hear me? Oh, so we're on.
Yes.
All right. I think, are we on? Can you hear me now? Hello. This is Cody. Can you hear me? Okay. All right. So turn off the stream on our side. Okay, so it's off, and I think we are off and running. Chris, can you say something?
Hello.
Forgive me, I had one little typo in the settings, and that just bombed out everything. So, but I think we are good to go. All right.
All right. So let's start from the beginning and a good hello.
Hello.
And welcome to BSP Believer Skeptic Podcast.
The podcast where two idiots debate weird phenomena.
I'm Chris. I'm the believer.
I'm Cody. I am the skeptic.
And if this is your first time listening to us, we are an LGBTQ paranormal comedy podcast and proud members of the Podmoth Network.
Yeah, and we are coming at you with a full custom episode. And so this is a little bit...
I should have said that.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, that's okay. And so this is how it works. I'm not sure if anyone from here has actually tuned in before, but we pick a different paranormal topic every other week for our full episodes. And we've done everything ranging from ghosts to certain aspects of religion to just folklore, and we'll share information and fun stories. And then at the end, we do our believer skeptic portion because I am a natural skeptic. I'm like a proof person, and so I don't really believe in that stuff without proof, whereas Chris is more spiritual. Do what?
On the other hand, a spiritual person, because I was brought up in a strangely, religious-filled world, but I had different aspects of everything. I had evangelical on one side, Catholic on the other, all of that, you know. So
yeah, and you grew up like you're Latinx, so you also had La Llorona and a lot of those, you know, kind of Hispanic folklore in your world too, being thrown at you.
Exactly. Yeah.
So it's going to be fun. What did I say? Oh, okay. So every year when we do this, people just orgasm over Chris's whenever he says words in Spanish. And I'm like, La Llorona.
La Llorona. Well, unfortunately, we won't have too much Spanish today because we should probably tell them what our topic is, right?
Yeah, we should. Oh, and also let me just preface it right now by saying we're typically together whenever we do this. And I think that just works better. But I am actually in Texas right now. We're normally in Phoenix. I'm doing some book events, and so we are remote. And just to warn everybody, I'm staying with a friend, and he has a 5-year-old son who is amazingly crazy, but may just barge in or start screaming. There's also a Pac-Man machine right outside my door here, and he loves to play and sing the theme music. So he'll literally sit there and just be like, la, 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 as he plays Pac-Man. So if y'all hear any of that stuff, please forgive me.
All right. Well, I guess so. So with all that, with all our disclaimers and disclosures, I guess we should tell you the topic now.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we should get to the topic.
Let's do it.
So we are doing just I guess most plainly is ghost light apparitions or spook lights, or they've come by a bunch of names which I'll get into in our history, but those mysterious lights that people often see out on bogs or in the distance that are attributed to being ghosts or spirits of some sort.
Yeah, exactly. And what's funny is this kind of originated because there is a phenomena that actually happened in Phoenix called the Phoenix Lights. And we had talked about doing that as an episode because we could bring you something local. But then we decided to save that for an episode of its own. So now it's just Ghost Lights Elsewhere. But I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And there's a lot of spooky, unexplained lights out there. So I think it's really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. So with that, should we get into drinks?
Yeah. So for every episode, we do a themed drink or food or anything that we want to share that kind of goes with the topic. So who wants to go first?
I'll go first, just so I can explain. For me, it's been a little more challenging as of late because I don't drink alcohol anymore, but I've been pretty damn creative. And Total Wine actually carries a lot of amazing non-alcoholic liquor now. So I am drinking what is called Brooklyn Special Effects. And the reason I picked that is one of the theories or explanations for the spook lights have been that they are just simply some kind of special effect or, theatricals. So that's my explanation for my drink.
Interesting. That sounds really good. Yeah, for people who don't listen, we have kind of reputations where Chris is known to pull organic herbs from his garden and muddle up a concoction for his drink, whereas I will pick up a can out of a Circle K parking lot of beer and bring it in and rationalize it somehow. So that whenever you're like, mine are usually amazing. they really are. So
and by the way, it just says hoppy brew. It doesn't say what specific kind, but it's non-alcoholic hoppy brew, and it tastes pretty good.
It's pretty good. Oh, cool. The can, because we're on video, no one else can see it, but it's really pretty. All right. So whenever I did mine, Chris knows me, and he actually sent me a message, and he was like, you better not bring Bud Light. And there are some right there in the fridge, so you ruined what I was going to do. So I went ahead and I got fancier, and instead I got Coors Light.
Gross.
No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. I didn't.
I was like, you are in Texas after all, so there is that.
That's true. Well, so what I got was, if you think about what is the ultimate source of light in our world.
The sun?
Yep. I actually found a California Chardonnay called Sea Sun. And so it actually has the sun in it. So suck it, Chris. I got a good one this time.
Oh, whatever. You should have gotten Sun Brew. That's the beer. You would actually drink that. You don't even like Chardonnay.
I know, but I'm just going to drink it from the bottle because I'm classy. So while I get this... Bitch. Classy bitch. So while I get this going, did you want to share some history?
Sure. Ghost light apparitions at their most basic are mysterious lights, or in some cases flames, that appear and or disappear without any obvious cause for them. They mostly appear in yellow or white, but have also been seen in red, blue, and orange. These entities are said to look like a low hovering orb of light that have been known to recede when approached, and in some cases can lead travelers from danger. They have been called in Latin an ignis fatuus, also called will o' the wisp, hinky punk, and sometimes wander lights, just to name a few things. In fact, you may have heard about some such stories in some of our previous episodes if you've listened to us before. Cody has talked both about the Marfa lights and the Fifale previously, and those are both examples of these encounters as well.
Yeah, and I actually forgot that I talked about the Fifale, and I didn't tell you this, Chris. I actually was going to do them, and I started researching, and I was like, why is this so familiar? But yeah.
Work. I'm glad you didn't.
Mm-hmm. Someone mentioned, hey Chris, someone just mentioned, don't forget St. Elmo's Fire.
Oh, I was going to. I'm not there yet.
Oh,
thank you for bringing that up.
Hey, thanks, Sater.
Yeah, there are stories and experiences such as apparitions from across the world. I found cases from Japan, Australia, Thailand, the Netherlands, Canada, and here in the U.S. Although not necessarily always the case, these encounters usually occur in humid climates, more so in or around swampy land, and even more often in graveyards and or graves. Explanations and theories for these types of ghost lights are about as far spread across the world. In Japan, they are often explained by certain types of yokai. And if you're new to us and don't know what yokai are, might I suggest our Japanese folklore episode, because believe me, you won't be disappointed.
Y'all, you're going to find ghosts that disguise themselves as brooms and try to get cleaned. Like, it was ridiculous. It was a lot of fun, that episode.
Yeah. So in Ireland, they might be explained by fairies. And in many places along the railroad, it is often explained as an oncoming train light. And of course, my old faithful explanation that I often joke about for anything and everything paranormal, UFOs, UAPs, and or aliens.
And that means the Star Trek's picture that he posted with the alien is perfect. I forgot about you and aliens with that. I didn't even think about that, but now it makes sense.
Yeah. Well, in some cultures, people see these lights as harbingers of death, while in other cultures, there's belief that these lights are pointing people to potential buried treasure. Some cases, of course, have been explained scientifically by things such as flammable gas, ball lightning, meteors, and so on. An example of that is St. Elmo's Fire, which, much to my surprise, is not just the 1980s coming-of-age movie starring Robert Lowe. But anyways, what is the fun in describing the scientific theories? Because we are a paranormal podcast, after all.
Yeah.
So according to the Ghost Research Society, there are 5 characteristics that define what they call, quote, ghost lights. 1, they appear in remote areas. 2, they are elusive and can be seen from different angles and distances. 3, they react to noise or light by receding or disappearing. 4, they are accompanied by hummings, buzzings, or outbreaks of gaseous materials. And 5, they are associated with folklore surrounding a haunting because of an accident or tragedy.
Ah, cool. That's interesting.
Yeah. So as I said earlier, these lights are sometimes called will-o'-the-wisp, which not only describes the light, but also is a metaphor describing a hope, wish, or goal that is impossible to reach, or something that someone finds perplexing, much like Don Quixote's impossible dream, or the often used idiom, reaching for the brass ring. In literature, we encounter this usage in Milton's Paradise Lost, Goethe's The Green Snake and the Beautiful Lily, in Emily Dickinson's Those Dying Then, and in Bram Stoker's Dracula, just to name a few famous examples. So what are these mysterious lights that many have claimed to see across the world? Perhaps we can answer the question today, but knowing us, probably not.
That is fair.
And there you have it, the history of atmospheric ghost lights.
And Chris, did you actually refer to him as Robert Lowe?
Rob Lowe.
Oh, I thought you actually said Robert Lowe, and I was like, "Who is that?"
We're on a full name basis. You should know this,
right?
Yeah.
Oh, Robert. Well, that is super fascinating, and this is going to be some fun overlap. So I'm going to be sharing the first story here, and I am actually going to be talking about will-o'-wisps. And okay, y'all, you have to forgive me that I actually learned at the end of my research for this that will-o'-wisps are actually just another name for ghost lights. And I was like, ugh! But I actually found some really cool information on the English version, which is where the actual word or term will-o'-the-wisp came from. So I think it's going to be cool.
And Cody, not to be that guy, but I am going to be that guy. It's will-o'-the-wisp. It's like will of the wisp.
Okay, so let me read the first sentence of my story. Okay, y'all. So first of all, they're actually called will-o'-the-wisps. So thanks for setting me up right there. Yeah, I'm so used to just calling a will-o'-wisp that's my fast way, but they are actually called will-o'-the-wisps, and I thought that was weird. But did you know
you
that
an Irish accent for us?
Yes. Oh, Chris. Okay, I'm the worst at accents, and he makes fun of me. Okay. Oh, will-o'-the-wisp. No. Was that it? Was that good?
No,
am I Irish?
You just offended a whole country.
I didn't mean to. I'm trying. Okay. So anyway, enough fun poking. Also, in the same way that they're called will-o'-the-wisps, did you know that jack-o'-lanterns are actually called Jack-o'-the-lantern? That's their real name.
Yes, I did know that.
Oh, I didn't. But also, I have to point out that the part that really blew me away, that will-o'-the-wisps are actually named after a guy named Will. So when you think it's super special, that is literally just his name. So if his name was Steve, these would be called Steve-O-the-Wisps.
Steve-O-the-Wisp.
And to make it even more disillusioning, where it's less scary, the guy's last name is Smith. His name is Will Smith from centuries ago. And I am not kidding. Oh,
Will
God.
Smith.
It's
Oh,
Will
my
Smith.
God.
That's the lore is around Will Smith. So now this whole episode is like not scary. But anyway, a little bit of information. So a will-o'-the-wisp is an atmospheric ghost light or flame seen by travelers at night, especially over bogs, swamps, or marshes, as Chris said. The light/flame, though, interestingly, is not hot enough to produce any perception of warmth. And I thought that was actually really cool. So you're not going to get any heat from them. Now, as
So
Chris
it's
said
not a
again,
heat source necessarily. It's just a guiding light.
Yeah, exactly.
For lack of a better term. Yeah.
That's exactly right. And sometimes the lights are static, floating above the ground. Sometimes they move away due to sound or to movement. They've been known to travel at super high speeds at times. They can be a whole bunch of different colors. Some of it depends on where you actually see them. Now, will-o'-the-wisps are old. So Will Smith is fucking ancient. They actually appear in Europe's written record around the 13th century. But their legend was well known all across the world long before pen was even put to paper. So offhand, you're like, well, if you're just seeing a light, is there anything paranormal about that? But they are very paranormal, and the stories about them, I wrote abound, but I don't even know if that's the correct word, so we're just going to skip right over that. Now, while this seems harmless, like just seeing a light, will-o'-the-wisps are almost always malevolent. And why? Well, that takes us to our backstory, which sheds some light on their cruel nature. And this is pretty crazy. So, the classic will-o'-the-wisp origin story is carried by a blacksmith named Will Smith. Will Smith was such a troublemaker that when he, Will Smith, died and went to heaven, he was sent back by St. Peter, who told him to reform during his second life. Well, unfortunately, Will Smith is an asshole, and his second life was even more monstrous than his first life. So St. Peter cursed him to roam the earth forever. Now, the devil was, sitting there, and he's all impressed by Will Smith's evil doing, and so he gave him a coal to warm himself on the cold earth nights. But instead,
a coal?
A coal like COAL, like a hot coal.
I thought you said a pole at first.
A stripper pole to warm himself. And not Cole Sprouse either to warm himself. I'm talking about a piece of coal. Did you just say hot?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just picturing him on Sweet Life, and I was like, ew, but then I forget that he's an actual adult now.
Yeah, I'm picturing him in Riverdale.
Oh, sure. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, I heard the name before we came on of Pod Cubs, and I was like, ooh, now that sounds like that's up my alley, but I digress. So anyway, so the devil is actually being nice, and devil's like, hey, Will Smith, I'm impressed by all your evil doing, so here's some coal to warm yourself. Well, instead, Will becomes even worse than the devil, and he decides to use the coal to make a torch to lure innocent travelers into danger. So basically, Will Smith is a little bitch. I see that Will Smith has a hot pole in the message, and I'm just going to skip right over that. But I actually found it interesting that God or Jesus never got involved in this. He's basically like, hey, Peter, you got this. But so with all that awful backstory,
Peter, Paul, whatever.
Peter, Paul, and Mary. So the will-o'-the-wisps... I don't even know. That was the dumbest thing. So will-o'-the-wisps are meant to confuse people, make them lose their bearings, and may even lead to drowning or falling to your death if you decide to follow them moving over the marshes or canyons or whatever you see them. So basically, they're leading you someplace dangerous where you either can't find your way back or you fall and drown or die. Now, so with that said, here's a common story about the will-o'-the-wisp. And also, typing will-o'-the-wisp over and over really, really sucked. So anyway, a peasant traveling home at dusk sees a bright light traveling alone ahead of him. Looking closer, he sees that the light is a lantern held by a dusky little figure, which he follows for several miles. All of a sudden, he finds himself standing on the edge of a vast chasm with a rushing torrent of water below him. At that precise moment, the lantern carrier leaps across the gap, lifts the light high over its head, lets out a malicious laugh and blows out the light, leaving the poor peasant a long way from home, standing in pitch darkness at the edge of a precipice. So, with all that said, why the hell would you ever follow one? Well, some of the stories say that the will-o'-the-wisp sometimes appears to show people their intended path in life, which I probably don't want to see because I'm so far from that, it would be depressing. But they could also reveal the spot where a fairy, Chris, or a leprechaun has buried treasure. So basically you have a 50-50 shot of going to your doom or ending up rich. And so that's where I'm actually posing a question to Chris and the chat. One, if you saw a light there, you saw a ghost light, and you know it could lead you to treasure and riches or your death, would you follow it? Number two, if not, what if it led to some really good dick or a really good rim job? Like, then would you follow it? Or three, if not, what would it take to make you follow that to either get death or something amazing? So, Chris, what's your answer there?
Well, first of all, you know what it would take for me to get there. It'd be a tall, skinny white man, you know?
Jake Gyllenhaal appears. You're following him no matter what.
Absolutely 100%.
All right. That's fair. Huh. So I guess then for me, if James Corden was floating in the will-o'-the-wisp, I'd be like, come here, please. All right. And if you see, I just saw something about I'd trade my soul for a quality rim job. Yes. All right.
Well, Cody's giving rim jobs for less, so you can ask him.
Oh, shit. Okay. All right. That was well done. That was well done. I'm like, Thai food? Okay, here's your rim job. So with all that said, then again, how can you fight the will-o'-the-wisp? Well, some say that iron. I don't know.
Iron.
I always say iron. It's the kryptonite of them. So throwing like an iron knife or something at the light can dispel it or dissipate it so you can be safe. So that's actually something that's really cool. Now, with that said, I was going to talk about the fact that they've actually been around in countries all over the world. And there's actually some really, really, really fascinating examples or different folklore from where these come from in different countries. But I'm actually going to stop that now for the sake of time. But if y'all want to know more, go look at Erblas, which is in the Netherlands, and Elea in Asia, and some of the other incarnations of ghost lights or the will-o'-the-wisp, because they're super, super fascinating. And that is some stories of the will-o'-the-wisp.
Awesome. Well, thank you for that, Cody. And that will lead me to a next version of the will-o'-the-wisp. For my first story, I'm covering a version of the legend that goes by the name of corpse lights from the country of Wales, as well as something connected to it, phantom funerals. As within so many traditions, when a starless night comes and the howling of wind is the only thing one can hear, sometimes the rattling of rain, the people of Wales gather around the fire to tell tales made to frighten, intrigue, and enthrall. Among these stories, one can be sure to hear at least one about corpse candles or phantom funerals. There are said to be a dozen variations of such stories from Wales and Ireland, most of which originate in the 17th to the early 19th centuries. So there will be some overlap here with Cody's information as well. The Welsh were one of the cultures that believed these lights were harbingers of death. These small, faint lights were often said to be flickering slightly above the ground close to the home of the person who was dying. Or in some cases, they would be seen along the road leading to the person's next destination, such as a graveyard, a church, a hospital, or so on. And in other cases, it was said that a person who saw the lights would themselves encounter death.
So this is a literal harbinger of death.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Or if you're on your deathbed, already kind of thing. So these legends spread quickly through Wales, with people saying they would see the corpse candles traveling in a straight line, called phantom funerals, said to foretell the funeral about to take place, and were said sometimes to be accompanied by the sound of muffled sobbing or shuffling of feet in the procession.
Oh, that's creepy.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
No, hell no. These lights would travel through anything on their path through hills, trees, whatever, still maintaining a straight line. In some versions of the legend, it was said that the corpse candle was followed by a hollow skull, which even more creepy.
Wait. So this is just floating along with the candles, just this skull?
Yes, exactly.
Oh, wow. Okay, you just go touch it?
I don't know. I guess you could. I've never seen one. I have no idea.
Okay. I'm just curious. Okay, sorry. Continue.
In yet other versions of the story, people said that the age and gender of the person about to die could be told by the size and color of the corpse candle. For example, a large red light was meant to target an adult male, while a large white light was meant for an adult woman. Small blue lights indicated youth, while more intense blue lights indicated an infant. And sadly, if two lights were encountered, that this was supposed to indicate that an adult female and her unborn child would die.
Oh, I was about to make some jokes, but now I can't. Oh my gosh, that's sad.
Yeah. So many of these stories came long before the industrialization of Wales, and once industrialized, many of these legends too began to fade, but are still told to this day by believers and skeptics alike. So let me add to this story. As some of you know, I grew up in New Mexico, far, far from the roads of Wales, but my research triggered a memory, something I don't even think Cody has heard of.
I was literally about to be like, what? Okay.
Yeah. This is not my personal experience, but something I heard from my mom and was, from what I remember, confirmed by my grandma as well. Anyhow, my mom once told me that when she was a kid, she remembered that one evening someone she knew died or was on their deathbed. She then said that she was able to see a line of lights that led from the person's house to the graveyard, which couldn't be explained.
Well, and she would have known nothing about the funeral lights, would she? Or did she know about them?
No, she didn't.
That's unbelievable, Chris.
Yeah. In remembering this story, I actually text my brother about his memory about it. And he says in what he remembers, our mom said that when her cousin died, she later saw two lights in the tree near her home. And from what I remember, there was belief that her cousin was bewitched or cursed, which in turn made them believe that these lights were either the cousin or the witches who had been cursed, who had been cursing the cousin.
Oh my God, Chris, that's unbelievable.
And there you have it. Corpse lights and phantom funerals.
Wow.
Surprise.
Man, whenever I die, there's literally going to be like a line of glowing dildos, like all moving to my grave.
As much Thai food as you have, we're going to have like a release of those balls into the air, the ball lights.
The balls of gas from all the Thai food.
I didn't mean that. I mean the paper lanterns.
I think both are fair. Wow, well, that is absolutely fascinating. Yeah. Okay. So for my second story, I'm going to be taking everyone down to Australia, and I'm going to be talking about the ghost lights of the outback, or the Min Min lights.
You mean
the what?
Down under.
Down under. I'm taking everyone down under. I've seen all these comments about rim jobs, so now I'm getting turned on. But this one's actually really interesting, and I like this one because these are ones that people are actually still seeing today, and there's actually pictures and evidence of them. So these really do exist. So out over the harsh terrain of the outback of Western Australia, I'm doing my accent, there once existed a town. There once existed a town called Min Min, now desiccated ruins, and the article said, like the remains of some prehistoric beast. It is here among these ruins where a curious phenomenon has long been witnessed by those passing through. Strange, inexplicable ghost lights that bob and hover across this land, and which are steeped in so many crazy stories. So what have come to be called the Min Min lights are typically described as shimmering orbs that can range in color. And it's a lot of what Chris said and we've talked about, but I want to go ahead and read this because it's funny, because the article said these can range in color, including, and let's count, blue, white, green, red, and yellow, sometimes changing between all three. So it actually lists 5 colors and then says it can change between the 3. So math is not this writer's strong suit. Like the other ghost lights we've talked about, they can be slow, they can be super fast, they can just hover, they can actually break off into different lights. But one thing that's interesting is that many reports claim that they evoke thick feelings of dread or confusion, leaving the witnesses quite unsettled, which is really strange. Now, considering how mysterious they are, it's not surprising they've attracted tons of lore. Now, the Aborigines believe them to be spirits of their ancestors roaming the land. And then when white settlers began sighting the lights in 1918, they actually spawned legends.
Colonizers.
Yeah, the colonizers, the colonizing assholes who were like, we know better, and their asses. They spawned legends that were connected to the old hotel that once stood there. And according to that legend, the owners of the hotel actually murdered rich guests for their valuables, after which the bodies would be just dumped into shallow graves in a patch of land nearby. And so in that tale, the Min Min lights are the vengeful ghosts of these victims, and they seek to confuse travelers and get them lost in the outback because of their anger and their vengeance that they want. Now, we actually started... Yeah, right? Isn't that crazy?
Mm-hmm.
So some of the earliest published reports of Min Min light sightings originate in the 1930s. So here we actually start getting people writing their accounts. And one of these earliest published encounters is actually a pretty scary one where the Min Min light really fulfilled the purpose of a will-o'-the-wisp. So this encounter was written by a newspaper columnist named Billy Bo Yang. He claimed that one evening from their camp, he and his companions saw an odd light bobbing and weaving out in the cold desert. Well, they decided to follow it, and here are his words. And the outback is the best place for sex. I just read that. I kind of want more information on that. And just so you know, that was not Bill Bo Yang's words. That was mine. So what Bill said was, I strode on into the darkness. I had got to within perhaps 20 yards of the peculiar light, which was still hovering like some huge glowing ball of embers in midair about 7 or 8 feet from the ground, when suddenly it swerved abruptly to one side. A man's warning voice came through the darkness, saying, "The abyss ain't a dozen yards from where ye are. Come back." I stopped, but not before I had seen, true to the old fellow's words, that the strange light had indeed drifted out over a great chasm. As I watched, the light hesitated, floated back a little towards me, then as though tempting me to follow, but at the same time annoyed at the possibility of losing a victim, it glided back again over the chasm where, with a few final erratic moments, it dropped from sight.
Wow.
Yeah, and he actually wrote this. I like how many emotions he gave to this ball of light. He's like, he was annoyed, and then I saw anger and emotion in him. So he's like Arnold Schwarzenegger in Batman and Robin. So I thought that was a really cool story, and it actually was trying to lure him to his death. And I'm not even sure he would have known about all of the Will-o'-the-Wisp legends, kind of being there in the outback in the 30s. So I thought that was really cool. Well, over the years, there have been hundreds of sightings of Min Min lights. And the strange phenomenon continues to this day, sparking so much speculation as to what they might be. Now, there are, of course, scientific explanations, but, and Chris, this could be part of your believer, but according to some articles...
Oh, thanks for giving me that information now.
I told you yesterday that I found some stuff.
But you didn't send it to me, you just told me.
Because I thought it would be more fun to read it on the air right now. So there are all these scientific explanations, but according to some articles, none of them fully explain all the idiosyncrasies of Min Min light reports, such as the seemingly intelligent nature they demonstrate, ghostly voices, or that profound fear I talked about that they generate. And so in the end, these articles claim that the phenomenon has never conclusively been solved, and it is paranormal. And that is the story of the Min Min lights.
Wow, that is really cool. And you know me and my feelings on the indigenous community. So knowing that this story comes from the Aboriginal people is really cool as well. So.
Yeah, I like that they had their roots. Yeah, so I thought that was fascinating. All right, so what do you got for our last one?
For my second story, I bring us back to the United States, to North Carolina specifically. This story is a little longer, so bear with me. I'm talking about the Brown Mountain Lights.
Brown Mountain?
I know. That sounds so dirty.
Right.
Brown Mountain is located in western North Carolina in the Pisgah National Forest near Morganton. When you see these mountains, there seems to be nothing too special about them, but it has been what has appeared in these mountains for hundreds of years that have kept people mystified. There have been sightings of what are now known as the Brown Mountain Lights. Some of the oldest references of the lights go back to around 1910, but stories and appearances go back many more years. One legend goes back as far back as 1200 AD.
Wow.
It's in a rendition of the legend told by the Cherokee tribe. According to them, the lights that are seen here are the spirits of maidens who had come to the mountain in search of their lost lovers who were killed in battle. Another legend surrounding the Brown Mountain Lights come from around 1850, when a woman in the community had been murdered, which was alleged to have been done by her husband. Following her disappearance, a search party was sent out. While on the search, people noticed an appearance of lights, which they believed was the spirit of the murdered woman who had come back to avenge her death and warn searchers about being in that area. It was said that many years following her disappearance, bones were found under a cliff near Brown Mountain, supposedly identified as the missing woman.
Wait, so bones were actually found?
Eventually, yes.
Wow.
The most famous legend of the area has to do with a man called Josiah Lafayette Wiseman, who was also called Fate. This legend is a Wiseman family tale that says that sometime in the mid-1800s, Fate Wiseman happened to be camping with his father when he saw an unfamiliar light in the distance. And from that day forward, or night rather, Wiseman said that he would see the same light in the same place at almost the same time every night. This legend would be popularized by Fate's great nephew, Scotty Wiseman, through a song he published in 1961 called The Legend of the Brown Mountain Lights. It has been said that the sightings of these mysterious lights were so frequent that in 1922, the U.S. Geological Survey launched an investigation sending a scientist to find answers.
Oh, cool.
Unfortunately, research would prove inconclusive, saying the lights had become widespread with the first house lights and electricity spreading in the area for the first time. So in 1982, an observer claimed to have gotten close enough to one of the lights to actually touch it, saying that it felt like he had stuck his finger in electric socket.
Wait, that is unbelievable. Really?
Yeah, supposedly. Yeah, allegedly.
Supposedly.
People have claimed to be chased by the lights, but for most of the part, the lights just float out in the distance without much movement. And here, just 11 years ago, I have a story on one encounter. The writer says, "My first trip to Brown Mountain was at mile marker 310 on the Blue Ridge Parkway. It was in the late spring of this year, 2010. The trees had bloomed too big to see the mountain much, so Dustin and I stayed and gazed up upon the night sky. An electrical storm hit the Brown Mountain the entire time I was there, which was near 3 hours, give or take a bit. 2 lights that looked like stars were moving in the sky above us. They were parallel to one another and moved at the same speed. They made no noise and moved fast. They disappeared, though, into the night sky. A few moments after they disappeared from our vision, another light to our right appeared in the sky. It flashed bright and poof, it was gone. Seeing those 2 lights move next to each other the way they did was interesting, and it definitely sparked my interest of the Brown Mountain legends."
Oh, nice pun.
A few weeks later, I was told about another overlook. It is no doubt an overlook that has been promising to my belief of the paranormal there at Brown Mountain. It's located on Highway 181 near Morganton, North Carolina. The view is amazing, and the sunsets I've experienced there have been wonderful. Another electrical storm was hitting Brown Mountain as myself, Dustin, April, and Jeffrey arrived on June 19th. The lightning was bolting from the magnificent clouds that were blazing pink, red, orange, and yellow colors from the sunset. Tina came to join the team just in time. It was still daylight, but a couple bright balls of light had already appeared on the ridgeline of Brown Mountain. They were great. I was so excited. The lights were showing up on the video camera. To get evidence as we got that night, it's one incredible thing to have. Lights kept appearing in different colors and different sizes. Some made the formations of a trapezoid, then into a parallelogram. Some were in the formation of a triangle and some in a circle. Lights spread across the ridgeline and continued to blink off and on and shine so bright for us to view. Many people came and went to the overlook. Most didn't realize the lights we're seeing were of the legends. I'm sure people left that seen the lights but thought they were a town. I thought the lights were a town too until I saw a big bright ball of light fly across the ridgeline of Brown Mountain for a long time. I did not see the light the first night, though, nor the second. But the third visit, something in the night sky flew over my friends and I that night. None of us saw what made the noise flying over our heads, but we all knew it was big. Tina had a feather appear in her vehicle's passenger seat while she was viewing the lights. Dustin and I heard a raspy voice from the thicket. The voice was heard on our third visit to the overlook, and it seemed like it said to us, "Why are you bothering me?" It then said,
And a feather appeared in her car?
Yeah.
Just like a bird, like a vulture feather or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, that is wild. Well, actually, I guess I could just say a wind blew it inside, but still, that's weird.
Yeah, and then it said, "What? Interesting, eh? Indeed, I do not think these lights are swamp gas, as some would think. I do not think they are Native American spirit maidens looking for their loved ones either. Perhaps they have had something to do with what's out of this world, such as space, UFO, aliens. Perhaps there are many earthly spirits dancing about. It did seem that these electrical storm made them more apparent, more abundant. My third time there, the moon was very bright and full. The lights were similar and not as bright. Before it was dark on my third visit, I watched a ball of light fly down the daylight sky. Dustin said it was a meteorite. Maybe it was. I'm still not sure, but I know I heard something hit the ground after I saw it fly in the sky. I wish I could find what hit, but the thicket that it fell into would be almost impossible. I know we will continue to seek into the unknown of the Brown Mountain lights. I hope to get a new video recorder soon to catch these lights digitally instead of through the high 8 tapes like I am using now for evidence. If you have not been to Brown Mountain, you should try and make the trip one night. Maybe you'll find them fascinating too." And there you have it, the Brown Mountain lights, which being around hundreds of years old, still cause discussion and debate.
Wow.
So what are these mysterious entities that so many claim to see at Brown Mountain? We probably will never know.
That is crazy. Oh God, there's just so many. Okay, so everyone talk about your first trip to Brown Mountain, and now that's going to be my name for my ass. Like rimming the Brown Mountain. Oh God. Okay.
Oh my God.
That is
Brown Mountain Ridge.
Someone actually said in chat, Brown Mountain, like MOUTIN, like mountain someone. And I thought that was really appropriate. So well done. So now we're on to Believer Skeptic.
Absolutely.
All right, cool. So for Skeptic, I mean, I admit that I think that there are definitely scientific explanations for all of this. I did talk about some of this in our FIFA episode, but then I also found just one article just randomly threw something out that actually made a lot of sense. So I'm going to say that too. But first, scientists believe that the light is produced by a type of bioluminescent fungus or algae in some places, especially in marshy areas. Just like fireflies or anglerfish, these plants could undergo a unique chemical process to produce light. So that's one explanation. Still, other scientists do what?
Those in the Maldives, that like part of the ocean that's all bioluminescent.
Yeah, exactly. These creatures evolved to be able to survive, and that's part of their evolution. And so that could, of course, explain why you're seeing these balls of light. Other scientists, and this is something that Chris had mentioned, that they say that a mixture of gases, not from Thai food, is responsible for the lights. And there's a whole description here about methane and carbon dioxide and stuff, but it's really nerdy and boring. So I'm just going to say that chemicals combine, and some of them are combustible, so they can produce this burning ball of light hovering above a marsh. But here's the thing, is that a lot of believers say that these ancient reports vary so greatly that scientific reasons don't explain it. Like some people say that it's really bright, some people say that it's super dim, and the different colors. Well, one article said one sentence that I was like, oh, that's really interesting. And that sentence was, people back then didn't have glasses. And I was like, oh, that's actually an interesting theory, right? It sounds stupid, but I'm so blindy and everything's a blur without my glasses. So if I existed back then, like, whenever Chris was a child back in the 13 or 1400s, I wouldn't, what I see would be very different than what you saw. or that someone with better eyesight would see. You also have to take into account color blindness, which could, back then could account why some people are seeing different colors or what they're doing. So I think that there are sometimes, there are scientific explanations, and then sometimes there's these more common sense reasons for it about why you see these or why they appear to be different. And then we've talked about this before. That article that said that they evoke this feeling of fear inside of you. Like, how do you explain that? But we've done studies before that show whenever people's senses are already heightened and they're already afraid of something, that it's almost like an evolutionary process where you're built for survival. And it's better for you to overreact to something than to underreact, because you don't want to take any chances. And so that way, overreacting means you start imagining things. It evokes fear where there seems to be no fear present. So that's what I think is explaining that portion of it. And that is a short, but I think effective believer, or not believer, but skeptic for the ghost lights.
Yeah, totally. No, that makes sense. But these ghostly light apparitions, are they things of fact or merely fiction? Well, as I said earlier, it seems that encounters with these entities happen almost everywhere across the world. Not only that, sightings have been going on for hundreds of years, to merely just call it coincidence, I think. Do I believe that there are harbingers of death? I somehow doubt that. That being said, of all the theories I have read about with these entities, of what these entities are, I would have to say the one I go with is actually train lights, like for real. How so? Well, I didn't mention this in history, but it has been noted that a lot of these experiences, or where these lights are seen, are in boggy, swampy, liquid-filled areas. I guess I did mention that a little bit. And a lot of trains have no choice but to travel in remote areas. So before electricity was invented, these trains would probably be seen in the darkest of night from miles away, giving this illusion of these spooky lights. Then as electricity was invented, these stories faded away as the world got, quote-unquote, brighter. So that being said, when electricity was dim or faulty, what better way to celebrate than by telling scary stories of things that used to scare you pre-electricity? So with that, these stories became tradition, and that is my own theory.
Oh, so you mean trains as in choo-choo, not a train of lights?
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, so you're that means you're a skeptic, because instead of believing in the spiritual aspect, you think that there's a scientific explanation.
Absolutely. I think it all has to do with industrialization and electricity being invented.
Interesting. Well, I'd be curious to know if people want to put in chat, like if they actually think that this is paranormal, or if they think that this is scientific. All right, so are we on to, do we have time for a creep of the week?
Yeah, we have 9 minutes left, so I'll go ahead and get into the creep of the week. For those of you not familiar, this segment we call Creep of the Week, in which we tell a listener story. We have not read this before, so it'll be a surprise for all of us, but I know part of it is appropriate, especially for Pride 48, and that's why I picked it, so here we go.
Yeah!
Hi, guys. First, I love the show. I discovered your podcast a few months ago and was immediately hooked.
Oh, yay.
You guys are crazy talented, so funny, and I love the topics you choose. So thank you for all your hard work and passion. I have had a lot of experiences in my life, but I wanted to share one with you that scared the crap out of me. My family and I were living in Dublin, Ireland. My husband is a foreign service officer and was posted to our embassy there. In 2009, I planned a romantic getaway for Valentine's Day and booked a room at Ballygally Castle, a castle-turned-hotel on the coast of Antrim in Northern Ireland. It's a beautiful castle with quite a past. Perhaps the most famous story from Ballygally is the Lady Isobel Shaw, who was locked in the castle tower by her husband and who either fell or jumped to her death from the tower window. The castle is said to have several ghosts, Isabels, among them. Our first night in Ballygally, after a lovely day of sightseeing and dinner in the hotel restaurant, I was tossing and turning and just kept feeling like someone was watching me. The next morning, hubby and I were chatting over breakfast, and my husband, very much a skeptic despite the fact that he grew up in a house that is haunted as fuck, said he felt like something was off in the room. I wasn't sure if I felt relieved to have been validated or frightened, knowing that it wasn't just me. You could chalk it up to us knowing the hotel was said to be haunted, but we've been in lots of places that were haunted. And while I've had some frightening experience, I'd never quite felt so unsettled. Despite the lack of sleep, we had another lovely day on the coast, followed by another scrumptious dinner in the restaurant. Fast forward to sometime in the middle of the night. I was sleeping on my side near the edge of the bed. I woke up with a start, almost the way you would if someone shook you awake. My eyes shot open, and I swear to fuck, there was a woman leaning over me, her face inches from mine.
No!
She was pale and disheveled. Her dark hair was a mess, like it hadn't been brushed in forever. And she was wearing a long white nightgown. I gasped, flung myself across the bed, and burrowed under the covers, pressed against my sleeping husband. I have no idea if she stuck around because no fucking way was I going to peek over the covers to look. I parasited against my husband and eventually fell back asleep. I assumed that whatever I saw, spirit, ghost, residual haunting, I don't know, was Lady Isabel, but she's said to knock on doors, and I haven't found anything about her scaring the crap out of guests. So who knows? All I know is that I was not asleep. That was not paralysis, and she looked as real as you or me. So that's my experience in Bollygolly Castle. Because of my husband's job, we've lived in several countries, and I and 2 of our 3 children have had experiences in all but one of them. So I have a lot more experience if you're interested in hearing any of them.
Yeah, we are.
Thank you so much for what you do. I love listening to you guys. You're beyond awesome. And as the mother of a queer child, I am deeply grateful on a different level because, as she often says to me, representation matters. So thank you. Best, Heather.
Oh, yay. Oh, okay. I definitely want more information there. And I'd love to even send her children some books. I think that would be really nice.
Yeah. And there's a postscript. I've never seen Hamilton, but when you guys sang one of those songs from it, I cried. You sang it so beautifully.
Oh, that's so nice. Oh, blushing. Yeah. I love that she used the word parasited myself against my husband. Like, what a perfect word to illustrate her just grabbing and clinging on to him, like, literally for dear life. I think that was such an amazing use of words. You should be a writer. That's awesome.
Yeah. So, well, the guys, thank you. That was amazing. Thank you, Pride 48, again, for having us again this year. We're super happy and glad to be here again. And we're actually on a break right now, but we have new episodes that will be starting here in a couple of weeks. We're opening with our 100th episode and our beginning of our 5th year. If you haven't already, you can subscribe to us on all podcatchers, wherever you find podcasts at BS Pod PHX, or just searching the podcast. If you have any stories like the last one we read, you can send either an email or a voice memo to bspodphx@gmail.com.
Yeah, and just so that's because we're in Phoenix, that's kind of the reason why it's BS Pod PHX. I'm saying that really clearly, Chris, because it sounds like at least one person is talking about sharing some stories, and we would love to hear some of that. Oh, thank you, Seda, for subscribing. That's awesome. So, and as I mentioned briefly at the beginning, I'm actually an LGBTQ author. I have a series out. It's actually a trilogy called The Gay Teen's Guide to Defeating a Siren. I'm about a teenager who comes out of the closet. His parents drag him off to this horrible Pray Away the Gay conversion therapy boarding school. But when the parents leave, the school reveals it's actually a secret refuge for gay teens, and he gets to go to a secret LGBTQ high school. There's also a fantasy element involved, as I love fantasy. And so that trilogy is out. If you look on Amazon under my name, or the name of the series, The Gay Teen's Guide to Defeating a Siren, it's the first thing that comes up. It makes great gifts, and if you're a reader, I think I can't actually say they're good because that feels weird. Other people can say they're good. But if you're interested in that kind of fiction, feel free to check them out.
And I actually am posting a link in the chat to where you can get the first book, and you can find the rest from there. And I've read them, so I think everybody else should as well.
Oh, thanks, Chris. Oh, that's so nice. Oh, and putting, talk about common sense, you actually put the email address in the chat. And instead of doing that, I'm sitting here trying to spell it out. I think that was a much, much smarter way to do that. That's why I say we're two idiots debating weird phenomena. So that was actually really fun. So what did you think of the episode? That was really cool.
I thought that was great. A lot of information that I did not know about before. That, who knows? It's still a mystery, and I think it always will be.
Yep, and I love whenever we cover topics that you can actually see the phenomena. You know, that's my favorite thing whenever it's actually there. So you have to discuss how or what it could be versus whenever you have, some topics like some hauntings or ghosts where, it's all just hearsay. I prefer stuff like this.
Yeah, and if you all want to see any of those pictures and stuff, follow us on Instagram as well. The same place, BSPod PHX. Cody will be posting a lot of those pictures upcoming.
Oh, yeah, I will do. And that's everything. We're actually finishing just on time. So everyone, we hope you have a lovely rest of the weekend. Thank you so much to Pride 48 for letting us come on here. This is our 3rd year doing this, right?
Yes, absolutely.
And hopefully
Thank you
not the
again
last.
for everything you do.
Yep.
And hopefully you enjoyed the show. And
yep.
With that,
Bye.
Oh,
can't take
my
us
God.
nowhere.
Mm-mm.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh.
Oh, man.
Welcome to the RuPaul's Drag Race recap show for All Stars Season 2, Episode 9, titled Reunion. My name's Joe Batance, and I am joined, as always, by 2 contentious co-hosts. First from the podcast pod, is making. Please say hello to one Taylor, the Latte Boy. Hello, Taylor Latte Boy.
Joseph, how are you today?
Fine. We are at the live 2016 Pride 48 live streaming event.
Yes.
And,
yes.
It is what a time it is to be alive, and
what a time it is to get to have to wait for these very special events like a RuPaul's Drag Race All Stars.
Oh yeah,
just the fact that we know we're gonna have to wait until 2020 for the next one if everything keeps going the way it is.
Yeah, and you know what? I have advice for RuPaul and World of Wonder, because season 8, which we just finished earlier this year, was a shortened season. They only did 10 episodes to make room for this All-Star season. I'm telling, this is what I'm saying. Go the full season and then do a whole full season. We could do more All-Stars. We could do more Drag Race. We want Drag Race every week of the year. And to have someone comment on that, why don't we have from the podcast, Dubious Intent Plus, please say hello to Daniel J. Brewer.
Hello Joe Batance. Hello, Taylor Latte. By the way, Joe, can you turn your sound up a bit? Because you're a bit quiet. Taylor's coming in a bit hot, and I don't mean, visually. I would like to say that you're both wrong. You're both wrong. RuPaul just won an Emmy. I think she's just going to cash out. I think she's done. Yeah, so I don't think that we're ever going to see another All Stars. I think All Stars 2 is going to go down in history as the last RuPaul's. Put it on the board. Put it on. Mark my words. Is the last All Stars ever.
Well, look, we had to wait 4 years for this one. So we're not going to get another All Stars till 2020. All Stars 3 2020.
Yeah. But thank God they're only staying in America. I only want the American perspective of drag queens. I don't want who would want them to branch out? That'll never ever happen.
I don't want to see that. That'd be boring. Right? It's horrible. I wouldn't want everyone to see that ever.
How long are we doing this bit?
Daniel, I will say, so everyone listening, we're having a reunion of sorts ourselves. When we last left you, we were like, we'll see you next week for the reunion. And then I think what happened, which is so funny, where context is important, I think we watched the reunion and we're like, meh, we'll get to it when we get to it. But now that I watch it in the context of the seasons that I've passed, I'm like, this is probably one of the best reunions we've ever had. But at the time we're like, meh. But anyway, we are now in 2021. It's 5 years later. And we're back together to back again to recap the reunion. Let's actually jump right into it. This week, RuPaul All-Stars 2 winner Alaska and the rest of the girls get together to kiki about the just completed All-Star season. Coco cries, Adar cries. Alaska throws a fake leg, and Fifi O'Hara no-shows and gets dragged for filth. Trust the Duchess when she says, if you're not covering the All-Stars 2 reunion, you're only getting...
This meeting is being recorded.
Sorry.
Yeah, now we have a new... We have a new co-host. Her name is Phyllis, and she likes to just update us sometimes. If you ever heard her show with Lori Roggenkamp, she'll just come in with non sequiturs. Well, this is the Lori Roggenkamp of hosts, and she'll be joining and weighing in sometimes. All right, but anyway, ladies, name 2 things you liked about the episode and 1 thing you did not. Let's start with our very special co-host, Daniel J. Brewer.
2 things that I liked about it. And 1 thing that I did not. Is that the format here?
That is the way it works.
Format here. I agree with you. I remember hating the reunion shows because they were so flat and boring. But based on how flat and boring everything has been in the last several years, this reunion show was actually quite. It was kind of cheeky, if I could borrow that expression. Like they definitely made some digs at some stuff that I was like, look at them being all frisky. And I like the second thing I liked about it was they set up front that one queen didn't show up tonight, and they made a point of not saying her name, and yet a good 20 minutes of the episode was about Fifi. It's just like going so far at one point into actually getting Tatiana to speculate what Fifi was thinking when she said something, and I was like, this is genius. I love this. I love that Fifi's not here. They're just using other people to interpret what Fifi was like, the hidden Fifi character. I love that. The thing I did not like about it, simple, Ginger Minj.
Oh, yes. I forgot about Daniel's hatred of Ginger Minj.
By the way, you can send your emails to thebestoftoday@gmail.com. That is our Afterthought Media official complaint email, and make sure you talk about that. Let's go to Taylor the Latte Boy. Taylor, give me 2 things you liked about the episode and 1 thing you did not.
Well, I feel like I liked the validation of this because a lot of the notes that the queens were saying, or a lot of the behind the scenes stuff, was stuff that I feel the 3 of us talked about when we were talking about the season, as far as what they could have possibly been thinking, or that sort of thing. Something else that I really liked was I liked that there seemed to be this balance of we're starting to recognize that the effects of this show on our careers and some of the ways that we have to say things, but we're also balancing where it's almost like we've got a foot in 2 boats of the other, is where we seem very direct and very honest, but also very respectful. It wasn't, I know the format kind of was set up sort of like a Real Housewives reunion, and I know that's just about fighting. And nobody seemed to do that. There seemed to be a genuine affection that everybody, for the most part, seemed to have for everybody else on the stage. That being said, the thing that I did not like about it was I watched this on iTunes. So they still have the little bumpers for the commercials, and everything made it look like there was going to be a fight on the next segment. And it's just that taken out of context that is so ridiculous and so trying to manipulate your emotions.
And if you remember, at one point later, Alaska even made a joke about the edit going out to the commercials.
Yes, and that's an example of what I'm talking about. She goes, "You're going to use this as an example of one of those things." But and talking about like the silly music, I didn't want to do something that was going to cause you to play the silly music behind me and that sort of thing.
It for me, I actually was surprisingly liked the reunion. Usually I find these reunions to be quite the slog. There were sluggish moments to it, but they were fewer and far between than we're used to. So I thought it had a very good pace. The other thing too I was thinking of, and I guess you could call this a thing that I like, is and I was talking to Taylor about this separately. Taylor and I do a private show just for ourselves. People don't know that. It's for the most exclusive tier of all time at Patreon. And it's just me and Taylor on the phone. You get to listen to us on the phone. Today would have been a doozy, but let me
top ratings.
Yeah, that would have been $100 a month if you would have heard today. But what I'm going to tell you is, I was talking about this because Taylor we had an embargo at first placed by one Taylor, the Latte Boy. He wanted to keep us as if we were in 2016, and I'm glad he didn't, because I was thinking about when I was watching the show, this Ginger Minj. she is on this All-Star 6 now. She's come back,
Mhm.
right? And I wonder if she sits in that workroom and she goes, I competed against the most iconic. I was in season 2 with the most iconic, where the least iconic person was Coco Montrese, who's still an icon, right? And now she's competing against Serena Cha-Cha.
Right.
Okay. And all the other people who went in came in 8th place on their season, you know, and Scarlet Envy. Is that her name?
Yeah.
Sure, go with that.
Because there's Scarlet something or other in Australia, and I always confuse them. Scarlet Adams is in Australia. And so I was thinking, like, I wonder what that's like. And sort of on a related topic is, over on Patreon, we just finished, by the way, I want to say a big shout out. This is a special tier to our #1 patron. He pays the most money per month. Okay. And people don't know this. It's a secret tier. Auntie Vera Charles. She is the biggest patron of Afterthought Media. She gives a lot of her shekels to us every month. I want to give her a shout out. But what I was going to say is, so he would know that we've been covering season 3 for our exclusive tier, and we just finished it. And one of the things that struck me there and struck me here is, on season 3 during the Tic Tac lunch, RuPaul seemed a lot more intimate with the girls, and it felt more like a conversation rather than Mama Ru high atop the mountain, you know, in the Pride 48 studio. And on this, and it sort of felt that way with All Stars 2, that while she was the moderator, a lot of the drag queens weren't paying her the deference. It was very subtle. That now it's like, oh, God hath spoken, you know, where now they're having yes, she's the boss, but a conversation much more, even though she has the 1 Emmy, it's much more down to earth conversation. They're having a conversation with her as another person, and it's not like,
yeah, but this was also, she even made reference that she's put 100 queens on. Right, this is right after the season where we had our 100th queen, Derek Barry. But the what was I going to say? I don't remember what I was going to say.
They just seem as afraid of her.
Yes, they don't.
No, I think since then, when they cranked up the machine after the Emmy, when they cranked up the seasons and cranked up everything, I don't know that RuPaul knows everybody contestants' names at this point. Like, there's been a lot of girls that have gone through on all the the different iterations of that show, including the foreign ones. It's like, I don't know that she would know who they are. So this is, I guess that's the other thing, right? Is this at the point in time where you're like more like a small company, where you're not so far removed from the president of the company that you could actually like joke with him?
I think you're right. I think this is where her brain says at this point, that's enough. Because I remember in season 9, I've told this story a million times. I saw like a local news report on DragCon, and she's walking through the hallway through the DragCon on the floor, and she goes, "This is during season 9 is airing. DragCon season 9 is airing. I think we've just seen the mask gate, you know." And she's walking through, and she's walking with the reporter, and she goes, "Oh, and there's that." What's her name? She's my favorite. I love her. And they go, Nina Bonina Brown. Nina Bonina Brown. She's on the season. And she doesn't know her name. So I think she would know all of these queens' names. All right, let's move on. First up, RuPaul lays out the landscape for the audience, whips out her first Emmy trophy, and throws some not so subtle shade at Fifi O'Hara. The girls react to the gag of the plot twist of the plot tit of the season. Alaska talks about the pact. There's debate about the pact, and Alyssa denies ever being part of said pact. Coco Montrese breaks down as she reveals she was recovering from a serious illness before appearing in All Stars and had kept it hidden from the rest of the cast. And finally, Coco calls out Roxy for eliminating her, but they land up making up in the end. Let's start with the veteran mental health professional here, Mr. Taylor the Latte Boy. A lot going on here in terms of emotions. Were there any big thoughts here in this first act and all the things I mentioned, specifically like Coco and Roxy and breaking down in the social media?
Coco, that seemed genuine. There seemed to be the point of that seemed very much of where she recognized that she had an opportunity that didn't go where she wanted it to, and that it sounds like the tweet that she had sent out was sent out of anger. I'm sure that was where, you think you know the story, but then you see how the producers edit it and manipulate it into something else. And there was a lashing out at that point. I've never been a huge Coco fan, but I kind of forgot. It's sort of one of these where she's one where you kind of think, and a couple of them are like that, where you think, what would have happened if they had went further? I'm thinking of 2 or 3 and specifically of how different that season would have been had they gone different. And Coco is definitely one of them. The other thing that I wrote was that I found it interesting that when they showed Rue said, I've sent 100 queens through this machine or anything, and they had all of the little tiny pictures. Do you know whose was the very last one down at the bottom? Did either of you notice who it was?
No, who? Fifi?
Willem.
Oh, it was
which I kind of took as a fuck you, like an afterthought sort of thing, pardon the pun, sort of thing that was put at the bottom. But those are my main thoughts about that first segment.
What about you, Daniel?
You touched on 3 areas here that I had stuff written down about.
Yeah.
Number 1, right before the cry, Coco's thing was, my proudest moment was being there. Like that's her proudest moment, just being there. That was, and then 5 minutes of crying. And I although I think the crying was genuine, the way it was edited, weren't they like clipping to Adore crying from later in the episode in that thing? They were just zooming in on girls' faces so you could see them tearing up on that whole thing. Right. It was just like, more, give me more. But I wanted to circle back to the very beginning when Rue announces the addition of the bullshit paddle.
Yeah.
And the example that she gave for that was, if I hear anyone say blame the edit, bullshit. And this is a conversation that I, as no longer being on the show, often have with you guys that you don't ever hear because I'm shouting at my radio in the car, is the edit, the tinkering by the editors. What do you call it? The shenanigans that you guys like often, and
the goopery
and the gaggery, and it's now just become such a trope. I feel like it's the RuPaul Drag Race universe's version of political correctness, right? It's just like everything gets blamed on political correctness. It doesn't matter whether it's part of political correctness or not. It's like, oh, yeah, my middle name is actually Steve. It's political correctness. It's just you get what I'm saying? I feel like the blame the edit has just become so expansive. I'm not saying that there is no actual editing and manipulating going on of the edit, but I don't believe it's as pervasive as everyone likes to believe that it is. You know what I'm saying? There are absolutely things that you can edit out of context that will change the public's perception of you. So for a queen to say something like, I'm not really a horrible bitch, it was kind of the edit, is, in my mind, a valid thing to say. Yes, they said those words, but did they say them in that order or in that on the same day? Did they say them days apart? There's all kinds of things that we can do as editors to tell a different, a story, to paint a picture of a story that we want. And we know in reality television that people are cast to be in certain roles. Like he's the jock, she's the model, like they try to put people in. And on Drag Race, it very much be like, well, she's the pageant queen, oh, she's the catty queen, or she's the underdog. That these are roles that they paint with these confessionals. So I just feel like for her to use that as the bullshit expression is like, I feel like that's a very valid thing, that I think blaming the edit is, to me, a very valid thing that a queen can do.
It is.
It is. I mean, I think that, but Rue is also protecting her brand at that point. I think that we have seen time and time again, and people have gotten more understanding that we are being manipulated by the music. We are being manipulated by the way that they cut a particular scene together or taking something out of context. But at this point, the show people weren't as completely fanatically as invested in it as many of them get to be now. Right. So Rue recognizes, oh no, I can't have you all figuring out that we took things, or I know there was like where Fifi had said, yes, the producer specifically asked me to say trashy things about Alyssa.
Right.
So she was doing everything she could to have people where people aren't necessarily looking at the man behind the curtain.
Right. All right. And then the last thing that I wrote down here, Joe, I'm sorry, because I know we're on a time schedule here.
No, this is what the show is about.
This is a conspiracy moment that I had, Joe.
Yeah.
When they showed the tweet that Coco had sent out, you know what I'm saying? The one that you just said, they said that it was what she had said about Roxy. Right?
Are you playing that music?
Yeah, it's the X-Files music.
Okay.
I've got a conspiracy here, Joe.
Oh, okay, good. I just want to make sure I'm like,
Apparently, this song takes a long time to get to the point that I want it to get to. Where's the new? There we go. All right, so here's my conspiracy theory. If you read that tweet that they threw up on the screen that Coco sent out, she's like, I don't have it in front of me, but the paraphrase of it is like, some people would stab their friends in the back for fame and a little fortune. And I wanted to point out to you that she wrote L-I-L fortune as one word. So here's my conspiracy theory. I think that tweet was aimed at Alaska because of Lil Pound Cake. Because why would you do some fame and Lil Fortune with L-I-L capitalized? Isn't that a callback to Lil Pound Cake?
Or the fact that Twitter only has 140 characters?
You're in no danger. You're in no danger of passing 140 characters in that sentence. I'm just saying, Joe, it wasn't just L-I-L pound. It was capital L, capital I, capital L Fortune. She was calling out the Lil.
You know what's so funny is when you started, I'm like, this is not really a conspiracy. It's just, and then no, but this is truly a conspiracy theory. It truly is that she was really throwing. Now, mind you, I am not absent from this. Remember, I was saying that it was deep game on season 7 when they did the different finales and all this stuff, and I was like, they're playing deep game. And so I am prone to doing that as well. You know, here's what I will say. You know, over in the people who support us on Patreon over at the Anti-Vera tier, they know that a year ago, which is going to be a real tier now, by the way. It's going to be a real tier I'm creating. And over at the Anti-Vera tier, they know that we revisited All Stars 2 in a different way. We didn't recap the episodes. We just sort of talked about it intellectually, so to speak. And one of the things I talked about is I was on a second viewing of the season. I realized not that she was completely innocent, but that Fifi O'Hara got a very, very bad rap on that season. You know, I do think because you know, one of the things you hear about is after All Stars 2, you don't really hear horrible things about Fifi outside of the show. In fact, you only hear positive things about her. So I just think Fifi's a terrible person in those very high pressure environments. One.
Yeah.
Two, they painted her as a villain because she wouldn't play the game. Like, one of the things we learned is she whispered. It came off as villainous because she didn't want the camera to pick it up. You know, so she was hoping that it wouldn't, you know, get the camera to pick it up. And so also, like, even though she was violating her contract, saying, you know what, you just beat the living shit out of me for an entire season. I'm not going to show up and let you do it some more. I think take some real balls. I'll give you a perfect example. Wherever you stand on the Vixen showed up and they fucking gave it to her. She played right into their hands, and gave them the moment that they really wanted.
So what you're saying is after they leave the show, the aerodynamics change.
Yeah, completely, 100%.
I
actually think that's what Coco was saying in her tweet when she wrote, "Some people seek out fortune."
I was dissing Adore for saying aerodynamics instead of dynamics. Never mind. I'm sorry.
I didn't pick that up. No, I didn't.
Adore
pick that
was
up.
just like, yeah, and then the aerodynamics between me and Michelle had changed.
Well, okay, no one's ever said Mensa candidate behind Adore Delano's name, so...
I mean, she has the word duh in her name.
And
but no one picked up. I'm surprised Daniel didn't pick up in Coco's tweet when she said fame, fame, fortune, Fifi. I think the message for Fifi. There you go, and that's...
I actually think that she was talking about future contestant Miss Fame.
Oh, you know what?
Wait, no, Miss Fame was on season 7. She wouldn't have been a future contestant for her.
Okay, work with me.
In Taylor's world, she is a future contestant.
Exactly.
This is actually 2021 Daniel and Joe, but 2012 Taylor. They're just like,
right.
Yeah, okay.
Right. 2012.
2012, yeah.
I'm still watching season 1 at this point.
Yeah. Of I Love Lucy. All right. Now, here we got a couple of things. You know, Alaska reveals, going back on the edit, that she voted for Fifi, but the producers But you know, they went with Roxy winning. Now Roxy deserved that win. I mean, that was a fantastic lip sync. But I think Roxy still would have won. They would not have gotten rid of Fifi that early.
No.
No. They were going to get rid of Coco. Coco's always meant to go home. You know, she needs to stay thirsty, girl. And then also in this bit, Coco gives very good advice on social media when she tells the girls, don't go on social media. And still, this Jan, speaking of, you know, legitimate and sincere cries and fake cries, you have this Jan with her fake crying, and she's on social media all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. All right. After the break, Adore tears up at the clip package from the episode where she left the show. She also regrets quitting the show, but wasn't mentally prepared to be back in the competition with her friend Michelle Visage, tearing her apart. RuPaul said superstars can't wear anything off the rack and reminds the girls that they're all all-stars. Before asking Adore, will she come back for All-Stars 3? Adore sidesteps the answer, so who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows? It could happen in 2020.
It could happen.
Good.
Yeah.
It could.
Only time will tell. Later, Tatiana feels Alaska based her second elimination on politics rather than the critiques. Alaska, I noticed this the second time. Alaska never answers the question. She avoids the answer and throws a fake leg on the floor. Finally, Gingerman feels she wasn't herself on the show and didn't live up to her potential. She's getting her wish. She's like, could we make it so that the cast isn't so good? And voila! We have All-Star 6. Let's start with Daniel J. Brewer. He of Dubious Intent Plus.
It's true, actually.
Well, no,
it's Mix
yeah.
Minus. Mix
It's
Minus.
now Mix
is
Minus.
The new show, Mix Minus. Here's the thing. I kind of shot my wad on the aerodynamics thing, but I did write that down, that, you know, Adore was talking about how the aerodynamics between her and Michelle had changed. And, you know, not to revisit the whole thing, but I felt like she was perfectly within her rights to leave out of there, because it was one of those things like, wait, she was the Madge Weinstein at that time. She was like, fuck you, I'm more famous than you. No, I'm just going off the story that Madge told the other night. I'm more famous than you, so fuck you, I don't need this show, and walked out, and then later went like, oh, maybe I'm not so big. And, you know, I feel embarrassed. Ha 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 ha. I wrote down for the Ginger thing, because Ginger at one point says, I didn't know where to jump back in.
Where did you get this clip of Ginger?
Right. And so what I wrote down was, did Ginger not know when to jump back in because the stage was reinforced? Oh
God. The best of today at gmail.com, by the way, is where you can send all your complaints.
And yeah, wasn't this the segment where they were talking about Fifi, or was that the next segment?
It might be
that was the next segment.
I wrote down whenever they did.
All right, it's next segment. So I'll save that for then. Yeah, one of the things that I had written down was when Rue said to all the girls, it's like, you have to all take care of yourselves. I was like, is she like protecting her brand? Like, is that like like, because I'm gonna make so much money off of you.
Yeah,
it's like you must. We have no health care here. You must all take care of yourselves.
Oh, I thought you were going to go a different route. She goes like, guys, you have to take care of yourselves. Now, by the way, we are going to film you 16-hour days back to back, no food breaks. When you hear about that, season 7, they remember Sharon Needles had to live off like ranch bread dipped in ranch dressing because they didn't accommodate her vegetarian lifestyle on the show. And who's Jasmine Masters, another Daniel.
That's probably where Jasmine Masters got that loaf of bread from.
She had heard.
Yeah, she had heard. Yeah. So she brought her own loaf of bread.
Food was terrible. Yeah, and so she brought her own food. And also the rumors right now for Drag Race UK is because RuPaul had to film who knows what AJ and the Queen season 2 that they had to cram in Drag Race UK in like a week and a half, and so they were doing an episode a day, and the queens were run ragged, and they were barely but they got to take care of themselves.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. So
right.
What did you think, Taylor the Latte Boy, about this whole, when Tatiana was asked whether it was all political, and she says, I think it was political for that second one. I think, that's the same episode when she went home was she did the tea with Tati, and then also she had that Lisa left. I don't know with the.
That's the second time she went home. Was tea with Tati?
That's what she's talking about.
And she said that she didn't have the worst critique on that bit, and that she had one of the best looks in the season, And she didn't feel she went home. And Alaska was like,
Let me pull my leg off.
Yeah, let me pull my leg off and throw it on the floor. And then they went to break. But do you think it was political, Taylor?
Well, yeah. I mean, she was up against the other members of Alaska Talks. There was no way that Alaska was going to send one of the other girls home.
Plus, haven't we?
Go ahead.
Haven't we all heard these stories? I mean, I've heard them from you, Joe. These stories that like Alaska wouldn't let Sharon Needles put the crown on something because Alaska was upset that she had lost that season. Like she's very political behind the scenes and doing stuff. I mean, yeah.
But that's where I'll give Detox credit. We haven't gotten there yet. But when she's asked later, she says, you know, I almost pulled Roxy's name, but I thought she's my friend, and I can't do that. And I really felt Alyssa should have stayed, but I couldn't do it to my friend. And I have to give it to Detox for being honest there about that.
I'd like to mention the whole comment of when with the door where Rue says, you know, you can't wear off the rack stuff here, you know, because you're an all-star. You know, you're better than that. But as we've seen as the show's gone on with the infamous I don't want to see any more fucking H&M on Drag Race UK, that rule kind of applies for everybody now. So what you're seeing is in order to be on the show, you have to put yourself potentially tens of thousands of dollars in debt to possibly go all the way to win the $100,000. And it's kind of gross because I think a statement like that really, I think, deflates a lot of girls that don't have access to designers or don't have access to outfits that would come in something off the rack and could really make it work. But it's just, it was a funny statement knowing what we know now about the machine that is Drag Race.
I just realized right now, I am the Ginger Minge on this show, sitting with two of the biggest superstars from Pride 48. We have Taylor the Latte Boy. People don't know this. He has tonight, because we're doing this live on pride48.com, and Taylor has, I mean, this is only the most special people get this. The icons. The last show before the closing show. He's closing out the whole weekend with his iconic Pod Is My Co-Pilot. And then we have Daniel Brewer, who is the co-founder of this network. This is like the Mount Rushmore. Well, not me. I'm just Ginger. But you two, I am so blessed to be with you. I just want to. I just realized it right now, listening to Taylor talk and Daniel talk. It's just
okay. Adore. All right.
Yeah, but I'm. You know.
Do we look like? Did we look like fairies? Didn't she say that at one point? You all look like fairies.
Oh, you definitely look like fairies. I'll tell you that. That is not a lie at all. All right. Alyssa and Alaska discuss Alyssa's first elimination from the competition. Alyssa infers that Alaska made her choice based on politics rather than points. But Alaska defends herself by pointing out Alyssa's poor performance while actually filming. Alaska disses Alyssa's camera dress, and Katya calls out Alaska for the same type of reveal.
Yes.
Next, Detox talks about the free passes that Alyssa got on the runway based solely on her personality. Alyssa gives a spirited defense of herself in drag, and later the girls talk about the face crack of the season when the eliminated queens return to the competition. Finally, the queens toot and boot the looks of the season. Let's start with Pride 48 icon and mental health icon as well, Taylor the Latte Boy. You know, you would never be on BetterHelp. You know why? Because you're the best help, Taylor.
Aw, thank you.
You would be on best help. So what did you think here?
This felt like the most honest of the girls were in the entire reunion. The way that they were talking about things, particularly I had down the Alyssa versus Alaska going, no, you were horrible and you were a pain in the ass to work with, and that's why I voted you off. That that wasn't necessarily a political answer. That was you were very frustrating to work with. I was over it. That's why I voted you off.
Yeah, but then she had to throw in the dress thing, which was bullshit. So I feel like she was right on the first point, and then she was lying about the second point. So
right, but then she said this. But then you have Katya, who was willing to go for Alaska and that, and go, well, wait a minute, yours was just as bad, and then she kind of deflected a little bit. But I felt as though that part was very enjoyable to watch, kind of that back and forth.
And what was the reveal of Alaska's bad dress?
Little pound cake.
And they cut to Coco right at that point. See?
Oh, see.
Mm-hmm. And people don't realize I was doing what's called product placement, because one of our sponsors is BetterHelp. And if for RuPaul's Drag Race recap listeners, you get 10% off your first month at betterhelp.com/drag race. It's better, BetterHelp.com/drag race. Go ahead and do that today. I got to remove that in 2022. All right. Any other thoughts here in Act 3? All right. In Act 4, after the break, the girls talk about one of the best lip syncs in the series history. Next, Alyssa reminisces about the hug that never happened when Fifi was eliminated. The rest of the girls chime in with their own takes on Fifi's attitude, and later the girls talk about the family makeover challenge. Finally, the girls talk about their freakiest fan interactions. Adore fucks her fans, so does Detox. Someone licked Titiana's titty. So I can't talk today. BetterHelp.com/drag race. 10% off. Someone licked Tatiana's foot. Let's start with the co-founder of Pride 48 and one of the hosts of Mix Minus, which, by the way, fuck you for stealing my show, Mex Minus. That was going to launch this year, but what are you going to do? All right, Daniel Brewer, go ahead.
This was the segment that I referred to, right? They talked about Fifi in this segment for quite a long time without ever really saying Fifi. I think one girl said Fifi's name at one point, but even so much to like go like into her reasonings for saying something. It's just like, really? Like you're just gonna exactly why she did whatever she did. But the part that I wrote down here, that I was really, really curious about is it's a question for Taylor. I actually have it written down here as, this is a question for Taylor. Now, Joe and I, here in 2016 are both single, and we're, let's be honest, we're no stranger to sleeping with our fans. That's something that you do when you achieve this level of podcast fame. You're gonna have fans that you sleep with. It just happens. But the question, Taylor, is, as famous as you are, you're married. So what's it like for you to have to sleep with all these fans? What is how does that affect you, Taylor?
That's a good question, Daniel. Taylor, answer that question.
So how does it affect me by sleeping with all of my Drag Race recap fans?
Yes, that you clearly don't tell Babalu about, or do you? Do you tell him about it? Like, is he a watcher? Is he
Robert Alou? No, is he a cuck?
Well, Robert Alou, actually, I let him in on the anti-Vera Charles tier where I actually talk about fucking all of my fans, and he listens to it with steam coming out of his ears. But that's part of the kink for me, is making my husband mad by him having to find out who I was infidelity, who I was
that's right,
not faithful to him.
Aerodynamics.
Aerodynamics, yes. Yeah, it always is. Aerodynamics. Fucking me is always aerodynamic.
Well, okay.
Wow.
I just wanted to know.
One time, I almost said one time I was fucking Taylor. Oh, let's go with it. I was fucking Taylor.
On an emotional level, yes. You fuck me all the time.
And there was a Zelda shrine in there. I'm playing Breath of the Wild right now.
He looks at my Triforce every chance he gets.
Yeah, I got a spirit orb. Anyway, I was actually, because when I said that, I was actually imagining me and Taylor. Imagine a threesome, Taylor, with me, you, and Daniel.
Do I have to?
And Lori's filming.
And eating Funyuns in the corner.
Yeah. By the way, if you're a member of the anti-Vera Charles tier, you get actual special access to that threesome. Actually, at the anti-Vera Charles tier, you don't get access. That's the gift. The benefit is you don't have to watch that.
It's a free gift with all the other tiers. You automatically get it when you sign up for it.
This really is one of those behind baseball things, because I know that Joe must have the chat room up somewhere, and he sees that Auntie Scott is in the channel where he knows that the stream is playing, and that's why he keeps calling her out. But I just wanted to point out to you, Joe, notice how the headphone thing next to him has the slash through it? He's muted the channel. He's not hearing anything you're saying.
Oh, I don't care. He gets a special... In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I've been to his house. I'm going to drive to his house.
Here's a weird thing, Joe. Here's the weird thing. Remember how he got so freaked out about us walking on that carpet? on that rug.
Oh yeah.
I was there again when you weren't there. No problem.
Yeah.
I could walk on the rug with no problem whatsoever. I think.
But I am glad you're here, Daniel, because I've talked about this in the show before. So Daniel and Daniel was staying at Auntie Vera's, and I basically went to go pick up Daniel, and it was on Halloween because they were doing that weird thing where they sit with Tom and Terry and watch Halloween, right? On like a little screen, and Auntie Vera is so technologically deficient. Daniel, listen to this, Taylor. The reason Daniel is there to help set up her sound bar. She was like, the sound bar, it's so hard, right? Anyway, at a certain point, she leaves. She goes, I gotta go make dinner. And I go, dinner? It was like 10:30. And like 11:30, she was like, all right, and you hear like pots and pans banging, and like 11:30 at night. And then she serves, I swear to Christ, am I going to battle tomorrow or something? Like, it was like a beef stroganoff with buttered bread. It was delicious.
And well plated.
But it was like a heavy meal at like, we went to breakfast after. That's how late the dinner was. That's how late the dinner was at Auntie Vera's house. By the way, I will say this, as much as she hates me, very charming host. I will say that.
I would expect nothing less.
The food was delicious.
The food was delicious. Thank you. Granted, we didn't eat. We were watching the end of James Corden when it was on, but when we ate it. But
we went to breakfast and then we slept with some fans. It was great.
We went to breakfast and then we slept with some fans. It was a whole thing, and yeah. All right, the girls discuss Alaska's meltdown. Detox admits that she chose friendship over fairness when she eliminated Alyssa Edwards. Roxy talks about how she felt like she shouldn't have been there because she was in the bottom so many times. Meanwhile, Alyssa feels that Roxy should have won the competition because she evaded being eliminated so many times. Finally, RuPaul throws more shade at Fifi when talking about redemption. Let's talk to Taylor here. Does it seem to you that RuPaul seems a little bitter? You are an expert at reading the human behavior, human emotions. Did it feel like she was bitter there, Taylor?
That RuPaul was bitter?
RuPaul Andre Charles, yeah.
Why would she be bitter?
When she was talking about Fifi.
Oh, yeah, no, there was definitely some. I think there was, I don't know that bitter is the right word. I feel like there is some, you think you're going to fuck with me? I'm going to fuck with you first, or I'm going to fuck with you harder. And the comments that were made were very, especially talking about Roxy's redemption and the work that Roxy put in for her redemption and everything, I think was just, she was going as far as she could without giving Fifi any, evidence to use at a deposition kind of thing. It just felt very where she was going to say as much as she could without just point blank saying fuck you Fifi O'Hara into the camera.
Yeah. What about you, Daniel? What were you thinking on this whole segment here?
I wrote down there was at one point in this segment where Alaska was talking about she thought that she had just seen someone do badly on the show because they let their insecurities get in the way of competing. And I think Ginger honestly thought she was talking about her because Ginger started reacting like, yeah. And she was clearly talking about Katya. But Ginger somehow thought that she was talking about her. That's what I found fascinating about that whole segment. That was the one thing I wrote down. Say what?
Yeah, did you find that?
I didn't necessarily pick up on that. I think that, this is an example, though, of girls who were on their seasons and felt a certain way and then have grown in between where you didn't necessarily get to see Ginger and Katya have that level of growth that I feel like we are seeing now in Ginger on All-Star 6.
Yeah.
Where there is, I definitely, even just watching her level of drag for the reunion versus what she did then versus what she does now, she's definitely upped her game as far as polish and looks and everything that goes along with that. Whereas I don't know that, where you have somebody like Alaska or even like Tatiana, who had a couple of years in between to go, if I'm going to come back for an All-Stars, this is what I want it to be, and then fulfill that. I feel like that they had a better showing in that way.
What do you think that was the explanation of Katya's makeup? Because she even made allusions to, we come right out of the frying pan and just were like off of season 7 and just thrown into this.
No, I kind of remember she made a comment on somewhere in All Stars 2 where she made a comment of she wanted to do a look where she was burned by her fans, or where somebody threw a vial of acid in her face, and that was how she was going to come back for a reunion, like an offhanded comment, and that's why she came back with that makeup. I do remember seeing like a meme about that, or seeing something on Twitter about that's what that was about.
Okay.
You know, one of the things we're glossing over, and we do have a mental health professional here, is Alaska's meltdown and the discussion about said meltdown. And it sort of seemed like her friends were trying to defend her and sort of apologize for it. Taylor, what was if you can pull back in your memory, what was your take on that meltdown? Because Alaska is so beloved, so it was so shocking to the fan base then. But what do you take away from it 5 years later?
Well, I think that she sort of explained it really well. And even though if you go back and look, we've talked about the fact that while she's having that meltdown, Roxy and Detox are clearly smirking in the background. So that could be another example of it looking one way where it was actually something else. But I think the way she described it is, I wanted this more than anybody else there, and to trip up at the very end, to make such a huge error at the very end and possibly have this all taken away from me. I feel like that meltdown was understandable. I think any of us could potentially have a meltdown for something like that, only not have the cameras right there.
What would your reaction to that meltdown be? Would your reaction be like, oh shit, she clearly wants this way more than I do, I hope she gets it because this really isn't that important? Or would you be like, bitch, I'm in this competition, what makes you think that you're entitled to win?
I think there's a difference between the way they looked at it in All Stars 2 and for example, something like All Stars 5, which I could talk about in a minute, but Joe has a question.
I have a question, because my question to you, Taylor Latte Boy DDS, who, by the way, wrote the book. You wrote it, about All Stars 2 and the mental health aspects of it.
That would be a great book.
Yeah. You wrote it. What do you mean?
I've already written.
It's available on Amazon, one of their bestsellers. But my question to you is, why does Alaska get a sympathetic view for, I want this really badly and I behaved badly, I'm sorry, when Fifi did the same thing, so to speak? I don't know if Fifi necessarily was going for the prize, but was going for redemption. And they're like, fuck you, we hate you.
You just said it. Fuck you, they hate you. Fifi was never going to get the edit. She was never going to get the redemption that Roxy could have gotten. And Alaska went in already beloved. And then she gave them this moment to which then they could then portray her as having this meltdown.
I see it as her outside of this. Once she knew she was on All Stars, her like starting the psychological games in. It's like, this is late in the series, right? Fifi's no longer there. There's a lot of people. This is down to basically Rolaska talks and Katya. So it's like, so this meltdown at this point in time, maybe the reason she felt so comfortable in letting her guard down, because she's a very guarded person, right? If that's the only like real slip of stuff that we saw.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe she just was lured in the comfort, because she's like, all right, good. My plan, I've made it to, at this point in time, I can't lose because I already got this alliance here.
Mm-hmm.
And, Katya can't be a dark horse, right? So I feel safe enough now that I can.
Right, but then she also recognized that this is also a possibility, even though I've got this alliance with Alaska Talks.
Right. I'm just saying
there is a chance. Alyssa had already been gone and back. Right. So that would have gone in, because Detox was the one that voted out Alyssa, that this could have been a situation in which you go, holy shit, she could vote me out because I am the lead. Because I am the front at this point, I am the front runner for this. It would be easy. She could have gotten Manila'd. you know, or, you know, if this is what I was talking about, the difference between All Stars 2 and All Stars 5 is it felt like from the time they all came in, everybody went, oh, well, it's Shea Coulee's. Even when Shea was in the bottom once or twice, it was like everybody was afraid to vote her out. Whereas I don't know that they necessarily had that yet in All Stars 2 of where there is that, because we've also seen what happened to Naomi after Naomi voted out Manila on 4.
Right, but they hadn't seen it yet.
4?
Yeah.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is that...
And this was the very first time they had that twist, right? So.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is that we're seeing, at this point, Alaska didn't know that.
Right.
Alaska wasn't looking at it this way, whereas now you see queens that they think, that I think on some level they go, they would be... Shea had to think to herself, for whether it was on TV or not, whoever was the one that would be an idiot to vote me out. Whereas I don't know that they all necessarily had the forethought or whatever to do that to Alaska at that point.
But what's funny is, if you remember, I mean, she weathered the storm, but who did we just talk? Who was the one that eliminated Manila? I can't remember her name. Naomi Smalls. When Naomi eliminated her, she got a ton of, I mean, it was, the fandom came for, and Manila wasn't even doing that well in All Stars, and they came for Naomi. Was she doing well?
No, Manila was doing really well. That's why it was such
crying. Remember the constant crying and stuff?
Well, she was constantly crying because Latrice was constantly not doing really good, and she was sad for Latrice.
Okay, but Naomi got a lot of hate. Remember, and she was just like, deal with it. And I actually propped her. But what I'm tying it to, though, is imagine... I really do not know what happens this season. I did not look at the spoilers. I'm imagining, unless All-Star 6 winner is Kylie Sonique Love, I think there are queens who, and you know, I failed to mention this on any of the shows, but Kim Chi at Roscoe's recently said that the show is no longer people trying to win the title. It's people who, and this is why All Stars isn't for her and why she won't go on, is they care more about what people think outside of the competition than the actual competition. That you really should be voting out the strongest competitor.
Yeah.
And so it's the same thing here, where these people are more concerned with their redemption and not and how they're perceived on the outside. That can you see anybody pulling Kylie Sonique Love's lipstick?
I feel like this is the original question that we asked, so that we can ground ourselves back here, was why did Alaska not get the shit for doing the exact same thing that Fifi did and everyone got the shit?
Yeah.
I contend it is the prior relationships. It is if you're about to go on like Survivor All-Stars and you read some of those interviews with those contestants that were on it, they will talk about, you know, beforehand I met up with all my other Survivor friends because we all know each other, and we talked about, you know, we're not allowed to specifically say I was called to All-Stars, but you can say, hey, if hypothetically, Taylor, you and I were called back to All-Stars, you know, wouldn't it be funny if we were, and then they would strategize without actually strategizing, you know what I'm saying? I feel like there's a lot of that, especially in RuPaul's Drag Race, because when they announced All-Stars 2, there's only 100 other, 99 other girls that could be. So you can start talking to your friends. Oh, look, it's all of Rolaska talks here. These are my friends. I can start manipulating them now to, implanting in their brain how important it is for me to win that crown. I think that's just a continuation of that.
Taylor, you want to weigh in on anything else here? I mean, that's a pretty big. I mean, that meltdown is a turning point for Alaska's career. Now later on, she had to weather some hate. I remember. I remember that.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying, like, as far as fan reaction goes, because I was going to say, like, I don't think that dictated her career.
One of the things, they're all playing nice, but I remember I went to Precinct the night that they aired the finale. Okay, and when Precinct was promoting the night, it was all the finalists were going to be there: Katya, Detox, Alaska, and Roxy wasn't going to be. It's just going to be those three. Okay, and when I showed up, only Alaska was there. And instead, actually, Trixie Mattel wore one of Katya's outfits, and I can't remember who the other queen was that actually put the crown on Alaska's head, but the others were supposed to be there, and someone was saying to the bar that they bailed last minute. And so I think that the blood was a little more bitter once they found out who the winner was going to be. I think they found out at the reunion that Alaska was the winner. They knew a little bit beforehand, and so they didn't show up. So I think that, I don't even know where I was going, but I think I lost the...
You lost the plot, man.
I lost the plot on
The
that.
one
But
person that has
going
a
to-
stack of papers in front of him lost his
and
place.
I just wanted to drop that I went to the finale watching.
Humble brag.
Humble brag. All right. Detox on later date. Detox reminisces on her time on the show, and the girls share their favorite detox moments. Later, Katya also reflects on her time on the show, and then Katya's best friend Ginger and the other girls reflect on Katya's run on the show. Finally, Alaska also looks back on her time on the show and her second audition tape. The show ends with kind words from the rest of the cast and Mama Ru herself, who calls All Stars 2 the best season of Drag Race ever. Ladies, I want to get you to get all your final thoughts on the episode and the season. But let me ask you this question, and we'll start with Daniel. 5 years later, Ru says it herself. Is this still the best season of RuPaul's Drag Race ever, Daniel J. Brewer?
No. It was the best All Stars. I would say it was All Stars 2 was the best All Stars season.
Yeah.
But the best, the best episode of All Stars? I mean, of RuPaul's Drag Race ever? No. Bianca Del Rio's season, was that 6?
Season 6.
Yeah.
Taylor, where do you fall in this?
That's a hard one. I'm going to respectfully disagree with my co-host and say that All Stars 2 is the best season of Drag Race.
Okay.
With season 6 being a very, very, very close second. Because of the twist. Because it was, at that point, we kind of knew, we were starting to know what to expect with Drag Race as far as we knew that, ultimately it was up to RuPaul. Whereas this twist was something that was complete. It was the first time we ever saw anything like this that worked, because we don't speak about All Stars 1 and that twist. But this was one that I think really kind of shook the girls, as they talked about in the very beginning of this episode. I will say this is the best season ever of RuPaul's Drag Race.
All right, well, you're wrong.
Well,
okay.
I want to ask a question for clarification from Daniel.
Yes.
Daniel, do you consider the All-Star series separate from the flagship series?
Yes.
Or are they all one and the same? Oh,
no, they're different. Because, obviously, All Stars has to be populated from, but I view it more like a spinoff show, right? So it's like you've got this over here is the main show.
Okay.
This would be All in the Family. And over here, we're watching the Jeffersons, right? So, yeah, we've seen the characters on both, but that was a bad analogy.
So let me ask you this. If you're pitting season 6 against All Stars 2 and you have to choose one, what are you going with?
I am probably, guys, all right, it's easy for me, but you're going to disagree with me, but I'll tell you why I would go with season 6, because Ginger Minj and Alaska. So Ginger Minj and Alaska are not on season 6, which is a huge boon in my eye.
Oh, you don't like Alaska?
I like Alaska fine. I don't think she was a good winner. I don't think that she was. I feel like she was very full of herself, and I wasn't.
Because she's up there with Bianca Del Rio as the most beloved queen. I mean, it's neck and neck.
I know, it's crazy.
And where do you? Who is the most beloved queen? Like, who is Jasmine Masters, Ginger Minj, we know, but who are other queens that you think are just the best drag queens in the show's history?
Bianca, Alyssa. For God's sakes, Alyssa was just on America's Got Talent like 3 weeks ago. She taught a bunch of 9th graders how to do drag. And I don't know if they're going to make the live shows or not. It doesn't matter. But Alyssa, I say Katya and Trixie, definitely from and Bob the Drag Queen and his multiple incarnations of series that he does on YouTube. I would say maybe Monique. Monet. I'm sorry. Monet.
Where did you fall on this, Taylor?
If I had to pick between watching All Stars 2
I know you
or
like
season
All
6?
Stars 2, but who are your top 3 queens?
My top 3 queens?
Oh, was I only supposed to give 3? I'm sorry.
No, but he can give more. But Taylor gets stressed out with numbers.
So I would say Magnolia Crawford.
Great.
The princess.
Jessica Wilde.
Definitely Akasha. Definitely Akasha. And Pork Chop. They're my top 5.
See, we have different criteria of what we judge in drag, which is great. That's the beauty of drag, right?
That is the beauty of drag.
We are
drag is art, and art is subjective.
We are the children.
Now, my question, we have a couple minutes left. My question, we'll start with Taylor the Latte Boy on this one, is Now it's 5 years later. Guys, okay, haha, we're not really recording this right after. It's 5 years later. Where does this episode fall in the context of the show now? Like, in other words, how has the show changed? What did the All Stars 2 change the show? What have we learned since?
I think that All Stars changed Drag Race, because I think that watching the way that the girls were perceived outside of the show, whether it was Fifi or Alaska, using those two examples, and I would even say to some degree Katya, changed the way that seasons 9 through we're at 13, getting ready to start 14 eventually. Yeah. That I think that they see it that this isn't just the competition. This is more about getting this opportunity to really become a beloved queen outside of the show, and that involves watching what you do, watching what you say, watching who you say it to, and trying to, as you've talked about on various seasons, be their own producer, and the producer's going, no, that's our job, don't fuck with us, kind of thing.
What about you, Daniel? Where do you fall?
What was the question?
Where does this show?
Oh, was this the turning point or whatever? Yes, but was it because of All Star 2s, or was it because she finally won an Emmy and then attracted VH1 money to the show and then was able to hire more people, and then it became a factory where things like cranked out? Is this being the turning point? I will agree with. Drag Race definitely changed after this season. I don't think for the better, but it changed. But is that a function of money and necessary machinery for making money, or is that was that a competition decision? I just wanted to say one thing before we run out of time. I loved how Rue at the end, when she played all the Alaska things, was just like going, from the very first time I saw you, I knew that. Then why did it take her 5 years trying out? If Rue knew from the first time she saw her, then why did it take her 5 years?
Made her work for it. All right, well, that's going to do it for this season of RuPaul's Drag Race Recap. Be sure to join us next season as we discuss, dissect, and deconstruct each brand new episode of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 9. Can't wait to see you for that, Daniel. So, until then, for Taylor the Latte Boy, Daniel Brewer, and myself,
sashay away until next week.
Yeah, all right. See you guys later. Oh, wait, by the way, special thanks to Patreon Auntie Vera Charles.
Great, doing really well, really well so far. Here we go.
When you know that you are queer, but your favorite drink is beer, that's gayish. You can bottom without stopping, but you can't stand going shopping, that's gayish. Oh, gayish, you're probably gayish. Well, life's just too short for narrow stereotypes, so it's gayish. We're also gayish. It's gayish with Mike and Kyle.
Hello, everyone in the podcast universe. This is Gayish,
the podcast that's on the edge of hoary.
Oh.
And I'm hanging on a moment with you.
Oh, God. Okay. All right. Well, I'm Mike Johnson.
I sound like I just lost the big baseball game and you're my dad. It's like, do I care about this guy?
You'll get him next time, Slugger.
I'm Kyle Getz.
And we're here to bridge the gap between sexuality and actuality. And today, we're not going to say the topic because by tradition now, we don't say the topic until after some amount of tension has been built up.
Yes, on live shows or live streams.
On our live shows. But we are here. It is Pride 48 weekend, streaming weekend. There's an annual event where world, as long as it's an English-speaking country, get together and stream live shows all weekend long. And we're super fortunate to be here for our 4th year. Yeah. I don't know why I'm looking at you like you ever fucking remember anything. It's been a lot of fun. I have unfortunately missed a lot of the shows that I really wanted to hear. Mix Minus, Donna Sugars, Satyr
don't tell them that.
Well, just because I've been up in the mountains with my family, and this is something I'm going to bitch about all day today. Just so you know, like this weekend was announced like the day after I booked this giant ass vacation with my family. So it's been ridiculous. But like last night, I was reading erotic fiction with Donna Sugars on Donna Sugars Late Night.
I listened to you.
And yeah, the problem is I was late because my goddamn nephews wouldn't go to bed so that I could do it. So I ended up packing up all my shit out into my Jeep. I was sitting at at the steering wheel of my Jeep reading erotic fiction to Donna. It was fantastic.
Your story was not one that small children or some grown adults should really ever hear.
Right. I don't think that story was problematic too. The sort of like sexual predatory stuff in that story was
I thought it was more, well, I kept noticing, I just bugged me that they kept calling that guy's dick a prick. And I just, of all the things, they're far more problematic things, but it just, his little prick, I was just like, that is disgusting to me. Speaking of disgusting, I'm excited about our topic today.
Sure, but first, we want you to participate in the live stream. We are on Facebook Live if you want to see the video. The other ways to get in touch with us, though, are the Pride 48 Discord. If you go to pride48.com and click on chat, that should get you to the Discord server where you can then interact with us. The last way, I probably won't check it, but it's out there, is 5855-GAYISH. You can send us text messages or leave us voicemails. Not listening to voicemails, but if you text us. If you're new to our show, at the end of every show, we do our gayest and straightest of the week. That's the stereotypically gayest and stereotypically straightest thing that Kyle and I have done. We would love to include some from the listeners, so please use either the Facebook comments or the Pride 48 Discord to give us some gayest and straightest to choose from. Dan, who's right over here to my left, is going to be selecting those. And he's going to be reading comments from y'all from time to time as well, because that's kind of tradition at Pride 48 to interact with the old chat room. So, yeah.
And look at this
do these things. Oh yeah, our new studio is pretty great. Fucking Dan did an amazing job. I didn't do a goddamn thing.
There's this. We look like we're being legit people. I did absolutely nothing. I just showed up and was impressed. So, oh my God. And it just faded out to something else.
Yeah. Wow. This is fancy shit, right?
I know. God.
So I made the executive decision a little bit ago to not do the news because I think we have plenty of stuff to talk about.
Yeah.
Let's do our new Patreon
folks
first.
I made the executive decision to do what we do all the time, which is I'm going to say the Patreon members that recently joined. So thank you to, I figured out the person whose name I deleted last time in favor of someone else twice. I forget who that was, but it is D-Man404. I don't know if that's the man or it's like short for Dick Man. And why can't we find?
Yeah.
I don't know.
D-Man, explain yourself.
Explain yourself to us. Brad Lang. I have cousins with the last name of Lang. Adam Haynes.
Colton's brother?
Yeah, Colton's older brother. Tristan Reyes and Jonathan San Nicolas. Probably owns a sparkling wine company.
Yeah, that sounds
right.
Yeah, exactly right.
Thank you for all the people that support us. You make things like better soundproofing for our new studio and streaming capabilities, like the fact that there's a little gayish thing down here. You make all of this stuff possible. So go to gayish. You can go to gayishpodcast.com too. It won't help you find our Patreon, but you can also go to patreon.com/gayishpodcast if you want to support us. Thank you.
Great. Awesome. Thanks, man.
Did you say fam?
Thanks, man.
I thought you said
do you want me to call you fam?
No, I just thought you said that word for the very first time in your life right now. And I get that sometimes you just throw out words and you're like, I have never said that before. But
I think that's true. So are you ready to reveal the topic for this live stream's very special episode? Billed by you as perhaps the most sexual topic
I think it is,
have ever
right?
done. Yeah. Mom and my brothers, if the kids are in the room and you're listening, you should send them away right now.
Dad, if this is one that you randomly decided to go with, well, you already know the topic because you pressed the play button and you saw the name.
He might be live. You don't know.
Also, he might have not known who's that man? We'll learn about him.
Yeah. Oh God. So let's announce the topic.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Felching.
We're going to talk about felching. Are you ready for this?
I'm very ready. It's one of those that seemed like y'all are dirty horny bastards. So the famous rapper. Dirty horny bastard. And anytime we have a sexual episode topic, it does better performance. So you're going to keep getting these random ones here and there. I guess you like. I mean, you've shown us with your listening habits that you like that. But I was like, oh, this is funny, and then I started like doing more stuff, and I think I have actually legit interesting stuff to say other than the word felch.
Yeah,
a bunch.
Yeah,
that alone. I mean,
we're going to say felch too many
that
times.
That could be. Is that?
Although you know what's worse than the word
does
felch?
Not exist. What?
Defining it, which is the first segment. I'm going to. Oh man,
define it for me, baby.
All right. Well,
what does Oxford say?
As per usual, I'm going to start with the Wikipedia article, which I've printed out. Kyle, I'm working off of notes today instead of my laptop.
You've done what we're
just full of changes today.
Yeah, changes. Is that a song? I think it is.
So felching is a sexual practice involving the act of sucking semen out of the anus of one's partner. Even that clinical definition did not make it sound any less just graphic.
This is one of those that's like, wow, there's a Wikipedia top. I mean, I know it's supposed to be like everything, so encyclopedias should include everything, including dirty shit, but it's just very funny to read.
Yeah.
Okay. Wikipedia has a topic.
There are actually two felching controversies right off the bat. The first is whether sucking semen. Yep. Yeah.
Controfelchi?
Dr. Anthony Felchi.
Oh no!
Oh God, help us. Okay, so the first is whether sucking semen out of a vagina counts as felching or not. According to Wikipedia, it does not, but that is not a universally accepted thing online. The act of sucking semen out of a vagina is known as cream pie eating, according to Wikipedia.
That's just so laborsome. Not the act of, the saying of.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. So let's see. According to the 2003 draft entry for felch in the Oxford English Dictionary, interesting that they would want to cover this.
Well, also draft entry?
Yeah.
Is that different than the formal entry?
Yeah, I think that they do drafts and then they sort of farm it around the linguistic community before they actually put it in there and then suck it back out.
What do linguists know about felching?
Great.
They're the worst people to ask.
The earliest occurrence of the word felch appears in print in the Argot of the Homosexual Subculture by Ronald A. Farrell in 1972. The entry was felch with a T. Verb, to use one's mouth or tongue on the anus of his partner, analingus or male cunnilingus. Synonymous with rim.
Oh, wait, it was the same. There was no semen required?
Apparently not. At least not, well, as far as this OED definition.
Draft definition, apparently.
Yep, exactly. So it's funny because explaining to everybody at my family vacation why I needed to leave to come do this show today, inevitably people, not the kids, but my sister-in-law and my mom asked, what's the topic going to be?
Yeah.
So I was like, look, make sure that none of my nephews are around. Felching. Neither of them knew what it was.
Oh.
Yeah. So
how old are your nephews? Just so we can all have a reference point.
They're 13 and 10. And one of I have a niece that's 9, and then I have another nephew who's 5.
13-year-old might know what felching is by now.
Yeah, maybe so. Although his mom didn't, because she thought maybe
that's why he has to go to the internet to learn. What are parents teaching kids these days?
She thought it was maybe a portmanteau of fart and belch, and doing it at the same time meant you were felching.
I have a vocab word that I'm going to teach you later.
Okay, great. All right. And then my mom, beloved Ma Johnson, who I wish was here to give this definition herself, I did not tell her. She didn't know what it was yet. Mm-hmm. Okay. So I said, felching, what do you think that is? She said, I don't know. It sounds like it has something to do with poaching. Getting something from somewhere that you're not supposed to.
Oh.
Yeah. So then I told her what it is. And
do I think poached eggs with ass semen would taste good?
I don't know.
Why use hollandaise sauce when you have a perfectly natural organic? Okay, sorry.
You got eggs Benedict down real good, and yeah. So Yeah, I told Mom what it was, and then she said, "Oh, do animals do it?"
Oh,
which I thought was a pretty good question. She thought maybe there were some insects that stored semen and like had to have it like kicked out of them later.
Yeah.
For
Dan.
Yeah, it's fucking Dan.
Yeah, I know one of them. Well, I mean, do animals rim?
I don't know. Bonobos probably do.
Oh
because,
God, they dirty.
They dirty. Yeah. So yeah.
So many open questions that we can't research since we're live.
I
Man,
know.
you in the comments, well, I don't know. Do whatever you want. Answer whichever questions you feel are. Okay.
Okay, so a little more on Felch and how it got popularized. So there's a Zap Comics was a group of folks that were making comic books in the 70s, and they already had 2 sexually themed comic books, Snatch and Jizz, and they decided to continue pushing the envelope by publishing a comic book called Felch. According to Robert Williams, one of the creators here, he said, "Okay, since we didn't get in any trouble with Snatch and Jizz and a couple of these other comics, I was partying one night with Crumb, Wilson, and these other guys, and Wilson mentioned to me, he says, I was talking to Ken Weaver, and he had this real interesting word. I said, what is it? A word called Felch. I said, what does it mean? He said, it is a real old term, and it means orally withdrawing semen from someone's lower digestive tract after having anal sex. I said,
so unsexy. Like, okay, lower digestive tract.
I'm
a lower digestive tract man.
There's a word for something like that? That's incredible that not only is there a word like that, but it has a provenance. Hell yeah, we're going to do a Felch comic. So I talked to Crumb. Yep, we're going to do a Felch comic. So I found the cover.
Wow.
Of the first edition of Felch, which I'll show you now. You want to describe what you see there on the cover of Felch?
Oh, boy. Can I and do I want to? Felch Comics, first of all, is what I
comics,
noticed.
yeah, Felch Comics.
There's a little burst thing that, like, in Batman would say "pow," but it says a retrieval system. It is a devil, presumably, well, dick having person with the giant balls, those giant balls I've ever seen between anyone, much less the devil. Presumably just finished fucking some lady devil and comes coming out of his dick and her ass, and there's another devil dude underneath her drinking the cum, and there's like a little action thing that says Felch.
Yeah.
What does it say in the corner? Sorry, folks. Oh. Sales or possession of this publication is strictly forbidden. I don't know if that might be true. Might be literally true in this time. It was $1, which in those days were like $24, I would assume.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can get it closer to the camera.
Yeah. So it's pretty intense. They had a tagline: "A load in the pooper makes retrieving just super."
Oh, he's pulling her hair, and her hair is either white or also covered with cum. We've had so much cum to get in both her hair and in her ass, and enough for him to drink. Man.
Yeah. So I'm going to go over the stories that were in Felch edition number 1 because I think the descriptions of them are pretty fucking fantastic.
Okay.
The first one was called "Drinking Wine Spody Odie." And
are we in Donna Summers' podcast?
Yeah,
Are we in the dirty late night stories with Donna Summers podcast?
Oh god, we're stuck in a vortex that we're never going to escape from.
Until we retrieve all the cum.
Yeah.
Sorry. My mic clipped. I just got there's a Harry Potter, but instead of capturing Horcruxes, he's like capturing Horcruxes, and he just has to get all the cum that he can escape. This is the next D&D. Whenever I decide to DM a D&D campaign, that's going to be your mission. Anyway, what? Hi.
So Drinking Wine Spody Odie. The synopsis is: during copulating, man is drinking a cocktail of wine and girl's urine. The second one was called The Nectar of Satan. The synopsis of that is the Machismo, the he, she, and Count Fifi kidnap police chief's daughter and Tutankhamun's tablet. In the end, there will be a fight for the nectar of Satan, a clump of jizz. Mm-hmm. I'll read one. No, I'm going to read 2 more. The next one is the Felching Vampires meet the Holy Virgin Mary. The synopsis is the Felching Vampires rape and suck the blood of young girls. They do the same for the Holy Virgin Mary, which produces Felching Vampire Christ Child. And what was the end for Jesus? ? That's the right face. That's the right face to make.
There was so much you just said to me.
Yeah, and then next, the synopsis of that got cut off, so that's great. Let's cut that in post. We're doing it live. Anyway, yeah. So Felch magazine or comic book, Felch Comics was pretty. It was a lot. It was a journey.
In the 70s, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's a little bit about felching and how it got to be the word that we have today.
A quick live correction. Is my
just talking to
just
it.
actually talking to the mic?
Yeah. Your mic needs to be spun around, Dan.
Oh no!
Squeeze it, or are you going to break it? Yep. There you go.
Squeeze it and then break it is what I say. But
I believe, based on what's happening in the Pride 48 live chat, you referred to Donna Sugars as Donna Summers.
It was on purpose because I really want Donna Summers' dirty late night comedy hour.
It's Donna Elizabeth Nefertiti Sugars.
Yeah.
Gotta get it right.
Hey, Dan, while we have you,
yeah.
let's talk about that chat room. We got people can hear us. People are very excited about the felching.
Presumably.
Any immediate feedback other than they're unsubscribing faster than they do from Big Fatty?
The main feedback happening in the Facebook Live group is that I apparently hung the sign slightly off center, and multiple people can't fixate on anything else. So yeah, please just fuck it up, Kyle, because fuck you guys. I was alone. I hung the whole wall. There was no one to tell me whether it was.
That's okay. I fixed
level. I used a level on everything at least.
That makes me happy.
Your level's broken.
Yeah. But that's the main thing. A lot of talk about pussies in the shaved pussies.
Wow. Okay.
Pussies licking their own assholes.
I don't have any questions about what you just said.
Yeah.
I have no follow-up questions.
Good.
Wait, Mike, you said there were 2 controversies, and you said, do vaginas count?
Yes. The second controversy will be my next segment, but because I like to share the air with you, my friend Kyle, and co-host and compatriot, you need to go next.
Hello, this is compatriot, friend, and co-host of the show, Kyle Getz, here to say more things to you. Well, I'm not going to say this because I think this might be the controversy.
Controversy?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't want to say. I'll skip this part. But I looked up on Urban Dictionary.
Okay.
Also found a similar thing of it tended to be any hole you suck it through kind of counts. So
Sure.
vaginas count. But then I don't think it.
Nose blasting? Can you felch nose blasting?
If you have, who described this on our Facebook group? They got a facial and it went in their nose, or they sneezed and it went out their nose. Anyway, not great. Maybe if you sneeze, cum out of your nose, and then someone likes it, that could be nose blast felching.
Is this overtly sexual, or is this just the worst episode ever of our show? Or both. It could be both.
You be the
Those
judge. America, you decide. Text 3349 to vote for yes, and no other options. Okay, on Urban Dictionary, I looked up some words containing the word felch. So
Great.
I'm going to give you the one.
I love Urban Dictionary time, by the way.
This is Urban Dictionary time,
Great.
for which I have not come up with a theme song or jingle or catchphrase. Urban Dictionary, when typing in words and reading the answers is fun.
Sure, yeah.
The one that I referenced earlier was felch belch.
Oh, God. Okay.
A warm gurgling belch that regurgitates the semen swallowed from felching.
Oh, wow. I wonder, does cum cause indigestion? For some people.
I was thinking cum isn't a fizzy drink. I can't imagine it being the cause of.
Yeah, I don't know.
Don't drink LaCroix right before felching, everybody.
Right, yeah. Or ever, because it's awful.
Well, it practically tastes like a felch. Felch bag.
I can confirm that semen is mostly water and generally would not cause indigestion.
It's very healthy. Felch. Okay, change of plans.
Felch away, everybody.
Felching is healthy.
Enjoy.
As recommended by
Dr. Anthony Felchi.
Felch bag. it is like a douchebag, but apparently worse, which I don't know what kind of sexual comparisons we're doing to decide if douching is worse than felching, but whatever. And it goes on to describe kind of like a bag full of felched out semen from an asshole. That description was highly unnecessary because I got it from the first sentence, but that's fine. Felch ball?
A felch ball.
Basically snowballing from felch origins.
Okay, great. Sure.
To suck semen out of one's ass after anal intercourse, and snowball, spit. That's in parentheses. It back into that person's mouth.
And then what if they swallow it and they get indigestion and then...
Oh, boy, you're in a pickle.
Yeah, right.
You're in a whole lick of trouble. Felchmeister?
Felchmeister.
A person who is experienced and skilled, a master, in the art of felching. And it goes on to suggest...
Great, okay.
As Meister is of Germanic origin, one might consider capitalizing the word as a sort of title, i.e. Felchmeister Percival entered the room, sniffed deeply, and swept his hawk-like gaze across the withering limbs and dank hair of the revelers.
That was great.
I don't understand how, that sentence was very well done.
Yeah,
and I don't know if it's related to felching other than the name.
I kind of want to meet Felchmeister Percival.
Okay,
just to
here's
find out his background. Did he go to a trade school to pick up these skills?
How did he achieve Meister status?
Is there like a regulatory body you have to get a licensure from?
What do your boards look like? Oh, my bedside manner is wonderful. I could skip that. Okay. It doesn't have to be true, but just laying the groundwork that Felchmeister Percival could be the name of our mascot.
Oh, this is him.
He
has a much more muscular neck than I would have expected.
You can't suck all that cum out of an asshole without building up neck muscles, Mike. Be realistic.
That makes sense.
It does. It tracks.
I like that.
Let's
call it right now because I'm into this. His name is Felchmeister Percival. We're gonna run with that. I want that to be a trivia question several years from now. What is our logo's dude's name? And that's
it could
the
be
answer.
A trivia question from me next week, because I'll forget.
Yep.
Felsh, F-E-L-S-H.
Stop trying to make Felsh happen.
When someone blows a vape cloud into your butthole, then sucks it back out. Preferably when you love each other. I don't know why that's important, but why not?
If you do that and then instead of sucking you blow real hard, do you think it would come out like Puff
Comes
the
out their
Magic
mouth.
Dragon?
Do you think that's what was causing it the whole time? There's someone behind him just blowing vape smoke up his ass?
Yeah. I like this.
Oh, I love ruining children's. Puff the Man is. Oh no, but that's already ruined, because of weed or something.
He lived by the sea.
Semen. And lastly, most interesting definition from Urban Dictionary is it is just Felch, back to the regular word, is a horribly named town of Upper Michigan.
There's a Felch, Michigan?
Why, yes, Mike, there is a Felch, Michigan. It is a civil township of Dickinson County with a population
Dickinson
County. That's the first step in felching. Yeah. And then sometimes a county to see if I got them all. I don't know.
We're all someone's son, I suppose.
And it has a population of less than 800 people. It was named in honor of Alpheus Felch. Should that have been the name of the mascot? No. Alpheus Felch lived from
Felchmeister Alpheus Felch. His great-grandson Percival.
Maybe it's Felchmeister Alpheus Percival. No, this is too many. Okay. Alpheus Felch lived from 1804 to 1896. He was the governor of Michigan. He was a Democrat in the Senate, which I don't know at that time if Democrat was good or bad, but
I think that explains some shit about Michigan, actually.
Does it?
Yeah.
Do you want to enumerate those or?
No, I think Detroit is basically felching Canada. And
Detroit is Felch City, basically, right? Like
to all our listeners in Detroit, Later.
See, that's a compliment, honestly. To go on about Felch, Michigan, because I continued to research that because I thought it was funny. There are no incorporated municipalities because it's a very small township, but one community within it is called Felch Mountain.
Felch Mountain,
which is
the worst ride at Disneyland.
Best ride. You misspeak. You don't remember yourself. It is on M69, about half a mile northwest of Felch, which is where I will be after this episode.
Awesome.
On a recent Felch Township board meeting, of which I read several of the minute notes.
Great. Sure. Great.
In every minute notes that I read from the board meeting, you will be happy to know that all present stood and recited the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag that is noted at the top of almost every one of their meeting notes.
Great.
Important.
Sure.
Because America cares.
Yep.
About the flag and no one else. Also, the most interesting I found was how would you pronounce this guy's name? I want to make sure I'm not like needlessly
Mr. Fuchs.
I thought it was Mr. Fucks. I mean, right? Fuchs?
Yeah. It's probably Fuchs. Or something.
Mr. Fuchs.
Probably German.
In the custodian's report, Mr. Fuchs was not present at this meeting.
Oh.
Didn't say why.
He's probably felching.
Probably at home. Alfie's felching.
Or getting felched.
Or getting felched. But D. Omen reported that Fuchs needs help loading the trash, and he requested Ty Petrakos be hired to assist him. They agreed to pay him a regular temporary wage.
Nice.
Good work. Notable residents of Felch. It's Chad Horde, professional off-road racing driver.
Great. Okay.
And if you want to learn more about Felch, Michigan, you can go to the website www.felchtownship.com.
Oh, God. That's a place.
On the internet?
Did you go there?
In the world.
Did you go there?
Felchtownship.com?
Yeah.
That's where I got... It is like...
That's where they got the minutes. And
the board minutes, yes.
I just wanted to make sure we weren't sending some
legitimate website has a picture of has a left-hand menu that looks like a GeoCities site I made where it was you want a side menu and then a main thing, and the main thing is like a picture of trees or something. Anyway, it's not that interesting, but I just started reading. And the most recent minutes they uploaded were accidentally from 2015. So I don't know if they miswrote the date or if they accidentally uploaded the wrong minutes or if they're hiding something. What is Felch hiding?
Or maybe in 2015 they ran out of jizz and they're just done felching.
This is a nightmare. Worldwide shortage of Felches.
Good Lord. Oh God!
What
Kyle.
COVID? What else can you ruin? Okay, you can say stuff.
Oh no, I was just gonna say let's go to the chat room.
And
see what people have to say about.
What, I don't know what you would have to say about any of that, but that's
Felch,
fine.
Michigan. Well, somebody had asked if you can get COVID by felching, and then fucking Dan posted in the live chat that I don't know what he said, but it was an explanation.
According to the Mayo Clinic, there's no evidence of COVID being transmitted via semen or vaginal fluid. But COVID has been detected in the semen of people who have been infected with COVID, so more research is necessary.
What about? I will volunteer for that. What about rimming? Is rimming a safe sexual practice during COVID?
Probably. There's probably not a ton of research on that.
Man, if I was a Republican sitting on the board, I would ream you.
Well, and
you need a yes or no definitively, otherwise it's a hoax.
Noted Felchmeister Adam Burns says, okay, I want to say here, you don't actually suck it out. It's more licking than sucking.
Well, that's with produce. With a human being, it's a little different, Adam.
Wow. Okay.
Fuck one piece of fruit. Okay.
Let's move the show forward.
Do we have to?
We only have an hour.
We have?
So I'm going to go to the next controversy about felching.
Ooh.
There are a significant number of references online to felching also being the name for putting animals up your butt. And so I wanted to talk to you about Richard Gere.
I have a different thing that I saw pop up, so I'll tell you about it after this. But okay, a third controversy.
More controversies than we know what to felch with. So if you're unaware, for many, many, many years, but especially in the late 80s and early 90s, Richard Gere, movie star Richard Gere, had this rumor following around that he had been taken to a hospital emergency room to have a gerbil removed from his rectum.
I absolutely heard this in school when I was a kid, that like this was a rumor, that like we didn't have the internet, so you had to hear rumors from like talking to humans in person at lunch, you know, like just like they did in the Breakfast Club or whatever. Like, yeah.
Yeah. Well, the probably bullshit explanation is that as the gerbil suffocates, it scratches and claws at the lining of the rectum, providing an intense sensation to the patient.
Intense to wow. Yes. That sounds very intense. That's I technically a fair description.
Yeah. Like how worn out does your kitty have to be before you put a kitty up there, because nothing else makes you feel anything anymore?
I might be there.
So Snopes rates it as false, which goes without saying. I think it's just too outlandish. But contrary to widespread public belief, gerbil stuffing, i.e. placing a live gerbil or other rodent up one's rectum for sexual pleasure,
we have a name for it,
is unknown as an actual sexual practice, nor are we aware of a verified medical case of a gerbil having been extracted from a patient's rectum. Despite the assiduousness with which doctors record unusual items removed from patients' rectums in order to write them up as illustrative cases, we haven't yet found a medical journal article involving a gerbil removal.
And remember, I read the Excel
what's up your butt or
export of what's up your butt. Yeah, all this like the entire list of like medically reported things, and I looked at almost all of them in the spreadsheet that contained the word rectum. So I honestly have done a little work in the area.
Yep. So this tale has been applied to various public figures who are known or believed to be homosexual.
Richard Gere's,
but it's
rumored.
I mean, any hot dude gets rumors, and like,
is that what Adele's song "Rumor Has It" is about? Richard Gere. My daddy stuffed gerbil up his ass more.
Jesus Christ, Kyle. Mid-80s Richard Gere is incredibly handsome, so of course he's gay. Like that's how this shit happens, right?
Yeah.
But it did seem to stick with him in particular.
The gerbil.
Yeah, the gerbil.
They became lifelong friends and companions.
The rumor is that he has had an emergency gerbilectomy at Cedars-Sinai Hospital in California, and countless doctors and nurses claim to have participated in, been on hand during, or heard from a reliable colleague about the procedure.
Okay, that sounds like the doctor version of like, I heard it from my cousin's friend. Like, I heard rumors of another colleague that heard that it happened.
Of course it happened. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
You going to call me a liar, Kyle?
Yeah. Yes.
Dirty bastard. Okay. So, versions of the gerbiling fiction date back at least to 1993 when
there's so many words, including gerbil, that I didn't know were already the gerbiling fiction.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in 1993, a faked United Press International item appeared on the internet, one that named Vito Bastone and Kiki Rodriguez of Lake City, Florida, as the accident victims. The gerbil's name was withheld by request of the family.
The gerbil's family.
Other versions have...
We request privacy at this time.
Yeah. Other versions have been falsely attributed to the Los Angeles Times, with the events said to have taken place in Salt Lake City, Utah. But neither news outlet ever published a news article about these fictitious events. So in that sort of fake story that was going around, quote, I pushed a cardboard tube up his rectum and slipped Raggett, our gerbil, in. As usual, Kiki shouted out, Armageddon! That's their safe word. My cue that he'd had enough. I tried to retrieve Raggett, but he wouldn't come out again, so I peered into the tube and struck a match, thinking the light might attract him. The match ignited a pocket of intestinal gas and a flame shot out of the tube, igniting Mr. Tomaszewski's hair and severely burning his face. It also set fire to the gerbil's fur and whiskers, which in turn ignited a larger pocket of gas further up the intestine, propelling the rodent out like a cannonball. But none of it actually happened, Kyle.
I came out like a wrecking ball. The gerbil singing that along the way.
But yeah, so apparently in at least some circles that is associated with felching. In fact, at least one place called the Richard Gere rumor a example of felching gone wrong. And but it must have gone really wrong if there's a pertinent gerbil up there. But
hold on, am I supposed to get a gerbil out of your ass while I'm felching? Because I didn't know that was part. Like, wait, hold. You're down there. You're like, wait, I have a few questions. Does the gerbil come with me, or does he stay in there, or like, just what's the whole deal of this? I didn't know that gerbil butt stuffing was a common rumor among like for gay celebrities.
Yeah, I guess so. My brother thought it was maybe Robert Redford, but I don't know if that's because he like heard that separately or if he's just confusing him with Richard Gere.
Yeah,
but that was we had a fun conversation last night over dinner.
Were the kids there?
No, they were not.
Good,
thank goodness.
Good.
So yeah, that's the Richard Gere controversy. Or do gerbils up your ass count as felching? That's.
I mean, we're gonna go. I'm gonna call it no.
Okay.
We don't have that authority necessarily in life, but I'm gonna say no. That's not felching anymore.
Yeah,
even if it once was.
How are things going on Facebook and in the Pride 48 live chat? Fucking Dan.
Hey.
Hey.
Someone asked, Bobby Joe asked if there was going to be a discussion of the connection between this topic and Republican asshat Rick Santorum.
Oh,
which
yeah.
is what I will be talking about for Patreon after the show.
Yep.
Yeah. So stick around for that.
So if you're listening to Pride 48, we all have hour-long slots, just like my bed, and you can. There'll be far more shows after that. Also, we will stick around on our own Facebook video, and fucking Dan's gonna do what he usually does, which is tell us something about the topic, which is why you can go to Patreon and get extra content. But yeah, we'll talk about Santorum.
Yeah. There's also a lot of talk about the Richard Gere thing, the South Park. Someone called it the South Park documentary about gerbiling, as well as the Rod Stewart rumor about getting gallons of cum pumped out of his stomach. And the most recent one was something about a woman sticking a lobster in her vagina and using a lighter to make the tail flap, but then it laid eggs and they hatched. Also sounds pretty far-fetched.
And horrific.
Surprisingly, also called gerbling. I'm going to tell you.
Yeah, what you got, Kyle?
Some Gata.
All right.
Oh, I expected more of a surprise reaction that there's felching Gata.
There's just, well, I mean.
No, you're no longer surprised by anything?
Let's take another run at that. Go ahead.
Oh
yeah, what are you going to tell me, Kyle?
I'm going to talk to you about Gata.
About felching?
Yeah, let's do another take where you're this is the most surprising. This is your flabbergasted, okay? I'm going to tell you about Gata.
No fucking way.
All right. It's more in the zone I wanted it to be in, but that's fine. This is in a study called Felching Among Men Who Engage in Barebacking, and in parentheses it says unprotected anal sex. So this helps us put us in the zone, that. Sure. This appeared in the Archives of Sexual Behavior in 2012, and it was done by Hugh Klein. Usually people have qualifications like PhD or I don't know, other letters that I don't understand but seem impressive.
Yeah,
this
sure.
is just Hugh Klein. This is a study done to figure out who is interested in felching, how
We'll see how many listeners we lose after this episode. Like that should tell us something.
I was going to say all that to find the answer was right here in front of them the whole time.
Yep.
Hi. It's me. They said they did a study of the largest internet website specifically targeting men who have sex with men looking for partners for unprotected sex. So I think.
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Are you fixing Meister?
Felchmeister Percival?
Yes.
Part of the challenge is the design, the center of his chin at the top of the poster and the center of his shirt at the bottom of the poster are not perfectly aligned, so it's always going to look off center.
Look, Felchmeister Percival is very ripply.
He's by design, by request.
Yeah.
Okay, so they looked at a total of over 1,300 profiles. I think this website is BBRT. That's what I think. Like the largest internet site of people seeking out bareback sex. Like it didn't say which site. But
I clearly know what that is, but for our listeners who might not know what that acronym stands for, will you let them know?
I believe at one time I brought this up and you asked if it was related to Justin Bieber at all.
Great.
I mean, it surely is somehow, but no, bareback real time, BBRT. People looking for. I presume we're in, if not that site, that kind of zone, so that helps frame the answers, like the response I'm about to give you. This is from like, sexy,
pretty little
sexy
thing. Right. Good. That's move the show along.
Butterfly?
Yeah.
Let's talk about that more. And this study was done in conjunction with part of a larger study colloquially known as the Bareback Project. That deserves follow-up and potentially its own episode because what?
Yeah.
My favorite movie. The research protocols were reviewed and subsequently approved by the Institutional Review Board at Morgan State University. Anyway, like at first I was like, oh, this is silly, teehee, this is not real data. But like then it said some things that seemed official, so I still don't totally like buy into this. But anyway, one of our studies about felching. So approximately 1 in 6 men expressed a desire to find partners with whom he could engage in felching.
Oh. 1 in 6?
Yeah.
Why does that seem high to me? It's because I'm not into it. That's why.
Oh, are we going to talk about the personal stuff? Should we?
I mean, we should a little bit.
Okay,
we've got
it now.
like 3 minutes.
We
gotta wrap this bitch up.
Why would you?
At some point?
Okay. What? Tell me now, then.
I have a tenuous relationship with rimming, much less sucking anything out. And like,
what's your tenuous relationship with rimming?
I mean, most of it I think is typical, like inexperience and assumption of cleanliness problems, and just
doing or receiving.
I have hang-ups about both. Receiving has been easier for me because part of me can be like, I mean, if you're into it, go for it. And I know that like if I think that's going to be happening to me, I try real hard to be like extra power washed clean. I put a gerbil up there to scrape everything out, and then I'm ready. But
can heavily douching can be now called gerbil.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
I don't know. I just worry about. I don't know. What I mean, that is where your poop comes out, and I'm not casting disparagements at all. I have a hang up about that I'm working on, and it's getting better. I'm enjoying it more and more. I just like it's taking me some time to round that corner into the lower intestine or whatever.
I mean, it's one of those things that is like a legitimate like poop absolutely comes out of that, and you have to know the right things to clean, and not everyone knows how to douche correctly. So it's like a fair concern, but I think also like so many of us apply this like, oh, because of that it is always dirty, and like it becomes problematic when like people are like trying to use that as an excuse, like anal sex is bad, and it's like there's so much weird shit that comes out of vaginas. Don't pretend you're better than a butt. Like we all got weird shit going on everywhere, so don't worry. Anyway, I don't think I've ever felched, and I would definitely be down to it for it. Actively wanting potentially.
Wait, the felcher or the felchee?
The E.
Felchee. Okay.
I'm so mad at you that you asked that. You don't know me at all, Mike. Yeah, I think it's hot. It seems fun. It also seems like something that happens in porn videos, and like to me, it does not come up often in a regular like. This is not one of the standard like, oh, I can expect this list of potential things to happen. Like to me, that is not necessarily in the bounds of like, common practice. So it seems like you'd have to like have a discussion. Like for the first time, I think it might be helpful to know someone you have sex with, maybe because like then you could tell them what you're into.
Sure,
which is weird, but
communication, Kyle.
Ugh.
I know you hate it.
Oh God. It was more commonly, believe this, it was more commonly sought after by men who self-identified as bottoms or verse bottoms.
Yeah, great.
And who are the type of people that over-indexed for wanting to felch? It sounded like I was actually, I mean, you can guess. If you
Vegetarians?
Keto people on keto. They haven't
keto
eaten
top.
in so long. Keto top. That's what your profile should say. Keto top. Because then people know you're a douchebag.
Fair.
First, what most over-indexed for wanting to felch was people wanting multiple partner sex.
Great.
So the cool people. Oh, I thought we were high-fiving. Yeah. The next one was The next strongest variable was people who eroticized ejaculatory fluids.
Sure.
Men who I'm going to quote the article, men who self-identified as cum freaks or cum dumps, or who said that they could not get enough cum.
Great.
Or anything to that effect.
Great, sure, yeah. Yeah.
Thanks, study published in an official journal based on science.
And for our listeners that can't see, that Kyle was making air quotes around all those. Literally, those phrases were quoted in this research
That
paper.
whole thing was a quote, and they put quotes, and they did a little bit of misspelling, so that's just another reason I've done, like, anyway. I'm guessing it's more common than you think, or more commonly known about in gay communities. I doubt it's 1 in 6 if you ask the broader population and not just bareback websites. That's so. My guess would 1 in 6 is the highest side of things, so it has to be lower. But I still think it's a thing that more people know. Maybe it's just straight people don't know about it yet.
Yeah, give it time. They'll steal it from us eventually.
Yes, there'll be articles in like 10 years that are like, "Have you heard about this new thing?" And gay people will be like, "Okay, sure." Brand new for you. That's fine.
So did we do it?
I don't know.
We sucked all the jizz out. We're like felching complete.
My mouth overrunneth.
My mouth overrunneth.
Yeah. I think we're good.
Should we take a break?
Let's take a break.
Let's take a break.
Felch break.
This is the part where Mike and Kyle take a break.
Just so everybody knows, it is tradition on our live shows that
is still a break.
Kyle and I have a shot on our break.
This is our break time. Usually I would pee here. And
I have to pee so bad because I overhydrated because I was nervous.
Oh, do you? I can do his Kyle show.
No Kyle show. Maybe after we're done with Pride 48.
Rude.
I
don't like you that much either. Well. I hope you never get felched.
All right.
Cheers.
Look, I am.
Look. Woo. Ooh.
Okay.
Vodka. I haven't done shots in a while.
So are we back?
Oh, sure. Ew, it's just now. It's like good cometh causing indigestion.
Say your line, Kyle.
We're back.
We're back. We're going to do our gayest and straightest. But first, hey, let's head to the chat room one more time. Did we get a gayest and straightest?
We got a couple, yeah.
Great. And any feedback about whatever just happened over here?
I don't know if I want to know, but that's fine.
We did get a question of whether fingering the cum out to eat it is still considered felching. That's from R.T. Cruiser.
Oh, yeah, R.T. Cruiser, who also coined the term far-felched. Like that story is pretty far-felched.
R.T., I think in the felch enthusiast community, I think using items like, I didn't mention, the other controversy is in a lot of the definitions on Urban Dictionary, they said you use a straw.
Oh, yeah. I read some of that, too.
I saw it once, and I was like, that's weird, and kept reading, but it kept coming up over and over and over.
Like somebody's butthole's a Capri Sun. It was like, suck it out.
A disturbingly perfect metaphor. I think you can use whatever you need. I mean, get the job done. I think in the artisanal felching communities, you probably no digits, no items is the most pure way to extract.
Yeah, whatever suits your purpose.
I guess, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
What's it called? Fracking? No, like you can't
fracking.
You can't frack while you felt.
Hole fracking. Oh my god.
Okay. Anyway,
do
we have cases?
We're going to do our gayest and straightest, but first, our website is gayishpodcast.com.
We are on social media at gayishpod. Should we plug the wrong information just in case this rubbed you wrong way? We are at podcast_gayish on social media, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook. It's actually at Gayish Podcast.
Our hotline, you can send us text messages or leave us voicemails, is 5855-GAYISH. That's 585-542-9474. Standard rate supply.
Our email is gayishpodcast@gmail.com.
And our physical mailing address is Post Office Box 19882, Seattle, Washington, 98109. A couple of programming notes. First of all, podcastawards.com. That is still happening until the end of July. So if you haven't yet, please go to podcastawards.com, click the big blue button, and vote for us and whatever dumb shit else you want to vote for.
And this is our last time saying it. So if you're a waiter to the under,
what?
Be sure to check that little box so that you can be selected as a voter in the final round.
Excellent point, producer Dan.
Excellent point.
I appreciate that.
I think that's how other people maybe sometimes game it to try to win. I'm not making any accusations specifically about Derek and Romaine, but like I think sometimes people recruit their listeners to check out that box. So that, anyway, do what you want.
Yep. Also, our quarterly Zoom call for our Patreon supporters is going to be on Wednesday, August the 4th of 2021 at 6 p.m. Pacific. All levels of Patreon are welcome. Come hang out with us.
Even the worst.
For an evening of entertainment and frivolity. And I'm most excited about this. Hey, Kyle.
Hey, Mike.
I'm super excited about this.
What are you excited about?
We are going to have our very own live show. We are going to have a live show in Yakima, Washington. I know, right?
That's what you should have done when I. Okay.
You're a better actor than me. We know this. So
am I?
Yeah. So Yakima Pride this year got moved to the end of August, and we have been asked by Yakima Pride and Hop Capital Brewing to round out the Pride weekend in Yakima with a live show. So we are going to be doing that. We didn't really get Pride in Seattle, so make the drive over. It's only about 2 hours, and it's going to be hot, and there's going to be a parade, and there's lots of wine and beer at the brewery. Anyway, August the 22nd. That's a Sunday.
A cider option. We can talk about this off.
Well, they have all of those Schitt's Creek themed seltzers that we had. But yeah, that's going to be August the 22nd, Sunday, August 22nd at 1 p.m. We're going to have a live show, live in person for free. You can hang out and drink beer with us and listen to the show. They're going to give away stickers, and it's going to be great. Come support us. We would absolutely love it.
Felch me in person.
Let's do our gayest and straightest.
Yeah, great.
Do you want to go first?
Sure. My straightest is I did the thing just distinctly exactly what we talk about. I looked at this dude and I thought to myself, he is absolutely straight. I know you're not supposed to judge people, but I just looked, and I thought very hard. It was just everything about him looked straight, and I was like, he's definitely straight. And then I walked by him and heard him talking on the phone, and he's gay, or at least bi or gay adjacent or something where he's cool talking about dudes in this very specific way. But I was sure that my gaydar was good enough to read that, and I was wrong.
Great.
Stereotypes. Don't use them to judge people.
Yeah. Or do, because a lot of that's automatic. And you're just
that's true. It's probably right. So to use stereotypes, that's what we're trying to get across in this show. Stereotypes are right. My gayest is we heard a little bit of the pre-recorded stuff on the Pride 48 stream. We heard Minority Report, another podcast that is
love those guys.
Awesome. And I getting the when they talked about Todrick Hall and they described him, one of them just said that Todrick Hall is selling his blackness for white coin. I was like, I can't say out loud girl to anyone, but girl, holy shit. I was like, oh, this is some dish that I didn't like. It was.
I mean, Minority Report, they're all about the tea.
They are living up to their name. They had some old good conversation about that, and I was just like, I'm so into this. I'm so excited by this gossip. Anyway.
Awesome.
What about you?
So the straightest thing about me this week, it was taking my nephew on a Jeep ride. We loaded up the Jeep and put in 4-wheel drive and just went up the side of a mountain, and it was a great bonding moment. I felt so butch and masked.
Did you go up Mount Felch?
Yep, it was Mount Felch. We summited.
Okay, well, let's not talk. Okay, wait, let's stop. Let's stop.
I clearly watch too many family dick videos because
you've seen this video.
Oh God. Okay. Well.
Sorry.
Sorry, Murph.
Sorry, everyone. Sorry, Jesus. You fell person.
The gayest thing about me this week was checking out Dudes with my mom in Roslyn, Washington. That's where Northern Exposure was filmed. This little ass town in eastern central Washington. And we were walking around, and a couple of times, the bartender at the distillery that we went to, clearly gay, Twinkie. Was definitely checking me out, and Mom was like, "Huh?" I was like, "Well, all right, I'd bend him over, whatever." But
you're like, "I have research to do for this topic coming up."
And then there was a literal mustachioed daddy, muscle daddy, at this restaurant that we went to, but with his wife and kids. But he looked like Terry, like Dan Savage's husband, Terry, spitting image. It was very disturbing. I had to have my back to them so that I wouldn't. I don't know, drool.
I would love to have my back to them.
Listeners, gays and straightesses. What did we get, Dan?
Yeah, we got 3. We got one from Joshua, who said his straightest was watching Olympic soccer, specifically Brazil versus Germany, and his gayest was feeling some sort of way seeing Team D on the Germany's shirts.
Yeah.
Watching soccer for the soccer. I thought that was the gayest. For watching soccer to watch the soccer outcome, like that. Yeah,
That's pretty straight.
That's pretty straight.
Robert says his gayest was scheduling my weekend to be on USA time to listen to as many Pride 48 shows as possible.
Oh, yeah.
Straightest, sitting around in sweatpants all weekend.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
And then another Joshua said their gayest is painting my nails and doing a facial, and their straightest was changing the oil in my truck.
Nice.
Hopefully before the nails. Otherwise, you're going to chip all your nail polish.
Did you have to felch the old oil out of the car? Is that how that works?
Let's do a Felcher's guide to changing your oil.
Oh my God! Well,
sorry, I'm a genius, and I've had so many good ideas on this episode, and I don't think I'm getting enough credit.
Well, revisit that, reassess that as you edit it, and see what you think after you're done editing.
No, stop being mean and truthful.
A special thank you to Felchmeister Percival. Really appreciate you being here.
If crooked, if not crooked. Also, thank you to our super gap bridgers, who I'm sure all love felching. Jerome York, Forrest Nail, Patrick Martin, Anonymous, Clinton Withers, Explosive Lasagna. Ooh, maybe rethink that before you felch. Christopher Farrell, Jamie Pugh, Tipsy McStumbles, Thomas B, Dusty Sands, Chris Kachatorians, and Cian and Javi. We appreciate all of you.
We appreciate all of you. Stick around on the Pride 48 live stream for Three's a Crowd, which is running from 7 to 8 p.m. Eastern. Then Pod is My Co-Pilot, love them, from 8 to 9. And then the Pride 48 closing show is going to be at 9 p.m. Eastern. From the Chris Kachatorian studio, this has been Gayish. I'm Mike Johnson.
I'm Kyle Getz. Until next week, be butch, be fabulous, be you. Felch.
See you next week.
Felch. Just felch.
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 Felch. Felch.
Felch. Felch. Felch.
Thanks, Pride 48. Bye. Please invite us back.
And stick around on the Facebook live stream if you want to hear about Santorum.
Welcome to the three of us here on Pride 48 live streaming weekend. Three of Us is a kind of a little behind the scenes show that we'd like to do for the listeners of That Darn Elvis and for Mix Minus. A little club that we like to call Level 13 are the people that normally listen to us there. But I am joined by the co-host of Mix Minus, Adam Burns. I was going to say J. Adam Burns, but I now know that legally, no, it is Adam Burns.
Yeah, did you like write that intro? Because that's better than the Mix Minus intro.
Did you not recognize the song "The Two of Us"?
But yeah,
Two of Us, and I scrubbed.
No, I recognize. Was that just off the cuff there, or did you scribble some notes?
You know what, Adam? Some of us that take podcasting seriously do prep work ahead of time. We think about, oh yeah, I've got to do this thing on the stream at this time. Maybe I should have like an intro. Maybe I should have an outro. Maybe I have some point, maybe some kind of clue as to what I'm going to talk about. That's what happens, Adam. Is it's called show prep. I know when someone has as many podcasts as you.
You hear that?
Yeah, I hear that.
Yeah, that was a pre-recorded, scripted read. I mean, look, I do that.
I'm just saying, that's all I'm saying. If it sounds like we're missing someone in our three-way, it's because we are. Auntie Scott, the co-host of the now defunct That Darn Elvis, is rebooting his computer because we were having some issues where his volume was creeping up on him. I don't know if you know a lot about Auntie Scott, but the words that are used to describe him are often patient, calm.
How's my volume?
If you come down just a skosh, you'll be great.
Okay,
right
how
there.
is this
Excellent.
now?
That's excellent.
That's
Yes,
good.
ladies and
Oh,
gentlemen,
good.
Auntie Scott, the co-host of the now defunct That Darn Elvis. How you doing, Scotty?
Now Oh no, Scotty is like Dan. Let me clip because guess what? One of the older folks of Pride 48 is having technical issues. Isn't that something?
That's funny. We should do like a bit on that.
Yes, we should. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to close this window to see if my volume shoots up again. Okay, boys?
All right.
So the window is now closed. Has my volume shot up again?
No.
Is everything okay?
Everything's great.
Well, God fucking mother sucking damn it. I am so happy that things have worked out for the best. Adam, stop wiggling your leg. Everybody calm down.
Why? It's my leg wiggles.
I know your leg wiggles, but it's wasting valuable energy that you need to contribute to our program.
Let's just get to our first topic that I wanted to cover right here is, Scott, both Adam and I work in the tech industry. And
I've heard that about the two of you.
Yeah, oftentimes our job titles and descriptions confuse you because, of your age, your advanced age. And so I just wanted to point out, I am a senior dev. Adam is a project owner. And I wanted to point out...
I have to correct you. I'm not a project owner. I'm a product manager.
I'm sorry, a product manager. All right, it's the same thing, really. It really is the same thing. He's a product manager. I am a senior. Let me just tell you one of the fundamental differences between them. Let's say that there was a database of things to talk about on this show, like just a regular database, and it was a database that had been established on a previous episode of this show because we've done these three ways a few times.
Yes, we have indeed.
Mm-hmm. So a product manager, would just go in and just there's a bunch of stuff in here. Let me just delete it so I can start writing my new stuff. Just throwing things away. Without a senior dev would take the time to look at the things that were already there and go, I wonder when those were put. Were those put in like today?
Why do I have a feeling that this is something that you need to work out between the two of you?
I'm just saying.
Absolutely nothing to do with me.
I want to say that a product manager would know that the software auto archives anything that you delete, and should that deletion be a mistake, it's very easy to go back in.
I didn't say it was an unrecoverable error. I'm just saying it was a pain in the ass. It was a pain in the ass.
A product manager who has been a dev before.
Boys, you're both pretty.
Yeah, we know.
Okay, you're both pretty. So
look, it's not my problem. It's Daniel's problem. He's like, I put stuff in there.
Oh,
I had good stuff in there. I had good stuff. Now we have nothing to talk about now because I had really good stuff. I mean, it was primo stuff, like stuff that people like Gayish would pay me for that. Like they would go like, oh yeah, we need some good. Oh wow, those are great. We should.
I wonder
pay
what
you.
straight people do on Zoom meetings.
Masturbate usually. But speaking of masturbation,
Lord, let's not drive the car there, please.
Relax. Is this family friendly? Family friendly here.
If you wanted to do it.
Speaking of masturbation, the Olympics is going on right now with a lot of hot men on the screen and whatnot. Okay.
I'm done.
So the question has been posed. Do you have a favorite Olympic sport, and will you be watching? That is the questions that Adam Burns has written here on this. Questions that Adam Burns has written.
Adam Burns.
Adam Burns has written.
Adam Burns.
Did you get teased a lot, Adam, because your last name was Burns?
No, never.
Really?
Not to my face. I don't recall ever being.
What kind of
teased.
Sick burn would you have teased him with, Scott?
No, it's Adam Burns because he's got a match. Adam Burns because it's so hot. That kind of shit.
Is your face red? Adam Burns.
Adam Burns.
No.
Oh, my husband is coming and luluing me while I'm recording, which is.
Oh, look, it's Gooch.
Did you redo it? He can't now. See, we're having technical difficulties from my poor husband.
Tell him to go
I
back
can't
and
help
check it.
you.
Tell him. I think.
Go back and check it.
I think
Daniel
he's
said.
got himself muted. Let me just unmute him there.
He's unmuting you.
No,
now.
not unmuting. I'm sorry, undeafened. He's turned off the speakers.
You've deafened your speakers.
Yeah, you
down,
need to. Yeah, it's. Oh.
Yeah, this is exciting.
This is exciting podcasting. He's logged in as you, right, downstairs on the Discord.
No, I'm deafened. I'm logged in as me. He's logged in as himself down there.
Oh, well, I don't see him in the audio room, so that's a problem. Right
Well, it's not. It's going to be. You know what? Let's move forward.
Yeah, great.
We can't.
Well, answer the question then. Are you going to? What's your favorite Olympic sport, and are you going to be watching?
My favorite Olympic sport is diving, only because of the eye candy. But no, we won't be watching because for a lot of reasons. Mostly because it's sports, even though they're pretty boys in Speedos, and also because we don't have the equipment, as it were. We only do Netflix and Prime, so unless we can find it on a YouTube or on something that we like, and that's too much effort. Too much effort. If I could just pop the TV on, then maybe catch diving occasionally.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's an exciting.
Adam, you asked the question. Adam, did you have a favorite Olympic sport, and will you be watching?
I do, but we'll end with me. What about you, Daniel? What about you? Do you have any?
I don't.
So you don't watch the Olympics at all?
I have watched curling before in the Winter Olympics. Robert,
curling?
Yeah, Robert used to always watch gymnastics and figure skating. So
curling is like one of the sports that should not be.
What are you talking about, Adam? What are you talking about? It is chess on ice.
They literally put basically they take a bowl, they freeze some water in the bowl, they put the bowl on top of some ice, and they use brooms to push it.
No, Adam, that is not what they're doing at all. They are calculating in their head the proper amount of force to place onto a very slippery surface to push a rock down that surface and have it spin and direct into the right place. That's what the sweeping is they're actually making microscopic changes to the ice in order to affect the direction that rock is traveling out. It is chess on ice. It is so far above you, Adam. It's just, they're on a different level. They're above me. They're above you. They're on a different level.
And they all are retiree level. Like they're not. It's not like they go to the gym. They don't have to go to the gym.
Look, I've said this before. If I ever wanted to call myself an Olympic athlete, curling is the only shot I fucking have. It's just so don't yuck my yum, Adam, is what I'm trying to say. But now, what sport will you be watching? I don't watch the Olympics. It's just not my jam.
Well, we watch a lot of the Olympics, but my favorite sport is, and I'm not generally a sports person, so I don't like your traditional, I don't watch your traditional like soccer, baseball, American football. I like basketball, but I don't watch it. But I really love Olympic sports for whatever reason, except those. I don't really watch those. Maybe I'm less of a team sports person. Maybe that's it. But anyway, I like women's gymnastics is my favorite because I'm just really, I think they are amazing, the things that they can do. And I think they do more than the men do. And I know as a gay man, everybody in the chat room is talking about, how the men, scantily clad men doing all kinds of things. That's their favorite. But for me, the female gymnastics is all about, I'm just amazed by the things that they can do. And my floor exercise is my favorite.
Okay.
Then probably men's diving. And that is because they're almost naked. Mm-hmm. And actually, my favorite men's diver is Tom Daley, who's actually British.
Yes.
So
have you ever lived in England?
I don't like him because he's British. I wasn't going to say that, Daniel, but yes, I lived in the UK.
That's amazing. You never talk about that.
And I wasn't going to say it. I wasn't going to bring it up. I watch his YouTube channel. He's very attractive. And I want him. That's the one area where I would like him. And then men's gymnastics.
Mm-hmm.
And then there are a lot of other ones that we watch, but those are my three. Those are my top three.
We would like to welcome Drew O'Brien to the conversation, as he has now gotten his Alexa to work downstairs and he can hear us.
Oh, good.
Yeah, Lulu.
Now he can hear us.
Lulu.
Oh, that's very Lulu.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Enough about the sports. We were just basically just
I'm
feeling.
so sorry.
No, I'm just saying. Scott, you look. Let me just. If Scott wasn't dealing with a technical issue doing that whole thing, this is what would have happened. It's like, are we done?
No,
are we done? Are we finished with this?
I enjoy listening to Adam talk.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much.
Of
You know
course,
what?
my darling.
I feel like hurt a little bit, Scott. You know that I love you.
Yes, I love you back.
And there are things
and you front.
And there are things that I know about you, you know, from being your friend for all these years. And there's things that I like about you. And one of the things, what I'm getting at here is, don't you consider it to be a compliment when I see something and I say to myself, you know what, that reminds me of Scott, and and then I share it with you, and then you know that I was thinking about you.
That means a lot to me, a great deal.
Mm-hmm. One of the things that you used to do on your show occasionally is you would play these horribly off-tone singers singing Broadway songs that were just progressively worse and worse. Like, do you know what I'm talking about?
No. I don't remember doing that.
There were they would sing Broadway songs, but they were off key and they were singing them badly.
Are you thinking of another podcast?
No,
maybe?
I am not. You used to. I know we've had this conversation before.
Maybe it wasn't a bad thing that the product manager here deleted that from the Trello because earlier. Maybe it was
I'm extremely I'm grateful to the product manager, whoever he or she may be.
It was called like something like some kind of Broadway, like Bastardized Broadway or something like that, and you had the CD of it. And
there is. But it wasn't. See, you came to me with this right now as if it were a regular.
Oh no! This is once or twice, but we had talked about it afterwards.
Yeah, there is. What I don't even remember what the fuck it was called. Yeah,
but go ahead. I found this on YouTube. This is a religious song that I found on YouTube. This is an honest to God religious.
We're not going to gang up on Adam.
No. This is an honest to God religious.
Called?
Oh shit!
Shit! It's called Oh Shit.
I shouldn't be listening to the stream. Let me do this again. All right, here. This is a song. It's called Red Dress. It's a very church oriented song, but I thought of you when I heard it because of the singing.
Well, if you didn't have religion before, you'd certainly have it after that.
Wait, you gotta...
Because you'd just be praying for her to stop.
Gotta make it to the chorus.
Okay. Poor Adam looks so bored.
Chorus!
Damn.
Adam looks so concerned about this whole thing.
I don't think that's a church song. Isn't that a pop song?
I don't
think that's
know.
a church song.
I don't think there's a lot of talking about red dresses in church.
No, I wasn't looking confused. I was cringing because I cannot stand more than just about anything in the world.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing that Mark and I watch so many singing competitions.
Mm-hmm.
Because I cannot stand singing out of tune.
Oh my God.
I cannot stand.
How the hell do you do a podcast with me once a week where I sing?
The moment, well, I mean, I know you're not really a singer and you're not really singing for real, so that's one thing. But if I'm watching someone that is legitimately singing, I am all for. I used to think, auto-tune is for talentless whatever. And it is a little bit. But honestly, I would rather someone be auto-tuned and them be in tune that is perfectly fine with me. I want it to be, even in the singing comment, auto-tune those bitches. Whoever. I do not like it to be added. And I'm not saying, I sang, in high school and college and stuff. And I was in the, I don't know if you knew this, I was in the Turtle Creek Chorale when I was in Dallas. So,
you almost never speak of these things. You really should talk more about, your accomplishments like that. But let people know.
I'm more of a trumpet player. But for whatever reason,
why do I feel like I've crashed an episode of Mix Minus?
I feel like
what about you?
We've just run into an Adam Burns bot that's just repeating all of his best hits. As
I said, even if it's a bot, I love listening to Adam Burns. Mm-hmm. He says interesting stuff. He tends to repeat it a lot, but he says interesting stuff, and he forgets a lot of stuff that's important. But then he comes back around to it again, and he's struggling. Adam struggles. So we have to say to ourselves, as really old men, Daniel, that we have to take care of the younger folk and make sure that
Mittens in the chat room says that Boyfie, Our Life is not a musical.
Oh, that's because everything gets sung around this house.
There's another one, Adam. There's another one separated at fucking birth. That's all Drew and I do.
I think it's more him than me. But
difference is Adam spent $900 on an auto tuner for
Mittens.
Mark walks around with
with auto tune.
Yeah,
I can't stand
it. Anyway, what about you? Had comments, I'm sure, on that clip, Auntie Scott. I didn't want to make that all about me.
Oh, no, the only comment I would have is the poor thing. But bless her heart, I mean, if she is getting joy, here's what I feel, because I'm really, really old now, and I grant people a lot of grace, because I figure I'm not going to be on the planet for at least 20, 30 more years. If she's finding joy in that, if that's bringing her joy, then bless her heart. However, if she's trying to make a living from that or put it out there for others, hey, listen to me, you have to, it's the same people that go on to that singing show with Simon. What the fuck is that?
A lot of them.
American Idol.
Yeah, American Idol. Okay.
In the beginning, and they would just sound horrific, and then of course the big thing was that he would tell it like it was, and you don't have no talent, and you should get out and go, and then they would go crazy, and it would be part of the show. You have to know whether or not you got chops. You have to know it somewhere, and if people think they got chops and they're presenting themselves out there into the world, that someone needs to tell them to back away. Bottom line, boring story. If she's having fun with that, fine. But it sounds like shit.
Well, I will say this, though, about those reality show.
It's exactly, Ask Fatita exactly is what I was thinking of.
I want to give them credit, though, because I think when you're out of tune on a reality singing competition, it's very hard to hear yourself on stages. And you're nervous because you're on a competition and all of that. So, and there are ways that they make like professional singers do get a little auto tune and stuff like that, so that because they can't hear themselves and there are all kinds of issues up on a stage.
I will say this, Barbara Streisand was never auto tuned.
Never.
Yeah, but Barbara Streisand wasn't doing like basically a marathon up on stage, dancing and singing at the same time, which is, I think, what Adam.
No, she only did Broadway shows.
Right, but what I'm saying is when you are doing an intensive dance routine to one of your songs, you can get out of breath for that. Now, string 10 of those together and do it in a concert.
You mean like a Broadway show, like Funny Girl, that she did?
But that's not the same level of dancing as I'm talking about for these pop songs. Like, watch a Lady Gaga videos. Like, those people are dancing their asses off. That is not a Broadway style dance. I'm not taking anything away from Barbara. Why do you assume that was a slight on Barbara Streisand?
Why do you assume that I assumed that?
Because you're constantly because
have I just lapsed into an episode of That Darn Elvis?
Yes.
I feel like I feel like I've just sauntered in here. Well, I have another topic that's going to go over.
Probably even better.
Yeah. It's going to be a bang up.
We need that.
Is it on that list that Daniel?
It is on the list, and
okay.
But I'm going to bring it up anyway because, and I'm going to frame this topic.
Which is funny because you're framed on my Zoom meeting right now. When you speak, the little frame comes up.
Yeah. I'm going to frame it by saying that Mark and I, Boyfie and I,
yes.
we are trying to figure out our styles together, decorating, home decorating. Okay. And we haven't quite figured it out. We were on the airplane, and there was for whatever reason they had these. It's this site called I forget what it's called, but it's like a learning website. And for whatever reason, they had these videos on American Airlines. So they had a course on design on the airplane. What's the name of that website? Upskill Me or Skillshare? Skillshare. Anyway. Yeah, and so we both. I'm like, Boyfie, you have to watch this because there's a style quiz, and we'll both take it separately, and it's going to tell us what is our style. Like, are we contemporary? Or are we? So anyway, I've been thinking about design, and you mentioned this bathroom remodel, and I wanted to ask, and you said,
"Oh my God!"
Now, you said
yes
that you just want Drew to do it.
Yes.
But I wanted to know more. Like, do you, first of all, is it because you you have no care whatsoever what the design looks like of a room in your home? Or are you just over it at this point? And then a second question for me would be, depending on the answer to your first one, would be, you guys have been together for 28 years or something, right?
37.
37. Okay. Close.
Yeah.
So design-wise, is there any tension, designing your home, doing things, or is it just Drew has the design chops and you just let him do whatever? Like, those are my two questions.
First of all, he has a gift of design. Luckily, his design choices 9 times out of 10 are mine. He will say, here's 4 faucets that we can put on the bathtub. Pick one. And 9 times out of 10, I will pick the same one that he wants as well. But there are times when he will show me something and I will think, did you get a head injury or something drastic happened? Because why are you picking this particular pattern when the pattern is scaring me? But that's very rare. As far as this bathroom situation, I'm over it. I don't care if he puts one of those biffies, the plastic shitters that come from outside. Stick it in the goddamn master and give me a hose to wash my ass. I don't care anymore.
It's called a biffy?
Well, you know what? That's what my husband's family called them. And the reason they called them that is because there was a company called BFI that had portable potties. We called them Andy Gumps or Andy something like that. Andy Gumps. Mm-hmm. But anyway, they called them Biffies, and so it became a bit Biffy. This Three's a Crowd is probably the best show that's been on Pride 48.
This is 2 shows that you've talked about your bathroom, and yet you've never actually talked about what is happening to the bathroom. What is the plan?
We and Daniel, wait a minute. I'm going to hear
Can I complain about you and Daniel?
Yes, sweetie. Go.
How long have you both been podcasting? When you're producing a podcast, don't say in the middle of the podcast, this is the fucking suckiest podcast we've ever. Don't tell your listeners what to think. Let them make up their own mind.
There's a psychological reason for that, and I don't know if you know this, but Daniel studied psychology.
I don't like to talk about it. Yes,
I know. If I come from the school of say it first before anybody else can say it, I will meet you. I won't say, hi, how are you? I say, hi, I'm fat and bald, and I'm really old. How are you? So that I say it first, I get it out of the way, and someone can't use that as ammunition and hurt me. So what I tend to do is, don't distract me with stuff in the fucking chat room. What I tend to do is say, God damn it, say the negative out loud so that I've said it first. I've defused the bomb, as it were. And I was just kidding about this. When the 3 of us get together, it's really fun.
It's very... you and I have a lot in common, we've learned. Sorry.
Yes.
Wait, is that Drew that's Asslicker39 or something in the chat room?
He's Asafatita.
Okay. So is that Drew? Okay.
Yes.
So he said that you and I needed to stop kissing each other's ass or go get a room.
No, we needed to get a room. Yeah.
It's only because we've learned that we're so similar.
Really?
I am not a shut-in, but I have a few years before I get to Auntie Scott's age. Who knows?
I'm curious. I'm curious.
Age,
I'm curious, Adam. What is it you have in common with Scott in your mind?
Oh
what are the parallels that
I'm
you're
not
seeing?
going to remember. You know, my memory's
I mean, you
shit,
both
but
do a podcast with me, but other than that, I'm not seeing a lot of overlap between Scott and Adam.
There were things. Now I don't remember.
First of all, one of them is
your memory.
Our memories are both shit, and that's true.
Yes.
There was. And I'm because my memory is shit too. That every time you would say, "I don't want to do this because," I would say that's exactly the same reason why I wouldn't want to do that because. And I feel this way about that. I feel that way about that. I don't.
I don't like to go to the doctor.
Oh yes, medicine. Forget it.
I don't like to go to the dentist. I would rather buy my own dental tools and do it myself.
Also, you're constantly thinking if you have an ache in your knee, it's got to be knee cancer, and it's going to kill you. And you don't want to go to the doctor because you don't want to find out everything that's wrong with you.
I don't want that. Yes, it's all going to be negative. I don't want to know.
Dear God, you're twins. I can't believe I haven't seen this.
By listening to The Geeky Gay,
yes,
I'm constantly saying to myself, I can't believe this kid is we both have the same diseases. We both have the same mind diseases. You were talking about it'll come to me after the show, and so I'll either interrupt Pod as my co-pilot, or I'll come in on the closing show and tell you, because it will come to me. But every time he talks about something, Daniel, I will say to myself that that's the way I feel about it. It's what I feel about it. He also loves to cook. He also feels very strongly that when someone doesn't like what he's cooked, especially a significant other, it cuts to the core of his soul. There's just so much more. We have very, very, very similar outlooks. Okay. Mm-hmm.
So Daniel, you answer the same question about you and Zach. I know you're not remodeling a bathroom, but have you? I know you guys just recently bought a house together.
Yes.
So did neither one of you care? Does one care and the other one doesn't?
No.
We talk about style,
We have a whole Jungle Cruise theme that we're heading in for the downstairs. That's been like a long-term plan down there. But yeah, when we bought the house, we're like, oh, we could do this and we could do that. But we're not great at follow through on it because, pandemic and whatever. We just haven't done as much painting as we want and done enough decorating, but we still have plans for it. We still talk about doing it. We just haven't actually gotten around to doing it. We've been very busy buying an RV. It's
so what you're saying is
we're not done decorating this house, and what we thought was, you know what, we need another house that we could worry about decorating, and so we
start over.
Yeah, we went and bought
your instead of talking about, are you contemporary? Are you postmodern? Are you whatever? What Disney era are you?
Right.
We're doing Jungle Cruise theme in this room.
So in my previous marriage, because I was married for 10 years, and he was a designer, right? He had a very specific design outlook on life. We had to, if we moved in an apartment, we'd immediately have to go out and spend $1,000 on, throw pillows and paintings and pictures and stuff. And it was one of those things that was his thing. That's what he wanted to do. He watched HGTV 24 hours a day. And I'm like, all right, cool. That's, I didn't put my foot down until the fourth or fifth year of the marriage when he wanted to buy some pedestals that were $1,000 a piece. And I'm like, fuck no, I'll build, let me just go get a nail gun and I'll build those for you. And so that's why I had to learn how to be very handy to tamp down his ridiculous expenditures for.
Is that why you now think we need patio furniture? Let's go to Goodwill and see if
let's go to Habitat and Goodwill. Exactly. That's where I get my
lawn chairs that we can.
Yeah, but neither Zach nor I are very good at this. So when we've talked about maybe we should just hire someone to come in and do it or whatever. But I mean, we both have our thoughts as to what we want to do, but they're pretty much in line with each other. We both like Disney. We both like, kind of kid-like things, you know what I'm saying? Like little stuffed animals and stuff like that. So yeah, we're pretty simpatico there.
You're going to have a jungle-themed room and a guest bedroom with stuffed animals on the bed.
No. a Jungle Cruise
themed
house
room.
that is completely different than a jungle themed room.
So do you know what kind of tiles you're going to have on the floor?
Yes.
Scott?
I'm sorry. You were asking Scott. I was about to tell you about our tiles. Yes.
By all means, Daniel, tell us what kind of tiles you're going to have in the jungle.
Well, you see, what it is the Jungle Cruise themed room. We have a very wide open downstairs. It goes 2 stories up. It's a very
that could be a hell of a euphemism.
16. So what we're going to make it. Yes, we're going to make it look like an outside patio. So the tiles we're putting down are actually cobblestone. So it's going to look like when you're standing up on the balcony looking down into the room, it's going to look like it's an outside courtyard. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah, what kind of tiles you slapping into that shitter there, Scott?
The floor tiles are going to remain the same because we really like them, and it's cheaper to not replace them. However, the walls of the shower and I don't even fucking know where they're all going, is this grayish, beautiful. I always forget the quartz. It's quartz.
Quartz.
Yes.
Quartz.
So quartz and quartz and quartz. And it's very pretty. It's very beautiful. He runs everything by me. Yeah. Even though I say, please, just do it. Please stop talking about it. Do it.
I think the hardest part for you is while the workers are there.
That's going to kill me. Here's such a fascinating part of the show that I'm going to share with you.
Ooh.
We had planned...
Do we need theme music for this? Do we need some kind of...
Well, I don't know. You could throw something in. We had planned to actually go to a hotel the entire time that the work was being done. We found ways around having the dogs with us. We found ways... It was going to be an enormously expensive prospect.
Yes.
The hotel is not far from where we are. So we could basically sleep in and then come in the afternoon and close up the house after they're all done and shit like that. That was the original plan. Was the bathroom the horrifically expensive part, or the hotel on everything?
Top of it?
Everything involved.
Well, because we know, and look, I'm not one to speak here.
Here we go.
But we know, but I am anyway, that you like very upper echelon, you like luxury. So I would assume that whatever hotel you were staying in would need to be like the penthouse at the most luxurious one in your area, et cetera, et cetera.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm being told in my ear that the shower tile is Tivoli Grigio tile. The counter will be quartz. Tivoli Grigio tile and the count. See what I'm saying to you?
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Tivoli Grigio.
I don't care. I don't care anymore.
Looks pretty.
So
you kind of view decorating as like a menu at Denny's. You just point to it and nod.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So that was the plan. But what we decided, God, this is just so bizarre. What we decided to do was we have a very large, they call it a bonus room up here. And we turned that bonus room into basically a media room. However, the media room fell out of favor because there's a gigantic Mitsubishi TV with the 3 lenses, that point at the... It's just...
So it's a rear projection TV.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So, and we, of course, got flat screens downstairs, a very large flat screen downstairs in our den, so why come up and use the media room? And it's also got a couple of pieces of exercise equipment in, because believe it or not, Drew exercises on exercise equipment.
Why wouldn't we believe that?
Well, because both of us are so old and lame.
Okay.
So we're going to pull the exercise equipment out, and Drew purchased for $70, 70. Drew purchased a frame, a bed frame, and we are going to take our mattress and our box springs from our bedroom. We are going to relocate them to that bonus room, which is down the hall, and attempt to figure a way that we can sleep in our house while all of this shit is going on. We haven't canceled the second set of reservations because the company does not work on weekends. So there's going to be 3 days the first week and then the entire week the next week. So we had to split reservations. Isn't this exciting? So we're going to see if, I'm just vamping, we're going to see if we can manage to sleep in our house. And if we can, we won't go to the hotel and spend the money on the hotel and on a rent-a-car because we needed a bigger car to haul the dogs around if we needed to haul the dogs around.
Oh, it's fascinating.
Yeah. So
But you'll
all
have
of
a
this,
beautiful Tivoli Grigio tiled bathroom when you're
Yes.
done. So it's all worth
and
it.
a clawfoot bathtub.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, separate.
I have a
clawfoot
question out of this, believe it or not, and it's very boring. So, but I'm curious.
Well, why should you be any different than me?
Okay. Well, the bed frame.
Yes.
Like when we moved, I know I said like when we moved to this house, we just used the box spring and then our mattress on top of it because our cat was having problems he couldn't make the jump on a bed, and we just stopped using the frame. And then I started thinking about this a while back, and I was like, wait, what is the point of the frame? Is there actually a point of the frame? Is it do anything other than just raise the bed up? Is there any function to the frame? Does it provide support in any way?
I think a couple of things. I think it has to do with definitely raising it off the ground, which then gives you the ability to store stuff underneath it. But I think there's also an airflow situation where you want the air to be able to get I don't know. I'm making shit up.
I mean, isn't the main point when you get to be a certain age, Daniel? It's hard for you to get out of bed, and you want it to be, higher, so that you're not having to lift yourself up so much, so that you can just kind of, get out of the bed and you're kind of already in a standing
I don't honestly know why we didn't just move I'm sure that Ask Fatita in the chat when he eventually hears this, because there is that delay.
I mean,
will
frames are
explain-
super cheap, so it doesn't really matter.
It was $70, which could have been something fun, but instead it's a bed frame.
Well, I mean, a bed could be fun. All right, I have one thing that I put on the Trello here that is somewhat serious, not too serious, but it is kind of serious.
It has a soupçon of serious.
Soupçon of seriousness in it. And I bring this up because I know that, Scott, you have lost your father, and Adam, you lost your father. But Adam, you still have two parents, and Scott, you still have a parent. And this only just comes out of me recently having to deal with cleaning out my mom's house and stuff like that. And I thought, this is something I wish someone would have told me a long time ago. And so now I'm saying, hey, there's a microphone in front of me. I am going to just share this piece of what I think is advice to the world. While you still have your parents or a parent, I feel that it is imperative that you talk to them about their expectations for passing. Hopefully you're going to do this when they're in great health and long before this is not like laying in the hospital on their deathbed and then ask them what they want. We made a point of asking both my mom and my dad many, many decades before they died, like, how do you see your funeral? Like, where do you want to have your funeral? Like, what kind of things do you want to have going on at your funeral? What kind of people do you want to speak there? Do you want it to be a sad occasion or a happy occasion? We asked them all these questions so that when mom and dad died, we had a really great idea of what it was they wanted. Where we failed in this whole thing, failed to look in it, was family heirlooms. Because as we're cleaning out my mom's house, there are some things that have been tucked into the back of cabinets, and they look like maybe they're important or whatever. I really wish I would have asked my mom at some point, what items do you really want to see passed on after you leave? Like, what kind of things are important that you plan on passing them down or keeping them in the family, things like that? Because every single thing that we throw out at my mom's house or put into the garage sale, I immediately think to myself, oh my God, what if this is something that they wanted us to have? Like this stupid fucking little clay dinosaur. What if it's, just some important thing that my dad made in the third grade and he really wanted someone else, in his family to become an heirloom or whatever. So my piece of advice to the both of you is have these conversations, and not just both of you, but to everyone, have these conversations when the sun is shining, because when once they're gone, it's too late and you don't know. You're just guessing at things a lot of times.
Was there a question in there somewhere?
There wasn't, but I will say it was more of advice. But I do have a comment.
It was a question. I would just say it was a topic of conversation. So you may converse on it, Scott and Adam.
Yeah, I'm going to start the conversation. So me personally, I mean, I don't want to make everything about me, but I'm just going to start out by saying me. I don't want to discuss my death.
Okay.
So having a topic about my funeral. Look, at that point, I'm dead. You can whatever you want to do with me.
Well, that's important to know.
Look,
that's important to know.
But I don't want to talk about it. Like, I don't be like, oh, have Mariah Carey sing,
right,
or whatever. No, I don't want to.
So if Mark came up and asked you, and it's like, hey, so what do you like? That was a great funeral that we went to. What would you like your funeral to be like? And you'd be like, you know what? I don't want to talk about it. I don't care. I'll be dead. Then he'll know. It's like, all right, I've got an open book. I can do whatever I want.
Actually, the only thing.
Oh,
I'm starting to care less about this.
Now there is a thing.
The only thing is, I'm starting to care less about this.
Mm-hmm.
So you could convince me otherwise. I really don't want to be cremated. But I've thought about that, and it's kind of stupid because either way, your body is going to decompose and become, whatever it becomes. And it's not like I need it anymore. So I don't know that that's really a realistic thing. Just the thought of being burned, though, and, becoming ashes, doesn't sit well with me. However, maybe you could convince me otherwise, So it doesn't, ultimately I'll be dead. My parents are pretty self-sufficient, so I'm pretty sure they have a will with all of this spelled out in it, and they already have their funeral, their burial plots purchased, and they know what retirement home they're going to move into. I don't have to worry about any of that stuff,
But those are not the things you worry about. The things you worry about is you just want to make sure that you're doing what they wanted. That's all I'm saying. It's just I think it's good to talk about. So.
But I haven't asked them yet. I guess maybe I'm thinking, they're not gonna die yet. They're still young, so.
Right. Yeah. Young people never die. That's a well-known fact.
So your concept here is to talk to your parents or to
your
talk
loved
to
ones. Talk to your loved ones
about what they want you to do when they die.
Like what you've and share with them what you want to happen when you die.
Well, everybody already knows.
What?
With me.
What?
Oh, first of all, I'm very similar attitude with Adam except I don't believe you go anywhere else. Mm-hmm. When you're dead, you're dead.
Yeah.
That's it. You're dead.
Yeah.
So it really doesn't matter what becomes of anything I've ever owned or what I want done, or I'm dead. Mm-hmm. For example, my father wanted to be cremated, which he was, and then sprinkled into the Pacific Ocean because he adored fishing and he loved it. Yeah. And he's still sitting in my mother's bedroom next to her bed. Not that she's attached to him, because she constantly says, no, those are just ashes. That's not your father. Mm-hmm. Then why didn't you fucking throw him in the water like he wanted? No, I didn't want to do it. Okay, whatever. So I don't think telling everybody, what I want, you're going to be dead. It doesn't fucking matter. It really,
okay. All right.
Also, this is again about me because I don't know why. I don't know why I'm making it about me. However, I do want to bring up.
Thank you, Moose P. Assuming you were talking about me, that was great advice to talk to your loved ones. Thank you, Moose P. I'm just going to assume that he said mine was a great idea.
You said as you're going through this stuff.
Yes.
That you are wondering, I wonder if Dad would have wanted me to have that or would have wanted so and so. I don't think they really care. Again, they're dead. I don't think they really care who has what. But my mom is now doing this thing where I will go over and she'll say,
She seems to be a big pain in the ass, by the way, from listening to Geeky Gay. If we're talking about pain on the ass meter, she's way up high in there. Just saying.
I hate it to come across that way. I'm a bit of a complainer. So
I was going to say, as someone who is often talked about on the Geeky Gay and I'm throwing down, it's like I can confirm that Adam usually makes a way bigger deal out of something that I said than it actually was at the time that I said it.
And Mark can confirm I'm a bit of I blow things out of proportion, and I'm a bit of a people annoy me.
It's what we call the Adam filter. So like when Adam says, "I can't believe they called me to go pick up their car and take it back home because they're so damn cheap," and then
I was with you completely on that, Adam. All that bullshit about the dog and bring the dog here and take this one back there and then come over early. I'm so with you on that because regardless of whether or not your parents are still with you and you should love them and take care of them, you should not allow them to take advantage of you, Daniel. And that's what they're fucking doing. They were taking advantage.
All right, look.
Mix the CBD oil with the NyQuil to give to the dog.
Come on. Right. And also expecting you to come over for dinner all the time and come and do this and do that. Fuck, I have a life. Leave me the fuck alone. I'll give you a call, make sure you're okay, make sure you need anything. But Jesus H. Christ, leave me the fuck alone.
I want to know this, Adam. I want to know, why do you never use Shane's name?
We cut Adam off in the middle of what he was saying.
Yeah, why do you never use Shane's name? You always say my parents' dog. My parents' dog. Oh, that little ferret.
Because look, I have new listeners. I have millions of new listeners all the time, Daniel. And if I just say Shane, they're not going to know.
Oh, I think contextually they will get the idea it's a dog. But go ahead.
I don't even say Sydney. I say my dog. I rarely say Sydney because they're not going to know. Somebody may not know Sydney is my dog. Anyway, regardless, all I was going to say is my mom is doing this thing now. It's not annoying. I mean, I don't care. But she's saying things like, "Oh, when I die, would you like this thing?" Because I'm making a list or whatever. And I'm like, I don't want anything. Like, I don't want any. Like, I don't care. Like, you're like, I don't need anything. I have stuff. Like, I don't need other stuff to clutter. Like, no, give that to my brother or whatever. Do whatever you want with it. I don't need it. But I mean, I guess that's just the way I am. Like, I have my stuff. They have their stuff. I don't need stuff.
They ask too much of you. If you have been telling the truth about what your mother and stepfather expect from you, they're asking way too much.
That's probably my fault.
And I only say this because my parents became the most intrusive fucks in the world, and I was breaking my ass to every single time something would happen with my father. My mother would call me and say, "Honey, come over. You got to come over." I would go over, and we have a choice: take him to emergency or let him get through. It became horrific. And even in times when there weren't medical emergencies, it was and I had to start being the bad guy, which neither Adam nor I like to be ever. I'm not necessarily as big of a people pleaser because I'm old now, and a lot of that has fallen away. And my people pleasing was just to save my job.
At what age does it fall away completely?
I don't think. I think it's part of us, and I don't think it completely. My thing was I always wanted people to like me, not necessarily a people pleaser, but I think this may be just semantics, but I never wanted to be the bad guy, and I always wanted people to like me. And that's why Drew became the handler of every person that worked for us or does anything, because Drew is able to say nicely, "No, that's not what we want." I can't even tell somebody, "No, that's not what we want." It makes me so uncomfortable. So I don't think that ever falls away, but what happens as you age is you realize the importance of certain things and what's important, where it's important to say, fuck off, and where it's important to not.
Yeah. I think it's because, again, not to bring up Mark so many times, and I know he's listening. He's like, why is he fucking bringing my name up like 5 million times? But
because you're partners.
We are partners. His culture, they are very much like you take care of your parents. And
absolutely. I've got a fucking Armenian mother.
You send them money. They take care of you as you're growing up, and then when you're an adult, you take care of them. So
wait,
not to speak for him.
His culture, so American.
No, where he's from.
No, I'm just saying I do the same. I did the same thing. Why you take care of your parents?
Well, no, but I mean,
Daniel, sometimes it's important to let other people speak.
One example is, it's fine for us in the United States for our parents to go to an assisted living or something like that, or in. A lot of times, that is considered a normal thing. And in fact, a lot of older people would rather go to an assisted living than move in with
their children.
Move in with their children.
Yes.
But for them, that's like, I don't even think they have assisted living in the Philippines because it's like such a cultural thing that your parents are. So, for him, I probably don't do enough for them because it's a difference in cultures. So again, he's never told me this. I'm just making assumptions here. But
never assume.
Yeah. So anyway,
well, as I said, my mother is Armenian, and that culture is so steeped in, oh no, you take care of them, they live with you, they anything they ask, you give them, you spoil them, you take care of them. And you know what? As I have said often, including to my mother's face, I didn't ask to be born. When when Dad was humping your ass and you were making me, I wasn't in there going, hey, please, birth me. I want to live. I want to be it. No, I didn't do any of that. I didn't have any choice. So when I squeezed out between her luscious thighs and came into this world, it became their responsibility to take care of me, not my responsibility to take care of them. Now, if you are loved and you're nurtured and you're taken care of by your parents, there is a natural desire to make sure that they have everything that they need, that they're taken care of, that they don't want for anything. That's a good thing. But that position can be taken advantage of. And my mother was a master at that. Yeah. Now, I'm very lucky. My mother lives permanently with my 2 sisters, 6 months here, 6 months there. I don't have to worry about it. But I'm still the bad guy. I'm still the bad kid because I'm not doing all that shit. But at this point in my life,
you
I don't
have
give
a media room. You could leave the bed there.
No, here's the problem, and it's true. She cannot get up and down these stairs. So she would have to live downstairs, and as it stands right now, with 2 dogs that would jump on her and break her in half.
I was going to say she could sit your dogs while you go on cruises.
No, she can't. She can't. She's 94 years old, and she's working the feeble number. So
she's working it.
Yeah, she's working it.
So the last thing I'll say is, I about this
has been a great show. Yeah,
I think that the things that my parents ask of me are very small things, and it's just that I'm want to do. I'm a complainer about small things. So it's not
who do you complain to?
Yeah, everybody who listens to
the internet.
That is where my complaint happens. That's my content. But no, if they were truly like, ill and needed me to help them or something like that, like I would totally not mind. It was just like, these little nitpicky things, and they live 20 minutes away, and I have to go. Now I got a text message, would you go water my plants? So now I have to go 20 minutes. Anyway, but no, that's it. No, Daniel, yes, I will have a conversation with my parents and ask
Daniel,
them
yes. Got it.
What they want me to do with their bodies when they die, and which item. My mom's already got a list.
Why is no Daniel yes any different from Daniel's yeah no? Yeah no. Yeah no.
Because
why is it different, Daniel?
Because I said it.
Well, that's a phrase you can't say on Pride 48 during the weekend.
I wasn't even going to touch this topic. I threw this on the Trello just because you said something on the But First podcast that made me think, the only time that you're ever really allowed to say that you've run out of time on a podcast is on like the Pride 48 weekend where there's a hard stop. Like you got to be out. You were like, we were going to do this on last week's episode, but we ran out of time. I'm like, no, you didn't run out of time. You just decided not to do it. You had all the time in the world. You're not on you're not live broadcasting. You're not on number. You had all the time in the world.
It's true, but I feel like we have preconceived notions of about how long our shows should be or generally are. And also you get to a point in your recording where you think, I don't want to open that can of worms. I want to go ahead and end this episode. So maybe running out of time is not the right, terminology for it.
We just didn't get to it, or
we didn't get to it.
We forgot.
Didn't want to open that can of worms last week.
Right. You forgot. I'm just saying, when you say, so I just thought that the question that I wrote, Scott, just so you'll know, was phrases you can say on Pride 48 weekend that make no sense at any other time.
Oh, like
who?
Like
Joe
up next is
Pod is my co-pilot.
Pod is my co-pilot. That's what I would say. Yeah, I wouldn't say that in a regular show, but I could say it here. Up next is Pod is my co-pilot, and then the closing show.
Yeah.
So we have sorry we've been ignoring you, chat room. By the way, we did get a question in the chat room. Is this a subscribable show from George in Atlanta?
Oh, yeah.
Bless his heart.
Yeah.
Somebody enjoyed what we were talking about.
Bless his
Daniel and
sweetheart.
Yes.
Scott.
If you were a member of
And,
Level 13, you will get this show, and you may say to yourself, hey, what is Level 13? It's the behind the scenes.
Level 13. Level 13. Level 13.
It's our fan club. It's not a Patreon because we don't charge you any money. It's absolutely free. All you have to do is send us an email and say, hey, I want to join Level 13, and we will get you set up with your very own RSS feed and our Discord server over there where you can chat with Adam and I and Scott, and you can hear other shows that we do, like the pre-shows and the post-shows on Mix Minus, and the old pre-shows and post-shows from That Darn Elvis, and of course this show that we occasionally throw up in there, as well as other things. Yeah, so it's all
Don't
just
say
kind of,
throw up.
Well, yeah.
And unfortunately,
Poor
this
choice
is
of
going to be the only show that you're going to be able to hear Auntie Scott on going forward.
No, I think Andy Scott will come back and do a three-way with us in the future, won't you?
No, I'm saying this show will
Oh,
be the
yes.
only show you're going to be able to hear Auntie Scott on going forward.
I think a lot of people will be very grateful for that.
Because he loves me, and
I
would
do love
never.
you, Adam. And sadly, I love Daniel too. It's always it's troubling. It's troubling. It's like loving two of your children that are just trouble on so many levels and that don't get along. It's very sad. But I know what to do when you're dead, so that's a good thing.
That's great. I need to just get real quickly from you guys what your impressions have been of this year's Pride 48 weekend, because we're wrapping up here. We got to go. But Scott, how has this weekend treated you?
I have been, as I said on our That Darn Elvis, I have been so proud to be a part of this. I've never done what I can remember, a full hour show where it was just us talking and being as if we were recording. Mm-hmm. The experience was intimidating to me because of my mouth, but I found that without any alcohol in the earlier recording times, I was able to control myself and not bring up certain names that I would like to bring up. But I will say this, and I mean this sincerely. I have seen how hard the both of you have had to work through this, have had to be there, have had to be paying attention, and setting it up and doing all the things you do. And I'm so proud of you, but I'm also really honored that you care enough to have me be a part of it and to keep doing the voice for it. It's a wonderful experience. I've loved it all as much as I've heard, and I've heard a lot. I haven't been in chat room all the time, but I've been listening.
Great.
So I've loved it.
I think Adam and I will probably cover this on the closing show, so we'll spare you that listening. Coming up next is Pod is my co-pilot. That's going to run from 8 p.m. until 9 p.m. Eastern time. And then Adam and I will be back with the closing show to wrap this weekend up, put a bow on it, as they say.
And it'll be short.
It'll be short.
I mean, you guys don't have to worry about us, rambling.
And that's
for
not the
hours
first
or
time
anything.
you've said that.
I hear it all the time. Anyway,
I mean, it's a grower, not a shower.
It's a shower. Yeah. All right, I am Daniel Brewer. That is Adam Burns, and that is Scott. Are we allowed
Bullock.
to say Scott Bullock?
You can say it. Yeah,
Scott Bullock.
You could say it. Don't be afraid.
And I guess until next year, Scott, we can hear you next year on Pride 48.
You'll hear me next year on Pride 48, and hopefully we'll do a few of these in the
we'll
interim.
We'll do a few.
All right, stay tuned for Pod is my co-pilot. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
And bye, bonds.
Thanks for listening to Day 3 of the Pride 48 July live streaming weekend for 2021. Today's lineup includes
Hey everybody, this is Taylor, and thank you for listening to episode 585 of Pod is My Co-Pilot, live.
Yay!
Yay! Yes, we are live tonight on Pride 48, and I am joined, as always, by my two lovely co-hosts, Taffy Carlisle Huffington.
I'm so excited to be here.
And Rodan.
Why did that sound ironic or sarcastic?
No,
I meant sarcastic. I'm so excited to be here.
She's trying to send energy my way right now. I am a woman on the verge of a nervous breakdown, and she is trying to.
He's been smacking that mac and cheese all fucking day.
Yes, I've been smacking that mac and cheese all day, and she is trying to send me a gentle yet not so subtle hint that is, get your shit together. We're going to do a live show. She's basically the stage mother standing next to me in like the Amy Poehler outfit from Mean Girls, but she's got me by my shirt collar right now behind the
Pretty
curtain.
hands. Pretty hands. Pretty feet, baby. Pretty feet. Bring one home for mama.
You may need to bring your mic volume up a little bit.
I may need to bring my mic volume up a little bit. Are you saying I may need to bring my mic volume up a little bit?
Yeah, you're still quiet, even though you're talking forcefully into the microphone.
Well, if I could just get to that volume button and just turn the volume button up, that would be great.
Do you know what would be great with this? Salt.
I am currently very, very happy to thank Joe Batance, who is currently doing my stream for me, which is not a euphemism. So I am kind of dependent. So I am dependent on him to make sure that that my volume is up. So hopefully, Taffy.
I listened to your and Joe's show earlier, and you know what? I think you both, I mean, obviously you don't compliment each other as much as Rodan and I compliment you, clearly, but I do think that you and Joe have a nice little riff with one another. It was nice to hear. I didn't know any of the people you were talking about. I was frantically looking up all of the drag queens and stuff, but it was nice to hear you two together. You give good give and take.
Yeah, thank you. No, it was fun to get back together with Daniel, who we haven't done.
Oh, and Daniel, yes.
Yeah, Daniel was there. It was fun to recap season All Stars 2 season season All Stars 2, the reunion episode, which we never did 5 years ago. So we got back to talking about queens, that some of which are still very much in the vernacular and some of which have never been heard from again. And it was fun. It was very fun. I literally just finished Drag Race España, the finale. So,
oh really?
About 10 minutes before I came in, yeah, I watched that.
Don't you kind of live with Drag Race España? To be fair, I think you kind of live with that.
Yeah, kind of. Every day is like an episode of Drag Race España around here. So, but
I just assume he greets you in the morning, Beaver first, with a Chiquita banana hat, like at some point.
Send your letters to.
He's not Brazilian, but he might have a Brazilian. You don't know, Rodan. Maybe you do.
Do you think I wouldn't have had that as a video podcast if Babalu was going to get a Brazilian at some point by now? I'm
assuming that all of Babalu's hair that was on his head migrated to his taint. I just feel like if you're going to Brazilian him, he's just going to be painful.
Yes, that's why he wears such long shorts. Because it's just to sort of wear. But you know what? When we go to the Bahamas, he gets it braided when he sits at one of the little stands on Castaway and gets the little beads, the little pony beads. And at night in the stateroom, he shakes it for me. So
all I'm picturing is Monica from Friends when they got back. Where she's got all
yes, he
does
that.
I just saw that Kalen Swanson of the revised or the refreshed Kalen Swanson Designs is on the chat.
Oh well, thank God.
I know. How could we ever produce without him?
Kalen and his finger pots.
His finger pot. Yeah, I was going to say, I changed my name in my phone from Kalen Swanson of Kalen Swanson Designs to just finger pots and air quotes.
Which is ironic because that was your nickname back in sophomore year.
No, I said as opposed to finger cuffs.
Right.
So we have finger pots and finger cuffs are the new crime fighting team on Pride 48.
This morning I came up with a name of your sex tape on Greetings from Nowhere, where Christina was talking about changing out her mattress and talking about that over time her and Bob would fall into their divots. And I said falling into a divot is the name of Tank's sex tape.
Thank Thank you? Question mark.
But so the
I
reason,
like the twirl.
right, divots. Well, with you never know. Certain times of the month, any hole is a goal.
Okay. All right.
So the reason that Joe is helping me, and thank you very much to Joe, and thank you very much to Daniel Brewer, who's going to be helping me hopefully in the next couple of days, is when I listened back to all 4+ hours of Oh My God, Are They Still Talking? There is very extreme crackle in my track, and I am not 100% sure why.
Can't you like Sybil Shepherd that shit and just spackle some Vaseline on it?
I would like to think so, but I'm not 100% sure how I would do that. All I know is that if I had easier access to a hammer out in my garage, that would have taken care of the problem with the laptop within about 14 seconds. But I chose. There's been a ongoing joke / lesson that I am trying to learn from therapy, which is, and I respond, not react. She reacted today. That was really kind of my day. It was just a lot of reacting, a lot of where I am. The stomach is currently churning, so it's been an afternoon. There's been lots of "Are you okay?" from the other side of the couch.
Where he's backing out of rooms just to make
right.
sure.
He's been perfect. He has been lovely. He has been trying to get me to laugh, and most of my laughs are just me kind of doing the as I walk past him. So
he's in survival mode.
Right, he is. His lesson, his therapy lesson, mine is respond, not react. His is fight, flight, or freeze. That is currently where he is right now, just trying to deal with me so that he doesn't. But I am trying desperately to figure out what needs to be done. So there may be some changes coming to the show with the next episode in a while. But doing Oh My God was a lot of fun, even though I was exhausted. And congrats to Rodan for doing 3 of the 4 hours.
I feel like I've done 3 hours a few times. I think the first year I only did 2. But I think last year I did 3. And
Okay.
I thought last year you did 5. So
that
I like
sounds right.
If we had offered Taylor an all-expense paid trip aboard the new Disney Wish to do a 5th hour, he would have went, no.
Yeah.
He was out.
Brady sent me a message going, I will Venmo you to do another hour. Yeah. And I went, yeah, no.
Yeah. No,
Now-
he was messaging me and he's like, he's done. And I'm like,
Yeah.
no, he's done.
Yeah. Rodan went to bed, and the last hour is really just Taffy talking and occasionally, through the screen, like doing the wake up, like slapping me in the face kind of thing. Huh? What? So.
Who? Where? After the show, did you go to bed?
Yeah. And then I woke up at 10:30. So I slept from about 6 to 10:30 and then realized that I had an eye appointment. So what can I do to cancel that? And luckily they were very much of that. Oh yeah, no, just come in like towards the end of the year kind of thing. And then I definitely listened to a couple of shows and it was fun. It's enjoyable to listen to shows because I don't really get a chance to listen to podcasts like I used to anymore. So it felt very returning home kind of thing. Like,
Nostalgic.
I haven't really been able to listen to Greetings from Nowhere in a long time, so that was fun and interesting to listen to that. I'm trying to think of some of the other shows I listened to.
You said when you listened to Cocktails and Cream Puffs that you actually laughed out loud.
Cocktails and Cream Puffs was so much fun to listen to. I desperately miss Joey and Wendy, and Joey at one point laughed really hard at something Wendy said, and when Joey gets tickled, the world gets tickled. And that was definitely that was fun. And Tastes Like Burning, listening to Tim and James right before we did Oh My God. I don't know what they were drinking, but I would like some. And they were silly and funny. And I would definitely encourage everybody out there, look at the list of shows and any of the shows that you didn't get a chance to listen to this weekend. Go to pride48.com, look at the list of shows, download one of the shows because they are a lot of fun, and I'm so glad that we're a part of this community. And thank you to Daniel and Adam for having us remain a part of this community after all these years.
Yeah. Yes, I very much look forward to this weekend. Of course, it's shocking that I enjoy talking into a microphone where I know other people are listening. But I mean, I'm good to go. I would have went another 2 hours in the morning. I listened to, I turned on a show, and I'm sorry, I don't know what it is. So if it's your show, I enjoyed it. They were talking about daddy dick, but like their own fathers, like the first time that they had seen like their father's penises.
Oh, that was Madge. That was Madge Weinstein. I listened to that too.
Okay.
Yeah.
I listened to that. Yep. And I was just like, and it's one of those things where you start thinking about it, and I'm like, I don't think I ever, of course I'm a girl too, but I don't think I ever saw like an adult man's dick until I was like sucking it. I mean, but again, about seventh grade. But no,
I was going to say, so third grade, Mr. McEnany, the janitor at the elementary school.
So is that like a not to steal content from another show, but I mean, was that like a defining thing for you boys? Was like the first time you saw your like if you were a little boy and you saw an adult man like coming out of a shower, your dad or whatever?
Well, the first time, exactly the same. The first time I ever saw an adult-ish penis was when I was sucking it. Like, yeah, I had not seen my father's. I'd not seen anybody else's until, I started playing for my first time at 16.
Gotcha.
I hadn't seen my father's, unfortunately, until he was in the hospital when he had his heart attack. Like at one point I came in just as like with my sister behind me, and like it was his gown was kind of pulled up, and I went, whoop, and I turned around and was like, why don't you go stand out in the other room for a second? And
gotcha.
She kind of went, okay. And then I went in and pulled the hospital gown over. I almost said down, but that makes it sound like I stripped him, but no, I pulled it down a little bit. And I think the first time that I ever saw other adult male, it was in the dorms. Like the first time I had to take high school. I mean, we're all like 17, 18, but there was a couple of times that I saw that. But I just remember we had in my dorm the RA, the year I met Rodan, his name was AJ, and he was a volleyball player, and he loved being naked and just walking around the bathroom. And he was very much of the where he wanted to stand, like the proverbial with the towel wrapped around his, like holding onto the towel around his neck, and just standing there. Where I know there were a couple of times where he was like stretching out a hamstring by putting his foot on the sink and standing there having a conversation.
Oh no!
Wait, didn't he eventually go to work in whatchamacallit? And where you get the young people to sign up. What's
in admissions? He might have.
Yeah,
he might have. But I would
was
have
he
gladly...
naked in admissions with a towel?
No, but I'm realizing that I missed a big opportunity to see him naked because he was attractive.
Oh yeah, no, I would have gladly admitted him, if you know what I mean. He was very, very cute. He was the short, stocky volleyball player. Hello, like check. If his last name was Gonzalez, I would have been married to him by now.
He had soccer player calves. You'd been all about it.
The guy who had soccer player, his name was Jad, J-A-D, and he was 2 years. He came in the same year that I think that Rodan came in, and he was very cute. But he used to wear Umbros. He had a pair of yellow Umbros that he used to wear all the time, and he had those big, thick calf muscles that I just wanted to like take a bite out of, like a baby tiger that just like wanted to play with it. They were awesome.
I don't remember the name, but I remember the yellow Umbros and the calves because Taylor used to talk about them all the fucking time.
Mm-hmm.
Rodan, when we were up at Lollipops College in North Carolina, we were driving over the picturesque fall. It's fall. It's football season. We're driving over the campus, getting ready to park and go in to watch her cheer. And all of a sudden, Taylor's like, "Stop the car!" And I'm like, "Oh God!" I stopped the car. And I'm thinking it's a deer. We're in nature. And he's like, "Back up!" And I'm like, backing up. And he's like, "There are college boys practicing soccer."
Taylor had especially wet pants for the soccer players at Eckerd.
Keith Bertani.
He was like, they're all over 18. They're all over 18.
Yeah. There was a guy in college, Keith Bertani, who that's the one that the night before he graduated, he was in all the same classes as me, and he was super, super nice. And I always thought, he's like the stereotypical jock that wasn't going to like the gay guy, but he was always really nice to me in class. And we were all at a party, and I thanked him for always being very cool to me. And he went, "Yeah, no problem." And I turned around, and he slapped me on the ass so hard that it left a handprint.
Mm-hmm.
and I may have came, because it was very much a thing where I'm like, this is, to which I remember like a friend the next day, not Rodan, because this also sounds like something Rodan, but a friend of mine said, you should have offered to go and suck his dick. He probably would have been okay with it because he was just drunk enough.
Well, missed opportunity.
I have very few regrets in my life, but I feel as though not blowing Keith Bertaney the night before graduation is probably one of them. And I also get that there's a chance out there in the universe, somebody that works with Keith Bertaney just went, huh? And they're going to go, they're going to play this for Keith. Would have been the best blowjob of your life back in 1995. Just saying.
Give him a call, Keith. It's not too late.
I can unhinge my jaw. Granted, it's usually for slices of pizza, but I can still unhinge my jaw.
He's like a ball python where he can eat a whole deer in
Yeah.
one moment.
That's how he eats chicken bog.
Yes. Yes. I just
To
lift
be-
up
I-
the pot.
We understand that. We understand the chicken bog. Just dump it in. Just
So I received a text message a moment ago. I received 2 text messages, actually, one of which said, I would like for you to read this on the air.
From whom?
So it is from Walt.
Is it a ransom request?
It is from Walt Curley,
Oh.
long time listener, Walt Curley, who says, you're probably on air. I got drunk for the first time in 2021, and I can't figure out how to find all y'all. PIMC Taylor, you are a superhero. I would make sweet love to you if I had a Cuban death wish. I'd also make sweet love to Babalu if I had a psychotic psycho death wish, not hating, just using 580 or whatever episodes as evidence, if it was possible. Miss you, dumbass, sweet baby whores. Please read this on the air if possible.
Aw, Walt.
Thank you.
Somehow I feel that sweet baby whore is a term of endearment that he would like say to his mother or say to like a long lost friend. So I'm going to take that as a compliment.
Teffy, I need to pause you for a second. And what I spy behind you, is that wrapped Christmas presents as of July 25th?
Actually, that's wrapped Christmas presents as of the first week of June. And yes, it is.
Girl.
You know who I am about as Enneagram 1 as it gets on some of these things? That's one of them. In this house, okay, we didn't talk about this. Oh, did we talk about the fact that Taylor ruined Christmas already?
No, we haven't talked about that.
Oh,
and
well.
technically, I did not ruin Christmas. You ruined
Yes, he
Christmas.
did. No, he ruined Christmas, and let me tell you why. Because I learned long ago with my daughters that I would not buy them something in like June, July, or August because their tastes changed, or they would be in Target when they could drive and they would buy it for themselves or wherever, especially Victoria's Secret type things. They would be like, look, I got a new pair of leggings, and I would have had the same ones wrapped in my bedroom. I never in a million years thought that I would go through that with this one, except they're over at the house a few weeks ago, and he's like, oh my gosh, I saw the cutest thing. A Pottery Barn ad came across my phone, and it was a brass pug door knocker. And literally, Tank looks at me like, you've got to be kidding me. It's in my house. It's wrapped. I'm just like, I'm going to kill him. I cannot believe he. So I literally just walked. I walked in the bedroom. I ripped the box open and just handed it to him. Like, here, damn thing.
Right, but I didn't ask for that. I would have never. I mentioned it in passing. It wasn't like, and I'm ordering it this week. It was just we saw this really cute thing. I was never going to order that. I just thought it was cute.
You have it either way. But yes, those are Christmas gifts that are wrapped. Yes, you're correct.
Okay, so I did not mean to tangent us off on that. I just noticed the Christmas presents. I was like, what the fuck?
It's true.
Because they're very Christmas wrapped. So it's like no other, I know you would not have done that for a birthday.
Wrapped in Christmas paper?
Right. Because even from this distance, you can tell it's Christmas paper.
It's red plaid with wire ribbon.
Right.
Yeah. No, I would never wrap unless your birthday was July 25th and we were having a, your birthday. Yes, I see, Greg. That's exactly it. Thank you for posting a picture of it. Unless your birthday was like July 25th and you were doing like a shtick, so you didn't have a Christmas birthday, and then I might be a part of that. But no, I would never use Christmas paper.
Did you get him 2 for both pugs?
No,
if he had 2 doors, I would have. And we actually talked about that. Because Tank was like, imagine if he had 2 doors and had a knocker on each one. And then, of course, that became the joke.
We have 2 doors, but you couldn't put knockers on them because the windows are half the door.
Yeah.
You
He
can
has
like see totally into the house. It's a big window into the front of the house.
Oh, I would frost that immediately. I would not like
Yeah,
people walking.
we bought the frosting paper. We're deciding whether we're gonna do that or the spray.
Yeah.
I'm saving it for when we get a new door. Our door is just old and the frame is it's starting to get like rotted and stuff. So I just figure, you know what? Let's get a new door and then I will save it for that. But it looks lovely in its box.
It's one of those things where it came like in a box, in a bag, in a quilt. It really was. It was wrapped like 16 different ways a Sunday. I don't know if it's going to be a loud knocker or not, but it's cute.
Well, if I need a loud knocker, I'll just have you strapped to my door.
I'll just motorboat the door.
Have a ride the banana boat. Oh my God, we watched Barb and Star in Vista Del Mar.
How is it?
Oh my God, it is the stupidest, ridiculous movie in the world, but it is so fucking funny.
It's on Hulu, right? Isn't it on Hulu
now?
now?
On Hulu now for free, and it is worth the time to watch it. It's just you have to check your brain at the door and just go with it, and it's so funny.
Okay.
Yeah.
Someone
no,
just said it's awful.
But I think that's the point. I think it's supposed to be awful.
Okay.
No, at some point, Darwin turns to me and goes, "Well, Bridesmaids was better." And I said, "Well, yeah, it was, but this is fun."
Yeah,
So-
you don't need to think at all.
Yeah, and Jamie Dornan is shirtless every chance he gets, and he just goes for it in a way that I did not expect. So that was really fun.
Okay.
Jamie Dornan.
The guy that was
The
in
guy
50 Shades of Grey.
Oh. Yeah, he's not for me personally. I like my men to be a little more
Thick.
Thank you.
C's.
Thixies.
Fixies.
I'm talking to one who's thixies.
So, well, speaking of Fixies men, we watched the Masters of the Universe, the whole Masters
Oh,
of the Universe series.
I finished episode 4. I just started episode 5 before I started cooking dinner today.
Okay.
I'm in love with that show.
It's fun. It's definitely I appreciate the storyline.
Oh, you don't like that it's like He-Man less.
No,
It's
I
mostly-
know because of course, anytime that they're going to focus
A
on
lesbian
female
TV show.
characters, yeah, that it's a lesbian like toy show from the 80s. Yes, no, I'm here for that. I guess just I like the storyline. The dialogue is so stilted and so wooden.
They said that's on purpose.
I
mimic the 80s show.
I get that it's supposed to be like that, but if they're going to up the level of like gore and some of the storylines and things like that, I feel like they could have toned down the dialogue. Oh yeah, no, there's all sorts of like blood and things like that. It's
Isn't it like a kid's cartoon?
No, it's very much like the other like anime-ish shows that have been on, like Castlevania or Dota, and the Zeus show that they had. They're all very like adult animation, like serious adult animation, action animation.
So, Daniel has been sending me requests via the chat room to try to explain to Walt how to get in to listen to the stream. And Walt has just been sending me messages going, "Girl, I'm too drunk. Bitch, I can't figure this out." So if by some chance Walt alerts me that he is in fact in the stream, we will definitely let everybody know.
Perhaps have Daniel message Walt.
I think Daniel did message Walt via Facebook Messenger.
Okay.
But I'm also trying to keep the wheels on this wagon, so I can't necessarily be texting and
No, I know.
talking and looking at the chat room. But if not, he'll listen to it later. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Hey, and Joe fixed your audio. It sounds a little bit louder.
Oh, good. Thank you. Walt just wrote, "I love you." No point of
good.
reference. No, just,
Walt,
he just
we
loves
love
me,
you.
so yes, love you.
You're about 5 seconds away from a dick pic. I could be wrong. I'm just saying.
It's
maybe.
going to be one of his videos where he's planking when he does the videos on Instagram. But he puts the camera like right towards his face. You can see like under him, and he's going to write, "This could be you, but you messing around," or whatever.
Yeah, he's planking it. Somehow he can take his arms and lift them up because just his dick is holding him up.
Right, just the tripod, Walt Curley,
Just
human
the-
tripod. So Rodan, you had visitors this weekend.
We did. So after we taped, oh my God, last night or Friday night into Saturday morning, we had Darwin's brother came to join us late Saturday afternoon so we could go to dinner and then spend the night. So that means from when I woke up at about 9:30 Central till when they got here like 4 Central, we were putting the finishing touches on the first floor. So now the first floor looks livable, which is amazing, I'm thankful for that. Although I was hella stressed all day about that. And so we managed to get that done. Darwin did a great job getting the first floor ready. And so we went to dinner with Darwin's brother, and they are nerds of a feather. But
for people who didn't listen, this is the first Darwin
Yes.
family member you've met, correct?
Yep, this is first Darwin family member that I've met, and I made a double for the show, and it hit me really hard. So I apologize if I cannot enunciate.
Yeah. You know what helps
So-
with that? Taking a little bit of a step back from your microphone.
You told me to talk into the microphone.
No, we told Taffy to talk into the microphone because Taffy started the show back here like this, whereas now you're talking like this.
You're both pretty. So finish your story, Rodan. We can't edit this out.
You know, right?
Weirdos.
So they came over. We went to dinner. It was very lovely. We chatted. We played Mario Kart this morning. So that was fun. So it was nice. And then as soon as they left, Darwin passed out and took a nap. So I watched Masters of the Universe while he was sleeping. So yeah.
And, well, I don't know anything about that. I mean, I know what Masters of the Universe are. I know I've seen like the toys of He-Man and stuff like that. And isn't there one that's like a panther or a tiger or a cat or something? Huh?
Panther and Cringer.
Cringer, who turns into Battle Cat.
Okay.
Battle Cat. Cringer turns into Battle Cat, which I had Battle Cat growing up. I had Battle Cat, He-Man, Skeletor.
You were a rich kid, huh?
Teeler. I was not rich. That was just the one thing that I focused, that was the one toy that I wanted. I had Castle Grayskull. And I had...
Only rich kids had Castle Grayskull. Don't...
I was not a rich kid. We were blue collar.
I spent my summers at the shore before I went to my private school.
Okay,
You can say whatever the fuck you want.
One, I didn't spend my summers. We had 2 weeks at the shore. 2...
2 weeks at the shore.
2, my father worked very hard to make sure that there was always back to school clothes, Christmas presents, and 2 weeks at the Jersey Shore.
Okay, well, just because you are wealthy doesn't mean your parents don't work hard. No one's saying
we weren't wealthy. We weren't wealthy. We weren't wealthy. My father was working class. Before my father went and became a captain of industry in the company known as Buick and GMC. He worked on a dredge and he worked on a tugboat, and he was very much of where there were times where he got laid off and there was all that kind of stuff. But he always made sure that, his little gay son had half naked boy dolls to play with. And Castle Grayskull, because they all needed a house they could accessorize.
Okay, I was just getting ready to say, is Castle Grayskull like a Barbie dream house, but that's
Pretty
like
much.
all rocks and everything?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but it looked like if we give Ball Gag Greg about 30 seconds, I'm sure he will post a picture. And there it is, literally within me saying it is when it came out. So that's
super cool.
That looks like a Lego one. That's not a.
I think it's
that's
just
not the
an
original toy.
artistic rendering of the original, because they remade it, right? I mean, so you can buy it now.
You know that some teenage boy had this castle and got his sisters like Darcy dolls and Skipper, and there was one in a dungeon at some point. Absolutely, there has been a Barbie in a dungeon in some sort
in a
of
latex suit.
where they
wrapped a balloon around her.
I was gonna say they put the balloon. They put a balloon around her. Every girl did that to make a skin tight dress. They put the balloon on her. So yep.
Yeah. So I had an interesting Friday though, because on Friday I had to tape a promotional video for work.
Okay.
And so it was supposed to be 15 minutes of me just saying a few lines, and that was it. And then, Drunk Walt's in.
Walton.
Yes.
He's in. More than
That's
just
the
tip.
original.
He's in.
That's the original Inside of Castle Grayskull.
Yeah.
Nice.
Thank you. So 15 minutes of you talking.
Supposed to be 15 minutes. 2 hours later. So
That's because we've all heard you tell a story. We know how your 15 minutes becomes.
I know, right? So the lady before me, she was like, I don't need to write a script. I've got this. No big deal, right? 2 weeks ahead of time. I'm like, oh my, and I'm freaking out 2 weeks ahead of time. And so I start like writing my script, back then, and then promptly forget about it after I start writing my script. And then, so I come in waiting for my turn to tape, and she is still walking through the lines and repeating like every syllable back to the director.
Oh.
And so it was a very, she was doing the last little bit of scripting, which was like 10 lines.
Was
and
it very astrophysicist?
It was very much
astrophysicist.
Is it astro or astro? It was that level of. So I'm just like sitting there like, oh shit, and like I'm getting more and more nervous. And so then they also they filmed her video like upstairs, and they were going to do my video at a different place. And so they like rearrange everything, and it takes a half hour for them to rearrange. So I'm already an hour and a half late to start this. And they're telling everybody else, like the videos after me, that, hey, it's going to be tomorrow, because they're expecting me to go as long as she did. I was done in 20 minutes.
That's because you're a professional podcaster, for Christ's sake.
I know, right? I was excited, and I do voiceover for
on behalf of Taffy and I. You're welcome, because we've trained you over 13 years.
Right? Yeah.
Wasn't he also the voice of Nordstrom though at one point?
So, I definitely was some phone voice stuff. So yeah, so I've done a bunch of things like that in the past, and so I just kind of leaned into that, and I read the script they had for me in about 10 minutes, and then they do an interview portion, and they had me do a bunch of different line readings or repeated my stories, and then I went away, right? And so I left. I was done in like 25-30 minutes, and then the CMO later that evening texted me, and she goes, "You were amazing."
Aw.
So much.
That's awesome.
Again, professional.
I know, right? I was very excited. Oh yeah.
So now, did they do the close up on you while you were crying as you were unbuttoning your shirt
for my OnlyFans,
where you were Coco from Fame?
They like, you've got a great laugh. And so they would like want me to say all my line readings with a laugh in front of it. I'm like, that's not how it works. I laugh after. But
we've had many listeners say they love Rodan's laugh, and that your laugh should be like a ringtone back when they had ringtones. Does anybody have custom ringtones anymore?
I think you can still make them. So now the wash of panic hit me this morning, where I'm like, holy shit, the script I read was for like consumer promotional. Like, sure. I read this was supposed to be an internal video only, and then it hit me this morning that the script I read was like outward. I'm like, okay. Holy shit, no, it's not okay.
Why is that not okay?
Because I think it could be the merging of worlds.
Oh
well.
So yeah, we will see. If suddenly I'm like, I can't be on the podcast anymore. I need to eliminate. I need to kill Rodan. That's why.
Oh, jeez.
Well, I mean, I had to do a promotional video for work too, and I had the same thoughts, and everything is, it's fine. It'll be fine.
Taylor's promotional video, beautiful.
Yes, you sent us a still of it, and it is amazing.
Oh, I actually sent the link to it too, but I'm glad that you watched that.
Yeah.
I did watch it back like a year ago. It was a year ago, right?
It was about a year ago. So, because I still had dark hair. I still had my dark hair. So then I was looking at that like, wow, that's kind of thick. But
you still had dark hair, and he still had about 20 pounds because you look much thinner in this video.
Well,
that I'm looking.
Thank you very much.
I mean that with love.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Drunk Walt says she's sexy as fuck. Just so you know, so you're aware.
Thank you, Drunk Walt.
Mostly when Bear Jesus gets on all fours, but whatever.
Where's that promotional video?
That promotional video is at the anti-Vera Charles tier at over at Afterthought Media.
Yeah, how do we make that tier? Do we know?
That you need to talk to the head of Afterthought Media as to how you get to sign up for the anti-Vera Charles.
Apparently, there's going to be a makeout session between Daniel and Joe Batanz and Taylor, but only for that tier. So I'm like, I'm frantically writes down anti-Vera tier questions.
This is why you should. This is why you should have Apple Pay set up at all times, because with just the click of a button, you too can watch a nauseating sex tape between 3 podcasters. So, Taffy, what's going on with you since?
What's going on with me? Since, why did someone send me a picture of their nose?
That's my nose.
Oh,
hey.
Oh my God!
Joe Batanz taking pictures and posting them.
No,
do not do that, Joe Batanz.
No, because
we find no humor in that. So.
Taylor looks around. Taylor literally looks around to see if there's like spy cams in his room.
I know.
I think that's a picture. That's an earlier in the daytime picture because there's sun behind you.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, it's fine.
Apparently, you put the erection in resurrection.
Taylor hates it when I call him Bear Jesus because it's blasphemous.
Yeah, that's why. That's why I hate it.
You know what? Somebody has to take one for the team, and you being Bear Jesus is that's your cross to bear.
God. So
what did I do? Well, I took over something which shocks. It boggles the mind. I arrived at a celebration of life. Okay, Rodan, you tell me what you would have done. I was told to be at a celebration of life because I was one of the people that was going to be helping set up for it.
Right.
I was told to be there between 2:30 and 3. The celebration of life starts at 4, but that's when we could get into the venue to set up tables, chairs, and have all the trays put out. Yeah. I arrived at 2:30 because I was told I could be there between 2:30 and 3. I was the first person there, and I waited until 10 till 3, and no one was there yet. So now I'm like, okay, then I'm going to set up the tables. Because the DJ is setting up his stuff, and there's they had an open bar, and they were setting up, and I'm the only person who doesn't work in this venue. And I'm like, okay, where's your tables and chairs then? And I'm going to need somebody from the staff to help me set up. I got set up 30 10 tops and all of the chairs by the time the next person got there to help do anything. And it was one of those things where I was kind of like, I didn't want to be mad because I was there with a giving heart, and I wanted to make it a really nice event for the person who had passed away. But I'm just like, seriously? Y'all, there's supposed to be 12 of us doing this, and I am here. So then they all got there, and we were supposed to have 30 trays of food. They had been assigned to people what they were going to bring, and there was one tray that arrived put together, and the rest of it was all bags of cheese cubes and bags of strawberries and all stuff that had to be prepared. And at one point I said, put everything in the refrigerator. I want you, and you, everybody else get out. And in literally 5 minutes, we had all the trays done. But it was one of those things where I was so angry I was angry about the whole thing. Plus I was still tired because I had not slept since our show. Mm-hmm. And I went into full Taffy mom mode where I was like, get out. I have now taken over. So of course, and in all of this, I'm Snapchatting him doing the whole, this is what is going on. I'm going to kill everyone. So then I was actually down not far from Taylor until around 6 or 7. So I didn't actually get to sleep until last night around 9:30, which was fine.
So now, wasn't there a person who was supposed to be coordinating all of this, and you are the one who sent them a thing a couple of weeks ago and said, do you need anything? And then she wanted you to basically say, oh yeah, so if you could bring, appetizers for 200, that would be great. And you were like, no, I will help, but okay.
Yes, was the exact same person.
Were there words between you and this person at some point?
She was one of the first people I kicked out of the kitchen, where I was just like, no, I don't need you in here. So you can pretend like you're in charge of all this, but since she arrived at 3:40 and it started at 4, and she arrived with all this stuff, kind of one of those of, well, I just went and got, all the stuff, and I'm walking in with the Publix bags.
Yeah.
But yet you've been, no, we're not going to play that game. So it was, and again, I wanted to be there with a happy heart, but I didn't have the happy heart directed towards her or a couple of the other people that were supposed to be there an hour beforehand. But by the time that the family got there, everything was exactly how it should have been, and that was all that mattered.
All right.
So, yeah. So I was doing all of that, and I did have one moment that was very funny. I have known this person since she was 13, and I was 19 when I met her. And I never thought about the fact that all of the people who had been there, most of them have known her since she was in grade school and high school. And I come walking out of the bathroom and someone comes up to me and they went, "Are you Miss Carlisle?" And I went, "Yes, I was." And they're like, "You taught us marching maneuvering at our high school." And I was like, "Oh," but they're like, 47. I was like, "Oh my God." They were all sophomores and they were all sitting there because they had been friends of the family when she was in school. And they're like, "Oh my God, we remember when you were blah, 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 blah." And I was like, "Oh dear God, now I have to be not only a grown up, but an actual grown up." So that was fun. And I saw some people who knew my ex-fiance, which was not as fun, but that's okay. So
no, that's fine.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
Update from Walt.
Oh, yes.
That message is, "I think Daniel helped me enter you like the Disney dream helps to enter the port."
So what's referring is that his
wide
dick
berth.
is big, right? And that he has a wide berth, exactly where I was going. Well,
okay.
Did there have to be some sort of like a little tug beside him? Daniel was the tugboat.
Yeah, Daniel was the tug. Helping the Disney dream dock into Port Taylor. Walt's dream into Port Taylor.
What kind of horn blows? That's what I want to know. What is your horn sound like?
I'm assuming the Imperial March.
Well, okay.
Is that the Imperial March? Was that did I do the right one?
That is that is the Imperial March, isn't it? The Darth Vader theme. So, like she gets points for that. The three men in her life talk about Star Wars constantly, but I know a song from 40 years ago. Look at me. I'm a nerd. No, you're just an asshole with glasses.
What about you, Taylor? What have you been up to?
Listening to shows. We watched Masters of the Universe, like I said today. Babalu is very deep into Skyward Sword, and we had pizza tonight for dinner. That's pretty much it. And I've just been stressed out since I found out about the thing about the track. So that's been So I've been riding the anxiety train all day today, but it's fine. It's fine because I am learning to what? Respond, not react.
Now, how many times when he says respond, not react to Babalu, does Babalu want to punch him in the face?
I'm assuming every time.
I'm assuming every time. Because I got news for you.
And a right.
I can just imagine him coming into the house, seeing whatever, circa 1974 Hallmark ornament collection that Babalu has bought, and him going, "I'm going to choose to just reply and not react." And then in slow motion, the box that has the Hallmark logo comes spinning by and smacks.
But if he was responding and not reacting, he would just take the box and then throw it away.
No, I wouldn't do that.
That would be a reaction because he saves the boxes.
Yes. That's the important part of that story is that we save the boxes.
I went to a restaurant tonight called Prohibition Junction, where they had peanut butter and jelly chicken wings, which sounds disgusting, but they were blackberry bourbon mash rolled in Thai peanut sauce and then deep fried. They were really good. They actually were very good. And we even commented that we thought you might actually like them because, again, all of our food choices are based on whether or not you would like them, so we can invite you to the restaurant. And we had boudin balls, which were fine. And then they had Cuban egg rolls that they hand make there. They were really, really good.
So what's in a Cuban egg roll? Is it like ham and roast pork and mustard?
Pickle and mustard. And then they had like a mayonnaise-y mustard type dip, whatever you're going to say about a Cuban hand roll or Cuban egg roll.
That actually sounds really good.
It was really good. And we ordered just a bunch of appetizers so we could try everything.
Excellent.
Why does Florida put jam on savory foods? Because they're
Because
delicious.
Florida.
It's delicious.
I mean, if they were in Texas, it would be like have to deep fry them as well, not just like pan fry them.
Well, I'm sorry, but a good blackberry bourbon mash, I'm down. And they make their mashed potatoes with bourbon cream. Yes. Yeah, the food was just very odd. Though Donna Sturgis, it's called, I think, Prohibition Junction, maybe. I don't know what it's called. I think that's what it's called.
Mm-hmm.
But it was very, very good. They had some very interesting drinks and interesting food. Apparently not as strong as the double that Rodan has made for himself.
Oh, there have been a couple of times Rodan has left this plane of existence while we're talking. I've watched him just completely where the eyes have just completely glazed over, and he's just thinking, I can't wait to watch that last Masters of the Universe episode.
His face is very red, which normally that's
always very red.
No, when you drink, your face gets a particular. Yes, you get a particular shade of raspberry zing that is enjoyable. and if there was a way you could hug both Taffy and myself right now, you would. Because that's when you get very much of the.
My tolerance has gone down significantly, so making a double was definitely a poor choice.
That's because you don't have a stomach anymore.
I know.
You self-care, but no, you definitely get super handsy and fun. Not handsy in a gross way, but very much where you're like bear hugging everybody. Yeah. I love that. But Rodan hugs are the best anyways. That's because when Taylor hugs you, he literally hugs you with the look of a disdain where he's just like, okay, just hug. And then he's very David Rose.
So like, you, David, yeah.
Yeah, very David Rose when he hugs you. Like, physical touch bothers me. Don't touch me. Like, Rodan, seriously, Babalu will be sitting beside him on the couch, and he'll put his hand on him, and he'll go, no. But then 4 seconds later, Taylor will take his hand and put his hand against Babalu's face and push him, and he's like, no, I own you. It's mine. Love language is very strange. He cannot respond or
I'm not trying to defend myself. I do that. I say that, or sometimes I'll like come up behind him and slap him on the ass like really hard, and I'll turn around and I'll go property, and that's all I say, and I just keep walking.
Darwin's love language is apparently wet willies because he's always constantly trying to like put his wet finger in my ear.
I believe there is one in Chicago. I believe that is true. Someone just asked if
there's a wet willy in Chicago.
I was responding to Donna Sugars. Donna Sugars cannot be put on hold.
Contained.
Okay,
yeah,
but we
she needs to be addressed immediately.
But
Donna
years
Sugars
from now,
back.
people won't understand where you suddenly go, I think there's one in Chicago. You have to explain.
I was getting ready. I was explaining, but you interrupted me. That's never happened before. I understand.
Yes.
But yes, Donna Sugars.
Now you know what it's like. Newsflash. This is every story I've ever told.
But sometimes we have delays and I don't think I'm over talking you. And then when it's played back, I am. Sometimes I genuinely just have a delay. I'm delayed.
Yes, no, yeah, you've always have a delay. That is always the case.
So do you not like wet willies? Hold on, we're going to go back to that.
No.
He's very playful. And so he's always like, I thought that was his way of flirting, but then he doesn't want to get fucked afterwards. So
wants to give you a wet willy in his ass? I'm just confused.
I like how Taylor looked at me like we're like PG-13 or something.
No, but okay, so if he gives you a wet willy, that's a signal to say no. I don't want to get fucked.
Well,
in the
I
ass,
was thinking that was his way of flirting and saying that he was ready for sexy time, and that apparently is not the case.
Not when you're walking through the local cash and carry.
I mean, what's wrong with that?
Sometimes the moment just takes you. just like Rodan takes him in the produce aisle, knocking over limes and grapefruits everywhere. Who are we kidding? They don't have citrus fruit in Alabama.
Everything's got Alabama white on it, including Darwin.
I was going to say, and as of right now, including Darwin, across his chest. Do we all have songs?
I love Alabama white sauce.
I do have my song.
Rodan,
you told us no songs.
No songs for the overnight show.
You told us no songs for Pride 48 weekend.
I don't think so. But
Yes.
This is a regular episode. It just is special.
No, you said that no songs because we didn't want to have copyright infringement issues.
We're not going to play the
And
songs.
what's
We
the
can
difference
say the
between
names of the
Tonight
songs.
And
I can
whatchamacallit?
say the words Purple Rain. It's not going to shut down Pride 48. Purple Rain is
So
not my
that
song.
means-
Said no songs.
Does that mean we're not choosing a song because someone isn't
I can
prepared?
pick a song
Okay.
because I had to pick a walk-in song for the stupid video.
Yeah, explain that to me. You had to pick a song where you like walked in slow motion?
No. So like, like if I were like a baseball player or like coming out to the plate,
You know what a walk-in song is.
right? Like a walk-in song. And so I had to pick one. And so I picked so we're just going to go into this. Do you want to start music
No, go
or
ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So
I'm not clicking on anything. I am holding on by a string right now. So just say your fucking song so that I can go on to Taffy.
It's on a time frame, remember?
Jesus Christ. We have 7 minutes left. 6 minutes and 53 seconds.
Make him wait one more minute. Make him wait one more minute.
Oh wait, no, my recording time is different than our actual leftover time. So I'm
Right.
just gonna keep, hamming it up. So
Taylor said,
so
"Go to
they asked me
explode."
my walk-in song, and I'm like, well, my friends told me I should say the Muppet Show theme song. I said, but that doesn't sound appropriate. So I'm gonna go with "Can't Stop the Music" from Trolls from Justin Timberlake.
That's a great song. I already picked that song for this list.
Have you?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, really? Damn it!
Yes, really.
What?
All right. Do you want one of us to go and
Go
then
first.
you can come
I'm
up with
gonna
the second
think.
one? All right. Taylor, do you want to go?
No, you go. I always go last because when I want to go first, then that turns into a problem. So what's your song?
No, you always go last, so that's why you're in a power position. Mm-hmm.
Much like lovemaking.
He's the power bottom.
No, I think we all have this long established. I don't go last, unfortunately, in lovemaking.
All right. I have my song.
Great.
The song that I chose is a Madonna song. It's the only Madonna song that I chose on my list, but there is one, and it is the song "Live to Tell." It is my favorite Madonna song.
Okay.
Oh, that's such a good song.
It
That
is.
a good
It
song.
really is because it's also great because she doesn't go "yeah" in the middle of it. So that also makes it a great song. So that is my song for this week. My one and only Madonna song.
Okay. I only have one Madonna song, but it's further down the list. So "Live to Tell" is
Okay.
one of those that I forget about. Because
But
you're
it's
so
so
used
good.
You're so used to like dance songs. Oh no, I agree. It is a great song. It is a great song, but I just haven't.
Oh, no, I want a Madonna song that I can't remember the name of. Oh, I do. Okay. I'm going to do a Madonna song too.
You're
Trying
gonna
to
do a
copy.
Madonna song?
Yeah. I'll Remember. Is that the right name?
That is also been on the playlist. That was early on in the playlist.
Is it really?
Maybe you should send him a list of the songs that have been chosen.
No, I normally look ahead of time, but because we said no songs on Pride 48 weekend,
We really
I did not pick a song for this weekend.
Maybe it's been on. Hold on, God. When we sign, see the worst part is though, what'll happen is I'll tell Joe to hang up from the Zencaster later on, and he'll say he did, but he won't, and then he'll get to listen, and there'll be a recording of me just screaming at you for like 10 minutes after we hang up. Okay, you have
You know what?
not picked that. So
I
if
was
you
gonna
want to
Okay,
pick,
so I'm gonna go with that.
okay, I'll remember.
Ooh, I
All
could have done I'm Ready from anyways. Go ahead.
No, you
I'll remember.
will you?
The show.
No, I won't.
You won't remember this show tomorrow morning. What time are we taping?
Our shows when I'm sober. What are you talking about?
Yes. Oh God. Oh Jesus. Okay.
All right. Taylor.
So I switched my songs. I figured out that I could move the song that I was going to pick last week and move it to this week. This is another one of my Taylor looks out the window when he's having a moment, preferably on a rainy day, mid 80s. It's as close to a Torch song I think as you could get in the 80s, and it is the Motels' "Only the Lonely."
Oh, nice.
Such a good song. Such a good song.
Such a good song. Such a great video. Such a great video
We
because everybody about each other's drinks. Okay, we can't sing because no songs Pride 48 weekend.
But that is a great song. So well done.
Thank you. That is one of my absolute favorite 80 songs with the sax solo in the middle, and everything about it is one that I definitely I will have a moment for myself. I will lip sync that entire thing wherever I am. So,
which means in 3 days, one of us will get a text message from Kaylin going, "Oh my God, why did you ever tell me about this song?" This is so good."
I love that. I love that we teach the children. Where Kaylin will occasionally say things like, "Did you know Prince did an album called Purple Rain that was really, really good?" Like he'll send things like that to us.
It's good that he doesn't live closer to us, because that's where you and I would just get in the car, say nothing else, drive to his house. When he opens up, just take a white glove and smack him across the face, a white Mickey Mouse glove, and then get back to the car.
I hit Darwin with a tortilla this weekend. Across his face.
Way to bury the lead, Rodan. Why? On purpose?
He was making fun of me for something, and like it was very offensive. And I had a quesadilla, but it had nothing but tortilla was left, and so it was like just a big quarter of the steak quesadilla was just tortilla. And so he said something to me, and I smacked him across the face with the tortilla. I didn't mean to hit him. I didn't realize it was so far away.
Oh my God!
It was the funniest thing because he just looked at me.
Well,
I said, "You've offended me," and I went boom across his face with a tortilla. Oh my God, that's amazing.
You're gonna have to do a therapy session with Darwin. I have the feeling it's
Oh, I know, right? No, he hit me the other day when he was trying to say something, and he was and he apologized profusely. So this was karmic retribution, but still.
Lord.
Okay, I don't know where to go from that, but
we just need to have a gif of someone where a flour tortilla is slap someone in the face.
I know, right?
Followed by a scoop of refried beans or something to just bring it home. All right. Well,
we're down.
Are
to
we
the
ready
last
to close the show?
My penis, but whatever.
Wait, what?
What? Huh?
What did you just say about your penis?
What you talking
I'm positive you did just say something about your penis. It's a matter of time before Rodan stands up and he's pantless. So you know that.
No.
I like that. No, but then he makes a face like maybe.
Maybe.
Could be. Wow.
So, all right. Well, we're down to the last little bit of time. So, does anybody?
As the last show, we should thank everyone for participating. Even though I know there's a close. But
there's
still,
a closing show.
Yes,
but let's be honest, they came here for us. I mean,
Avi.
Well, they came for us, but they've left in droves over the course of the last hour.
I mean, they came for us and then took a nap.
Right.
They're staying for the closing show, but we still can take the opportunity to thank everyone in the chat room.
Yes.
And everyone who has been sending us messages the whole time we've been recording.
Yes.
Brady.
And thank you very much to Daniel and Adam for just putting together this weekend. It's been a lot of success and a lot of fun, and we're thrilled that we still get to be a part of the Pride 48 family, and it's just wonderful. It's just wonderful.
And now Walt's trying to suck up, saying that we're all sexy.
We are all the Republic.
But Taylor's the sexiest. His Port Canaveral covered in mac and cheese.
His Port Canaveral is covered in mac and cheese.
On the regular.
Yep. Got a whop.
Oh, no.
What did you call me?
You got a whop.
All right. Well, all right. So we're going to go.
Wet ass
everybody.
mac and cheese.
Thank you all for listening to this episode. Please stay tuned for the closing show. This is Taylor.
And Rodan.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Thank you for listening to Pod is My Co-Pilot. Visit our blog at podismycopilot.com. You can email us at podismycopilot@gmail.com. Call the co-pilots at 727-490-8497. Leave us a message and we'll respond on the show. Taylor, Taffy, and Rodan can be found on Facebook at Taylor Copilot, Rodan J Copilot, and Taffy Carlisle Huffington. You can also check us out on Facebook at facebook.com/podasmycopilot. Taylor has an Instagram account. It's PIMC Taylor. Taylor and Rodan are both on Twitter. Taylor is at PIMC Taylor, and Rodan is at Rodan PIMC. Pod as My Copilot is a proud member of the Pride 48 network of shows. Learn more at pride48.com.
Greetings from nowhere. Swanner and Judd reviews. Chubbs Gone Wild. Big Gay Sex Show. But first, North and South of Things. BSP Believer Skeptic Podcast. RuPaul's Drag Race Reunion. Gayish. Three's a Crowd. And Pod is My Copilot. We appreciate your patience as the next show prepares to stream.
One whole freaking weekend full of LGBT podcasts right here on Pride 48 live streaming event. My name is Daniel Brewer. I'm joined by Adam Burns as we wrap this puppy up. Adam, what do you have to say about this Pride 48 weekend?
Hello. Yeah, it was fun. It was a lot of fun. There were some technical challenges. You know, it's interesting.
Yes.
And you know, I don't want to belabor anything, and I love everyone, Daniel.
Oh, but this is the part where you start bitching about people that gave you some kind of agita during that. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
It's all fine. First of all, I just
Pride 48 is a supportive community full. We'll help you. These are your own words, Adam. We'll help you.
It's all fine. Like we are a supportive community. And it's fine. It's not like we're broadcasting on CNN or something like that. It's like all the technical challenges are fine. Like the listeners understand, like it's all good. But I just want to say, I don't understand. And I said this, I don't understand how
See, I know what you're about to say.
I tested it and it worked. And then you say, well, have you checked your password? Oh, there's a typo in the password. How did you test it with a typo in the password? Like, I don't understand that. But look, I'm not mad.
No, you
just
at
all.
Spent 5 minutes talking about it. That's all.
I'm not mad at all. But other than that, I will say, it has been. I've listened to so many shows. I did have a couple of chores I had to do around the house, so I had the headphones in, so I wasn't in the chat room 100% of the time.
Yes.
And I can't stay awake as long as Taffy and Taylor and Rodan. Like, there's just it's impossible. But I thought it was a really good weekend, and a couple of times people have said, why don't we do this more often? And we'll talk about this more towards the end, but I'll talk about this more towards the end. But I do want to say, you know, it is something that we could do more often, but what I want to mention is Pride 48 is a free resource for everyone to do live streaming all year long. And so I just want to say to all these shows that had fun, all the chat room people that had fun, you can do this all year long. You don't even need Daniel and I to organize anything. A few of the shows can get together and say, hey, we want to do on a Saturday night, we want to do a crossover event between 2 or 3 of the shows. You can tell all your listeners. We do Mix Minus every Friday night. So what I want to point out, first of all, I'm so glad that everyone has such a good time that they're saying, why don't we do this more often? That's great.
Yes.
But I just want to point out that you can.
You can.
I mean, you can get on the stream.
The stream is available. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It is available as an open and available resource for any LGBT or LGBT friendly podcast. That has always been our stance. That will always be our stance.
How'd you like the weekend? I just wanted to say.
I had a great weekend. I just want to say, I mean, check obviously, email adam@pride48.com if you're interested in streaming on it, because there are a couple of shows that have regular weekend, rather regular slots that they stream at. You can't use those times. You can't
I'm gonna
bump off the award-winning Mix Minus. You can't bump
or
that
the
up.
mix. One thing that's lacking is a schedule, and it's been lacking for a while. I am going to put a schedule back up. I'm not going to give a timeline on that because I don't want to fail.
Right.
But I will put a schedule back up. But yeah, just
I'm curious, just kind of a show in the chat room, if you want to just kind of give me an idea in the chat room, whether any of you enjoyed the simulcasting on YouTube and Twitch. That is something that we can build into the regular stream process, but not in the same way that we did it this weekend. Like, we would not be able to necessarily simulcast the chat room and whatnot. It would be more of an audio only on our Twitch and YouTube. But I don't know if I saw over the weekend that on Saturday we got 60 different views on our YouTube channel. So, but that could be the same person coming in several times. But I never really saw more than 4 or 5 people on YouTube at one time. But I'm just curious if it was a helpful alternative to some of you. These are the kinds of things we want to know as we move into the future. But Adam, let me tell you this. There's a lot of planning that goes in to doing these events. And here's a great example of how this planning can go wrong. We have a document in our shared folder called Kickoff Show Agenda. This is we wanted to make sure that we didn't forget anything in the kickoff show, and so we wrote it down and put it into a document.
This is the closing show now.
No. I realize that. Okay. Someone pointed out to me earlier, it's like, hey, why are you guys not taking donations this year? You never talked about it. And I'm like, yeah, it was on the agenda. We talked about it on the opening show. I know we talked about it because Adam and I put it on the agenda. I just launched that document right now, looking at it here on my screen.
I could swear.
I know. We never talked about why we're not accepting donations. And it's not that
it somewhere.
I know. I think you and I talked about it in pre-show.
Yeah, the pre-show. All the people who showed up for the pre-show,
which was just you and me.
Got it.
Yeah, here's the thing. All right. So it's not that we're not accepting donations. You can always go to pride48.com and click on donate, but here's our thought process. We didn't do a live event this year, and that is typically what we raise money for. The money that we have in the bank usually goes towards offsetting costs for these live events, because the day-to-day streaming cost and things like that are not, not big at all. We can, the normal day-to-day streaming stuff is less than a couple $100 a year. That's nothing. So we, without having a live event this year, just felt like we already had money in the bank from last year's event. So it's like, well, we're kind of good. We don't really need to raise money, where everyone's just coming out of this pandemic. You've already been nickel and dimed to death, as much as from everyone else trying to get money, trying to get back on their feet. It's been a bad year. So it's like, you know what, let's not worry about donations. We got money in the bank. We're good. We can start talking about raising money after the next live event. So I thought we talked about it on the opening show, but apparently we didn't. So I apologize.
So I do want to say this. And last year we did, because again, I guess we didn't talk about it on the opening show. Last year we did donations.
Yes.
And you guys gave Pride 48 money, and then Pride 48 turned around and donated that. And the thing is, I get taxed when we get Pride 48 money. So it's when we get donation for Pride 48. And so it doesn't make sense to do that and then turn around and then donate that to, just basically use Pride 48 as a middleman to get to a charity. So what I had said on the pre-show was, if you were going to donate to Pride 48, why don't you just go ahead and donate directly to one of your favorite LGBTQ plus charities in place of this weekend?
That was just
crazy.
Then
when we do have an event in person that we have to pay money for, we will again ask for help.
Right. All right. So let's talk about the Pride 48 weekend, because that's what we're here to do, to put a big bow on it. We started off the weekend with possibly the biggest train wreck in Pride 48 history, I think. Is this right up there with the Big Fatty Online show, with the technical issues and the technical problems there, teaching us all the valuable lesson of don't listen to the chat room. Don't. If someone says they can't hear you in the chat room and your screen says you're fine, just go with it. You're fine. Everyone can have stream problems, even people that are listening. We followed that up, and I want to say Friday night. Listen to this lineup for what we did on Friday night. Big Fatty Online, Archer Radio, Yeast Radio, RuPaul's Drag Race Recap, the Smellcast, Tastes Like Burning, and then, oh my God, they're still talking. That is a stellar lineup, anywhere in the universe. That was great. It's like all of Friday night was great. Yeast Radio with their inaugural show here on Pride 48. I hope that Madge had a great time, and I hope that Madge comes back next year. And
I can't remember. I feel like she emailed me and said she might be interested in doing it more throughout the year.
Oh, absolutely. That'd be great.
I believe I got an email that said that.
Yeah,
so.
I know from listening to Madge occasionally that she really hates the whole video, but it's so easy to stream live video because there's so many tools for that. So one of the things I think that she really liked about Pride Video is you could just stream audio without having to do the video. So she could, absolutely. She could stream her regular show right here on Pride 48. Absolutely welcome. If you're listening, Madge, absolutely. More than welcome to do that. Let's see. RuPaul's Drag Race Recap. That was
It was fantastic. That was probably the best show.
You guys ran out of time. You went off. You finished it off on the stream
did.
there. The Smellcast. We had some revelations happening in Pickle Hollow on the Smellcast that night. Tastes Like Burning. God love them.
They're really good. I really enjoy their show.
They're all right. And
I haven't seen many photos of them, but they sound sexy.
Well, I mean, there's James and there's the hot one, and they're all right. Then Taffy and Taylor and Rodan doing the all night thing. I had to bail at 4:30. Finally, I just could not keep my eyes open. But yeah, they made it all the way.
Like other than sleeping and needing to pee and poop, they could stream 24 hours a day.
They would.
Well, at least Taffy could.
Yeah. On Saturday, we had a whole nother lineup of people. The Shy Life podcast with the Shy Yeti, Joey After Dark, Ding to Bell, Foul Monkeys, Little Fatty Cast, and the Archer Gangbang. The first part of Saturday went great.
Well, we did have some challenges in the morning. I don't think you were awake yet. Shy Life had some challenges, but we worked through it.
No, but Saturday was just showing what we had, Adam. It was showing what we had. Here we are, 12-year-old enterprise, just firing on all pistons, just banging out the podcast one after the other, just entertaining the masses. And then we had a snafu where some folks didn't show up. And so we had to scramble to play. You know what? But this is the strength of the Pride 48 community, and I cannot say enough nice things about the Pride 48 community. We basically, everyone that was on the Archer Gangbang came back and said, yeah, great.
I mean, I believe that's what we had.
That actually would have been better than the Adam Burns on Endless Loop that we had. But we had all the folks from the Gangbang, Larry Vader, Big Fatty, was Moose on the, no, Jay, I was trying to think, who had no video? It was Blind Guy Jay, had no video. Joe Vitance joined us. Am I missing anyone? Who else was on the Gangbang? Was Faye on the Gangbang? Was Faye on the Gangbang?
I don't know. I wasn't on the Gangbang, so...
Well, yeah, that was it. But then you came in and we filled it up, and then just like the good old, the family that we are, Larry Vader's like, hey, we could probably do another half-hour show. So they jumped in at 5:00 and did a half-hour show, and then you and I and Joe Batance rounded that out. So just thank you to all of you guys that helped make that happen.
Yeah.
I know it's one of those annoying things. You're like, oh, we have to listen to Daniel and Adam again for another 3 hours. So after that, we were right back on track with the Gay Wasteland Frequency. A great show. We had That Darn Elvis, which I don't know what that show's about.
That's my favorite show. I love it.
Oh yeah. You love it when they're Throwing Down, the cooking show there. I thought that it was great. I didn't quite understand through the rules. So did you win or did he win? Who won the cooking? Who won the cooking competition?
It's not. My photos were better. In fact, I didn't even see his photos. I don't know if he took photos.
He may not.
My photos are award-winning.
Award-winning photos on the Throwing Down food show. Cocktails and Cream Puffs was here. No, I mean they had a
it was great. It was great. He didn't remember his password from the day before.
Oh, now we know who you were talking about.
It wasn't just him. There were more than one.
Shady Small Town tea. That was Tiff and Kirk that came and did that for us. A newer show, so I think this is their first Pride 48 event. So thank you guys for being there. The Donna Sugar Show.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Now, do you remember, Adam? Do you remember our old mixers where you had that FX channel and you could make your voice go really deep, or make your voice go really high, and you could echo and stuff, and it was always crap. It's like, it didn't matter. It's like those things they're rickety. They didn't work that well. It turns out that Donna, because she inherited my old mixer, Donna had left the FX channel turned on the music channel. And that's why every time she played music, it was echoing and like flicking all over the place. So that was the Donna Sugar Show. I enjoyed the Donna Sugar Show. And if I could give one piece of advice to Donna Sugars on that show, figure out some way to let the audience know what the words are that the contestants drew, because you guys got excited when they worked the word into a conversation, but we didn't know what the words were, so we couldn't play along. So
Donna must have more Twinkie friends. Now, I don't know that they're Twinkie, but anytime Donna has these guest co-hosts on her show, they sound like they're all twinks.
Right.
And I just imagine Donna walking around with hundreds of twinks around her at all time. I don't know where she gets them from.
As any world famous drag queen would. Anyway, after that was Mix Minus. I felt, they were all right.
Yeah.
Yeah. They'll do in a pinch.
Passable.
Yeah. The Seder Sphere was after that. I think this is Scott's first show since he was in the hospital, right? He did a fantastic job. I know he was a little concerned towards the end. He got frustrated at one point because I stupidly typed like a really long nerdy D&D question, and I was under the impression that Seder was like a DM, but he's not a DM, and so he got frustrated having to read the question. I felt bad. I was like, oh shit, I shouldn't have done that. And then after that was the Donna Sugars Late Night Extravaganza. Adam.
I enjoy those, but I will say this, because I don't know, Donna. Let's just move on.
And then we moved into our final day. Today we had a great lineup. Greetings from Nowhere coming back with all three of them, Christine, Nicole, and TJ this morning. Swanner and Judd reviews, although Judd kind of sounded off to me. Like he didn't sound as awesome as he usually does. I don't know what was wrong. Maybe he had a cold.
I just want to say this. That Swanner guy, how much TV and movies does he must watch?
He is an encyclopedia.
I'm telling you, they must have listed 1,000 shows in that one episode. I don't know how he has the time to watch them all. I really don't know.
Well, don't know. Somehow I feel like we didn't mention John Ong of Dinged Bell, who was also on the gangbang. That's the other person that stuck around.
Yes.
And helped us. Anyway, John Ong also helps out with our training for people and such on the stream, and he's been great with us for the time. So I forgot about John Ong. So click on his affiliate link for that portable bidet. He'll be happy.
He has a great video background. If anyone ever is on a Zoom with him,
you will just it'll be like, damn, I look like crap. It's just like John looks great. All right, so we had great Swanner and Judd reviews, which was actually Swanner and Burlingame reviews this year. Chubb's Gone Wild and the Big Gay Sex Show. I was out mowing the yard, but I was listening. But I was out mowing the yard during those shows.
Me too. We're like the same person.
Oh my God, we're like twinsies. Here's the thing.
To mow the yard today.
Let me ask you about this mowing the yard. I just I'm still playing that damn. Not the zombie game, but the Google Fit game, because I got mad at the zombies. So I'm just like, no, I'll just try to get my steps in every day.
Zombie game again.
Here's the thing. The Google Fit recorded like 2,000 steps while I mowed the yard, but 0 heart points. I was like sweating my ass off. I was like, it's like, what do you mean no heart points? Just because I was walking slowly because I haven't sharpened my blade in a while. So I wanted to make sure that I got all the grass down and everything.
Yeah.
It's just really annoying. Anyway, the Big Gay Section.
My heart rate goes up. I have no idea.
I've got a funny story about the Big Gay Sex Show.
Okay.
I posted this in the chat a little bit earlier. We've been getting YouTube copyright claims all weekend long because of music, and that's to be expected. They don't take down the stream. We're fine with that. And, there's no strikes or anything against us. But we did get one thing all weekend long. We got a nasty gram from Facebook that warned us that we had posted something against the community guidelines. and that we were being dinged on that.
It appears two people are are prostituting themselves out, or I don't know. It was something like that.
It was.
We can't show this. There's sex trafficking. I don't know. I don't remember what it was now. But
it was something along the lines of we violated their the community standards because soliciting sex causes people to be angry or to feel, I don't know what the whole, I'm not doing anyway, but it was absolutely a copyright strike. I mean, not a copyright strike, but a ding against us for porn, for soliciting sex or something like that. And I just posted the picture in the chat room. It was just the Big Gay Sex Show promo ad. That was what they were complaining about, was the Big Gay Sex Show album art. I disputed it, of course. They haven't gotten back to me on it. We were not soliciting sex. It's like, we're doing a podcast.
Called the Big Gay Sex Show. Maybe they think they're actually having sex on camera or something.
Yeah, but anyway, if the Pride 48 Facebook page disappears this week, you'll know why. They think we're trafficking sex over there on Facebook.
And Matt and Ouija broke our Facebook page.
Okay. Wow, that's just like them too. Just like them to do that. All right. At 2:00 this afternoon, we had But First.
Yeah, I didn't realize my co-hosts were talking all over the theme music before I started.
We had the North and South of Things with special guest Romo and Gay Country Boy Wes. We had RuPaul's Drag Race Reunion. This was a lost episode from 2016 that got aired. That was fun. And of course, we had the Gayish Boys on from 6:00 until I don't know when they finished, because they kept going after they left the stream. So we're not really sure. Three is a Crowd happened at 7:00. That, of course, is a behind the scenes show over from Level 13 with myself and Auntie Scott and Adam. I felt like, I don't know, were we just tired? I felt like there wasn't a lot of energy.
No, there was nothing wrong. There was nothing wrong.
It was a great show.
You two, it was a great show. People were enjoying. They were chatting in the chat room. Mm-hmm. It was great.
Yeah, it was great. It was a great show. We had Pod is my co-pilot that you just heard right before the show, and then Adam, we had the closing show where we talked about the schedule.
That's very meta. Anyway, it was a really great. I enjoyed every show that I listened to. The chat room was great. I'm really impressed that we keep up a chat room for the full. Anytime there's a show on, morning, noon, night, early morning hours, there's always a chat room with people in there talking. So I want to thank all the chatters and the listeners for hanging out with us for the weekend, because there was a lot of action in there, and that's always appreciated by all of the hosts.
Yeah, I think it is even said in some of our promos at different times that were played during the weekend that it is the Pride 48 listeners that make all of this possible. That we need you out there, and we appreciate all of you for being there. This also leads me to just think in the back of my little producer brain here of, oh yeah, I don't have Vera's clip queued up. I should probably do that while I'm talking.
So yeah, thank you all. I'll just say one more time, if you guys enjoyed this weekend and you want it to happen more often, then please just reach out to me, adam@pride48.com, and let me know that you want to stream, and I'll make sure you have a username and password that works. And, and I'm working on getting a schedule up on the website that's like more of a weekly thing. So we'll have that up, and let's have, more shows streaming live. And like I said, if you want it to be more of an event, maybe we can do crossover events, or who knows, but we can work on something like that.
Right. All right, Adam, do you have anything else to add?
No, it was a great weekend. Thank you all. It's been a blast.
We will see you next year at the next live streaming event, and actually, hopefully, we'll talk to you soon. If you're not already subscribed to the Pride 48 Network shows, which gives you things like State of the Station, where we talk about updates that are coming up for upcoming things. Also, head over to the Pride 48 website. If you're not already signed up for our newsletter, make sure you sign up for our newsletter so that you can stay in touch with what's happening over at Pride 48. But for this event, let's put some nails in this coffin. Thank all of you folks for being there, and let's drag out of the closet the voice of Pride 48, Auntie Scott.
I didn't delete your account, Casey, and
to have some final words.
35 shows over 3 days, and doing this and live events for more than a decade. Pride 48 is truly a vibrant community, a community I'm proud to be a member of. A special thanks again to the participating podcasts: Archer Radio, Believer Skeptic Podcast, Big Fatty Online, Big Gay Sex Show, But First, Chubbs Gone Wild, Cocktails and Cream Puffs, Ding the Bell, The Donna Sugar Show and Late Night Extravaganza, Foul Monkeys, Gayish, Greetings from Nowhere, Joey After Dark, Mix Minus, North and South of Things. Oh my God, they're still talking 2021. Pod is my co-pilot. Queer Writers of Crime, RuPaul's Drag Race recap and reunion shows, Shady Small Town Tea, Swanner and Judd reviews, Tastes Like Burning, That Blue Jeans Guy, That Darn Elvis, The Denims, The Gay Wasteland, The Little Fatty Cast, The Satyrosphere, The Shy Life Podcast, The Smell Cast, Three's a Crowd, Throwing Down, and Yeast Radio. But our biggest thank you goes to you, the listeners and supporters of Pride 48. I'm your Auntie Vera Charles, sometimes known as Auntie Scott, and I am proud to call Pride 48 home. See you next year. I need a drink.
Good night, chat.
Good night, David. Thanks for listening to the Pride 48 live streaming weekend for 2021. We know that you have other choices in LGBTQ podcasting content and are happy that you have chosen us. Pride 48 is the home of LGBTQ and LGBTQ-friendly podcasting and live streaming. We are always looking for shows to stream live, not just on this weekend, but throughout the year. If you're interested in broadcasting your show on Pride 48 throughout the year, please reach out to Adam at pride48.com to get set up. Pride 48 is a home for the LGBTQ podcasting community. LGBTQ and LGBTQ-friendly podcasters and listeners come together in community via our chat room, website, podcasts, and annual events. We also offer help and resources for podcasters, and we advocate and promote podcasting by and for the LGBTQ community. If you want more information about Pride 48, please go to our website, pride48.com, to find out more.